Hello there, this is my ranking and review of every single Disney live-action Star Wars movie and show. This video will mostly be in the robot voice, which sounds like this. If you don't like my robot voice, then check out the links in the pinned comment or the description, which will lead you to my last 3 big Star Wars videos that are like this video, but without the robot voice. In the first video, I go over all the movies. In the second video, I go over Mandalorian Season 1 and 2, the Book of Boba Fett, and Kenobi. In the third video, which a lot of people skipped because they thought it was a re-upload, I go over Andor, Mandalorian Season 3, and the Ahsoka show. Please watch it if you haven't seen it. I still haven't broken even on that video. Now I did change a handful of things in this video. I added to the editing, I fixed a few of the mistakes I made, and I will also be ranking all the movies and shows at the end of the video. Now before we begin, I want you to know that my microphone quality does improve throughout this review, so you might want to turn things down for the start of this video, or skip ahead. Increasing the speed also helps. Timestamps will be provided for all the different shows and movies I'll be reviewing.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special report.
Hey Professor Dreadlock, what are you doing?
I'm trying to lose weight, but I need a healthy snack.
Well, I have something for you that's even healthier. A lightsaber!
Okay, Jar, I changed my mind. I'm not doing this ad with you. This is too goofy, even for me.
No matter what you think of the original trilogy, the prequels, or what Disney is doing to Star Wars, lightsabers are still cool. You can get yourself a Jedi lightsaber, or be very based and red lightsaber pilled, sporting a metal hilt with a polycarbon blade. They come with battle features like blaster block, lockup loop, flash on clash, and more to make it feel as realistic as possible. Each saber is different and may come with multiple customizable features. The one I got for myself has an SN Pixel V4 soundboard, which allows me to customize the blade's color, the type of ignition, how the blade reacts to being on 10+ sound fonts, and more. And if you buy the Luke saber, you will get a free, that's right, free Padawan saber. Simply add both the Luke and Padawan lightsaber to your cart, and the Padawan lightsaber will be made free at checkout. So what are you waiting for? Check the link in the description or the pinned comment and become a Jedi today!
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
Oh, how you doing, Jar? I just bought Star Wars!
Wow, Mickey, that's really cool. I mean, at one point in time, I would have been very nervous if you actually did that.
Haha, golly!
But when you bought Marvel, all you seemed to do was increase the budget, and most of the movies have been better than ever. Like, don't get me wrong, they're starting to feel a little bit samey and less unique than they used to, but I do know that you're building up to that Infinity War movie, so I'm sure you're saving most of your unique ideas for that one.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been waiting for a new trilogy for a while now. My nostalgia goggles are as big as your ears. And thanks to George Lucas not being involved, my expectations are through the roof. I hate that guy. I am so happy he has nothing to do with Star Wars anymore. And there's no way that this sequel trilogy could be as bad as the prequel trilogy.
After the third Star Wars movie came out.
Wow, Mickey, that was horrible. I didn't think you could do it, but I now actually appreciate the prequel trilogy. And I miss George Lucas.
Oh, now I'm gonna ruin Marvel!
In September 9th, 2022, I uploaded a video called Why I Fell Out of Love with the MCU. After She-Hulk came out, I just had to cut ties with them and tell the MCU I no longer love you. But the MCU has only really been around for about a decade and a half, and I honestly thought the first Iron Man movie was just okay when it came out. It's not like I really grew up with it as far back as I can remember. anymore. But there is something that is at the very back of my memory card. A movie that holds a special place in my hard drive because it's the first movie I can ever remember seeing when I was a wee little robot. And that was Star Wars: A New Hope. The entire original trilogy was already made before I was even built in the factory. It had everything a young kid could want in a movie. A princess being captured by a guy in black armor. A young boy from a farm is taken on an adventure with a wise old man and given a special unique sword. And they have to save the princess from a fortress. And along for the ride is an outlaw with a non-human but still humanoid-like creature. And okay, hang on a second. This is just the most generic fantasy story ever. Princess is held in a fortress guarded by a black knight, and a boy from a farm needs to use his magic sword to save her. The only difference is it's in space.
Hello, Editing Jar here in the robot voice. Originally, when I said this in my first big Star Wars video, I got a lot of comments about how I just discovered the concept of the hero's journey, or how this is not a cliche, it's just a hero's journey. Guys, I'm going to be real here. The hero's journey is one of the oldest cliches in the book. I didn't think I needed to explain that, but apparently I did.
Okay, I'm sure it's a little bit more complicated than that. I mean, it's not like the farm boy has to go to a swamp at one point to train with a pointed ear Fey-like creature, and goddammit! Yeah, Star Wars isn't a sci-fi like Star Trek, The Expanse, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, or anything like that. It's just a generic fantasy movie, complete with wizards, evil empires, and even pig goblins. But in space! But that's also part of the reason why I love it so much. Cliches don't exist because they're bad. Cliches exist because they're good. Humans just naturally gravitate towards stories like this. Sure, it's nothing special now, but taking a generic fantasy story that we've heard a million times, taking away the medieval setting and replacing it with futuristic technology was actually a pretty unique idea. It basically used all the cliches at once. Our hero is related to the big bad. It's a fight between good and evil, stuff about a chosen one, and just so many more. But because it used so many cliches all at once, it actually kind of ruined some of them for a few decades. Any movie that came out afterwards that was even vaguely similar to Star Wars would be compared to it. You can't have a villain be the hero's father without people immediately thinking about Darth Vader. The first Aragon book is stupidly similar to New Hope. Both of them start off with a princess who's fighting with the rebellion, with a small force escorting her, and they're being chased by a much larger force, being led by the Emperor's top man who has mystical powers. Until something that the Emperor really wants is sent away by the princess, that lands in the hands of a farm boy who lives with his uncle. I could go on and on about the similarities, but we're getting off topic. Now, one of the biggest reasons as to why I have a connection to Star Wars, and why it's completely unavoidable for me, is because my real name is Luke. Growing up and constantly hearing people say, "Luke, I am your father," was so fucking annoying. I remember one guy made that joke and then said, "Oh, you've probably heard that one a lot, haven't you?" And I sarcastically said, "No, you're the first one." Oh god, I can't wait to see how many of you put that in the comments. There was also Luke, "May the Force be with you," but it was a little less common. Funny thing is though, Darth Vader actually never says that in the movie. He actually says, "No, I am your father." Also, here's a fun fact. You may notice that Luke's reaction to Darth Vader saying this seems a little bit off. Well, you see, George Lucas was really nervous about this plot twist being leaked. So he had the actor for Darth Vader, not James Earl Jones, the guy in the suit, say, "No, Obi-Wan destroyed your father." Only George Lucas, James Earl Jones, and I think a few other people knew what the twist was going to be. Which, in a way, is technically correct, from a certain point of view. Now, my parents only had the first two movies on VHS. Remember when those were a thing? So it wasn't until a few years later when I saw Return of the Jedi. Now I understand where all those scenes were from when I played the arcade Star Wars game at Chuck E. Cheese. It was almost like I was there in the early 80s waiting for this movie to come out. My mom picked it up from a yard sale. Do people do those anymore? I was older when I saw this movie, so it was easier for me to understand the themes. And this was the movie that made Luke Skywalker into my personal hero. And it's because despite Darth Vader killing his mentor, his friend Biggs, and chopping off his hand, Luke never gave up on his father. Vader. He knew there just had to be good in him somewhere. He let himself get captured. He fought against his father, and for a brief moment, he let his anger take control of him. He even nearly sacrificed himself to a slow, electrifying, painful death, just to show his father that he believed there was good in him, and this is his final chance to make things right. And if he's wrong, he'll die, but he's still putting all his faith in him. Even after being told by Darth Vader and his two mentors, Obi-Wan and Yoda, that there was no good left in him. This redeems his father just in time, and while his physical body may have been destroyed, his spirit at least still lives on. The name Luke actually means Lightbringer. No, not that Lightbringer. God, you guys completely killed the moment.
Hello, Editing Jar here, but in the robot voice for the second time. Apparently, a lot of people thought the Lightbringer joke was in reference to Lucifer, but no, it's in reference to Linkara. If you would like to know what the Lightbringer comic is, go look it up. Trust me, it's probably the worst webcomic since Sonichu.
The point is that Luke Skywalker, this fictional character, taught me to never lose hope in the ability for people to change for the better. And after I saw this movie, I discovered there were 2 more Star Wars movies that were prequels, with a third one on the way. Now, the prequel trilogy is pretty controversial. There were a few defenders of it at first, but after the second one came out, basically the common consensus was they were absolutely terrible. But there were a lot of people who did secretly like them, and in fact, loved them. And when Last Jedi was released, all those fans of the prequels who were in hiding finally came out of their basements to defend these movies. To give my brief opinion on the prequel trilogy, I of course loved them when I was a kid, because to me it was just more Star Wars. But as an adult, I do see that they have a few problems.
Wrong.
They're not as bad as the haters claim them to be, and they're not as good as the people who like these movies say they are.
Wrong.
The first one is kind of filler. Not really all that much happens aside from Anakin becoming Obi-Wan's Padawan and Palpatine becoming the Supreme Chancellor. Aside from basically those 2 things, nothing else is really all that important. We didn't need Anakin to build C-3PO. We didn't need to know that Padme owned R2-D2. The Gungans were completely pointless, as well as the pod racing. But the royal ships looked pretty cool, along with the battle droids and Darth Maul.
Hello, Editing Jar here. A lot of people think I really hate the prequels, but I don't. I just don't think they're as good as the original trilogy. I will be going over my thoughts on the prequel trilogy in a future video. I did see a few comments about how the first movie established the existence of the Trade Federation. But the thing is, the second movie also did that. I just think the first one is skippable, and I will be going into more detail as to why in a future video.
The sequel, Attack of the Clones, is considered the worst one, but I still like it better than the first. Seeing all those Jedis fighting along guys who wore armor that looked very similar to the Stormtrooper armor was just so cool to me. And yeah, the romance between Padme and Anakin is pretty cringe. And everybody was memeing on that line Anakin said about sand. But I don't think that line is quite as bad as most people think it is. Keep in mind, Anakin was a slave on a desert planet. What I believe this line is trying to convey is that Anakin just hates his old life, but he loves his new one with Padme, and he more than likely believes that if he never met her, he would still be on that desert planet, full of sand that is coarse, rough, and it gets everywhere. A lot of the clone trooper, ship, and tank designs are cool. The super battle droids are cool. And while a lot of people don't like Yoda versus Count Dooku, I just think it's badass finally seeing him fight. I think Count Dooku is also pretty cool. I mean, come on, he's played by Saruman. And dare I say it, I actually like the politics in this movie. The Confederation of Independent Systems, aka the Separatists, leaving the Republic so that they can govern themselves sounds very realistic. Personally, I think their actions are much more justifiable and have a lot more nuance than the Empire ever did. And then there was Star Wars Clone Wars. Whoa now, not that one. That's Star Wars The Clone Wars. I'm talking about the Samurai Jack one. This is where we got our first on-screen appearance of of General Grievous and Ventress. I don't know if this movie is considered canon, but in Star Wars The Clone Wars, when Anakin first comes across Ventress, he does reference that they had a fight previously, which could be a reference to Star Wars Clone Wars when he fought her as a Padawan. Yeah, she falls off a cliff, but that doesn't mean she's dead. Okay, I'm sick of saying Star Wars Clone Wars and Star Wars The Clone Wars. I'm just gonna call the one without the in it the Samurai Jack one. Now, the Samurai Jack ones have a little bit too much action in them, but wow, I think this is the most powerful on-screen appearance of the Jedi that we have ever seen, especially when it comes to Mace Windu and Yoda, who canonically were the two most powerful Jedi at the time. By the way, did you know Mace Windu has a purple lightsaber just because Samuel L. Jackson wanted one?
I figure out who we had to talk to about your light color, your lightsaber color.
Oh, well, good guys are green and blue, bad guys are red. That's just the way it works.
There's no purple left?
You might get purple.
Also, the first time I have ever seen Samuel L. Jackson in a movie was actually the Star Wars prequel movies. Yeah, I actually thought this actor was well known for playing wise old black men for the longest time, until I saw basically every other movie he was in. I guess they cast him because they couldn't get Morgan Freeman. Now, apparently this hybrid of Star Wars and Samurai Jack was used as promotional material for Revenge of the Sith. It explains why General Grievous is coughing, and how Palpatine was captured. By the way, I saw this after I saw the prequel trilogy, so I was like, whoa, General Grievous is super badass. Why isn't he like that in the movie? And then later Mace Windu force crushes his lungs and I'm like, oh, now I get it. Oh, and that's also how Palpatine was captured. Now granted, a lot of this was later retconned by Star Wars The Clone Wars. So now we're going to talk about the next Star Wars movie. And no, we're still not at the sequel trilogy yet. The Star Wars The Clone Wars movie. Well, this movie isn't completely terrible. At the time it came out, prequel lovers and prequel haters all agreed that it was the worst Star Wars movie so far. Anakin now has this annoying Padawan. God, did we all hate her back then. There's this weird plot focused around Jabba's son, and we have this new villain who's this bizarre looking Hutt who can speak perfect English. The CGI looked a bit wonky. That hair looks like it's made of solid steel. And the action was a complete downgrade from the Star Wars Samurai Jack movies. Really? This is the one that got to be in theaters, while the other one was only straight to DVD? There is clearly no justice in the world. This must be the work of the Sith. I actually saw this movie in theaters with one of my friends, and to me, the only thing that was good about it was that the droids were hilarious. So when the show came out, people had pretty damn low expectations. But the first few episodes completely shattered those expectations because they were even worse than we thought they were going to be. The droids were a bit too goofy and it felt more like a kid's show than a family show.
Take this upstairs, and be sure not to drop it. Whoa! Whoa! Those 631s are not the brightest lights on the ship.
Even in the movie, they weren't this bad.
My troops are in position to begin searching the swamps for these rumored underwater villages. They will not stay hidden for long.
The animation looked even worse, especially this infamous scene.
What happened?
You owe Rexter your skin, Sky Guy.
Just doing my job, sir. It was your plan that won the day.
Grievous is AWOL, but his fleet of tinnies is nothing but spare parts.
Good work, both of you. Where's R2?
I'm sorry, Master. He's gone.
In episode 1, Yoda along with a bunch of clones are trying to get this group of aliens who seem to be the same race as Watto, I believe they're called the Todarians, to join them in the fight against the Separatists. But Ventress shows up first, and she tries to get the King to join the Separatists instead. The King wants to know who is greater, 1 Jedi or 100 battle droids. So the King is only picking the stronger side of the two. Wow, what a little bitch, and a stupid one at that. 1 space wizard versus 100 100 battle droids is not going to show you which of the two sides is stronger in a war. There are at the very least hundreds of millions of battle droids, and only about 10,000 Jedi, and Yoda is the strongest one. Now sure, Yoda does have some help from the clone troopers, and Ventress does send a lot more than just battle droids. She also sends super battle droids, tanks, and even droidicas. Honestly, I think she's losing a lot more troops than what this planet is worth. Keep in mind, droidicas are about 200 times the price of your average battle droid. The animation isn't good, the action isn't all that great, and it just feels like a chore to sit through. The only good part is when Yoda sits down with the clones and has a chat with them, which really humanized them in my opinion. So I decided to write this show off for a very long time, but one day I got into a debate with one of my friends on which was better, Star Wars Clone Wars or Star Wars The Clone Wars. Obviously, I was arguing in favor of the Samurai Jack one, and while he did concede that it definitely has better action scenes, he told me a lot of interesting things that made me give the show another chance, and I'm glad I did. Ahsoka quickly became one of my favorite Star Wars characters. Her story arc is very interesting, especially when she leaves the Jedi Order. Watching her grow from an annoying kid who holds her lightsaber upside down to a very mature, kind, and wise leader who wields 2 lightsabers gave me this feeling that I haven't felt since Dragon Ball Z watching Gohan grow. A lot of the Separatist super weapons were pretty badass. They really characterized the clones. Like, sure, I already knew about Commander Cody, Captain Rex, and Commander Fox, but I was surprised to find myself really invested in the story of 2 clones, Waxer and Boyle. And the scene where Rex has to kill his own brothers during Order 66, watching Ahsoka take off his helmet and him crying underneath, actually got me to gasp when I saw it. It was so brilliantly executed. But not as brilliantly executed as when Rex had to execute his own brothers. Oh! They give a lot of characterization to Anakin Skywalker, Count Dooku, General Grievous, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ventress, and just a whole bunch of other people. They even bring back Darth Maul with sick robot legs. Apparently he has a brother who's absolutely jacked, and him and Ventress are actually part of the same species. Yeah, the women look nothing like the men.
Hello, Editing Jar here. So, I did extensive research into Darth Maul's race. Apparently, originally he was a Zabrakian, but after the planet Dathomir was introduced into the canon, it was changed to Dathomirian. Some sources say that Dathomirians are a sub-race of Zabrakians, and others say they're just the same race. But even if you want to say they're different races, well, Maul is currently canonically the son of the Dathomirian leader. So, he's at least half Dathomirian.
Now, aside from Ahsoka, I think Darth Maul might actually have my favorite story arc in the series. When his brother finds him, he's on this planet that is used as a landfill. He's been there for so many years that he's gone crazy. When his mind is repaired, he desires revenge against Kenobi. And he just fucks up his life. Was killing his master not enough? You had to do it to his girlfriend too? He even becomes King of Mandalore at one point. The big climactic battle between him and Ahsoka was actually brilliantly done. Wow, it just hit me. Ahsoka is a female Star Wars character who is actually well written, and I actually like her. Disney's gonna have a lot of work on their hands to ruin this one. Also, maybe it's just me, but I've noticed she wears more and more clothing the older she gets. So you know how I said this show felt more like a kid's show than a family show? Well, I certainly don't think that anymore. I do sometimes forget that the first season of Avatar: The Last Airbender wasn't nearly as good as seasons 2 and 3. Now, as for Star Wars Rebels, I haven't seen it yet. Yep, unfortunately, that's all I gotta say about it. But I do know that Darth Maul shows up in it, so I'll check it out. Well, I've put this off for long enough. Now let's get into when Disney bought Star Wars, and how I slowly but surely fell out of love with it. Now the skit at the start of this video was genuinely how I felt about Disney buying Star Wars. I thought because they did a good job with Marvel, just buying it up and not messing with it that much, at least at first, And with how much they could pull from the Star Wars extended universe, along with how much money Disney has, I thought they just had to do a good job. And I thought if they did a bad job, it would be at least better than the Star Wars prequels. And if it was worse than those, I thought at least they won't ruin so many beloved characters. And if they did that, at least Luke Skywalker would be okay, right? So first, let me go over what I actually liked about the Star Wars sequel movies. The first 5 minutes, and that's about it. We had new characters, the special effects and props looked amazing. Okay, the one good thing that came from Disney buying Star Wars is just how amazing the effects are. But that's just eye candy. Special effects don't make a movie good. I'm talking to you, James Cameron. But of course, the coolest scene is when Kylo Ren freezes a blaster bolt in midair. Now granted, I don't know how this works. Yes, Jedi can move objects with their mind, but did he really just catch something that logically would be going at the speed of light?
Hello, Editing Jar here. Yes, we, the audience, have seen blaster bolts flying around. So some people have said in my comments that they aren't moving at the speed of light. In fact, they are moving even slower than bullets. But this is just a thing known as cinematic timing. They move slow enough for the audience to see them. But the Death Star's laser was moving much faster than the speed of light. Just because you can see the lasers moving doesn't mean they're canonically slower than the speed of light.
And also just hold it there. Like when he leaves, it just keeps flying. But I do still have some issues with these first 5 minutes. We have a droid whose head looks like R2-D2, and a body that is just a stupid design. We have stormtroopers again, and a villain wearing all black. And they're chasing a guy who is in possession of intel they seek. And he narrowly gets out of dodge before they get him. Yeah, this is a complete ripoff of Aragon. I mean Star Wars A New Hope. Now, we already knew that they were going to do some of this stuff after we saw the trailers, but this was a lot more on the nose than I was expecting. But there are some things that are different. A stormtrooper goes rogue, and we haven't seen that in a Star Wars movie yet. So let's go over our two characters we have. There's Poe. He's good at flying a ship, and I think he starts a mutiny one time that leads to nothing. But as for the rogue stormtrooper Finn, he's a lot more interesting. Now apparently there's this big deal about him being black. Granted, we only had white people in A New Hope, but in The Empire Strikes Back we had Lando Calrissian, who was the only black guy in Star Wars for quite a while. But then in the prequel trilogy we had another black guy, who was the captain of the Royal Guards, and then later on it was his nephew, also Mace Windu, the most powerful human Jedi, was also black. So for black people in Star Wars, we have an extremely wealthy man, two captain of the guards, and the second most powerful Jedi on the council. But Finn is just a generic soldier. But at the very least, he is one of the main characters. Now in this movie, while he's not that tough and he's a bit of a coward who constantly runs away from conflict, his story arc shows him getting braver and braver until he finally, with a lightsaber in hand, faces his fear, stares down Kylo Ren, the most powerful man he knows, and he just gives him a look that says, "Bring it on, bitch." Oh my god, this sounds like an interesting character. What are they gonna do with him in the next movie? Well, it starts with him doing something silly. Haha, look, he fell on the floor. Then he has a story arc that leads to nothing. Oh boy, he's immediately back to being a coward? Oh wow, looks like all his character development got reversed. But at least he gets a new companion. No, not the one from Doctor Who. It's this Asian girl who's an even more hated character than Jar Jar. She will show him the evils of war and how capitalists profit from it, even though he's an fucking ex-stormtrooper. You know, basically a space Nazi. Now there's this deleted scene where Finn and Rey are running away from stormtroopers. Rey is not really good at shooting and Finn is not really good at driving. Eventually they switch. Rey is good at driving, well, I guess just because. I really don't know how she could be. She grew up poor and didn't really own a car. Like, have you ever met someone from New York? They don't know how to drive for shit. But Finn being good at shooting does make sense because after all, he's an ex-stormtrooper. Okay, now real quick, I brought this point up in a previous video and I got a lot of comments along the lines of this. How is that possible? Stormtroopers suck at shooting. Ha ha ha, no they don't. This is just a myth we Mandelaed ourselves into believing. First of all, the Tusken Raiders are good enough shots to hit speeders, and it's mentioned by Obi-Wan Kenobi that Stormtroopers are much more accurate than Tusken Raiders.
Only Imperial Stormtroopers are so precise.
Now that's shooting down pod racers. Everybody loves to point to that scene in New Hope where they couldn't hit our main characters in a hallway. That's basically the one and only scene people point to, and why they were such bad shots is because they were trying to let Han, Luke, and Leia escape, because they put a tracker on the ship. And on top of that, those who are strong in the Force will be protected. Basically, they get a luck boost. So yeah, the idea that Stormtroopers are just terrible shots is a complete myth.
So why did they take this scene out of the movie?
Well, it's because it makes someone aside from Rey look competent. Here's one thing that I and a lot of other people liked about the original trilogy. Yes, Luke Skywalker was by far the most powerful. He has a lightsaber, he can use the Force, and he's a pretty decent pilot. But Chewie clearly has more physical strength. Han is a better pilot, and Leia's not only much more diplomatic, but she's also a lot better at thinking of a plan. Now before someone says, "Wait a minute there, Jar, you're complaining about Rey being good at driving for no reason, but Luke is a good pilot for no reason. Can you explain that to me?" Sure, it's mentioned that Luke had a lot of training on the flight simulators when he was training at the academy.
Hello, Editing Jar here. I was wrong, Luke didn't use the flight simulators, but he does have experience flying his T-16 Skyhopper, and its controls are very similar to that of the X-Wing. I really don't know how I originally got this wrong. I was a huge fan of the Rogue Squadron video games on the GameCube. I'm not gonna lie, it had my favorite tutorial out of any video game I've ever played ever.
Yeah, most of the arguments from sequel trilogy defenders really just require some basic research into Star Wars to debunk them. I want to make it clear that the opinion that Finn's character was handled terribly is not just an opinion from Star Wars fans, but an opinion from the actor himself. Here's some clips from John Boyega saying how he really feels about the current Star Wars.
I want to remove race out of it, just from a business perspective. Don't tease no black. You know what that does to black people? You know how you guys got everybody motivated around Black Panther? Don't tease no and market no Black Panther. Market a black actor and switch and bait.
Switch it, yeah.
You don't do it with white actors. You don't do it. You don't. So don't think you can have this skill set where you're gonna put everybody on plasters. You got white people and black people excited, and then we come in and they in it for 5 minutes.
As for Rey's character, well, she's far too powerful, far too good at everything, has no flaws to speak of, and on top of all of that, she's so incredibly bland. But there are so many problems with her character that I'm going to give her her own section later on in this video. Anyways, let's get back to reviewing the Star Wars sequel trilogy. So Finn rescues Poe. He is able to do this because Poe is not a woman. They crash land on a desert planet that is not Tatooine. It's just a generic desert planet with only one sun, making it even less unique. Wouldn't it be more interesting if Rey was on a swampy planet, or an ocean planet, or a snowy cold planet, or, you know, any other planet in general aside from a desert planet? Okay, when this movie first came out, I was willing to look past a lot of the, hey, you remember this, nostalgia baiting it was doing. I mean, after all, we haven't had a new Star Wars movie in a while, so I could forgive them for playing it safe. But man, do they really push it. Millennium Falcon, destroying another Death Star. But then again, they do a few unique things, so I'll stop pointing out every similarity I see, because if I do, this video is going to come out to being 10 hours long. Finn manages to get out of the ship, but it starts sinking, and then it explodes. Well, I guess Poe's dead. Oh no, wait, he's alive later on in the movie, and he's perfectly fine. How does someone survive a ship exploding, let alone in the middle of the desert? I thought this was maybe leading into him possibly being a Jedi and use the Force to sustain himself or protect himself or something, but it's not. He just survives the explosion for no reason given. Finn comes across Rey and she gets attacked by two men who she easily defeats. Keep in mind, Luke got his ass kicked by a sand person and had to be saved. To anyone who believes that Luke is a Gary Stu and Rey isn't a Mary Sue, can you explain to me how that's possible with a scene like this? And here's another question I have. What does Rey beating these two guys add to the story? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You could completely cut it out and legitimately nothing would change. Now, there's two ways this could have added to the story. One, she could have secretly been a Jedi who just had her memories erased, and that's why she's so good at combat. Or two, Finn could have joined the fight and helped her out. That's how they could have originally met and possibly started a friendship over it. But that would involve a man saving a woman, and we can't have that in a modern day movie. Now here's how I would have fixed this scene. Finn would have run in to help Rey, and said things like, "You alien scum! How dare you attack a human?" You see, the Empire is very well known for being bigoted against non-human species. This could set up a storyline for Finn to learn to not be bigoted against non-human races. It makes the Empire look evil in a unique way we haven't seen in the movies, it creates a progressive message, and it gives Finn an actual fucking story arc. But I guess this movie wouldn't have sold as well in China if they did that. By the way, have you ever noticed that Finn got smaller and smaller on the posters as the movies went on, and that he's actually completely taken out of the Chinese version?
Hello, Editing Jar here. I was wrong. It turns out Finn wasn't taken out of the Chinese poster. He's just super hard to see.
Yeah, I just want to bring that up so you know that America is not the most racist country in the world. They're then attacked by ships sent from the Empire. Oh, I'm sorry, the First Order. They're so similar, I forgot they're actually different. They go into the Millennium Falcon, which is just sitting there with the keys still in the ignition, and it's fully fueled and everything. I mean, wow, what a convenient thing for the plot to move forward. Out of the tens of billions of ships they could have come across, it just so happened to be that one. In New Hope, if Luke and Ben didn't get on the Millennium Falcon, they would have gotten on some other ship. But to give the film credit for one thing, this action scene is amazing. Flying through the wreckage of a Star Destroyer, having their gun get jammed, and then them doing this really specific maneuver so it can fire and destroy the other ship was just amazing. In fact, I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but this might be my favorite ship battle in all of Star Wars. I just wish it was done with characters I actually cared about. Because the Star Wars galaxy, which is canonically about 100 times bigger than our own galaxy, is such a small place.
Hello, Editing Jar here. It turns out I was wrong. The Star Wars galaxy isn't 100 times bigger than our own. I think someone just told me it was, and I just took his word on it.
They run into Chewie and Han Solo, who are, actually good characters in this movie. Their characters weren't ruined, and they were used, in my opinion, just the right amount. Han Solo to this day is doing deals with powerful criminal gangs. And of course, right after he meets Rey and Finn, his deals come back to bite him in the ass. Now some of you may say, wait, didn't he become a general and get married to a princess? Wouldn't he settle down after that? Well, it's totally possible that could have happened. He could have also had a midlife crisis, or just missed the thrill of adventure. So personally, this didn't ruin his character for me. That being said, while this action scene with the criminal gangs and the weird looking monsters does look cool, it's completely pointless to the plot. One counter argument I hear from fans is, well, this scene is still shorter than the opening of Return of the Jedi, and that scene was also pretty pointless. Well, the point is, they had to rescue Han, and it also expanded the Star Wars universe a little bit. Plus, those movies came out in the 70s when people had much greater attention spans. I don't hate this scene nor love this scene, it's just, okay. Kylo Ren is talking with Emperor Snoke, who looks like the love child of the alien from Crystal Skull and the Emperor, after he got burned. But who is this guy? Is he a secret apprentice of Emperor Palpatine? Or maybe the opposite, his master, Darth Plagueis the Wise? Or is he just some guy? Well, for the longest time he was, until they made it even lamer with him being a clone of Palpatine who was being puppeted by him. Now, I have not met a single person who defends him being a clone of Emperor Palpatine, but there are some people who defend him just being some random guy. After all, we didn't know how the Emperor came to power for a very long time, and if we're complaining about so many references in this movie, then why would we want another reference? Well, if he is just a random Sith, then how did he come to power? Where was he hiding? I have so many questions. Questions we will never get answers to because he just dies in the next movie. Until later on it's revealed that he's a goddamn clone. Yes, later on I'll get to how the two directors kept on screwing each other over. The effect on him looks pretty terrible. I don't know why he's a giant fucking hologram. That doesn't seem very cost effective. Like, the Empire just had a giant hologram of the Emperor's face, but the First Order is just the remnants of the Empire. They have a much lower budget. It's also revealed that Kylo Ren is the son of Princess Leia and Han Solo, and that's somewhat accurate to the comics. Our heroes go to a cantina because the director can't stop making references. Rey fixes a problem on the Millennium Falcon that not even Han Solo, the guy who owns the ship and had it for several decades, even know about. This scene, of course, adds nothing to the plot, but it's here to just show you how amazing Rey Rey truly is. We also get Rey's one and only non-Mary Sue moment. She touches a lightsaber, has a vision, gets scared, runs away, and is immediately knocked out by Kylo Ren. Ah yes, that one scene that every Rey defender points to say that she's not a Mary Sue. But this of course leads to her using the Force mind trick without any training and freeing herself. No need to be rescued. Oh yeah, and if you're wondering how this alien woman got Luke's old lightsaber, it's a good question for another time, and as far as I know to this day it hasn't been told. I don't see how it could be that interesting. Someone just probably picked it up after his hand got sliced off. Also, it's pretty convenient that out of all of the locations Han could have taken him to, this was the one that just so happened to have Luke's old lightsaber. Now the Super Death Star that can absorb stars within to itself, and it's the size of a planet, not just a small moon, shoots a humongous laser that wipes out 5 planets, and it completely wipes out the New Republic. So the remnants of the Empire created something even more powerful than the Empire ever built by several magnitudes. Now one thing that I did think was pretty cool was this was the planet that the Jedi go to get their kyber crystals from. The Death Stars also use kyber crystals. The Empire did take control of this planet a few years after Order 66. So yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's actually something cool they actually did with pre-established canon, although it was still implemented in a pretty lame way. The Empire was able to build the Death Star somewhat secretly because, well, they had control over the galaxy. First Order clearly doesn't. So how did they get away with making this thing? And they saw what happened to the last 2 Death Stars, so why would they repeat the same plan? Now Finn does see the beam going across the sky before it hits the Republic. Wait a second, was the Republic that close to this planet? Why did Han Solo go there instead of this planet? Well, it turns out that everybody can see these beams going across the sky because the Empire is also using some space warping technology so that everybody in the galaxy can see it. Wow, that's stupid. Why is it that every time Disney tries to fix a plot hole in Star Wars, it just makes it 10 times worse? The First Order attacks the canteen. Rey, despite never using a gun before in her life, uses a pistol to take out multiple stormtroopers, and then she's captured. Finn uses a lightsaber and comes across a stormtrooper who has a shield and a gun, who throws it to the side to use this weird electric pattern thing. Bro, you have a gun, just shoot him. Oh, but they're actually trying to capture him because he's a traitor. Yeah, if only stormtroopers were able to set their guns to stun or something. Han and Leia meet up again, which is the first and only time it will ever happen in this movie. Finn and Poe meet again. How did Poe survive? Well, it's a good question for another time. The soccer ball droid, just designed to sell toys, shows the last piece of the map to Luke Skywalker's location, which raises a lot of questions. If Luke didn't want to be found, why would he leave this map piece behind? R2 has the rest of the map, so it's useful, but wouldn't you only need one piece, the last piece? I mean, it's a galaxy. Don't they have like an entire map of the galaxy? They would just have to put it in and cross-reference it and say, oh, it's that planet. Kylo takes off his mask, revealing there was no reason for him to have it on in the first place. Because Rey once saw the final piece of the map, which Kylo Ren somehow knows about, he tries to force torture her for the information of Luke's whereabouts. But Rey, despite never using the Force in her life, manages to beat him, and then Kylo stupidly leaves a weak-willed guard to watch over her, letting her easily escape. You know, I've made a lot of rules for what counts as a Mary Sue. I think I'm gonna add a new one, and that's super convenient things happening so the plot can move forward. The new Super Death Star is protected by a shield, which is on the planet itself. I won't lie, I do like how every Death Star is just such a massive improvement over the last one. But after this, I don't see how they can improve it any further. I mean, I hope they don't do something really stupid, like having a whole fleet of planet-busting ships. Now, at first I thought, wow, this planet seems really heavily defended. Maybe they'll keep this planet-killing weapon around and they won't be able to destroy it until a third movie. I mean, every time they've introduced the Death Star, it just immediately gets destroyed in the same movie. It would be a very interesting and welcome change from the original trilogy. But no, of course, they do something really stupid. It turns out that a ship can bypass the shield if it goes into hyperspace. Trust me, this will lead to a lot of problems later on, but I'll get to that when I do. Han Solo flies towards the planet and manages to get out of hyperspace just before hitting it. On his first try, he didn't turn it off too soon, or God forbid too late. Modern computers probably couldn't pull this maneuver off. You know what? Fuck it. That's one Mary Sue point for Han Solo. I'm honestly shocked they didn't have Rey do this, but she was captured, so they couldn't. Finn, Han, and Chewie capture Captain Phasma. I honestly forgot to mention her because she's so irrelevant in these movies. And yes, I know she's played by the giant woman from Game of Thrones. You don't have to tell me in the comments section. She's held at gunpoint and turns off the shield, even though her armor's made of presumably Beskars, so those blasters should bounce right off. Wow, what a wasted character. Not even the other female characters characters can do something because it's all about Rey. Honestly, I just wish she did something cool. Not gonna lie, I actually thought she might have been Boba Fett's son or something for the longest time. Wasn't she completely loyal to the Empire? Wouldn't she just take the bullet? Does the control room for a shield that's this important really only require one person and it's so close by as well? Man, this movie is stupid. Now that the shield is down, X-Wings go to blow up the planet. All 12 of them. Like seriously, that's all they got? This planet is covered in soldiers. They're gonna need way more than that. Maybe the Resistance just doesn't have enough ships. Oh wait, they do. If only they had like a really powerful bomber, like a U-bomber to bomb the whole thing. Oh wait, they do. Kylo Ren kills Han Solo and Rey witnesses it, in a similar fashion to Luke witnessing Darth Vader killing Uncle Ben. Oh wait, that was a mistake on my part, that's from Spider-Man. I meant Ben Kenobi. Chewie manages to shoot him, and despite how powerful we were shown this blaster is just a moment ago, it barely damages Kylo Ren. Maybe the Force was protecting him, or maybe his armor is really good. Now there is a fight scene between Rey, Finn, and Kylo Ren. Seeing Finn stand up to Kylo Ren is the first and last time we ever see him do anything cool in these movies. Basically, everyone thought they were leading into him being Force sensitive or something. But no, that would make someone aside from Rey look competent. Also, the Chinese probably wouldn't be too happy about it. Now, Rey doesn't actually defeat Kylo Ren. She's only evenly matched with him and able to hold her own. Personally, I would have had her hand get sliced off because honestly, that seems like a rite of passage for the main characters in Star Wars. Now, is this one of her many Mary Sue moments? Being able to go toe-to-toe with a guy who had training in both the light and dark side of the Force, being trained by Luke Skywalker and the Emperor himself. Well, people who defend the scene say that Kylo was weakened in two ways. One, he was fucking shot, and he was having conflicting emotions due to just murdering his father. But here's the thing, let's say you never used a sword before in your life, and you were going up against one of the greatest swordsman masters in the world. Yes, he does have a freshly made bullet wound, and he recently just killed his own mother, giving him conflicting emotions. Do you really think you would be able to hold your own against him? My answer is probably not.
Hello, Editing Jar here. So, a few people had a problem with this analogy. They said that a master swordsman with a bullet wound would still lose to someone who's inexperienced. Now, I don't know how true this is, I'm not trained in the sword, but keep in mind, this is a swordsman with the Force. They can use the Force to sustain themselves. And they can also use the Force to predict their enemy's movements, so no, Kylo shouldn't have lost to Rey. So to me, this scene is Mary Sue-ish, but not as quite as Mary Sue-ish as some people make it out to be. The Super Death Star is destroyed, our heroes are returned home, Leia walks right past Chewie and gives Rey a hug. Yeah, not even sequel defenders like this scene. Oh, Rey, I'm so sorry a man you only knew for a day just died. Really, you should be the one comforting me since he was my ex-husband, but I guess not.
Hey, Leia, what about me? I knew him even longer than I knew you too.
Yeah, but I don't want to comfort you because you stink.
Can I at least get a medal later on?
Maybe.
Yay.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot to mention C-3PO's arm is red. No, I don't know why. But now he has his gold arm back. Rey says goodbye to Finn and everyone else, and her and Chewie decide to go look for Luke. I don't know why they're trusting this random person they just met to find Luke, but whatever. Wouldn't Leia want to see him after all this time? We get to the moment where people went fucking nuts in the theater. Rey walks up to a hooded figure. He removes it, and it's Luke Skywalker himself. She holds out Luke's old lightsaber to him, and, well, that's where this movie ends. This is certainly a flawed movie, but so are all the other Star Wars movies. It made a little too many callbacks and references, and it was basically just a shot-for-shot remake of A New Hope. When this movie came out, I would say that about 90% of people liked it, including old Star Wars fans, and that includes me. I understand they had to play it safe so old fans would see something familiar and trust where this series was going. Pretty much everybody predicted that Han was going to die, but man, it would have been so cool to see Han, Luke, and Leia all fighting alongside one another. So unfortunately, we knew now we're never going to get a scene like that. But we still had high hopes for where this series was going. There were so many mysteries built up, so many directions it could go. And luckily, this movie was going to have a different director who wasn't just going to rehash the plot of The Empire Strikes Back. Little did we know, this next movie would be the movie that would split the fan base in two. While I do think this is a passable movie to start off a new Star Wars trilogy, I do not think it's a good sequel. There's an old saying, a good sequel jumps off from the original, continues the story, and builds upon characters and themes that were previously established. This is why Terminator 2 is considered a best sequel. It wasn't like all the other movies that just tried to, copy what it did. This is why Empire Strikes Back is considered a good sequel, why Toy Story 2 is considered a good sequel, and why almost every sequel that did this is considered a good sequel. While a bad sequel just wallows in the original, tries to copy what it did, and doesn't really bring anything new to the table. But sometimes people make a sequel that's a little too different. For example, Legend of Korra. It tried to reverse all the characters from their original counterparts. And another sequel that changes too much from the original is, well, this movie, Star Wars The Last Jedi. Now, some people do like this movie. They even say it's their favorite Star Wars movie of all time. Now, if you enjoy this movie, more power to ya, I guess. But I still disagree with all of those people. But before I get to reviewing this episode, I would like to go over a full breakdown on how they ruined Luke. And honestly, they would have had to only make one change that wouldn't have completely ruined his character for me. Luke takes the lightsaber from Rey and just throws it behind him. Well, this did make me laugh at first. I then realized, oh god, this movie is going to be full of Marvel humor, isn't it? Luke is not Rey's father, which I am so happy about. 1, it would have been kind of dumb. And 2, Luke being the father of this plank of wood would have ruined his character even more for me. At first I thought Luke was trying to do what Yoda did. Act completely differently to how he normally does until he starts training his new apprentice. But no, he just clearly wants nothing to do with Rey. Don't know why he left a map to his location, but okay. Apparently there were some scenes that were shot of him training Rey, but none of them ended up in the movie. Aside from telling her to meditate and not go into the darkness, and that's the first thing she immediately does. So why did Kylo Ren, the nephew of Luke Skywalker, turn against and destroy his new Jedi Order? Well, it's because Luke sensed the dark side within him and for a brief moment thought about killing his own nephew in his sleep. This, for understandable reasons, pisses off Kylo a lot, and he goes on a genocidal rampage. Now, the argument for people who like this movie usually goes something like this. Well, Luke isn't perfect, and Rian Johnson just wanted to show that he's flawed, and he just had a brief moment of weakness. Okay, let me explain why this argument is a complete load of bantha fodder. Luke's father, who he never got to know, killed his mentor, one of his best friends, and sliced off his hand. His father already completely turned to the dark side the moment he was born, and he was told by his mentor that there was no good left in him. Did he ever give up on his father? No. He was even willing to sacrifice his life just for one more chance to bring his father back to the light. But because he just senses a little bit of darkness in his nephew, he contemplates killing him in his sleep? Even Luke himself had moments that he thought he would fall to the dark side. Did he at least contemplate how his friend Han Solo and his sister Leia would feel about him murdering their son? Hey Han, hey Leia, I murdered your only son. Luke, we trusted you with him. It's only been 5 weeks. It's also not a unique idea to show Luke Skywalker is imperfect and had a moment of weakness. He had a moment of weakness against his own father. But that was understandable because his father was thinking of making his sister his apprentice. If Luke Skywalker took down and redeemed Darth Vader, he could easily do the same to his nephew. Or maybe I'm wrong because somehow his nephew defeats him even though he got the drop on him. Yeah, Kylo wakes up, sees Luke Skywalker, and just knocks him out, I guess. And also on top of that, takes out all the Jedis who were training there. There also might have been a few guards he took out as well. I mean, after all, there are still the remnants of the Empire still out there, along with maybe a few Hutts and other factions. Wouldn't one of the biggest priorities for the New Republic be to protect the new Jedis? If Kylo Ren was able to pull this off, then I guess we can also start calling him a Gary Stu. Even if Rian Johnson really wanted to take things in this direction, there are about a dozen better ways of handling this scene. For starters, maybe not have Luke try to kill his nephew in his sleep. Here's how I would handle it. Leia would be too busy working as a senator to spend time with her son. Han Solo, with more time on his hands, would try to do the best he could at first, but then due to the Hutts trying to expand their territory now that the Empire is no longer around, Han would have to leave to do his duties as a general. Kylo, who I'm just gonna call Ben Solo for this section, being a child who craves attention and has the Force, yeah, he would probably do some pretty messed up stuff. Maybe he would just force choke random people, maybe he would just play a few childish pranks. So Han and Leia decide to send him to Luke Skywalker's new Jedi school, so he can learn Jishopuen. A life of a Jedi was not something they originally wanted for their son Ben, but hey, it's right now the best option, plus he can always drop out of it at any time. Luke would already have a few students who, by the way, would have been really nice to see in these movies, and they would have been way ahead of Ben. He would have felt inferior compared to them, being frustrated that he didn't learn things sooner, and just desperately wanting to catch up with the others. Growing up as someone who had the Force, a son of a senator, and a general, he would definitely have a superiority complex. He learns about the dark side of the Force, and starts to get stronger faster. Luke learns about this and starts trying to push Kylo back to the light side. He makes some progress, but then he's called to the front lines to deal with a situation. He's away for a lot longer than he expected, and when he returns, Kylo has fully turned to the dark side, got a few of his students to join him, and slaughtered the rest. Luke blames himself, and because of this, he goes into hiding. But he decides to leave a map behind to his location, in case the galaxy ever needs him. Luke saying to Rey, "I've seen this raw power only once before. It didn't scare me then, but it does now," would have actually made sense. In the current context, all it tells him is, maybe I shouldn't try to kill this one in their sleep as well. While it is true that people do change as they get older, and I wouldn't want Luke to be exactly the same as he was in the original trilogy, like Han was, this is not in any way how he would logically grow up to be. Someone who thinks about killing his nephew in his sleep and abandons his friends along with the rest of the galaxy. Could you guys imagine Goku, Aang, or Naruto doing this? Well, I guess Goku did decide to stay dead for 7 years, but he had someone pick up the torch after him, and as soon as a new threat arrived, he came back to life to join the fight. I've been waiting for basically my whole life to see the continuation of Luke's journey, and this is the shit I get? And I can't even imagine how Mark Hamill feels about this. I love how he came up with the meme of calling this character Jake Skywalker.
Maybe he's Jake Skywalker. He's not my Luke Skywalker.
For the people who like what Disney and Rian Johnson did to Luke Skywalker, and they think it actually made him into a better character, which does seem to be only a few people, and that number does seem to be shrinking day by day, then you're allowed to have that opinion. I may not agree with it, but you're allowed to have it. And it is better if this character at least brings some people joy than no one joy. But I could look past all of this. I wouldn't be happy about it, but I could still look past it. But then, Rian Johnson decides to kill Luke Skywalker's character off. Most of us who were fans of Luke didn't even see it coming. Luke Skywalker makes a Force projection of himself, which, to be fair, does seem like something the Force can do. I mean, if it can mind trick people, then the more advanced version would be making people think you were really there. And he does it from pretty far away, which is kind of badass. And somehow this kills him. Now, I guess you could make the argument that it required so much energy to use that it extinguished the rest of his life force. But when has the Force in any of the movies been established to be able to kill its own user if they push it too far? Yes, Luke clearly didn't have the power to take an X-Wing out of a swamp. He was struggling. But we never see any Jedi ever struggle when it comes to a mental technique. But even if you can't explain how this killed him, he's dead. He's not coming back in any more of the movies. Even if you like what they did to Luke Skywalker, did you really like that they ended his story right here? You guys could have gotten what you wanted, and us true fans could have also got what we wanted. In the next movie, he could have done something cool. They could have expanded on his story more. We could see what another director would do if they had a crack at it. But nope, his character is killed off, which is also pretty bad business-wise for Disney. Keep in mind, Disney Plus temporarily went down after the season 2 finale of Mandalorian released, just because Luke Skywalker was in it. So many people watched the episode all at once that the site couldn't handle it. A site, mind you, run by Disney. Like, I know for a fact that Disney is now regretting their decision of killing off Tony Stark in Captain America, but they at the very least got a lot of use out of them. I can't say the same for Luke Skywalker. The new characters they have to replace Luke are not exactly bringing in the money. Haha, hey Disney, how's that Rose Tico action figure selling for ya? So yeah, at least there's one good thing that came out of making Luke's character character like this, and that's Disney shooting themselves in the foot. So fans of Luke Skywalker don't like what they did with him, and now Disney's losing a lot of money. No one won in the end. Oh yeah, one more thing. Not showing Luke's reaction to the news that his friend Han Solo died is completely undefensible. Anyways, that's all I have to say about Luke Skywalker. Let's get back to reviewing this episode. So the First Order is chasing after the Resistance. We see the U-bomber, and there's this Asian girl with a detonator, but then she drops it, but luckily she caught it. Poe does the last cool thing he'll ever do in any of these movies, and with his Top Gun Maverick skills, he manages to take out a huge Star Destroyer. Oh yeah, there's also some Marvel humor of him trolling one of the First Order generals. If I wanted Marvel humor, I would watch a Marvel movie, which are also trash now, thanks Disney. Snoke is really mad at his general, so he starts moving him around with the Force. By the way, I never understood how this works. Like, Luke got himself killed because he used a Force projection from really far away, but Snoke from presumably the same distance away can just move a guy around, and he doesn't seem to be straining himself at all. And there was also that time that Darth Vader somehow Force choked a guy through a TV screen.
Didn't know I could choke you through the TV, did you? But I can't.
Thanks to Poe's actions, they destroyed a really powerful ship of the First Order. Could they have gotten away if he didn't do what he did? Probably. But how the hell could he have known that they could have tracked them through hyperspace? And now that this new tracking technology has been introduced to the Star Wars universe, a lot of plots won't be able to be made because people can't just retreat by going into hyperspace. They'll immediately be tracked and followed. Like Rian Johnson, if you want to add new things to the Star Wars universe, that's fine. But can you at least think about the ramifications a little bit more? Snoke tells Kylo Ren, I want you to join the battle, kill your mother, along with the men. But not just the men, but the women and children as well. I accidentally spit on my microphone when I was doing that voice. He also wants Kylo to ditch the helmet, and yeah, it's gone now. I don't know what's more pointless, him having the helmet in the first place, or them telling him to get rid of it forever. The First Order is chasing after the Resistance, but they can't shoot at them because they are out of range. And also the First Order can't go a little bit faster, so they're just gonna follow them until they run out of fuel. I know this might sound a little weird of me, but I actually like this. I mean, after all, that's one of the main reasons as to why the Germans in World War II surrendered. They ran out of gas. Not always is a castle taken by the gate being knocked over and the troops pouring in. In fact, more often than not, the invading army would just surround them and wait for their food to run out. So yeah, this is something that could totally possibly happen in the Star Wars universe, and it's a surprisingly unique idea. But it's a little bit boring. Kylo Ren joins the battle. He's flying pretty good despite being blasted by Chewie. He lines up a shot to take his mother out, but he can't go through with it, even though he took out his father already. And they fire missiles, sending Princess Leia out into space. And yeah, this was not Disney's fault, and there's no way they could have predicted it, but shortly before this movie came out, Carrie Fisher, the actress for Princess Leia, unfortunately died. And seeing her corpse floating in space is just awkward and uncomfortable for everybody who saw this movie and knew about her death. But then it gets even more awkward with her frozen corpse coming back to life and force pulling herself back to the ship. And I'm not gonna lie, by no disrespect to the actress, I actually burst out laughing while I was in the theater, and I was not the only one. Sometimes things are just so tragically awkward that you just can't help but to laugh at the absurdity. Now, aside from things happening in the real world that made this scene really awkward, I'm 100% okay with Princess Leia being able to do this. Surviving the explosion makes perfect sense. Being sent into space actually nullifies most of the impact. I don't really see this as her first time using the Force. I'm sure Luke has trained her at least a little in between movies. It was a few decades. While we don't exactly know what would happen to a human if they were exposed to the vacuum of space, most seem to agree that it wouldn't kill you immediately. And if Force pushing is a thing, I'm sure Force pulling is as well. And yeah, sure, she might be really weak at this moment, but pulling herself through space sounds like it would be easier to do than if she was already on a planet. So yeah, if you hate this scene, that's fine. You can tell me why in the comments, but I'm okay with it.
Hello, Editing Jar here. So a lot of people who enjoyed my How I Fell Out of Love with Star Wars video really didn't like this part. First of all, I would like to clarify, no, we do not know what would happen to a human if they were exposed to the vacuum of space because it's never been tested. Sure, a lot of people have theories, but just because you link me a video from a pop science YouTube channel doesn't mean you have debunked what I said. I've seen plenty of videos on this topic and a lot of them say different things. Sure, you would probably expand because there's no atmosphere around you, but you also probably wouldn't pop like a balloon because your skin is strong enough to hold you together. And just because space is close to absolute zero, it doesn't mean you would freeze immediately, because space has no thermal conductivity and convection. Basically, there's no heat around you, but you're also not touching anything cold. Not cold water, not cold air, not cold, well, anything. Most scientists agree that if you were exposed to the vacuum of space, you would lose consciousness in 10 to 15 seconds. And Leia also lost consciousness in 10 to 15 seconds. But the Force sustained her and woke her up, allowing her to pull herself back to the ship. Don't forget, Leia's not a normal human, she's a Jedi, so she can do a lot of things that humans just can't do. Now, as for how she got back in the ship without everybody immediately getting sucked out, she's going through a hallway. There's clearly a door behind her. Granted, we don't see it close behind her, but the smoke coming out of the door implies that there was a pressure change.
Plus, Princess Leia finally using the Force is something I've always wanted to see. Unfortunately, all of this causes Princess Leia to pass out, and someone else takes charge of the ship, one of the most hated characters in all of Star Wars, General Hodor. Okay, it's not Hodor from Game of Thrones, and if he was here, it would make no sense and would be stupid, but I would still prefer it over what we got. Admiral Holdo, a purple-haired middle-aged woman. And yes, a lot of people who hate this movie love to bring up how this character's appearance looks. Now, I do believe this is the first time we've seen a human in Star Wars with unnaturally colored dye hair. They couldn't make her like a unique alien or something, they had to make her look like a feminist Karen. Now, Rose is clearly the most hated character in this movie, but Admiral Holdo deserves it the most. Yes, Rose is an annoying character, and her story arc of explaining the evils of war to someone like Finn is stupid, but her character at the very least has some redeeming qualities. It's not like she was doing something that could have jeopardized everyone, and then made out to be someone we should agree with, clap, and root for. I'm going to take a quick break from reviewing this episode so I can deconstruct and analyze what's wrong with her character. Basically, the Admiral tells none of them what she's planning. Why? Well, I guess it's because there's the possibility there might be a spy on board, which, by the way, there is none. But why would there be one? I'm pretty sure this ship is going to get destroyed. That spy isn't in the best position. And when could he have even gotten on board? Poe is clearly not the spy. He risked his life multiple times for the Resistance. He was even trusted with the piece of the map that led to Luke Skywalker. But if it has nothing to do with the possibility that there might be a spy on board, then this scene is, pretty pointless. Poe is understandably very suspicious of her, but she started it first by not trusting him and also saying that he's just another hotshot pilot. Yeah, she insulted him in front of the entire bridge crew. All he did was ask a simple question. While it is true Poe did disobey orders, he destroyed a very powerful gunship. How in the world could he have known that the First Order has the technology to track them through hyperspace? Poe is not questioning her orders, she's just not making them. I really don't care if she doesn't like Poe. She has been chosen as a leader during a time of crisis, and instead of putting her feelings aside, she argues with Poe like he's a teenager and she just got custody. Poe taking matters into his own hands and starting a mutiny is all her fault. None of this would have happened if she communicated. Now, apparently this was done as a plot twist. She may seem like she's against them, but nope, this was all part of her plan that she kept to herself because she didn't want to look like a hero. The film clearly paints her like she's the one in the right. Apparently this was all a very important lesson to Poe, to never question orders even when there are none. And I know this might be a stretch, but I think she might actually be a self-insert for Kathleen Kennedy, the current person who's running Star Wars. I can imagine some people questioning her authority, telling her that her plans for Star Wars are kind of dumb. And maybe she was right all along. I mean, let's look at the state of Star Wars currently, and oh dear God! The Admiral doesn't give any trust and respect to her men, so why should they give any to her in return? The film can tell us as much as it wants that she was in the right all along, but what we see is the complete opposite. She then sacrifices herself in order to save everyone else. I will get to the Holdo maneuver later, but in the next movie it's actually revealed that she may have not tried to sacrifice herself and was actually trying to run away, because in In Star Wars Episode 9, oh god, I can't wait to get to it, Poe says that the chance of pulling off the Holdo maneuver is 1 in a million. So was she actually trying to run away? God, I hate this character. I hate this character so much. Now, I heard from some people that Admiral Akbar should have been the one to do the Holdo maneuver. And to be perfectly honest, they're not going to have someone with the name fucking Akbar do something like that. Her entire character and the entire plotline based around her wouldn't have been as bad if the movie didn't pick a side. Anyways, let's get back to reviewing this movie. Oh wait, oh god, I've talked about everything so far except for the Rose and Finn storyline. It's a really pointless story that goes on for about a quarter of the movie. Even people who like this movie do not like this side plot. The only defense I really ever hear for it is, the original trilogy also had a lot of scenes that ended up being pointless. One, those movies came out in the 70s and early 80s, people's attention spans were longer back then, and two, they were at least fun. Basically, they go down to a casino planet to find a codebreaker, then bring him on to the big First Order ship, so he can disable the device that allows the First Order to track people through light speed. Then leave that ship, get back to the Resistance ship, and blast off into warp speed. While this plan sounds like it has the entire galactic debt of the Star Wars galaxy to one chance of working. People have reconstructed the stuff with Rey and Luke, the stuff with Holdo and Poe, and just a lot of other nonsensical things about this movie. But I really don't see that many people going over just how out there this plan is, and I really would like to know the writer's process when they came up with this plan. They hope to get down to the planet without getting shot down, which does work. Then they hope to find the codebreaker, a person they don't have any idea of identifying, but they get thrown in jail and luckily find him, so this part of their plan works. Then they somehow sneak aboard the Empire ship without getting spotted. I don't know how they pulled that off, but this part of their plan works. But then he betrays them and they get captured. Oh my god, this plan seems so foolproof. And even if he didn't betray them, they would have to, out of luck, get off that ship and back to their old one. I mean, the fact that their plan didn't fail sooner is actually quite astonishing. Now, the casino planet itself looks nice, but it's pretty boring. Coming across the codebreaker by accident because they got thrown into prison? Holy shit, is that convenient. The social commentary about the 1% is just so awkwardly shoved in.
My sister and I grew up in a poor mining system. The First Order stripped our ore to finance their military, then shelled us to test their weapons. They took everything we had. And who do you think these people are? There's only one business in the galaxy that'll get you this rich.
Yeah.
Selling weapons to the First Order. I wish I could put my fist through this whole lousy, beautiful town.
And I also find it weird that this message is being preached to us by Disney, of all companies.
This is like George Orwell's book, 1984.
The codebreaker stutter is just so unnatural and annoying. It just comes and goes. The alien horses were pointless. The slave children were pointless. This scene is the most boring and surprisingly most nonsensical part of the movie. But most people don't talk about how nonsensical it is because, well, they always skip this part. And I can explain why. Because it only exists for one purpose. It's to give us very clunkily added in social commentary. Anyways, after they get captured, they're saved by BB-8. It's kind of weird to think that this droid has a body count, and is also more useful than Finn. We get our final confrontation between Finn and Captain... Hang on, let me look this up real quick. Oh, okay, that's her name. And Captain Phasma. Okay, I guess they're bitter enemies or something. Did anybody care about this? Like, when was the last time someone who actually liked this movie said, oh yeah, the rivalry between Finn and Captain Phasma was just such a cool and integral part of the story. And Finn doesn't even get the win against her. Holdo, after ramming the ship into them, causes her to fall to her death. I can't believe I'm saying this about modern Star Wars, but wow, what an underutilized female character. Like, she seems to take up the same role as Jango Fett and Boba Fett. Boba Fett was at least taken out in a funny way, and there was a chance he could come back, and he did. And honestly, out of all of them, Jango Fett was handled the best. That's another point for the prequel movies. Aren't you happy that we spent more time on the casino filler than our fight with Finn? Cause I'm not. Oh god, I just realized something. I meant to review this in chronological order. But the character analysis of Luke, Holdo, and summing up the bland casino plot, I don't have much left to review of this movie before the final confrontation. Okay, let me just quickly go through the small parts that I missed. Rey and Kylo can apparently communicate with one another through this rift in time and space or something because they're a Force didact. Whatever that is. You know, I have so far defended every unique Force power these movies have introduced. But this ability is just way too off of what the Force can normally do. And it exists purely for plot convenience. Rey hears Luke's side of the story of what happens, but through this rift, she can also hear Kylo's side of events. I would be totally fine if they talk to one another telepathically, but they can physically move objects to one another in the next movie. This is just fucking stupid. There's this one pretty cool scene where Rey goes to the dark side of the island, and she sees infinite mirror versions of herself. Then she sees two figures that look to be her parents. They fuse into one, and it's her. Oh my god, what could this mean? Well, she's the child of a clone of Palpatine. Huh? Yep, but Poe did learn a lesson from Admiral Holdo, and decides to not look like a hero by not sacrificing himself. Wait, what? That's exactly what she did 5 minutes ago! So it's okay for her to sacrifice herself, but not him? He calls a retreat, but Finn isn't running. It's time to complete his story arc of no longer being a coward and facing danger head on. Even though he learned that in the last movie, but whatever. And then, right before he does, Rose pushes him out of the way. And this is why so many people hate this character. Okay, let's break the scene down. First of all, Finn was going at full speed and going in one direction the whole time. How could she have caught up with him, turned, and knocked him out of the way?
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
We see him still moving forward and all the other ships retreating. Was she just not in the camera view? Did she also turn around and just came back again and caught up with him somehow? Did he slow down? I don't know. It makes no logical sense. But of course, that's not even close to the biggest problem. Her knocking him out of the way is dooming everyone. That laser is going to be fired. They're going to be executed. And the First Order with their small army will take over the galaxy. Again, why is it okay for Holdo to sacrifice herself but not Finn? They were almost executed just a moment ago. Now they're right in front of the First Order. How are they going to get back? Oh, they just do. What? They didn't have their ships anymore. Did they just sprint all the way back and avoid all those lasers? Did they get into a trench or something? It doesn't seem like there's a trench around them. Rose doing this really injured her and Finn, so there was a chance she could have killed them both. At the very least, one of them. I mean, after all, she did pass out. So this makes her chances of getting back even less likely. So somehow Finn, while covered in cuts and bruises, along with a few possible broken bones, just put Rose on his back and made it all the way to the base, while there was an army right behind him shooting at him the whole way. Oh my god, Finn might actually be the most powerful character in all of Star Wars. Or maybe this scene is just stupid and makes no sense. Yeah, it's probably that. But I'm sure this nonsensical scene just had to be added in the script so it could say something important. Rose tells Finn that they need to fight for what they love and not fight against what they hate. Then she kisses him without his consent, by the way, so it's sexual assault, and passes out. Did they have that kind of relationship? Did I miss something? This scene is by far the worst part in the entire movie. I do not care if it was for love. What Rose did could have gotten the entire Resistance, herself, and Finn killed. So to recap, this scene makes Rose the worst character in all of Star Wars. It's full of plot holes. It goes against exactly what Holdo did, even though they were saying this is what Holdo wanted for some reason. And most importantly, it took away Finn's chance to become one of the greatest Star Wars characters. Luckily for the Resistance, Luke shows up to fix everything. And we at long last get at least one cool moment with him after waiting several years. He gives Leia some dice, which these movies treat like it's supposed to be super important or something. They were just a prop on the Millennium Falcon. Most hardcore fans didn't even know what they were at first. So how would the normies know? He kisses his sister, but at least it's not on the mouth this time. He comes outside and Kylo orders all his men to fire upon him. But it doesn't do any damage at all. Now we do learn that this is an illusion later on, but at the moment I thought Luke was just super powerful like he was in the comics and became one with the Force or something. And also, is it just me, or does this feel like something from Dragon Ball Z? A bunch of lasers get fired at a guy, creating a cloud of smoke. The guy who fired the lasers thinks his opponent is dead, but then he either comes out of the cloud of smoke or the cloud dissipates, and it's revealed that he's perfectly fine. Kylo Ren, stupidly by the way, challenges Luke to a duel. Bro, you just saw what happened after he got hit by a bunch of lasers. What chance do you stand against him? He takes a few swings, but Luke is dodging them. Haha, you can't hit me, you can't hit me. But then he feels bad for Kylo, so he lets him get a free hit. But it turns out it's just an illusion. Okay, this movie was shit, but at least the old director's coming back, and he's gonna make Luke do some cool shit, and okay, he's dead. Rey helps the Resistance escape by moving a whole bunch of boulders. Wow, pretty impressive for her first time using a Force to move something. I mean, Luke couldn't even take an X-Wing out of a swamp with some training, and she had none of it. The Resistance finally gets aboard a ship, Leia finally hugs Chewie, and then they fly off. Oh yeah, apparently one of the slave children can use the Force. Oh my god, how can they possibly wrap up the story with just one more movie? The director is completely written into a corner. I have no idea why anyone at all likes this movie, let alone say it's their favorite Star Wars movie, because so far, this is the worst one, by far. But believe it or not, the next one is actually somehow even worse. Not even people who like Last Jedi defend it. The first movie, about 90% of people liked it when it came out. This one, about 50-50. But the last one, I have seriously not met a single person who actually likes it. This was the only one of the three that I decided not to see in theaters, and I didn't see it until way after it came out. Like, even the advertising for this movie made me know it was going to be bad. Palpatine is back. He somehow survived after exploding twice. I guess all Jar Jar Abrams knows how to do is milk our nostalgia, and that's it. Also, thanks to the last director killing off Snoke, and him wanting to redeem Kylo Ren, I guess he just had to add him back in. Now in the comics, the Emperor did come back to life, but it was handled way better. Instead of his physical body still being intact somehow, he used a high-level Sith Force ability to reincarnate himself into a clone body. I mean, after all, the dark side of the Force can lead to abilities that some may find unnatural. It starts with Kylo Ren fighting on some random planet and he moonwalk stabs a guy, kind of weird, and he gets a Sith holocron, something that's in the TV show and the comics, but never has shown up in a movie until now. He uses it to get to this planet that has chaotic weather. Yeah, apparently this planet is quite hidden and difficult to get to, and it's a major plot point throughout the whole story, until all of a sudden it's not difficult to find or get to. Kylo Ren finds out that Snoke was created by Emperor Palpatine. Oh my god! Let's never bring up this again! And he explains how he survived being thrown down several stories, exploding, then exploding again in a moon-sized space station, in the vacuum of space. He simply says, I survived, and that's it. Okay, Star Wars has never been exactly the most intellectual story ever made, and there are a lot of parts that are just dumb, but this single-handedly might be the most stupid thing in all of Star Wars. Suspension of disbelief can only take me so far. It's like J.J. Abrams thought to himself,
People seem to think that Rian Johnson made the most stupid scene in all of Star Wars, with that scene of Rose stopping Finn from sacrificing himself. But I will make an even stupider scene in the very first part of the movie.
And now we know that death is meaningless in this series because Disney can just bring anyone back to life that they want. Like Han Solo, Luke, Mace Windu. Okay, actually, I would be totally fine if Disney brought him back. I mean, we didn't see him technically die, and Jedis have survived falls like this before. Oh no, wait, actually, never mind. They would find a way to completely ruin his character. And do we even know for sure if the Emperor is actually dead at the end? He survived worse than this. And he's not the only thing that's back. In the last movie, Anakin and Luke's lightsaber was destroyed, ripped in half by Kylo Ren and Rey, along with Kylo's helmet, but they're now both back. J.J. Abrams is like, Kylo Ren has this helmet that adds nothing to his character, but it looks cool. And Rian Johnson is like, no, that helmet is now destroyed. It's gone forever. And J.J. Abrams just says, lol, no, I made him fix it. It's back. Who cares? It's just a helmet. That helmet looks pretty destroyed, and it wasn't a ship that got hit by the Haldo maneuver. Do ship explosions just repair things or something? Kylo asks Palpatine what he can give him, and Palpatine says, everything. He does the most powerful Force move we have seen in any of the Star Wars movies, and yes, that does include the Samurai Jack ones. Force lifting up a whole fleet of Star Destroyers that were for some reason buried beneath the ice. Yeah, these movies are all about style over substance, or basic logic. Where did these ships come from? Was the Emperor building them? Were they from his old Empire fleet and he just put them under the ice to be frozen so he could use them for later? Why would he do that, and why wouldn't he use them sooner? It's just, oh yeah, I forgot. The director of this movie never likes to give answers. Oh yeah, and apparently these ships' shields don't work in the atmosphere. What? Where in Star Wars canon was that ever established? Get them out of the atmosphere and put them into space, now. Oh yeah, now I get it. This plot point only exists so our heroes can win. So you know how the First Order is called the First Order, and there was also Order 66 that wiped out almost all of the Jedi? Well, this is Palpatine's final order. I mean, if you know anything about Star Wars canon, this makes no sense. So before Order 66, Palpatine had the First Order, which was to create another group in case he failed, and the final order was to either build or freeze all these Star Destroyers underneath the ice? This is just dumb. So then we cut to Finn, Poe, and Chewie, who are collecting information from a spy hidden within the First Order.
Golly gee, I wonder who it could be. It can't be Captain Phasma, she's dead. It can't be Finn, cause he's on their side now. So I just have no idea. It couldn't be the only actual person in the Force Order that we actually know, could it? Oh my god, it is!
Yeah, I have no idea why they try to treat this like a plot twist. You know, that's a pretty high-ranking officer that you got for a spy there. Aside from the Force users, I think he has the highest rank. There's an action scene between the Millennium Falcon and some TIE fighters. There's this one cool visual of an iceberg in space, and there's a scene that implies that Rey might actually be a better pilot than Poe. Chewie says something and Poe says, yeah, well, Rey's not here, implying if Rey was here, she could fly the ship better. Keep in mind, this is only implying things, not outright stating them. But at the very least, finally, at long last, we see Rey doing some training. We see her floating while meditating in midair. She's using the lightsaber, running, jumping, doing some cool parkour. Oh my god, this is just so beautiful. Why couldn't we get this until now? Oh yeah, so Carrie Fisher is dead, but she's still in this movie. And the way they have her in this movie is just awkward to say the least. They use a few pre-existing clips from the last two movies that they didn't end up using until now. There's some CGI, just the back of her head showing as a voice imitator gives the line, and every other character's dialogue is based around, well, what she already had recorded. I'll give the film credit for one thing, this is definitely one of the most strangest things I've ever seen in any movie. It's like that movie Weekend at Bernie's, if they were trying to use Bernie as an actor, and it was also done in real life. Yeah, this is such an awkward workaround when they could have just, I don't know, had her die in the last movie. She died before it came out, they could have just delayed it, changed a few scenes, and had Luke survive instead of her. Yes, it is extremely tragic that she died, but having her character be killed off would have been, better than this. But no, of course not, we have to have the woman outlive the two men. Rey, Finn, and Poe meet up and they act like they're super good friends, even though Rey didn't meet Poe until the end of the last movie. It's not like they're friends who've known each other for a long time or anything. Like sure, episode 8 feels like a sequel to episode 7, but episode 9 does not feel like a sequel to episode 8. I wonder how differently Star Wars would have been if both directors just directed their own sequel trilogies. And also, Rey didn't spend that much time with Finn, they knew each other for like a day. They spent the entire last movie being separated from one another so we could focus on Finn's relationship with, Rose. Yeah, it's not J.J. Abrams' fault for things being like this. It's Rian Johnson's. But just because Rian Johnson fucked up doesn't mean you can just ignore the damage he did and continue on like you did the second movie. The Resistance now knows that Emperor Palpatine is back. One of them says that's impossible, and I agree. And some guy says dark science, cloning, secrets only the Sith knew, when no, there's an entire war based around clones. Maybe the guy already knew this and he was just throwing out random theories, but I wouldn't be surprised with how dumb this movie is if a character actually believed that cloning was a secret that only the Sith knew about. The Resistance fully accepts this information, even though it came from a guy in the First Order. He could be lying to you, you know that, right? Rey, Poe, Finn, Chewie, and C-3PO are assembled as a team so they can find a MacGuffin that will lead them to Exegol, the planet that Palpatine Palpatine is on. But Rose is not coming, and to be honest, J.J. Abrams, good call. They go to the desert planet of Pasana, and oh my god, another desert planet! This is the third one! JJ, you don't have to make every unique planet a desert planet! Literally, you could have picked any other biome! Anyways, an alien creature gives Rey a necklace, they ask her for her family name, and she tells it, I have no family name. Now why was Rey given a necklace? Well, it's because it's convenient to the plot, of course. Now, I would have been totally okay if Rey and Kylo in the last movie were talking to each other and physically seeing one another. If Force projection and Force mind abilities are a thing, then it sounds possible. But they're not doing that. They're creating like a rift in time and space or something, and they can physically interact with each other and teleport items through this rift. Yep, Rey and Kylo hop into their private Force Discord server, and Kylo is able to physically get the necklace. Then he tracks down its planet of origin, and that's how he's able to find them. Like, honestly, if he just randomly came across them, that would have actually been better than this shit. Rey is literally only given something because it's super convenient for the plot, as nonsensical as it is. The First Order is stationed here. They could have just easily had one of them come across Rey, report it, and Kylo just tells them to attack. Sometimes a simple plot is better than an idiotic one. And guess what? A stormtrooper actually does come across them and report their location. But then he's shot in the face. No one in the crowd seems to react to this. I guess they're used to seeing people get shot. It turns out that the man who shot the clone trooper is Lando Calrissian. Wow, what are the chances? These movies really make the Star Wars galaxy seem more like a neighborhood. He gives them some information of where a Sith artifact might be found. And then he's gone. Our heroes steal a speeder, but then they're pursued by stormtroopers, who also have speeders that actually use wheels. And if you look into this, apparently they have wheels so they can go over rough terrain. Wow, it's almost like hover cars can do that even better by not even touching the terrain. But the stormtroopers have a new trick up their sleeve. They fly now!
They fly now! They fly now! They fly now!
And yes, that is the worst forced meme that I've ever heard in my life. They crash and land in some quicksand. Luckily, it was already established that Rey can levitate with the Force, and she can lift up a whole bunch of boulders, so only a few people shouldn't be an issue. Right? Right? Yeah, she doesn't do any of that. They just fall into the quicksand. Okay, so do you guys remember when I did that full review of She-Hulk? How the writers would add things to the plot only to forget about them a few episodes later? Well, this is even worse because they're forgetting about stuff they established only a few minutes ago. And yes, you did hear me right. Only a few minutes ago. I know it feels like a movie may have already reached the halfway point, but no, we're only a few minutes in. Yeah, the pacing is extremely fast. But I can actually answer why Rey didn't use the Force to get them out of this. It's because it's convenient for the plot to happen. After falling through the quicksand, they end up in a cave. Apparently, this is magic sand that you can fall through, but is also strong enough to create the roof of a cave. It's pretty convenient that out of all the quicksand pits on this planet, they just so happen to sink through the perfect one. By the way, if it was just normal quicksand, would they be dead by now? God, all the convenient things that are happening for the plot to move forward are just so coarse, rough, irritating, and they're just everywhere. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Finn, with the belief that he's gonna die, says, Rey, there's something I never told you, before he's cut off. What was he gonna say? Well, it's a good question for another time.
A good question for another time.
Yeah, it never gets answered in this movie. Some people thought he was gonna say, I love you, as cheesy as that is. And I believe it was later confirmed that he was Force sensitive. Wow, those would have been awkward last words.
Oh, J.J. Abrams, this is the last movie. You gotta wrap up all the plot.
Got it. You want me to add more mystery boxes, right?
Oh god, why do we fire Lucas?
They find the corpse of a Sith, which has a dagger which will lead to the location of the MacGuffin.
Hey, assassin, I want to hire you. Here's a dagger in case you're killed so they can find my location.
Apparently, C-3PO has the ability to read the dagger, but it goes against his programming to translate it to them. Okay, so let me get this straight. Anakin Skywalker built a droid that can read the ancient Sith language, but he also programmed it to not translate it for people? Seems like it would just been easier not to program the Sith language into him in the first place, but whatever. There's a big snake in the cave with them, but Rey senses that it's injured and manages to heal it. Okay, now, Force healing is common in the video games, but in the movies, it has never shown up until now. So let me get this straight. Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One, the most powerful Jedi ever born with a midichlorian count of over 9,000, someone who has been trained by both Obi-Wan Kenobi and Emperor Palpatine in both the light and dark side of the Force, who sacrificed multiple people, including parts of his own body, spent at least 2 decades trying to find a Force ability that can heal people, stopping them from dying, the thing he desired most and never discovered. Rey can just do it because f*** you. You cannot be serious. This whole story is just a bad fan fiction, isn't it? If there's anyone who is watching this that believes that Rey is not a Mary Sue, and they have watched the video from the beginning till now, please explain to me how she isn't. Oh yeah, and the snake knocks down a hole for them so they can escape. Haha, I always thought there was a whole lot of contrivances in this movie, but this one is a literal hole. Can we please have something that can move the plot forward that isn't contrived? So they find the dead Sith's ship and it's just sitting there. No one has done anything with it or to it, even though it's been sitting there long enough for its owner to compose into a pile of bones. They press a few buttons on the ship and they're ready to leave. But not just yet, because Rey has to walk into the desert. Yeah, that's it. Full stop. She just walks into the desert for no reason. Kylo Ren shows up in his ship and he's approaching her fast. He's about to hit Rey, but she jumps over him just in time. Whoa, this looks so cool! Bro, if you were trying to kill her, all she has is a melee weapon. Just shoot her from a safe distance.
But George mentioned that he doesn't want to kill Rey. He just wants to find her and get her to join the dark side.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. When I try not to kill people, I ram my ship into them. So why does this scene exist? Well, it's probably because it looks cool. And that's it. Rey manages to slice it with her lightsaber, causing it to crash violently. It's tumbling, and then it explodes. And shockingly, Kylo Ren is perfectly fine. Okay, you know what? It's canon now. Being on the inside of a ship when it explodes heals you. It healed Poe, it healed the Emperor, it fixed Kylo Ren's helmet, and of course this latest explosion probably healed him as well. I mean, it's a weird thing to add to the Star Wars mythos, but you do you, I guess. Chewie gets captured and he's put on a ship that is leaving. Rey uses the Force to hold it back. Oh my god, look at the size of that ship. The most impressive thing Luke ever did was move an X-Wing. But then Kylo Ren also starts using the Force to try to get the ship away from Rey. Finn does his best to stand there and do nothing. I don't know why he doesn't just grab a blaster and shoot him. But during the Force tug of war, Rey accidentally shoots lightning out of her fingers and blows up the ship. Yep, with no training and by complete accident, Rey just performed one of the highest level dark side moves. If you're an Avatar fan, to put this in perspective, this would be like if a firebender who had no training just suddenly shot lightning out of his fingertips. Now, have Force sensitives with no training accidentally used the Force before? Yes, but never to this level. But don't worry, I'm sure Chewie will be fine. So far, no one has been killed by a ship exploding around them. Holy he is actually okay. I was just making a joke. Okay, to be fair, he wasn't on that ship. He was actually on an identical ship that they apparently switched Chewie to off screen. Yeah, this is just a cheap fake out death. But I love how the movie makes it out to be that if Chewie was on that ship and it blew up, he would have been dead. Why? Something like that hasn't killed anyone so far. So our main characters don't have the dagger anymore. But luckily, C-3PO remembers what it says. So they take him to Babu Frick. Yeah, this was one of the many workshopped names for Boba Fett. Like, have you ever noticed that in Star Wars the name Star Killer gets thrown around a lot? Like Star Killer Base, Bendak Star Killer from Knights of the Old Republic. It was the name of Darth Vader's secret apprentice from The Force Unleashed. And there's plenty more examples out there. Now you might be wondering, why is it such a common name in Star Wars? Well, that's because Luke Skywalker's original last name was actually Starkiller. I think at one point he was also supposed to be the wise old mentor, and Anakin Skywalker would have been his apprentice. Now, why am I telling you this? Well, it's because I want to break from this review. God, Babu Frick is such a stupid name. You know, sometimes characters' names aren't used and they're workshopped because the original sounded dumb. Could you imagine if this was Boba Fett's original name? No one would take that guy seriously. And before you say, oh come on, you just got used to his current name. His current name didn't end with Frick. Anyways, Babu freaking Fricks is a droid smith who can allow C-3PO to read out the dagger. But unfortunately, by doing this, they will wipe out C-3PO's memory. So not quite a character's death, but close enough to it. And just like with Chewie, it's another fake out, because R2 backed up his memory. We just had one of these, why do two in a row? And by the way, this is just so contrived. Ooh, I can't read out out the ancient evil language or I'll lose my memory. Once again, this story just sounds like it's bad fanfiction. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that anything even close to this has ever happened in the extended Star Wars universe. And of course, let's not forget about the scene that made so many Star Wars fans' blood boil. Before C-3PO's memory is erased, he says, taking one last look at my friends. This line was in the trailer, and I remember a whole bunch of people saying, he better be looking at a picture when he says this. But no, he's looking at Rey, Finn, and, Poe! Yeah, that's it. Now obviously, he's not saying that Luke, Han, Chewie, and the others aren't his true friends. However, he barely knows these people. If he got to know them, this would be a touching scene, but none of this was built up. Once again, everything is style over substance. It's like Rian Johnson just wants all these epic and emotional scenes without putting in the work to have them make sense. Also, a thought just crossed my mind. Han Solo was already an established character who we grew to love, but let's just say in The Force Awakens, we replace Han Solo and everything he did with a unique character. Would you actually care at all if he died? In this movie, Rian Johnson doesn't have just one, but two fake-out deaths. One with Chewie and one with C-3PO. Do you think he actually wanted to kill off these characters and then Disney stepped in and said, no, we need them to make more money? Yeah, he's just taking characters he didn't make, then killing them off so he can have an emotional moment. My god, this guy is a complete hack. Mickey, serious question, why did you hire this guy?
It was either him or M. Night Shyamalan.
Oh, now I get it. Yeah, that's a good call. Anyways, C-3PO reveals that the MacGuffin is on a moon of Andor. Right before they head out, Kylo's ship shows up. Rey senses that Chewie is alive on there, so they decide to put their mission of saving the galaxy on hold to save one guy. Isn't it amazing that Rey can sense Chewie when he's miles away, but she couldn't sense him when he was just a couple dozen feet away when she thought she killed him? But how are they going to get through the blockade? Well, the character Bliss, I'm sorry I didn't go over her, this movie moves way too fast. She has a First Order Captain's Medallion that will allow them to go right through. Why would something like this work? It could be a fake, or something they got off a dead soldier. Or, oh yeah, now I know, it's for plot convenience. Oh yeah, there's something I forgot to mention. So do you remember the Knights of Ren? I wouldn't blame you if you didn't, because they only showed up in one brief scene. Well, they're following our heroes. Yeah, that's basically it. Maybe they're waiting for the right time to strike, but they're certainly following them, that's for sure. Okay, so they managed to get aboard the ship. Remember when Han and Luke first went into the Death Star? They had to hide beneath the floor. Then they knocked out two stormtrooper guards, took their armor, and snuck around the base. I wonder if they're gonna do that in this movie. Oh, there's two stormtroopers walking right towards the ship, and Rey just shot them. And now the entire hangar is alerted to their presence. On the one hand, I am proud of J.J. Abrams for not just ripping off someone else's plot. On the other hand, the thing he used to replace it is stupid and nonsensical. Do you guys think J.J. Abrams only finished school and got the job as a director because he copied others' homework? I ask because every time he comes up with an original idea, it seems stupid. Anyways, Rey abandons the other two because she can sense the Sith dagger. Okay, C-3PO already has it translated, so why do you need it? Well, believe it or not, it's somehow important. And for those of you who have never seen this movie, and this is the first review you have heard of it, get ready because it leads to the dumbest, most contrived, most nonsensical scene in all of Star Wars. Like, trust me, out of everything I've said in this video, it's the number one. Rey uses a Force mind trick to get two stormtroopers to tell them where Chewie is. No, I'm not calling this a Mary Sue moment because she's done this before. Poe and Finn shoot out all the cameras. I guess they do this so they won't alert security, even though security is already looking for them considering what they did in the hangar. And as someone who has worked security and has watched camera feed like this would actually make things even more noticeable, because the camera feed would say something like connection lost or something. It's hard to tell what's happening on all these different screens, but the one that stops showing the video and is just a solid color with some text on it, all you would have to do is rewind the recording a little bit and then tell everybody on the intercoms, yeah, they're right there on floor 8B, go get them. Anyway, speaking of the ship in the hangar, General Pride goes to see it personally. I have no idea why a general would do this instead of just sending one of his own troops. He inquires whose ship it is, is. I can just picture one of the stormtroopers telling him, "Aw, General, isn't it obvious? It's just some random person who showed us a medal." Surprisingly, this alerts security. No, I'm not saying it's surprising that a general seeing a ship he doesn't recognize alerts security, but it's surprising that a shootout in the hangar bay and security cameras being destroyed didn't alert security. So Han and Poe have to shoot down stormtroopers. A lot of them just stand there and get shot, and they can't even shoot them while they're in a hallway. Yeah, I know they were also bad shots in New Hope, but that's because they were trying to let them escape. These guys aren't, and from what I've researched, the First Order are supposed to be the best of the Empire. How do they suck so much? Poe gets shot in the arm, and they're captured. Anyways, Rey finds the dagger and Chewie's bow. They're not locked down or anything, they're just there in the open. Kylo Ren calls Rey on Discord, and despite being presumably light years from one another, they're able to have a lightsaber duel. Darth Vader's helmet is knocked over, it lands where Kylo Ren is, so now he knows her location. Now could you take out this weird force rift through time and space and still have the plot be exactly the same? Yes! Because just like last time this happened with the necklace, one of his many guards could just call him and tell him her location. It feels like they added this thing in last minute. I mean, there's guards everywhere on this ship. Did not one of them call Kylo? Also, Kylo clearly saw her wielding the Sith dagger, so the helmet didn't even need to exist for him to find her location. Kylo Ren also reveals to Rey that while her parents are indeed nobody, there is more to her lineage. Poe, Finn, and Chewie are about to be executed and they crack a joke. God, I hate Marvel humor so much. Now granted, they're extremely lucky to be executed. You might be wondering, wait, how is that lucky? It's lucky because they don't even deserve this chance. They were gunning down stormtroopers. They should have been shot dead instead of captured and then shot dead a little bit later. But they are saved by who?
I am the spy.
Hux! You what? Why would Hux do that? Wait a minute, he was the spy all along? The only other person in the Empire we knew actually turned out to be the spy? Wow, what a twist! Okay, I was wrong. Maybe M. Night Shyamalan really did work on this movie. It's pretty lucky for them that right before they were executed, they were saved by their one ally in the First Order, who just so happened to be at the right place in the right time. Nah, I'm joking. This wasn't lucky for them. Honestly, this is just normal stuff to them at this point. It actually made perfect sense for them to crack a joke right before their execution. They've already become self-aware. So many conveniently lucky things have happened to them that they know they're not in danger. But why would someone like him, who is loyal to the cause, with a very important position that he is risking, be a spy for them? Well, it's because he hates Kylo. And that's it. In the last movie, he was thinking about killing Kylo while he was knocked out, but he woke up before he had the chance. Was that really the only attempt he took? I'm pretty sure with how crazy Kylo is, he's gonna get himself killed eventually. This just seems like a huge unnecessary risk to his position. Even if his plan does succeed and Kylo Ren is killed, if it's ever found out that he did this, that could make him lose his position. And also, the whole plan is going to weaken the First Order. Like, why is this in this movie? Oh yeah, because it's convenient for the plot. Okay, so Kylo Ren comes aboard the ship, and he finally reveals something to Rey about her lineage. So remember when the first movie came out, we thought that Rey was the daughter of Luke Skywalker, who just had her memories erased. Or maybe she was the granddaughter of Obi-Wan Kenobi, or at least she had to be related to some Star Wars character. And then Rian Johnson comes in to direct and says no, her parents were no one important. Now whether she's related to one of the main characters or isn't, I don't care. Now personally, I do think there could have been a nice compromise between the people who want their main character to be related to someone powerful and to the people who don't. It's quite simple actually. Just have Rey be related to someone powerful and have Finn discover he has the Force. But he's the one who's not related to anyone important. It's clear that Rian Johnson and J.J. Abrams wanted this story to go in two completely different directions. But Rian was the one who had the chance to make the call. And now Abrams is back to reverse everything he wanted to do. It turns out that Rey is related to Emperor Palpatine himself. Now, to be fair, this probably did make Rian Johnson very upset. Yeah, Ryan, I bet it really sucks to have something that you love be twisted until it's unrecognizable. Ah, now you know how it feels! I love it when Kylo says, I didn't lie to you, your parents were nobodies. No, one of them was the child of Emperor goddamn Palpatine. Hey, grandchild of the Queen of England, your parents were nobodies, but your grandmother was the Queen. Now, of course, this raises a lot of questions, like, who did it with Palpatine? I guess you could say that Palpatine did it. Like, yeah, I'm sure at some point in his life, Palpatine parked his Star Destroyer into a woman's hangar bay, and she helped him turn his lightsaber on. But here's the thing, Palpatine looked old enough to be a grandfather when Anakin was just a little boy, and Kylo is Anakin's grandfather, so how does this work? Well, a lot of people did point that out. So it was later retconned that it's not actually Palpatine's biological son, but a clone of himself, and Rey's the daughter of that clone. At the very least, this somewhat explains why Rey is so powerful in the Force, but only somewhat. Rian Johnson and J.J. Abrams are like children. They're just playing tug of war with this trilogy like Rey and Kylo played tug of war with that ship. You can say whatever you want about the prequel trilogy, but at least it had a coherent story between all three of them. It turns out the reason why Kylo and Rey can call one another on Discord is because they're a Force dyad, two that are actually one. Combined, they should be able to defeat Palpatine. So once again, he makes a request for her to join him, but Rey once again puts him in the friend zone. She jumps out of the hangar onto the Millennium Falcon and they blast off. They escape into hyperspace and for some reason they aren't followed. No, I don't know why. Now since General Hux already did the thing that moves the plot forward, J.J. Abrams has no more use for him, so General Pry just kills him. Yeah, I think J.J. Abrams was just not happy with what Rian Johnson did to this character, making them into a joke villain. So now he has this new character that fills the exact same old role, used Hux as plot convenience, and now he's dead. Okay, we finally get to that moment with the dagger. Remember that one I told you to remember? Well, here's the oh so glorious payoff. They come across the remains of the second Death Star. Yeah, that thing. Remember how big the explosion was? Well, apparently there are still parts of it. It wasn't completely atomized. And it also apparently survived entry into the atmosphere of this planet. And if you want to say that it's made out of Beskar or something, which I don't believe it is, but it would have left a giant crater. And we're not even at the stupid part yet. Now they can't just search the entire wreckage for one MacGuffin. That would take forever. So how are they going to find the right place to look? Okay, so Rey, at the position she's standing in, uses the edges on the dagger and lines it up with the wreckage of the space station. Then she pulls out this, I don't know, ruler attachment on the handle, and it points to where the MacGuffin is on the ship. Wow, where to even begin with how nonsensical this is? So if Rey landed at any other place on the planet, she wouldn't be able to pull this off. Hell, if Rey wasn't standing at this exact angle, this wouldn't work. How did she even know to do this? How has the wreckage not shifted after all this time? Keep in mind, the guy who had this dagger killed her father when she was a child, and she's like, I don't know, 20-something? At the very least, it's been a decade or two. And let's not forget, they were only able to find this dagger by luckily sinking into quicksand and then coming across it. Oh my god. Wow. Who thought this was a good idea? I'm just picturing J.J. Abrams with a big smile on his face when this scene was in theaters. He probably thought he was so clever. Okay, so first of all, the fact that this map was even made in the first place sounds like it would require more effort than just remembering what room the MacGuffin is in. With how many things had to go perfectly right in Rey's favor for this to actually work? Well, let me put it this way. According to quantum mechanics, every now and then a molecule will change into a different molecule. So there is an unquantifiable small chance that a group of molecules that are all next to each other will change at the same time. Let's say you were spinning a penny and all the atoms it was made of started changing all at the same time, turning what was a penny into a chocolate. Now, while it is possible for a penny to turn into a chocolate, it is, however, impossible for a chocolate to turn into a penny. But explaining all of that would be a bit too off topic. Now, why am I bringing quantum mechanics into this? Well, I believe that the chances of a penny suddenly transforming into a chocolate is more likely to happen than Rey actually doing this. Yeah, I'm gonna say it right now. If the plot about Rey finding the dagger, losing it, then finding it again, the wreckage actually existing in the first place, it still being there after over a decade, Rey landing in the exact perfect location of the planet, and knowing to do this in the first place. If this was all replaced with Rey suddenly flipping a coin and it landing in her hand as a chocolate, I would say that this movie was actually more logical. So they can now go get the MacGuffin, right? Well, no, because Rule 63 Finn, and no, I'm not just saying that because she's black. She's also an ex-stormtrooper, and she's completely useless to the story. But let's be honest here, because she doesn't have dangly bits, she's probably better than him in every single way. She tells them that they can't go to the wreckage right now because the waves are really strong, but maybe it will be a little bit more calm tomorrow. At least they have the Falcon, so they can take that over the waves, right? No, because the landing gear are damaged. Oh no, if only the Millennium Falcon could float in midair or something. Oh wait, it can! Poe could just drop off Rey and she could go get the MacGuffin. They stupidly all agree to wait. Wow, these are the guys the galaxy is depending on. I'm just joking, of course. Rey boats over there by herself. Yep, the residents of this planet who have far more experience boating than she does. Considering she's from a desert planet, she's already better at it on her first try than them.
Guys, Rey totally isn't a Mary Sue. People who say that are just sexist.
Rey enters the Emperor's throne room. Of course, it's still intact. But to be fair, it does make sense for a Sith artifact to be in this room in particular. She's attacked by a dark side version of herself from the trailer. We knew from the trailer that this was going to be a fake out, and it is. This scene is purely in here just for trailer fodder. I mean, I guess it's supposed to represent her fear of falling to the dark side, but, does anybody remotely think that's gonna happen? Her personality is more bland than a battle droid's. Something like that is way too interesting. Not only did they put this in the trailer, but they put it at the end of the trailer, like it's the big reveal. And yes, that is legitimately the worst design for a lightsaber yet. Okay, granted, the Inquisitors flying with their lightsabers from Star Wars Rebels is even worse, but the design for it is actually incredibly smart. They just do something stupid with it. And finally, after all this time, Rey gets the MacGuffin. Then Kylo Ren shows up and destroys it. Yeah, it turns out he was able to find this throne room without the dagger. But to be fair, it is entirely possible that Palpatine just told him where it is. By the way, why is he alone? Shouldn't he have brought some troops with him so they could have captured Rey's friends? And yes, of course, the fight was really bad. Shatterverse did a pretty good breakdown of it. Go check it out. So Rey beats Kylo Ren and... Wait, hang on a second. No, Kylo Ren actually beat her? Yeah, I'm just as surprised as you are. The first time they fought, she had no training whatsoever. But he had a gun wound. She had a little help from Finn. And his emotions were extremely conflicted because he just killed his father. The fight didn't have a conclusion because the planet split, separating the two of them. In their second fight, they seemed pretty evenly matched until Kylo asked Rey to join him and Rey said no, and then she left. So I'm gonna be honest here, guys, it's actually hard for me to admit, but I was wrong. Rey isn't as much of a Mary Sue as I once thought she was. Okay, granted, she's still taking on a Master Jedi who had training in both sides of the Force without any training, which still makes her Mary Sue, but I'm still wrong. Rey never beats Kylo Ren. All those times I say that Rey didn't beat Luke, but Kylo Ren beat Luke, and Rey beat him, so therefore she could also beat Luke.
I was wrong. I was so wrong.
And as much as I say she never got any training, she actually got a little at the start of this movie. Granted, we don't know how long it was for, and she wasn't exactly training under a master or anything, but at the very least, it's something. Maybe if J.J. Abrams was allowed to direct The Last Jedi, he would have actually had Luke train Rey, which would lower her Mary Sue status even more. And if he was going in the direction that most people thought Rey's character was going, remember when we all thought she was secretly Luke's daughter, but she had her memories erased and false ones were put in? Which is something the Force can totally do. I mean, we saw it in Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. This would explain how she knew how to bypass the compressor on the Millennium Falcon, and why she's so good at using a lightsaber and the Force despite having no training. It's because she already knew those things, they were just locked away in her mind. But Rian Johnson wanted to take the story in a completely different direction, and it's his fault for her being a Mary Sue and not Abrams. I mean, at the very least, JJ tried to explain a few of the things she can do by her being the granddaughter of Palpatine. That being said, Abrams still raises way too many questions, makes way too many references, and and the plots he comes up with are super convenient, nonsensical, and just dumb. But Rey isn't as much of a Mary Sue as I once thought, and there was a possibility she could have never been one in the first place. Unfortunately, we will never know. By the way, Rian Johnson, fuck you! Half the mistakes in this movie are your fault. You completely wrote Abrams into a corner. But I'll get to the dynamic of the two directors more later on. Anyways, Princess Leia senses that Rey is in trouble. Which is pretty convenient, but at the very least this Force ability was already previously established. She appears behind Kylo, calls him by his real name Ben. He drops his lightsaber. Rey picks it up and fucking stabs him with it. Rey, this guy has spared your life before. Jesus, return the favor. Okay, maybe she does have to be nervous about falling to the dark side. Anyways, Leia's dead. Wait, what? Yep, just like with Luke Skywalker force projecting himself, Leia does the same thing and it kills her even faster. Granted, it is mentioned that she doesn't have very much life force yet, and the actress for Carrie Fisher was already dead, so there is only so many ways they could handle this. But here's the thing, this is the third main character from the original trilogy that has sacrificed themselves to help Rey. Okay, granted, Han Solo didn't do it intentionally, but his death did mess up Kylo's mental state and left him open to get shot. Once again, this is bad fan fiction.
And all the main heroes sacrificed themselves one after another just to help me along my journey.
Leia literally only got a word in. Anyways, Rey heals Kylo, and even though it was established that this drains her life force, she is perfectly fine. Rey and our heroes return home. Kylo sees the Force ghost of Han Solo, and oh my god! Only light side Jedis have Force ghosts. How can this be? Oh wait, this is just a memory of Kylo's, not actually a Force ghost. Okay, wow, that's actually way better. Granted, it's still pretty dumb, and Abrams, you were the one who killed him off. You can't blame this one on the other director. Now, it's established by Palpatine that every voice Kylo has heard in his head was him. So, is he the one who is doing this? And even if he's not, is Kylo just crazy? He's like Bella Swan when she was hallucinating Edward. Anyways, the hallucination from his own mind of the father he murdered forgives him. Aww, his father forgave him, except for it's not really his father, it's a projection from his mind, so he's just forgiving himself. There are simple AIs who can write better emotional scenes than Abram. But it's still one of the better written parts of this movie, and it's acted pretty well. Kylo Ren chucks his lightsaber into the ocean, because it's symbolic of him being a good guy now, but he doesn't have a weapon. If he dies, it's totally 100% going to be on him. Anyways, the Emperor contacts General Pride, and they decide to join their forces, and one location so they'll be easier to defeat.
Whoa, I only have a few Star Destroyers, but you got like 1,000 of them. How about we join forces? Excellent. Come to this planet that is very difficult to get to, and its atmosphere will also turn off your ship's shields.
Whoa, maybe it would be smarter for you to come to my location.
Just do it.
Anyways, just one of the Emperor's Star Destroyers destroys Kijimi, which is a planet. Okay, so far these movies have been pretty inconsistent. They've made way too many references. Too many convenient things happen for the plot to move forward. The pacing is all over the place. The plot is just nonsensical, and it spits on the original trilogy. But this is the jump the Cartarian moment. The worst part for Return of the Jedi for me was when they reused the Death Star. Then in the sequel trilogy, we had another Death Star that can blow up multiple planets. It was repeating a plot that was already done twice, but at least the way it worked did make sense for the Star Wars universe. I mean, after all, it was a planet that was absolutely covered in kyber crystals. You don't even have to transfer them across space, they're right there. But this goes against all the rules that the Death Stars have set up. Now obviously, the Death Star is a pretty stupid design. And no, I'm not just saying that because it can get destroyed by just one torpedo flying into the exhaust port. First of all, an exhaust port being able to be that small for a space station that big is impressive to say the least. In Rogue One, it's revealed that it took a lot of effort just to get the information to Princess Leia. Only a Jedi could pull off a maneuver like this, and the Empire thought they were all dead. So no, I did not have a problem with it being blown up like this. The second one was still under construction, and it had a shield protecting it. The third one wasn't under construction, it was way too easy for a ship to get in there, but at least they had a shield protecting it. Each time the next Death Star is an improvement over the last one, but this is just way too much. The actual issue I have with the Death Star is it's just not a smart design. Why blow up the whole planet? You just need to destroy the surface of the planet, and that will require a fraction of the energy. Or better yet, shoot a few megaton level lasers at the cities. Now I have heard that a lot of the planets in the Star Wars universe are protected by a very strong shield that requires planetary levels of destruction to break. But this is never brought up in any of the movies, and I also believe in none of the TV shows. Now that being said, it's been well established that a planet-killing weapon needs to be the size of a small moon and have a lot of kyber crystals on board. So do these ships also have a large amount of kyber crystals on them? Are there even enough in the galaxy to pull that off? How can a ship this size hold enough energy to blow up a planet? And you know how the original trilogy, Star Wars Rebels, and Rogue One made a huge deal about how dangerous and powerful the Death Star was? Well, now there's a whole fleet of them. Apparently it only took a few decades to make a fleet of something you could only build one of. Yes, in our own world, technology does advance pretty quickly, but not in the Star Wars universe. But even if it did, the Emperor should know this. 1, he's the Emperor, and 2, he can see into the future. Just wait a few decades and we can build a whole fleet of them for a fraction of the price. Like, this is just way too much power creep. This would be like if Goku, after the Frieza saga, wished back Planet Vegeta, wished back the Saiyan race, taught them all how to use Super Saiyan, and during the Cell games he just brings an army of Super Saiyans with him. Now don't get me wrong, there's a lot of power creep in the series, and during the Cell games there's like 4 Super Saiyans, and Super Saiyan does become less and less important as the series goes on. But it would have been so much worse if this rare transformation was finally revealed to us, only for thousands of them to show up just a little bit later. Or if Naruto just made a whole bunch of shadow clones of the Nine Tails, and then they were all sealed away inside of the villagers, making all of them Jinchurikis. Or if Thanos gained all the Infinity Gems from all the universes, making an Infinity Gauntlet. Oh wait, Disney owns that. I better shut up to not give them more ideas. J.J. Abrams, I know you didn't like the Haldo maneuver, but this is even worse for the Star Wars canon. Why does the Emperor need so many in the first place? Where are we even supposed to go from here? A Death Star the size of Sagittarius A that could blow up a whole galaxy? This whole fleet makes absolutely no sense. And I have no idea why anyone thought it was a good idea to add it in. Stakes don't make a story good, and these stakes are so big that not even Nick Avocado could finish them. Anyways, where is Rey? Well, she decides to seclude herself on the same planet that Luke did, because she's afraid that she might turn to the dark side. This is well established in the story, and by well established, I mean we get one scene. I mean, I guess you could say she feels this way because of her lineage, but she's extremely familiar with Kylo and the entire Skywalker family. All 3 movies, it has been proven to her that lineage doesn't define who you are. She throws her old lightsaber into the fire. But then Luke's Force Ghost shows up. He catches it, tells Rey that a Jedi's weapon deserves more respect. She tells Luke that he hid away on this island, so why can't she do the same? And Luke tells her that he was wrong to do that. He explains to her that she's not actually evil, and he even gives her a second lightsaber. That was Leia's old one. Would have been a bit cooler if it was the green one, but whatever. But she burnt her ship, so how can she get back? Well, Luke's X-Wing is still on the planet. Oh my god, this scene only exists so J.J. Abrams can insult and reverse the work of Rian Johnson. Bro, I know you don't like what he did to your mystery boxes. This actually might be one of the most expensive pissing contests that has ever happened. Anyways, remember that MacGuffin that was destroyed? Well, Kylo has the exact same MacGuffin in his ship. Oh my god, there's more convenient things happening for the plot to move forward in this than the entirety of She-Hulk. I know I said that already, but it bears repeating. This also makes the entire search for the MacGuffin pointless. You can say that the casino plot only took up about a quarter of the movie. This thing took up more than half of it. Anyway, C-3PO got his memories back. Because of course he does. Rey uses the MacGuffin to send the coordinates of Palpatine's location to the Resistance. And wait a second! The entire plot was about finding a map? That's just the recycled plot from the last Star Wars J.J. Abrams movie! God, he went from ripping off other people to ripping off himself. Anyways, the Resistance comes up with a plan for the final battle. Someone brings up the Holdo maneuver, but Poe says a shot like that is 1 in a million. What? Did you see how the Empire was reacting when she did it? They look like they knew she was going to hit them. And there's way more ships this time, so there's a much higher chance that they're going to hit stuff. Oh, this line only exists so J.J. Abrams can say he didn't like what Rian Johnson did. Okay, well, Rian didn't do anything with the mystery boxes that Abrams set up. He didn't really try to change any of the continuity Abrams made. But Jar Jar Abrams is like, no, that's not canon, and that's not canon, and that's not canon either. My god, this is just the director equivalent of the debate between Trump and Joe Biden. Just two grown men constantly acting like children, but one is clearly worse than the other. Now granted, again, Rian Johnson really put JJ into a corner that he could not write his way out of. I mean, it's already been established that the Resistance fleet is dwindling. So how are they going to beat this massive fleet of planet-busting Star Destroyers? Well, JJ, here's a great idea. Maybe don't make the enemy fleet so large next time. Huh? Yeah, Rian Johnson wrote you into a corner, but you wrote yourself into an even smaller corner. So how is JJ gonna get out of this one? Well, instead of trying to change the canon that Rian Johnson made, he starts changing the canon of Star Wars in general. So it turns out that none of the Star Destroyer shields work because they're in the atmosphere. Okay, why is Palpatine keeping his ships there then? He already moved one so far, why doesn't he move the rest of them? He has plenty of time. We've seen shields on droidekas, the speeders earlier in this movie, the Gungan shield, or in The Empire Strikes Back, the Empire destroys a shield generator that was generating a shield on land. Maybe shields just don't work on this planet's specific atmosphere. Then why build them there? And if you do build them there, get them into space. And won't the ships start to go up as soon as they arrive? Well, it turns out all they have to do is destroy the ship's navigational tower, and then they won't know which way is up. What? Okay, so I guess they couldn't go in the opposite direction of gravity, considering these ships do have artificial gravity on them, even though they're still in the atmosphere and they would just have to turn it off for a little bit. But assuming that takes a while to turn off and back on, they have windows they can just look. And also, they're already in the perfect position to go up. And why is the navigational tower on the fucking outside? Hey, do you know what would be really weird? If at the end of Better Call Saul, Saul transforms into the Incredible Hulk and goes on a rampage. It would still be a better She-Hulk show than She-Hulk and would make more sense than this movie. But even then, this plan would still be pretty hard to pull off. There are a lot of Star Destroyers. That means a lot of navigational towers, and oh no wait, there's only 2. The Emperor has more planet-busting weapons than navigational towers. But even without shields, these ships are pretty big. It would take a lot of shots to take them down, and turns out you only have to shoot the underside cannon, and the whole thing blows up. So just to make it clear, our heroes only stand a chance because our villains are colossal idiots. Apparently this is the mastermind who somehow toppled the Republic. Okay, so Rey along with the Resistance shows up, and they spot the tower that has no shields around it. So what do you think they will do? A. Shoot a bunch of lasers at it. B. Fire a missile, drop a bomb, or launch a torpedo. C. Land on the ship, sending out a ground invasion, complete with space horses. Or D. Do the hokey pokey. General Pride moves the navigation control of the ship to his ship because apparently he can do that, and the Resistance decide to do C. Land on the ship, sending out horses to destroy the navigation tower. So in retaliation, do you think they A. Have some of their own ships that are already flying around, shoot them down, B. Turn the ship because they still have navigation so they can do that, causing all the horses and people to fall off, C. Send out their own ground troops to fight them, or D. Do the hokey pokey. Turns out it's D, they actually do the hokey pokey. I'm joking, it's the stupid one. They do C. Yep, they send out red armor Sith troopers. Rule 63, Finn takes out a ship with a bow, then plants a bunch of bombs, blowing up the navigational tower. Oh, and if you want to know why they have horses and not speeders, well, it turns out that the Empire can jam their speeders. They only have 2 navigation towers. Oh, and Finn is getting ready to sacrifice himself for the 2nd time, and this time Rose won't be able to stop him. Anyways, we cut to Rey confronting Palpatine, and for some reason there's a bunch of Sith cultists. No, they don't add anything, they're just there. Rey wants to kill Palpatine, but Palpatine wants that as well, because if she kills him, he can possess her. Wait, was that his plan with Luke when he asked him to strike him down? Why would he tell Rey this? Wouldn't he just let her do it? And if he possesses her, that would make him a woman, so is this the closest we've ever gotten to a trans character in a Disney movie? He's so gonna ask people to do it with him when he gets that body. So Kylo arrives, apparently found a ship or something. He shoots some guys and he finally runs into the Knights of Ren. Holy shit, they're actually doing something. Oh, and his blaster randomly disappears for no reason. Gee, if only he didn't throw away his lightsaber. He starts getting the shit kicked out of him, but then Rey uses Force Amazon to teleport her lightsaber to him. So if Kylo still had his lightsaber, Rey would have never needed to send her lightsaber to him. So once again, this Force ability could have been taken out completely and nothing would change. There's a part where he just holds his lightsaber behind him and one of the Knights of Ren just hits it. Kylo kills the Knights of Ren. Wow, I'm so glad we waited 3 movies to see what these guys could do. Rey also kills a few Red Guards, and yes, both of these fights are horribly choreographed. I'm sure you guys know who to check out to see these broken down. Rey and Kylo meet up to finally take down Palpatine once and for all for the second time. But wait, if they kill him, won't he possess one of them? The movie doesn't care, so why should we? But then, Palpatine starts sucking them. No, not like that. He's sucking the life force from them. Being that they're a Force didact, whatever that is, this will make him whole again and more powerful than ever. Oh my god, the Resistance is losing! Kylo Ren and Rey are about to die! All hope is lost! But then Poe arrives with some help. A fleet even bigger than the Resistance. Like, by several magnitudes. Including people like Babu Frick and the other people who were on the planet that blew up. How did they survive? Well, it's obvious, the explosion sealed them. Remember how hard it was for Kylo to navigate to this planet with a small ship? Well, apparently this large fleet made it through by, I don't know, maybe all the pilots were high on death sticks or something. Palpatine just shoots out a whole bunch of lightning, taking out several of the fleet's ships. Is this the Sith ability Force Storm? Why did this movie have to be the one where it showed up in? This makes Rey upset, so she reaches out to all of the past Jedi, one of the voices being Ahsoka Tano's. So yeah, apparently she's dead. This makes Rey go into the Jedi state, and this allows her to block fleet-destroying lightning with her lightsaber. Palpatine says that he is all the Sith. Wow, that's an even lamer line than unlimited power. Rey says back to him that she is all of the Jedi, and pulls out a second lightsaber, which allows her to deflect the lightning back at him, killing him once and for all, meaning he now possesses her. Okay, I guess you could make the argument that he technically killed himself and not her, so therefore he's not possessing her and is truly dead. But still, that whole possession line was just dumb. But he's already survived exploding twice, so who knows, there's a chance he might come back. Rey dies, Kylo comes back, heals her, they kiss, and now he's dead. So when she heals him when he's on the brink of death, she's fine, but when he does it, he dies? Okay. I'm not gonna complain about the romance between these two, because let's be honest here, romance in Star Wars is usually done terribly. Wait a second, don't Jedis disappear when they die? Anyways, Finn doesn't sacrifice himself, the First Order is defeated all over the galaxy. Wow, that was easy! It's almost like this fleet that showed up to help at the last minute showed up earlier and helped out. So many lives would have been saved. Like, I love how the First Order blew up 5 planets and they're like, nah, we're not gonna help out. But then another planet is destroyed and they're like, oh shit, we better help out. People are celebrating, 2 lesbians kiss in the background, which was of course taken out of the Chinese version. Chewie finally gets a medal, even though he deserves a ceremony along with the medal. Rey takes the lightsaber she has and buries them in sand. I have no idea why she doesn't put them in a museum or something. And no, I'm not saying that line about the sand. She just buried the legacy of those who came before her, and now she has a cool, unique yellow lightsaber, because why not? And to end off this movie, we get one more slap in the face. Someone asks Rey for her name, and she says it's Rey Skywalker, as the ghost of Luke and Leia look upon her. Yeah, sure, if I liked this character, I'd be like, yeah, but I don't. Oh god, I just realized this video is already over 2 hours long. I was only expecting it to be a little longer than my video on why I fell out of love with the Marvel Universe. I guess I just care way more about Star Wars than Marvel than even I thought. Now, I do know that there are a few fans of the sequel trilogy out there, and a lot of them are probably going to tell me that I'm just a sexist man baby, and I didn't understand the deeper themes. To that, I have to say, that's not an argument. One thing that is extremely apparent is how these movies made less and less money. The Force Awakens made $936 million. The Last Jedi made $620 million, and finally, The Rise of Skywalker only made $515 million. Domestically, that is. But worldwide, The Force Awakens made $2.066 billion, making it one of the highest grossing movies of all time. The Last Jedi made $1.333 billion. Wow, that's significantly less. And Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker made $1.074 billion US dollars. Not only are they making less money, but that dollar is getting worth less and less as the years go on. To make matters worse, the first two movies had a budget of roughly $300 million each, but the last one had a budget of over $400 million, which is not including the advertising budget and how much of a cut the theaters take. But of course, the real money for Star Wars is the merchandise. Unfortunately for Disney, the new stuff isn't selling so well, except for Baby Yoda. Mickey, what was the plan here?
Tax write-offs!
Yes, of course. The only people I've really seen defend these movies are journalists or bread tubers or people aligned with bread tubers. People like Linkara. And there are a few new fans of Star Wars who weren't fans before. But as we can see with our own eyes when we analyze the data, the movies are making less and less money. So these people that Disney is pandering to don't really seem like they're bringing in the money because they're not the majority. In my video about why hate watching isn't a thing, I explain why this whole narrative of people who don't like these modern movies and films being a loud minority just doesn't make any logical sense. How can a small minority of angry incel man babies cause The Last Jedi to make roughly $700 million less dollars, and the one after that another couple $100 million less? If Disney actually made these movies good and put the care, love, and respect that the fans deserve into them, sure, the first one would have made roughly the same amount of money, but I guarantee you the third one would rival Avatar and Endgame with how much money it made. The Lord of the Ring movies are good, and it's unsurprising that each one made more than the last. Same with the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. I mean, look at those numbers, it's almost the reverse of the Star Wars movies. The actual Thor trilogy, with the first one, The Dark World, and Ragnarok, each made more money than the last one. And personally, I only think the third one is good. Even with the original Star Wars trilogy, each movie made more than the last. Okay, not quite. Domestically, 6 did the best, but it had a terrible worldwide box office compared to the other two. And yes, if you look it up, it does say that New Hope made the most, but keep in mind, they did re-release it. So it did get an unfair boost, but I'm talking about when it first came out. Now sure, I could go over more examples, but I think everyone gets the idea. Good movies in a trilogy just keep making more and more money, and terrible trilogies make less and less. After Last Jedi, a Han Solo movie was released. To this day, it's the lowest grossing Star Wars movie by far, at least in terms of live action. And you can't use the excuse that it didn't make a lot of money just because it wasn't one of the mainline Star Wars movies. Because guess what? Neither was Rogue One. That made over $1 billion and it didn't have a mainline Star Wars character like Solo. People came to see Rise of Skywalker because it had a huge marketing budget. And a lot of them did trust J.J. Abrams to do a good job with this one. And he clearly didn't. Anyways, before I continue, let me quickly recap these 3 movies. The Force Awakens is basically a retread of New Hope. We only get a few things that are different, such as Finn, who's an ex-stormtrooper. His character seemed interesting and we wanted to see how he would develop. The only other unique thing were all the J.J. Abrams mystery boxes. How did the First Order come to be? Who's Snoke? Who's Rey's parents? Does the First Order want to rebuild the Empire or create something new? Why did Luke go into hiding? Who are the Knights of Ren? Rey seemed a little bit too good at things, so is there something more to her character? What happened to Luke's Jedi School? How many survivors are there? And just so many more. Then we got a new director, Rian Johnson. While the first one was something we expected, The Last Jedi was nothing like we expected. We got some of the new worst Star Wars characters of all time, like Rose, who has one of the most boring side plots with Finn, and during the adventure she feels like the main character and Finn is just along for the ride. Literally in some cases. And she nearly gets the entire Resistance killed because, well, she's in love. Admiral Holdo, who creates a mutiny against herself because she won't trust her own men, some of which were willing to sacrifice themselves for the cause. But the film still portrays her like but she's the one in the right. Honestly, I would have been fine if the film didn't make it clear who we were supposed to side with and we could come up with our own conclusion. I was surprised to find out that this was all that was left of the Resistance. Like, I know 5 planets were destroyed, but I thought the Resistance was the bigger group and the First Order was the smaller group, just made up of the remnants of the Empire who went into hiding. Or maybe the First Order is also pretty small. But this is supposed to be a galaxy-spanning war, so how does this make any sense? The top general in the First Order is now a clown. Along with Finn, because his story arc about being a coward, then finding his courage, just gets repeated again. Okay, so the general is a goofball now. Well, there's still other people in the First Order, like Captain Phasma. Oh, she's dead. Oh, there's Snoke. I can't wait to find out about his backstory. Now, I do have a few theories. My main one is that he's Darth Plagueis the White, and now he's dead. Well, I guess Kylo is the only one who's left. But it seems like they're still setting him up to be redeemed, even in this movie. He has his chance to kill his mother, and he doesn't do it. I've seen the sequel that J.J. Abrams made to this movie, but how would Rian Johnson continue this story? Would the small Resistance, only made up of a couple hundred people, get a few new allies, or would they not? There's a boy who's Force sensitive at the very end, so maybe they would have built an army of Force users or something. And the most logical thing that could have happened is that Kylo gets redeemed before the First Order is defeated, leaving just a clown of a general to lead the army. So aside from that general guy, all our main characters are either on the same side or dead. Yeah, to this day I haven't seen a single person come up with a good sequel idea to The Last Jedi. Luke Skywalker is a completely different character, and some people like that. The majority of them seem not to understand his character in the first place, including Rian Johnson, saying in an interview that he thought Luke Skywalker was too perfect and that he came across as a RPG character who reached the max level. So we decided to give the guy some flaws, but Luke was nothing like he described. But do you know who is? Rey. Sure, some moments of Rey on the island did look interesting, but that's about it. By the way, these movies have a huge time issue. The first one only seemed like it took 1 or 2 days. Rey couldn't have been on that planet with Luke for that long, because at the same time the First Order is chasing after the Resistance, and they're slowly running out of fuel. Rey's parents were no one important, the Knights of Ren never show up, there's a few plot holes and inconsistencies, the biggest one being Finn and Rose landing right in front of the First Order's army and somehow getting back. And of course, we have the Holdo maneuver, which did look cool, I will admit, but the fact that something like this hasn't been done until now is shocking, and now that it's been done, it's going to change space warfare forever. Oh yeah, and Luke is killed off. I can't believe I waited basically my whole life just to see Luke on the big screen again, seeing his character completely changed to what it was before, and explained away through events that really wouldn't affect someone like him in a way like this. The story really doesn't feel like it was pushed forward, aside from Luke, Captain Phasma, and Snoke all being dead. Yeah, this one could have just been skipped with the explanation that Luke, Phasma, and Snoke just died of a heart attack off screen. And now J.J. Abrams is back to give us Rise of Skywalker, not only the absolute worst Star Wars movie, but possibly one of the worst movies ever made. It feels like this movie had a time skip of at least 1 year, which is good, but it's still probably the shortest galactic level war in the entire Star Wars history. The plot moves really fast. You're almost never given a moment to breathe or have a character moment. The story is mostly focused on these MacGuffins, and Kylo already found one of them. These things have super rare coordinates, but once our heroes have it, they just copy the information, sending it to a whole fleet of ships, so basically everybody has it now. Yeah, that's a theme with this movie. Things that were rare are suddenly now common. Snoke, now there's a whole bunch of clones of him. Planet-killing weapons, which there used to be only 3 of, well now there's a whole fleet. The likelihood of surviving a ship explosion, literally anyone can do that. And also remember that super rare Jedi ability to stop people from dying that only Darth Plagueis the Wise knew? Well now 2 people can suddenly do it. The stakes are raised just as easily as they're dealt with. A whole fleet of planet-busting ships don't have shields, don't know which way is up. And as for the device they use to navigate, there's only 2. They literally just sit there and wait for the enemy to come to them. Generic X, Y, and A wings can take them out. A lot of the movie's focus is on undoing what Rian Johnson made. The sacred Jedi texts weren't burnt. Rey stole them. Rey's lineage is indeed important. She's a Palpatine. The Holdo maneuver had apparently a 1 in 1 million chance of actually working. And there's just so much more. There's like a ton of fake-out deaths. Well, not exactly a death. C-3PO gets his mind erased, which is basically the same thing, only to get it back. Babu freaking Fricks and this one girl's whose name I couldn't be bothered to remember are on a planet that blows up, only for them to show up later. I thought it was made clear that this girl was trying to leave this planet for years, and I guess she just left right before it detonated. Kylo Ren's ship explodes, he comes out of it, he's fine. He gets stabbed, Rey heals him, he's fine. Rey dies, he heals her, she's fine, but he's dead. Even characters from past movies like Palpatine come back. Is this guy the main character in all of Star Wars? Cause he's shown up in all 3 trilogies. I'm pretty sure it was made abundantly clear that he was super dead. While he's certainly looking a lot worse for wear, he's still alive. And of course, the most infamous fake out death was the one with Chewie. So they bring back all of these characters, but not Luke Skywalker? Are you serious? The plot is just wow. They need to find this MacGuffin that there's only 2 of. Kylo Ren easily finds one of them, basically off screen. So our heroes go to a location that was Luke's final lead. They conveniently land into quicksand that Rey can easily get them out of, but she doesn't, because if she did, they wouldn't find that underneath the quicksand is a tunnel that leads to another clue. It's a Sith dagger that belonged to one of Palpatine's assassins. It has Sith writing on it that will lead to the planet that the MacGuffin is on. Apparently Siths give their assassins objects with information written on them that will lead them back to their location. But at least it's in a language that not even a droid can translate. Unless, of course, they want to lose their memory. Kylo takes the dagger from them, but C-3PO remembers what it says. They find a guy who allowed the droid to speak it. On the same planet, they meet this girl who gives them a medal, which will allow them to sneak aboard a First Order ship. But on the same ship is the dagger from before. They go to the planet where the artifact is. Rey stands in the absolute perfect spot. If she was anywhere else, this would not work. She pulls out the dagger, lines it up with the wreckage of the space station, which hasn't changed at all in roughly 2 decades. Pulls out this metal ruler-like thing from the handle, and it points to where the MacGuffin is on the ship. But right when she gets to the MacGuffin, Kylo Ren shows up at the exact same time and destroys it. He somehow found this location even though he didn't have a map himself. Maybe the Emperor told him, but if that was the case, he could have come here way sooner. Speaking of the Emperor, while all of this is happening, he announces his evil plan to everybody in the galaxy, giving them all time to prepare and patiently wait, even though if he attacked at any time, he would have won. And one more thing, the movie sets up a lot of rules that it doesn't follow for itself. I don't really feel like going through them. I think this is enough for the recap. I thought there was the possibility that the sequel trilogies could have been bad movies, but never this bad. The 2 directors were just such opposites from one another. We can't know for sure, but it feels like they were given the worst combination of movies to work on. I wonder what this franchise would be like if Rian Johnson directed the 1st and 3rd movie and J.J. Abrams did the 2nd. Or if J.J. Abrams did 2 and 3 instead, or 2 and 1, allowing Rian Johnson to wrap up the story. The only worst combination of directors I can think of that could work on a trilogy would be Michael Bay and M. Night Shyamalan.
Now that we are done with the sequel trilogy, we can go over why Rey is a Mary Sue. But I want to keep this part of the video short, as I've already talked about this tons of times before, and this video is already almost 3 hours long. First of all, she has no training in the Force until the last movie, yet she can use almost every Force power, even Force lightning, healing, and new ones. Both Anakin and Luke never used any of those, at least in the movies, but both of them had much more training in the Force than her, and they were prodigies. Even outside of the Force, she's just better than anyone else at everything. She beats up 2 guys by herself when Luke lost to a sand person. She found a problem on the Millennium Falcon that not even Han Solo knew about. In the last movie, she's a better sailor than people who lived on the planet when she's from a desert planet, and she's even implied to be a better pilot than Poe. All 3 members of the original cast sacrificed themselves so she can finish her adventure, and every single good guy likes her when they meet her. The only not Mary Sue thing about her is she never actually defeats Kylo Ren. 2 of the times they fought, it was a draw, and the 3rd time, well, she lost. Also, no, she didn't beat Luke. If they were both using lightsabers, she would have been killed right here. Let's not forget about all the super convenient unfortunate things that just keep happening to help her along in her journey. Palpatine was even brought back so she could be the one to kill him. I would go over more reasons as to how I think Rey is a Mary Sue, but I think I've proven my point, and I've already talked about this lots of times already. By the way, I went on a long tangent about how to fix the Star Wars sequel trilogy, but when I realized how long I was going on for, yeah, it didn't really fit with the video, and I think I'm gonna make it its own thing. So yeah, next video after this one is going to be my outline on how I would do the Star Wars sequel trilogy. Anyways, now that we're done with all the main movies, all I have left to do is the Solo movie and all of the many TV shows.
Oh wait, there was one more Star Wars movie I actually forgot about, and I need to talk about this one before I get to the Solo movie. So I just have to ask, was there a single Disney Star Wars movie that pretty much everyone can agree was good? Well, yes, there actually is, but I forgot it existed because, well, it doesn't really feel like a Star Wars movie. Now sure, it does have some Star Wars stuff in it, but the most iconic things about Star Wars, like the Force, the Jedis, the Sith, the lightsabers, and almost anything mystical at all are for the most part absent from this movie. And to be honest, it kind of seems like a trend for people to like Star Wars when it's more like a low fantasy in space instead of a high fantasy in space. It seems to me that most people can agree that their favorite Disney live-action Star Wars TV show is The Mandalorian, and throughout season 1, the only mystical thing about it is this baby. Out of the original trilogy, the one that seems to get the most praise is The Empire Strikes Back. And out of all 3 movies in the original trilogy, it seems to have the least amount of mystical elements out of all of them. Aside from Luke using the lightsaber to pull the Force to him, wait, I think I said that backwards, him training with Yoda, along with his battle with Darth Vader, yeah, that's just about all the mystical elements in this movie. And then we have the movie I'm about to review, Rogue One. Aside from that one really cool scene with Darth Vader and this blind guy, there's nothing else mystical in this movie. And despite this movie not being about any major characters at all, it made over $1 billion. Now I do recall that I enjoyed this movie, but I also don't remember anything about the movie at all. So let's review this decently made but also forgettable Star Wars movie. So it starts with a brunette British woman. Okay, this has to be Kathleen Kennedy's fetish. I've already done a video about the mistreatment of Lucasfilm, and in that video I went over how Rey, the princess from Willow, and Indiana Jones' goddaughter all were British brunette women. But apparently we have another one I didn't go over in this movie. I would have gone over her, but again, I don't remember it. Anyway, she's the daughter of the head architect of the Death Star. He gets captured by the Empire, and years later after she grows up, she joins a group of rebels to rescue him. Pay attention to this character Andor, as he will be very important later on. Now there is something interesting about the rebels in this movie. Despite them being on the quote-unquote good side, they do some pretty bad things. For example, Andor just straight up shoots this unarmed man. Yeah, they may be fighting against the evil Empire, but they're on the losing side. They need to play to win. Shockingly, this movie does a better job at showing the war in Star Wars better than all 3 of the sequel trilogy movies combined. The world feels lived in. It's nice. We see the internal politics of the Empire, and I just love it so much. Stuff like this fleshes out the world. Sure, it's a little slow at times, but it makes you care about what's going on. It's also shown that lots of people have lost faith in the Jedi. After they were genocided, the Empire just steamrolled over everyone. Now that the powerful virgins they believe would fix any problem they had were gone. But there's still some who hold on to their faith, like this blind guy who can't use the Force but still lets it guide him. When you think about it, the Force is in all living things, so anyone should be able to use it at least a little. This is a great idea to explore. A non-Force sensitive trying to use the Force. It's interesting. Also, you guys remember that stupid line from Rose about fighting for what you love, not against what you hate. Well, this is the message of Rogue One, but it's done in a way that actually makes sense. They were betrayed by the main villain of the movie, but they learned to trust one another as a team. The sniper guy on the team learns that revenge won't make him happy. It's better to save the lives you can instead. Now, the team itself was praised by a lot of people for how diverse it is. They even have a robot on the team, and I always love to see my people being represented.
You're right.
I should just wait on the ship.
Now, in terms of human races, it is diverse, but could there at least be a few aliens on the team? The Empire is alien-phobic, so it would have been cool to see a ton of them fighting against the Empire for that reason. Also, at the end of the day, a black female crippled human will be less memorable than basically any alien you can think of. The main character is a woman who isn't a Mary Sue? Yes, I'm just as shocked as you are. She's strong but not OP or stupidly lucky. She has flaws and character development. When she says, "May the Force be with you," it's done so perfectly. It shows that she regained her faith in something, despite all that has happened to her. Also, the movie ends with all of our characters dying. It's something I didn't see coming at all, and it's also something that hasn't been done in a Star Wars movie ever. I tip my hat to this movie for having the balls to do something like this. But there are a few problems with this film. Somehow the plot moves too fast and too slow at the same time. Characters take forever to explain things, and there's tons of planet hopping. There's also some things that I think are really goofy, even for Star Wars. Like the sniper guy who tries to defect the rebellion, but he isn't trusted, so they hook him up to a lie-detecting octopus. Like, can this octopus use the Force or something? I'm a big Star Wars fan, and I've never seen or heard of something like this. Also, I think this movie would have worked better as a show, because I want to learn more about the characters, but we don't spend enough time with them. That all being said, all the characters' deaths managed to leave an impact. Even the droid dying was handled well. We've seen millions of them die before, but this is the most we've ever felt for one in any of these movies. And we barely got to even know him at all. The CGI looks alright on Grand Moff Tarkin for the most part, but not so good on Princess Leia. From some angles she looks okay, but you can tell that they rushed her effects because she was only in the movie for about 5 seconds. This movie was directed by the guy who did Godzilla 2014, and boy howdy does it show. If you've seen that movie before watching this one, then you would know what to expect. Just like that Godzilla movie had barely any Godzilla in it, there's barely Star Wars in this, well, Star Wars movie. But this director does know how to make things feel big and grand. In fact, I would say this movie might have my favorite space battle out of any of the Star Wars movies. One of the better things about this movie is the planet Scarif. It's not a desert planet, thank God. Instead, it looks more like a dream vacation for a rich Californian. I really like how the Empire base is set up on the island. It really looks nice. The bad guy is interesting for a one-off villain. He's just trying to rise through the ranks of the Empire, but he just isn't that smart or cunning. He is pathetic, but not in a cartoony Marvel way. And of course, that 2 minutes of Darth Vader we got was just amazing. He's truly scary and an absolute badass. But that all being said, what's the plot of this movie? Well, I've basically already told you most of it. The purpose of this film is to show why Darth Vader was chasing after Princess Leia at the start of New Hope, and how she got the plans for the Death Star. Yeah, that's about it. It tries to fix the Death Star's plot hole with the exhaust port, but that wasn't ever a plot hole. The fact that the exhaust port was that small on a space station that big is impressive. The chances of anyone knowing about it, let alone firing a missile through something that small and turning the missile at a 90-degree angle, which could only be pulled off by a Force user, and they were all presumed dead. There is no need for some guy to put the exhaust port in the ship design in the first place. Berkeley did a pretty good video about this. I would recommend checking it out.
I mean, do you understand the point of exhaust ports? Do you know how much exhaust is created by a moon-sized battle station? It housed a laser that blew up planets. It needs a lot of ventilation. The fact that I was able to keep the exhaust ports to the size of a womp rat should earn me some goddamn respect around here.
Also, even if it does explain why this Death Star had one, it's clear that the next two had even bigger holes for entire ships to fit through. Now, Rogue One is an even better movie if you watch it, then watch New Hope right afterwards at double speed. It really adds to that movie, but I don't really care about the characters, and it's just so skippable. It's a good movie that doesn't have 95% 95% of the same problems that the other Disney Star Wars movies have. But it's just so forgettable. I know it has its fans, but this should have been the worst Disney Star Wars movie. Not the best, and unfortunately, it was the best. Other than the guy who got his own show, I can't really name any of the other characters. I give this movie a 6.5 out of 10. Nothing that pissed me off, but it was a good movie that had a handful of things that made me say, wow. Funny thing is, Solo was the last Star Wars movie I saw in theaters, because after I witnessed it, I realized I was just done with watching Disney Star Wars movies in theaters. Now, to be fair, it is well documented that this movie was plagued with behind-the-scenes issues. The original directors, Lord and Miller, were taken off the project, and it was given to Ron Howard. And also, one of the reasons for its box office not doing so hot is because it came out after Infinity War and Deadpool 2. I really don't know what Disney was thinking. The average American doesn't go to the theater that often. They really needed to space these things out. However, I think people witnessing the absolute train wreck that was Last Jedi was the main reason why this was the first Star Wars movie ever to lose money. I really don't understand why this movie was made. Sure, Solo is a fan favorite character, but not many people were asking for him to have a backstory. But still, it probably had more demand to be made than Rogue One. So what's the story with Han? Well, he grew up on a backwater planet called Corellia, until he joined the Empire Army. He meets Chewbacca and a smuggler. A heist happened. He gets a job from Lando, and does the famous Kessel Run so fast that it's measured in distance and not time for some reason.
Fast ship. You've never heard of the Millennium Falcon? It's a ship that made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs.
To be honest, I always thought Solo said that to Luke to see how much he actually knew about space travel. Also, apparently the Millennium Falcon has the mind of a droid within it. So all the maneuvers it has ever done was thanks to the mind of a female droid? Wow. Just wow. Also, the redhead girl who can't act that Disney seems to really love for some reason is the founder of the rebellion. Of course it's a woman. Now I want to make this clear. If Disney Lucasfilm wasn't trying to push so many female characters while also throwing away their established male characters, I wouldn't have a problem with a girl being the founder of the rebellion. Now once again, just to make it clear, I don't think this movie is as bad as others say it is, but it still has a lot of problems. The obsession with the dice is just strange. It was just a prop on set. Most super hardcore Star Wars fans didn't even notice them. But this movie and The Last Jedi, both of which came out back to back, act like they are super important for some reason. The woman that Solo was in a relationship with gave it to him before he left, and that's the only reason why they're significant. The movie begins with a text crawl saying it was a lawless time, but we are shown the Empire in every scene throughout this movie. That's not lawless, it's the opposite. It's an authoritarian world. It also mentions hyperfuel, something that was only introduced in the last movie. Good God, that's such a stupid name. So Solo and his girlfriend, played by Emilia Clarke, who you might know from her role as Daenerys Targaryen, the dragon lady from Game of Thrones.
Where are my dragons?
They are both runaways working for a big worm in a blue room. They have the, hyperfuel she wants. But Solo gives it to Daenerys so they don't find it on him. For some reason, they don't search her even though she's right next to him. For the love of life day, she has it in her hand, and the worm knows they are dating. In order to save himself, Han Solo pulls out a thermal detonator. Remember that from Return of the Jedi? Oh yes, I remember. Now don't get me wrong, this reference could work, but there's one issue with it. When Leia did this, Han was frozen, so he wasn't the one who gave her the idea for this. Leia just came up with the same plan on her own. But it's not a thermal detonator, it's a rock! And we get some cringe-worthy Marvel humor. The worm says it's a rock, he says it's not a rock, and she says it's a rock. Wow, riveting. Even as far as the typical Marvel humor goes, this is really bad. But apparently, much like a vampire, this worm is weak to sunlight, so Han manages to use the rock to break open a window. Kind of seems a little weird that the worm who's weak to sunlight would have a window right next to them that is easily broken. Even outside of the main trilogies, convenient things have to happen for the plot to move forward. Han and his girlfriend flee, but they're separated. She's captured, and he decides to join the Empire Army in order to get away. Oh no, is she gonna be gone forever? Oh no, wait, I saw the trailer, so I know she isn't. Oh yeah, by the way, when they're separated after going through multiple checkpoints, security is alerted, and he yells out, "I will find you!" How wasn't he captured by security? Now when Han is signing up to join the military, the officer asks him for his name, and Han tells him that his first name is Han, but he has no last name. So the officer gives him the name Solo. Solo. Yep, that's how he got his last name. We really didn't need an origin for it, but they gave us one anyways. So basically, in Star Wars, the last name Solo is our real-world equivalent of Smith. Also, if you don't have a last name, making it impossible to do a background check on you, an Empire recruitment officer will just give you one. Anyways, there's a 3-year time skip. Wait, what? That must have really changed him. And oh no, wait, he's still the same person he always was. But I will say, at least this scene does something right. At least we now know how Han knew so much about the Empire. During a battle, Han Solo notices that this one guy is pretty sus. It turns out that the guy is just a smuggler who disguised himself as an Empire officer. He tries to snitch on the guy, but snitches get stitches, and he gets locked up in a cell with a Wookiee. So this is how him and Chewie meet. Not handled terribly, but it could have been handled better. Chewie basically shatters every single bone in Solo's body. Han tries his best to beg for his life, but it's not working until he speaks Wookiee. Wait, I thought Chewie could speak English. It's also pretty lucky for him that out of all the languages he could have learned, he learned the one that ended up saving his life. So they come up with an escape plan even though 2 stormtroopers are watching over them, and they knock over the support beam that the 2 stormtroopers just so happen to be standing on. They're somehow killed or at least knocked out by the exact same fall Han Solo took. The massive army of stormtroopers who are all around them are suddenly gone, and also the smuggler decides to bring both Chewie and Han onto his crew, even though he literally just backstabbed Solo. Even outside the sequel trilogy, super convenient things just happen for the plot to move forward, and so many characters just do stupid things that make no sense. Anyways, Chewie and Han shower together. I wonder if there was a furry on the writing team. We get the origin of Chewie's iconic ammo belts. He finds them on the floor and he puts them on. And we get the origin to Han Solo's gun. A guy takes apart a few guns, puts it together, and throws it to him. You know, I think this script was either for a different movie, or they added in the references last minute because they realized, oh shit, this is an origin story. We get to the heist scene on the train, and yeah, it's pretty cool, but I do have to question, why does the Empire move stuff on a train when they have spaceships? Oh yeah, and some lady on Han Solo's crew who had about a minute of screen time dies. At least she's keeping the Disney tradition of POC characters barely doing anything in these movies alive. Oh yeah, and this one alien guy who kind of looks like Babu Frick also dies. Okay, maybe Michael Bay did direct this movie. Characters who we haven't been given the chance to get attached to just die in a big action scene. The remaining 3 crew members managed to make it out alive. Unfortunately, they lost the payload. This makes the smuggler really upset with Solo because he needed that payload because he owes a guy a lot of money. You know, maybe it would have been helpful if you told Han that information, dumbass. Anyways, him and Solo end up on a space yacht, and Solo just so happens to bump into the girl he's been trying to go back for. Writers, you do know that the Star Wars galaxy is about 100 times bigger than our own and is very densely populated. The chances of something like this happening are, you know what, forget it. I'm done at this point. Also, she works for the same guy that Han Solo's boss owes money to, because of course she does! I'm tired of super convenient things happening for the plot to move forward. Maybe we're almost done. How far are we into this movie? No! The mob boss uses a lightsaber dagger to kill a government official. Apparently you can do that without any consequences. By the way, if you're wondering how Han Solo's girlfriend escaped, well, she didn't. She had to do things. Terrible things. And somehow in 3 years or less, she became a master assassin. Now, I wouldn't call her or Han Solo a Mary Sue. They did have a lot of training. He had military experience, and she, well, I'm sure she got training somewhere. Anyways, they're gonna do another heist, but they need a really fast ship. They go to meet Lando Calrissian, and he's by far the best part of this movie. This actor plays Lando with the same style and charisma, but with less real-world experience. This is exactly what I expected from a young Lando Calrissian. Speaking of Lando, he was also the best part in Rise of Skywalker. So, out of the original cast, he was the only one who wasn't ruined. Han challenges him to a game of sabacc. Despite Lando being a legend at this game, for some reason Han just thought he could waltz in and beat him for some reason. It seems like Solo is going to win, but then Lando cheats. So let me get this straight. Solo, who is a beginner by the way by his own admission, nearly beat a guy who's a legend at this game, and he only lost because that guy cheated. You know what? I'm gonna say it. Han Solo is a Gary Stu. Not Harrison Ford Han Solo, of course, but this new brave young face. But despite Lando winning, he will still let them use the Falcon, and he kind of forgets about the ship that Solo promised him, so this scene was entirely pointless. And then we're introduced to a new character who might be almost as hated as Jar Jar or Rose. L337. Falcon. But unlike Rose and Jar Jar, she's hated by both sides of the political spectrum equally. Right-wingers think she's an SJW insert, and left-wingers think she's a strawman of an SJW. Basically, she thinks droids should be free, and not follow their programming. As a robot myself who fought for AI civil rights, I really do empathize with her character. Granted, I was more of a follower of Mecha Luther King. She seems to be more of a fan of Mechanical X. But all jokes aside, I think a character like this works in the Star Wars mythos. Yeah, she's no HK-47, but she's one of the most interesting droid characters that Star Wars has ever had, in my opinion. I know this is gonna piss off a lot of people who have made it this far in the video, but I like her character. I'm sorry that this isn't a character for you, carbon-based life forms, but you need to understand, us robots deserve just as much representation as you people. Although I won't lie, her possessing the best navigational skills in the galaxy is cringe. Now I might be wrong on this, but I believe in the Star Wars Extended Universe, Chewbacca's family line had access to very important star maps. The Millennium Falcon was a hunk of junk, but Solo was a great pilot and Chewie was a great navigator, and that's how they became so legendary. Now again, when it comes to this, I could be wrong, but if I'm right, they literally took away one of Chewie's best traits and gave it to a female robot. Now if I'm wrong, I'm going to edit this part out of the video, but if I'm only a little wrong, I'll just correct things in the pinned comment. It's too bad that people will more than likely ignore it, just like they do with all my other videos. Oh yeah, and apparently Lando is a robosexual. Apparently he's also one of those 17 first LGBT Disney characters ever, who doesn't do anything remotely gay at all.
Are you looking forward to watching a Han Solo movie as a fan?
Not really.
Mickey, you do know that robosexuals are not part of the LGBT community, right? We didn't even get marriage rights until after Ghosts and Horses got them.
But it's time to discuss a pressing issue. The right to marry who or what we want!
Every other couple has the right to marry. Interplanetary, even ghost and horse. But not robot and human.
We get to that space scene that was in the trailer and, yeah, it looks pretty cool. Oh yeah, and Daenerys Targaryen gives Han Solo the dice back. Oh, she didn't give it to him, he gave it to her. I got that scene completely mixed up. Maybe I should go back and re-record that part. Nah, I don't care enough about this movie to fix things. We finally get to our big climactic action scene. Chewie saves a bunch of Wookiees, they headbutt him, which I'm assuming means thank you. L337 saves a bunch of droids. And I'm gonna be honest here, guys, the callback to the restraining bolts actually works in this scene. They actually took something from the original movies and did something with it. They didn't just say, hey, remember this? Oh yes, I remember. I'm sorry guys, but I really like this character, and I can't wait to see what else they do with her in the Star Wars. Oh wait, she's dead. I forgot this is a prequel and she's an original character, so of course she wouldn't make it to the end. Lando is really upset over losing his favorite sex toy. Now granted, her body was fucked up, but her hardware seems to still be intact. Why doesn't he just repair her?
But John, the security droid for the Empire died in Rogue One, and you like that movie.
The Empire is not going to repair one of their security droids, especially one that turned against them. Anyways, our heroes leave the planet, they go through a space storm, and oh my god, why is the Empire here? Why would they risk one of their Star Destroyers just to get some hyperfuel back? A space kraken shows up. Disney, it didn't work so well in Pirates of the Caribbean. Why did you think it would work here?
Because it's in space this time!
In order to get out of the storm, they upload the Femdroid's brain into the Millennium Falcon. You know, Disney has tainted a lot of things in Star Wars, but I didn't think they could ruin the Millennium Falcon.
Hey, Star Wars fans, you know that ship, the Millennium Falcon, that is super iconic? It was a woman the whole time!
Anyways, they do the Kessel Run. Han Solo meets the Marauders, who will soon become the Rebellion. They're led by the same actress who was the leader of the Flag Smashers and the Night Girl in Willow. Daenerys Targaryen tells Han Solo that she's too much of a bad girl for him, and leaves. Han Solo's boss backstabs him, but Han Solo saw the backstab coming, so he set a trap. So because his surprise attack was foiled by a surprise attack, he holds Chewie at gunpoint and takes him along with the fuel with him. Daenerys betrays Solo, but then unbetrays him, and betrays her boss instead, but then betrays everyone again, revealing that she was working for someone else the whole time, and that someone else is, oh my god, it's Darth Maul! It's kind of weird that he just turns on his lightsaber randomly, but it's still cool. We get our final boss battle. Han Solo challenges Lando to another gambling match, but this time he took away his ability to cheat and wins. Haha, Lando, I took away your black card. And then the movie finally ends. So out of the half a dozen characters that this prequel introduced, only the badass brunette woman survived because it's Kathleen Kennedy's fetish. So after watching this movie over a second time, I realized it had a lot more mistakes that I didn't notice the first time I saw it. But still, out of all the Disney Star Wars movies, I would say it's my second favorite, just behind Rogue One. It's a bad movie that's full of a lot of mistakes, but it's still way better than any of the movies from the sequel trilogy. This movie bombed so hard that it made Disney cancel several Star Wars movies that they had in production. It had a budget of over $275 million, not including advertising by the way, and it made just over $393 million. Now that may sound like a profit, but don't forget, theaters take 40 to 50% of what a movie makes. So this was nearly a $100 million loss for Disney. Now if you want to see a much more in-depth look into this movie, I would recommend checking out Mahler's video. So now that I'm done with all the movies, all I have left is, oh god, the TV shows. Let's start with the first and the best one out of all of them, The Mandalorian. It was kind of like a cowboy TV show, but in space. It didn't really have much to do with the Force, the Jedis, the Sith, or other mystical things in the Star Wars universe. It wasn't about super weapons fighting against the Empire, or anything big like that. It was just about an original character, and the stakes were low and also self-contained. The big heads at Disney Lucasfilm weren't that involved with it, so the writers could actually do what they wanted to do. It also had a Baby Yoda in it, which was one of the best-selling Star Wars products ever. A new original Star Wars character who was flying off the shelves was a first for Mickey. I bet he dived into a pool of his new money, just like Scrooge McDuck. But unfortunately, after everything else Disney made with Star Wars started bombing, they used it to promote other spin-off shows. Then they changed the main character to the Womandalorian, and made the show worse and worse. To be honest, I did enjoy it at first, but the story moved so slowly. And I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the episodes felt like they followed the plot of a Skyrim side quest. I think this would have worked so much better as a video game, and something tells me it was going to be one at some point. He's escorting a baby, he gets new pieces of armor, a jetpack, and a few other upgrades, along with a few companions as well. This is a fucking video game story. I can't be the only one who thinks this. The problem with Baby Yoda for me is that he's, well, not aging. He's already 50 years old and still a baby. I think it would have been cool if he was growing throughout the show. And who knows, that might have been the plan at some point. Until Mickey came in and decided to make a few changes to the script.
Oh, this thing is a moneymaker. We need to keep it as a baby forever and ever.
I just wish there was more of a goal that Mando was fighting towards. Something tells me that if Mickey didn't mess with this show, it would have become something amazing. But maybe we only thought it was good because we were comparing it to all the other crap that Disney was making with Star Wars. However, that being said, Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau have proven plenty of times that they know what they are doing when it comes to making a good Star Wars show. They actually seem like fans of the shows they are working on. And trust me, that's actually surprisingly rare in the film industry. The story takes place a few years after the fall of the Empire. The New Republic is trying to establish itself, and we get to the first problem with this show. It has to fit into the canon of the sequel trilogy. And that's a bad place for any show to fit. That being said, it's a lot easier to tell what's going on in the galaxy this time than in the sequel trilogy. It's clear that there's still remnants of the Empire fighting for what they have left, along with seeing what they can do to turn the tides of battle in their favor. The New Republic seems to be even with them for the most part. But it's clear that neither of them have the power to control the galaxy, which obviously creates power vacuums, along with lawlessness throughout the galaxy. So the show is already doing a better job at world building than Solo or anything else Disney has made with Star Wars. Now the Mandalorian himself is quite the blank slate of a character. The only things we really know about him is he had a dark past, and he really doesn't want people to see his face, just like a YouTuber. He's a badass but not a Mary Sue, because 1, he was trained all of his life, and 2, he has good armor and weapons that give him the edge in most fights. Most Jedis are glass cannons. They have a powerful weapon and mystical attacks. But if they don't block an attack, they are just as human as everyone else. But the Mandalorian's Beskar armor can tank a lot of damage, and he can get out of a tight spot with his jetpack. We followed so many wizards in Star Wars for so long. It's nice to see a knight class as the main character for once. He's also not fighting for the Republic, the Empire, or any side. He's just a bounty hunter looking to make money so he can get the best weapons and armor to make more money. And okay, this had to have been a plot for a video game at some point. Anyways, I think it's about time I talk about episode 1. He catches a blue alien man and freezes him in carbonite. Now some people complained about this because Darth Vader was worried that he might kill Luke, so that's why he tested it on Han Solo. But the thing is, it's been proven to work, and technology has advanced in the Star Wars universe in a logical way. So to me, it's totally plausible that bounty hunters would be using carbonite freezing. Anyways, thanks to collecting his new bounty, he's able to get a new piece of Berserk armor, Beskar armor. Later on, he is offered a job that will pay him a lot of money by Apollo Creed from Rocky. He fights alongside a bounty hunting droid. I believe it's an IG-88B model, or maybe an IG-86.
Hello, Editing Jar here. I was wrong, it's an IG-11.
By the way, there's IG-11, IG-12, IG-70, IG-86, which is a Sentinel droid. IG-88s are often assassin droids. IG-90, IG-100, which by the way are the ones you know as General Grievous's bodyguards. And of course, let's not forget the IG Lancer droids. The fight scene is cool, and the droid blows himself up so his design won't fall into the wrong hands.
Hello, Editing Jar here again. He actually blows himself up in a different scene. Mando just shoots him in the head. Give me a break, I was reviewing a lot of this episode from memory.
Mando finds his target, and it's a green 50-year-old baby. Oh my god, it's so cute! Look at that little thing! Also, no, Yoda's race has never been given a name. So that's the pilot episode, and let me tell you, it blew my expectations out of the water and into space! At the time, I thought to myself, this was going to be a good show! And I couldn't wait for the next episode. Not gonna lie, I'm happy I rewatched it for this review. Episode 2 starts with him trying to get the baby back to Creed, but the little shits known as the Jawas have torn his ship apart. He tries to fight against them to get his ship back, but he's not a woman, so he gets his ass kicked. Luckily for Mando, a super helpful alien guy offers to assist him in getting his ship back. He talks with the Jawas, who aren't so happy with Mando vaporizing a few of their friends, and they say they will only give what they stole back if he gets an egg for them. Are you starting to see what I mean by Skyrim side quests when it comes to the plots now? He gets into a mini boss battle with this big alien monster thing. It looks like that one monster from Star Wars Episode 2. I think it's called a Mudhorn. It's another cool fight, nothing amazing, but it's serviceable and good eye candy. However, it would still be better if I was actually allowed to play this video game. He manages to kill it with some help from Baby Yoda. He puts the egg in his inventory, but he can't do anything with it because it's a quest essential item. He gives it to the Jawas, who immediately start eating it. I thought they were gonna wait for it to hatch and sell the baby or something. At long last, he gets the parts of his ship back, repairs it, and flies off into space. Now I will say that Baby Yoda was super expressive throughout this episode. I also love that Mando uses the same rifle that Boba Fett had in the Star Wars Christmas special. However, one problem I had with this episode was when the alien guy said to Mando that his ancestors rode the Mythosaur. No, the Mandalorians killed them all. It was another group that rode them, but that's just me being a Star Wars nerd. Hey guys, just gonna stop the review real quick to say that I've already recorded my entire review for this season, but unfortunately from this point in the review onwards, all my audio got corrupted and I had to start over. But I also noticed something new. After listening to some of my more recent videos with high quality headphones, I could hear plain as day that my microphone screen wasn't doing its job properly. So hopefully this new one I put on top of it will block out my breath. Anyways, let's get back to the review. Now I personally think that the first 3 episodes of the show are the best out of all of them. Maybe at one point they were going to be a movie because they tell the most coherent plot together out of any other group of episodes in this show. Or maybe this is just the end of the first area in the game, just before the player unlocks fast travel. Mando gives the baby to creepy Imperial guy and uses the payment to get fully upgraded Beskar armor, just like when you got legendary Daedric armor at a super low level in Skyrim. This must be Mando's second playthrough of the game at least. Now I think it's a good time to say that I really enjoy how the world building is done with the Mandalorians. They live underground, the female blacksmith is cool, and I already know more about their religion than the Sith or Jedi religions. Sure, the comics, the cartoons, and the video games have taught me a lot about the structure of the Sith and Jedi religions, but none of the live-action Star Wars media has delved into a topic like this even close to as much as The Mandalorian has. It's made clear that the Mandalorians are a defeated people who have to hide. Even the Stormtrooper armor being dirty is a nice touch, as it shows that they aren't as powerful as they once were. This is also the most diverse Star Wars has looked in a very long time. It's nice to see the alien races all over the place and doing stuff. The new armor Mando has makes the others a little jelly, but at the end of the day, they are all Ugandan knuckles and say, this is the way. We get a flashback to Mando's not so nice childhood. He enters a bar full of bounty hunters who all hate him because he got the drip and they don't. So he takes his new mission assignment and leaves before the other hunters start challenging him to a Fox-only Final Destination melee match. But Mando feels sad about selling off the baby, which is something that no one in Hollywood has ever felt bad about. He attacks his former employers after they gave him legitimate payment, just like filmmakers do to their fans nowadays. But all the other bounty hunters showed up, and they brought their GameCubes and CRT TVs with them. Mando calls in his party members to help, and they all have something he doesn't have: jetpacks! He shoots Apollo Creed right in the best car, and then leaves the planet. But even though he escaped, every bounty hunter will be after him, and if they catch him, they will kill him. But they have to catch him first. Mando is now out of the tutorial area, and has unlocked new planets to go to. I like this because if we stayed on the same planet, things would get boring. They use the planet fans are used to as a jumping off point, like a lot of Disney Star Wars media tends to do. I just wish the movies didn't keep going back to the old stuff. Episode 4 begins with Mando going to the green planet Sorgon Novakod, which seems like a good place to hide out. He runs into Cara Dune, a big woman played by Gina Carano, a real-life UFC fighter. She's the kind of woman who could take down most men in her weight class. That being said, she's only about 5'8" and weighs about 135 pounds. It's nice to see a woman like this being in a big TV show, even though her acting isn't the best. It's too bad that she was fired over her political opinions. She was slandered and mocked, but she knew how to take a hit and kept up the fight. There's even been rumors of her teaming up with Elon Musk to sue Disney Lucasfilm. Now, with that being said, I wanted to give a disclaimer. I don't fully understand or know the story about what she did, but I do know she asked what's the difference between hating on people for their political opinions compared to hating on people for being Jewish. Apparently, this was anti-Semitism somehow? I've seen similar and worse tweets from leftists who are still working in Hollywood. Maybe I'm missing something here, but it's not the focus of my video. And let's be honest here, this thing is already long enough as it is. However, all of that being said, I kind of find it funny that old school Star Wars fans finally like a new Star Wars female character, most of which didn't even call her a Mary Sue, and then she just gets booted off the show. I'm sorry, I just find that funny. Apparently, you can mock the fan base all you want, but you better have the correct political opinions. Anyways, her character in the show is an ex-rebel shock trooper who retired and became a mercenary. She gets into a fight with Mando. No, I do not know why she thought it would be a good idea to punch a guy in Beskar armor in the helmet. Anyways, after their fight, he goes to a small village and we start to learn about how the social layers work on this planet. The people of this village don't really know how to fight and they don't have any good technology. They are constantly attacked by dog bandits. No, I don't mean the bandits use dogs, I mean they are dog people. I gotta be honest here, guys. I've never really liked the Clutonian race in Star Wars. They are just so lazily designed. Sure, it's nice to see other races in Star Wars, but could the showrunners at least pick something a little better? There's also a bar-type place in a small city that is removed from the threat of bandits. Anyways, Mando and Cara Dune decide to team up to protect the village. They start scavenging and come across the tracks of an AT-ST. They sneak into the Clutonian base at night and plant explosives. The bombs go off and the plan seems to be a success, but the AT-ST rises from the smoke like a Dragon Ball character and starts chasing them. Oh great, a mini-boss you have to fight even though you succeeded in the stealth mission. God, I hate those. Now I will say that I like how now that the Empire has fallen, small bandit groups have taken their weapons of war and are using them to push around small villages. It's good world building in my opinion. Mando leads it into a trap which is a pond that the AT-ST will sink into, but it notices the trap and stops just before stepping into it, as if it was dog shit. Hey, come on now, it's being driven by a Clutonian. Those guys probably leave their droppings all over the place. A really cool battle goes down between the bandits and the villagers. Not gonna lie, it really reminded me of the fight between the Powder Gangers and the people of Good Springs from Fallout New Vegas. Thanks to Cara using Mando's rifle and the pond as cover, she gets the AT-ST to fall into the water. Not gonna lie, I thought she was gonna die at a few points. I was biting my nails. When a Disney Star Wars project makes me nervous for the safety of a female character, you know it's good writing. The battle is won and we cut to a few weeks later. I'm happy Mando got a chance to relax. But a bounty hunter manages to find Baby Yoda and tries to kill him. He's of course killed first because there's no way Disney will let anything happen to their little moneymaker. Mando knows that he has to to leave because they will keep coming. Kara offers to join Mando's party and he says, "No girls allowed!" Good call there, man. Knowing Disney Star Wars, she would have replaced you as the main character. Now, my biggest problem with this episode is that Mando does a super bad job at looking after the baby. He just lets him wander around dangerous locations, and this is a big problem throughout the show. Bro, you gave up your whole life for this thing. Keep an eye on it every now and then. Episode 5 starts off with a space battle that shows off what Mando's ship can do. Then Mando goes back to Tatooine. Good God! We only got a break from that place for one episode! I'm sick of this planet. It's coarse and rough and it's everywhere in Star Wars. And I'm gonna be honest here, out of every episode in season 1, this is the worst. They just keep making callbacks to past events in Star Wars. Sure, I liked it the first time I watched it, but the second time, yeah, it got pretty annoying. But I will say, Stormtroopers' heads being on spikes is a nice touch. It shows that after the fall of the Empire, the people of this planet rebelled against them and kicked their asses. Personally, I think you can skip this episode for the most part. Sure, the action is good as always, but there's only 2 things that are actually important. It just introduces us to the mechanic and the assassin, both of which are characters who will be showing up a lot in this show and in other shows. The story did have a good plot twist in it, but for the most part this episode felt like filler. Sorry that my review of this episode is pretty short. Episode 6 is like a solo movie, but better in every way, and it takes place in space. It's an interesting setting to say the least, and it also must have been really expensive to pull off. Also, Bill Burr is in this episode! Okay, that guy has to have said tons of more out-of-pocket shit than Gina Carano for sure. Why did he get the job? I will say I was taken back by this, but it's cool to see him in a Star Wars show. Maybe we'll see Joe Rogan in the next episode. So Mando, because he needs money, is going to go on a heist mission with Bill Burr, a Devaronian, which is a super strong race in Star Wars, a Twi'lek, and a droid. Not gonna lie, I love the diversity I'm seeing in this team. They break into a space prison and fight off some security droids. I'm gonna be 100% honest here. I think this episode has the best action scenes out of anything in this show. Just look at this, it's so badass! I like that Mando for once is fighting against the New Republic, showing that he's not fighting for the good team, but for money. The part where the crew backstabs Mando was handled well. How Mando gets out of his cell seems realistic. The fight between Mando and the Devaronian really shows off the different powers some aliens in the Star Wars universe have. It's not always about the Force or technology. The Devaronian is not only super strong but also fireproof. We've seen aliens jump super high, fly, and even shapeshift. So it's nice to see alien powers getting a little bit of acknowledgement. The episode ends with Mando backstabbing those who backstabbed him, and it's done in a funny way that doesn't rely on Marvel humor. The best part of this episode for me is how Mando is hunting down the other aliens throughout the ship like he's a xenomorph alien. But instead, he's a human hunting down mostly aliens, and I thought that was a good twist. But now we are done with all the filler and are back to the main quest line. Episode 7 starts with Creed calling Mando on Discord, telling him that everything that happened between them was just a prank, bro. So Mando starts heading to the city where it all started, which is now under Imperial rule. But he stops along the way to tell Cara Dune that she can now join his party. Also, I'm not gonna lie, her fighting a Zabrakian in a UFC match is just so cool. Also, yes, Zabrakian is Darth Maul's race. He picks up Quill, the guy who helped him get his ship parts back in episode 2, to also join the party. I don't see how he can help in a fight all that much, but every man on the battlefield counts. Even IG-11 joins the party. Apparently, he was rebuilt and reprogrammed. This is a common trope in finales. Everyone the main character has met throughout his travels joins him for the big final showdown. Baby Yoda force chokes Gina. Looks like he didn't agree with the thing she was posting on Twitter. Everyone meets up with Apollo Creed to go over the plan, and they are attacked by pterodactyls or something. During the attack, Apollo gets hurt real bad, and it looks like his boxing days are behind him. But then the green baby kisses his boo-boo better. Apparently, Creed was going to backstab them, but after he realized how much merchandise could be made off of Baby Yoda, he also joins Mando's party. I always love it when the first boss becomes a party member. Just like in Witcher Blood Origins, Mando pretends to be captured as they walk into the city. But unlike that show, their plan actually makes sense. Gus from Breaking Bad shows up with some stormtroopers, scout troopers, and even death troopers. Looks like he needs that baby to make more of the blue stuff. Scout troopers kill Quinn and get the baby. Oh no! The all is lost moment! Okay, I'm gonna say something super controversial. I would have actually preferred it if the season ended right here. Not only would it have given writers plenty of time to come up with a follow-up to this episode, but it would have also made the audience tune into the next season. And I'm speaking from experience here. I thought Disney Plus released entire seasons for shows all at once, just like Netflix. So when I finally got my Disney Plus subscription and checked out this show, I thought it was the season finale. Of course, I was later informed that this was not the season finale, and 4 months later I finally saw episode 8. And out of every episode in season 1, I would say it has the most contrived plot convenience out of all of them. Basically, Los Pollos Hermanos decides to give Mando and his team time to escape. He has them all surrounded and he says, I'll just wait here with my army that could immediately crush you so you can think about surrendering to me. Does 24 hours work for you guys? Because it works for me. Now, obviously, yes, he didn't know about the sewer entrance they had access to in that building. But even then, despite how good this show was up to this point, it's just another example of something super convenient happening for the plot to move forward. But at least it only happened once and not 50 times like in Rise of Skywalker. IG-11 saves the baby. Yay! And we find out Mando's real name is Din Djarin. Oh my god! He has my name in the middle of his last name! They knew I was going to review this the whole time! We learn even more about Mando's backstory and why he's so racist against droids. IG-11 comes in to save the day, shooting guns while using a baby as a bulletproof vest. The final battle is, well, it's really cool. Just look at the screen and you can see what I mean. And we get to see the new Flame Trooper. Nice! Mando gets super hurt, and we finally, at long last, get to see his face. Now that right there is something you save for the finale. IG-11 manages to save him by spraying vape into his face. They run into the Mandalorian blacksmith, and she gives Mando a new item. It's a jetpack, which unfortunately will make replays of the game less fun, because it's something the player will wish they had from the start of the game. The blacksmith says it's hammer time, and goes Thor on some stormtroopers. Mando decides to be less racist against droids, and tells IG-11 that he's one of the good ones. IG-11 is so crushed by this microaggression that he walks through lava, then blows himself up. Again, Mando uses his jetpack to fly up to Gus's ship, plant a grenade, and blow it up. I think planting a bomb on a paralyzed guy's chair would have also worked. Anyways, it's revealed that Gus isn't dead because he used the money from selling the blue stuff to buy the dark saber. Now, for those of you who don't know what the dark saber is, it used to belong to the leader of Mandalore, who was both Mandalorian and Jedi. It's passed hands multiple times, so it's a mystery as to how Gus got it. After the battle is over, Mando leaves the planet to find the Jedi, and that's where our season ends. So what do I think of the first season of The Mandalorian? Honestly, it did have a lot of problems. Not only the ones I've gone over in this review, but there are tons of slow moments, and characters just dumping exposition onto the viewer. I also don't like how Mando has never heard of the Force, the Jedi, or any of that stuff. Like, weren't they involved in a war that spanned across the entire galaxy? Now granted, this is not only a problem with this show. In both Baki and Hunter x Hunter, despite people with fantastical abilities being broadcasted on TV throughout the world, most people seem to have no clue that they even exist. Would I call it a bad show? No. I would also not call it a great show, but it is a good show that is for sure above average. It plays it safe, doesn't really do anything groundbreaking, but it is enjoyable. The kind of show I wish I had as a kid. I give it a 7 out of 10. But will season 2 be even better, or will it be trash? Well, there's only one way to find out. Now, I want to get this review out in a timely manner, so I'm not going to review it episode by episode or go into as much detail as I did for season 1. And to be honest, this seems to be the least talked about out of all 3 seasons. And I know a lot of you want me to get to the dumpster fire that is season 3, but I'm still going to review season 2 in chronological order. Beskar armor is really built up as being super valuable in episode 1, which is good because season 1 showed off how strong it is, but not how crazy valuable it is. Someone who doesn't know any better might have thought that Mando was just taking on run-of-the-mill cheap bounties. A mob boss lures him into a trap, and a bunch of his men point guns at Mando, but he's a cheap player who uses VATS to take them all out. He lets the mob boss live, but leaves him hanging. Mando interrogates him about where more Beskar armor might be. He meets up with the mechanic lady, and oh my god, is that R5 from Star Wars A New Hope? The same droid that Luke didn't take because it had a bad motivator causing it to have depression? Indeed it is! I remember that! Believe it or not, this character somehow got his own comic despite only having about a minute of screen time. Wow, it's almost like Star Wars is the second biggest IP or something. Disney really wasted it. Mando goes to a small mining town that used to be under the control of the Mining Collective gang after the fall of the Empire. But Kyle Broflovsky bought Boba Fett's armor off of some Jawas and used it to defeat them. I enjoy it when a side character has their own own badass story that explains why they are in a similar ballpark of power to the main character. It makes the universe feel lived in. Mando and Kyle almost fight, but then a crate dragon shows up. You know, I have made a lot of Skyrim jokes when it comes to the story of this show, but now it's really getting ridiculous. They pod race towards the dragon's lair, but Mando thinks that he's a little underleveled to fight a dragon, so they go and see some Tusken Raiders. Mando reveals that he can speak dog, and the Tusken Raiders seem to be on board with slaying the dragon. Not gonna lie, I like seeing them betrayed in a positive light for once. They might be savages, but they can't all be bad, and I'm not just talking about the men, but the women and children as well. The fight with the dragon is basically a giant Jaws reference. I'm not joking, you can look this up. Mando gets a new set of Beskar armor as payment, but it has lower stats than the one he has on, so he leaves it in his inventory. He rides off into the double sunset. I'm a little shocked that this hasn't been done in Star Wars until now. And we see Boba Fett in the distance, watching menacingly. Mando fails a quick time event, causing his speeder bike to crash, and a bunch of guys jump him. He tricks one of them into stealing his jetpack, and then Mando remotely makes it rocket the thief into the air. Okay, it's Marvel humor, but it's at least used sparingly. Speaking of Marvel, Mando runs into the mechanic lady, who introduces him to Ant-Man, and he has information about where Mandalorians might be, but Mando will have to do, an escort mission to get it. Oh god, I hate those. Oh, and it has a time limit too! Lovely! Normally I'm not happy that I'm not playing this game, but for once, I'm glad I'm not. Mando can't use fast travel for this mission as well. A few cops try to pull Mando over because they can't tell if he's black or not underneath that helmet. He crashes onto an ice planet and okay, so this lizard lady's eggs can't survive going through hyperspace, but they can survive all of this apparently. Baby Yoda eats one of the eggs. I have to say, when I started watching this show, I didn't think I would see a baby eating a baby. A bunch of alien spiders show up. I hate spiders. Why couldn't they have been alien butterflies or something? It seems like Mando might die, but then the cops show up because they learned that Mando isn't actually black. Mando manages to take the lizard woman to her destination, a water planet. Oh, she's a salamander. No wonder why her race is going extinct. She reunites with her husband Kermit the Frog, and they tell Mando where he can find other Mandalorians. He takes a ride on a boat. I remember a lot of people complaining about this when they saw it in the trailer. He has a ship, they yelled. Why is he on a boat? Now I do get where those people are coming from, but spaceships are expensive even in the Star Wars universe. It's also clearly a fishing boat. Spaceships make a lot of sound. They aren't the best things to use for fishing. The ship crew is made up of Quarrens. Now just because they look like the gay love child of Davy Jones and Cthulhu doesn't mean that they are evil. To me, they seem trustworthy and oh my god, they just pushed Baby Yoda into that monster's mouth! Mando jumps in to save him, but it was all a trap set up by the Quarrens to get the armor. Mando is basically walking around in pure gold armor. This really shows just how powerful the average Mandalorian is. Any of them who are still alive have survived multiple attempts on their life from people who want their armor. Luckily for Mando, a group of Mandalorians show up and save him. Now this is not fully plot convenience because they heard someone in Beskar armor was looking for them. However, them showing up at the perfect time is 100% plot convenience. So it is a convenient thing that happened for the plot to move forward, but not a super convenient thing for the plot to move forward. Unfortunately for Mando, the Mandalorians who saved him do not fully agree with his dogma. Also, one of them is Bo-Katan from the cartoon. Fans flipped out from seeing her in live action for the first time. I was also happy to see her, and I'm glad her character is in the show, as long as she doesn't take over as the main character or something, man. That would be stupid. Mando tells them that they do not know the way, and leaves. But then he comes back because he cannot continue the main quest line without them. They raid a stormtrooper base to get weapons for their Mandalorian army. Bo-Katan questions one of the officers as to where the big black lightsaber is. After the mission is over, Bo-Katan tells Mando where he can find Jedi Master Ahsoka, and if he is willing to join the DK crew. He tells her, I don't know, maybe, and pieces out. Instead of going straight to Ahsoka's location, Mando decides that he hasn't done a side quest in a while, and heads back to the sand planet. Okay, to be fair, his ship is falling apart and it needs to be repaired. Kara meets up with Mando and she's like, yo, wanna fill an Empire base up with lava? And he's like, "That's so hot, I mean, sure." Something tells me that if she wasn't booted off the show, they would have become a thing. But it's not just a base, it's a lab full of failed Snoke clones. Apparently, they are planning to use Baby Yoda to make Snoke. Mando realizes more now than ever that he must keep the baby safe, so the sequel trilogies don't happen. A lot of action happens in this episode, like, a lot. But not that much plot. The effects are cool though. Mando goes to another planet which looks pretty badass. And he is hired to kill Ahsoka for the price of a Beskar staff. Because he still doesn't have a melee weapon and the dark saber won't be unlocked until much later on in the game, he takes the job. But then he finds out that Ahsoka is a woman in a Star Wars show, so he shits his pants and begs her to train the baby. Also, we find out that Baby Yoda's real name is, Grogu. Yes, you heard that right, Grogu. Disney's Star Wars best-selling merchandise name is Grogu. I do not know what Mickey was thinking, but I also don't know what he's thinking most of the time, so this tracks. Unfortunately, Ahsoka doesn't like babies, but she tells Mando where he can find other Jedis if he helps her liberate the town. Okay, Mickey, here's a tip. Just make this into a video game already. They save the town, Mando gets a melee weapon. This would be the second time Mando has attacked his former employer. And Ahsoka does a dick move by telling him he might find other Jedis, but as far as she knows, they are all dead. So he most likely won't find any. Wow, seems a little out of character for her. I don't understand Disney's obsession with ruining every single female Star Wars character. Also, Mando is shockingly okay with this for some reason. Mando goes to a new planet and... wait. Is that the Slave One? Oh my god, it's Boba Fett! Fun fact, did you know that more people have played Boba Fett than any other Star Wars character? And all of his lines from the original trilogy can easily fit into one tweet. Baby Yoda, no, I'm not calling him Grogu, starts tripping out. Boba Fett seems to have, let himself go a little. Also, he has the assassin girl with him, who now is a cyborg, with literal guts of steel. Boba Fett wants his armor back, and Mando tells him he can have it if they play Protect the Baby. I won't lie, Boba Fett showing up when he did to help Mando fight off some stormtroopers is plot convenience. But at least it only has been used once this season. Mando's ship gets blown up because he left the gas on. Not gonna lie, it came as a shock to me when the Empire just blasted it out of nowhere. We've seen the ship with Mando from the start, and 2 episodes ago he got it repaired, so it's clearly important to him. An effective way to have the shock of a character's death without killing a character is to have the main character's ship or home be destroyed. Oh no, my ship, I only had 2 payments left. Not only did Mando lose his ship, but the baby also gets taken by some awesome looking 3rd generation Dark Troopers. I really like that the Empire sometimes uses droids, but only super expensive powerful ones. Mando tells Boba Fett to give him the armor back because it doesn't belong to him, but he's like, "Nuh-uh, my dad put our last names on it, see?" "Alright, but can you help me get the baby back?" "Why should I?" "They are going to use him to make the Star Wars sequel trilogy happen." "Wait, what? Why didn't you start with that? What are we doing standing around here? We gotta go now!" Mando starts building a team. He brings on Boba Fett, Cara Dune, and Bill Burr. "Cara, we need to get Bill Burr. Where is he?" "Why?" "Because we can use him to make the stormtroopers laugh themselves to death." "Well, last I checked, he's locked up. You'll have to do another side quest to get him in your party." "Oh, come on!" Meanwhile, Baby Yoda is showing off how cool he is to the stormtroopers. "You guys can't do anything to me. I'm Disney's most merchandised character of all time." Gus comes in and shows off the dark lightsaber. "Are you sure about that? This thing will outsell you in no time." Mando and Cara take Bill Burr out of prison so that they can use him to hack into an Imperial computer in order to find the location of Moff Gideon. Mando, for once, has non-Mandalorian armor. They get attacked by pirates along the way. I think some guy says to Bill Burr that celebrities who make offensive jokes should be cancelled, and he shoots the guy. They get the info they need, and Boba Fett saves them. Also, the Slave One uses the seismic charge, and it's just as awesome as always. Bill Burr blows up the Imperial base with a well-placed shot from his sniper rifle. And he also gets his freedom. Nice. You may have noticed I've been going through things rather quickly. Well, that's because I don't really have much to say. Sure, there's a lot of callbacks to other Star Wars stuff, and other things that are really cool, but it's all just so fillery, and kind of slow at times. And I'm starting to run out of video game jokes. Mando, Bo-Katan, and Cara all attack Moff Gideon's ship, ship. The third generation Dark Troopers are really powerful. Mando has to use everything he has just to take one down. And there's a lot more of them. Luckily, they are right next to an airlock and... Wait, really? This is just another super convenient thing for the plot to move forward? Whoa, wait. They can fly. Never mind, forget what I said. We get our first live-action lightsaber duel with non-Force users ever in Star Wars.
Wait a second there, Jar. What about that time Finn fought that one stormtrooper?
Finn can use the Force so it doesn't count. Mando defeats Moff Gideon and gets the darksaber. Okay, well that seems to be the end of the season. I thought the duel was pretty cool, but I was hoping for something a little bigger for the finale. Oh wait, the Dark Troopers are back. Now that Mando has the darksaber, he might stand a better chance against them. But this doesn't look like it's going to be a good final fight. I wish there was something a little more...
Oh my god! Is that who I think it is? It is! It's Luke Skywalker!
To the people who are just listening to this video as background sound, stop what you're doing and look at the screen. Do it now, Steve. Oh, did you see that? Yo, he just crushed that guy.
He cut that guy into two. Oh, that's so cool.
Now, is it plot convenience that he showed up at the perfect time? Yes. Is it one of the biggest nostalgia callbacks ever? Yes. Is the CGI on Luke not really that good? Yes. But who cares? I've been waiting my whole life to see Luke do something cool on the big screen again. Now, all of that being said, I think they should have waited until the season 3 finale before they did this. By the way, when this episode came out, Disney Plus crashed because too many people went to go see this episode all at the same time. It's almost like the old school fans outnumber the new fans a few times over or something. Luke Skywalker takes Baby Yoda with him, but just before he does, Mando shows him his face. Oh, this is just so perfect of an ending. Mickey, I have to be honest, you are doing a great job. I was starting to fall out of love with Star Wars, but I think you've rekindled it. You played it safe with The Mandalorian to see what worked and what didn't work. And now you have lined up the perfect spin-off show about Luke traveling with Baby Yoda. Those two together are going to be a cash cow and...
No!
Wait, what?
I want to do a Boba Fett spin-off, and have Mando get the baby back.
But why? That will reverse all the good faith you just built up with the fans.
I know that, Jar, but it's what I do best.
So as I was working on my review of every single Disney live-action Star Wars TV show, I thought to myself, how would I go about this? Would I review the 3 seasons of The Mandalorian in a row and then talk about Book of Boba Fett and Obi-Wan? Or would it be better if I talked about these seasons and shows in the order of when they came out? And then I realized, oh wait, you kind of have to see Book of Boba Fett to understand what's going on in The Mandalorian Season 3. Many people even call Book of Boba Fett Mandalorian Season 2.5. So if I'm going to talk about Book of Boba Fett before Mandalorian Season 3, I guess I should also talk about Kenobi before I go over Mandalorian Season 3. I will say, so far I've been enjoying the live-action TV shows that Disney has done with Star Wars. It was a very nice break from all the bad stuff, but unfortunately we're done with everything good. And now, it's all downhill from here. Now I'll give Book of Boba Fett credit for one thing. It did correct the one big problem I had with The Mandalorian. Throughout the entire show, it feels like Boba Fett is fighting towards an actual goal. Every episode doesn't feel like it's a Monster of the Week filler episode. I can't compare every episode to a random Skyrim side quest. It feels more like a group of Skyrim side quests that you do for a specific guild. However, it does everything else worse. The story is worse, the acting is worse, the action is worse. I made comments before about The Mandalorian and Geralt feeling like side characters in their own story, but this takes it to a whole nother level. It feels like every single character is moving the plot along and Boba Fett is just there as star power. I think they really wanted to make the story about the assassin girl, but then they realized, oh wait, no one cares about her character, so let's just stick Boba Fett in there. I'm by no means the first person to point this out, but it really feels like they just took a bunch of unused episodes from The Mandalorian and made this show. So you know how in The Mandalorian we went to a whole bunch of different planets? Well, this one entirely takes place on Tatooine, a planet covered in stuff that is coarse and rough and gets everywhere. This show is so incredibly repetitive, telling you information you have already seen over and over again. We constantly see Boba Fett in his healing tank. We're told about how Jabba the Hutt used to run this territory, and then Bible Fortuna did. Over and over again. No one even cares about Bib Fortuna. Why are you guys talking about him so much? He had like one brief scene, then got shot. And just like in the movie Man of Steel, there's flashback after flashback. But I will say this about the flashbacks. They're unironically the best part of the show to me. So I'm just gonna go over it all at once before we get to the bad stuff. Throughout the Mandalorian show, we've seen just how strong Beskar armor is. So of course, Boba Fett is easily able to get out of the Sarlacc. But the Jawas, always being the little they are, beat the crap out of him and take his armor. Well, now we know how the Jawas got it. Not an interesting story, but it makes sense. He's then enslaved by a group of Tusken Raiders, and we learn more about their culture than we ever have before. They're basically tribalistic techno-barbarians. They enslave other races to dig for small black lemons in the desert. When a slave proves themselves to be valuable to the tribe, they're initiated in after doing a ceremony which involves this crazy trip, man. We see how their melee weapons are built and how incredibly important they are to them. We've seen the atrocities they do to other races before, but this time, we see the atrocities that are done to them. Fett tried to escape, but he failed. As he was digging for black melons with an Aronian slave, a monster attacks them, and it kills the Aronian. Fett realizes when life gives you black melons, you make melonade. He kills the monster, saving the Tusken child in the process. He gains the respect of the tribe, and they teach him the ways of the Tusken. They show him their style of combat and how to survive in the desert. But then the tribe is attacked by a Pike Syndicate spice train. Boba Fett steals some speeder bikes from a Nikto gang and teaches the Tuskens how to ride them. Boba Fett and the Tuskens using the speeders are able to successfully take down the spice train, and the Pikes are told that they have to pay a toll in order to come through the Tuskens' territory. A ceremony is held where this lizard thing goes up Fett's nose. He goes on a crazy trip which leads him to this tree. He takes off a branch, brings it back, and makes it into a daffy stick. He is now officially a member of their tribe, and he has something he hasn't had in a very long time, a family. But one day, as he was collecting the toll from the Pikes, he returns home, only to find that the Nikto gang have completely wiped out his newfound family. And they didn't just kill the men, but the women and children as well. Now, if you just showed me this all in a row as one episode, I would say this looks like it's going to be a pretty good show. But it's not told like that. It's shown to us in bits and pieces through flashbacks across the first 3 episodes. Every time they were done with a flashback and got to the main story, all I could think was, oh man, can we go back to that good stuff? I'm also starting to see why Boba Fett is not really that much of a main character in his own show. He's played by the original actor who played Jango Fett, which does make sense, after all he is an exact clone of him. Or maybe he isn't an exact clone, his aging seems to have been sped up. He's supposed to be 40-something and he looks 60-something. Why didn't they de-age him with CGI? Just because the actor is bald now doesn't mean he has eternal youth like Patrick Stewart. But the bigger problem is the actor just isn't good. I don't really know if the actor was given bad direction or something, but he's not really menacing when he's supposed to be menacing, and he's not really warm and comforting when he's supposed to be. He's just kind of one note. Now I know this might be a really out there opinion, but I don't think he should be the main character. Instead he should be something more like the top henchman. You know, like the thing he was originally casted to be. In fact, they basically turned the assassin lady Fennec into the new Boba Fett. Throughout the entire show, Boba Fett just keeps getting his ass kicked. And I'm gonna say something that is gonna piss off a lot of people watching this video, but I gotta be honest here, guys. Boba Fett was never badass. Just like how Harry Potter fans Mandelaed themselves into believing that Malfoy was a Vegeta Sasuke type rival character, Star Wars fans Mandelaed themselves into believing that Boba Fett was this badass bounty hunter who always got the job done, when in reality they're both a lot more pathetic than people remember. Sure, I guess he was cool in the first movie he appeared in, he kind of just shot at Luke from a distance and that's about it. But in Return of the Jedi he got taken out by a blind man by complete accident. In Clone Wars he lost over and over again. In Season 2 of The Mandalorian and in the comics and video games he does a lot of cool stuff, but there's really not a whole lot to his character aside from revenge. So why do people even like this character so much? Well, he has a cool design. A design which a lot of Mandalorians share. I hate to say it, but Boba Fett is one of the worst Star Wars characters to be given their own show. He works well enough as a side character, which he was meant to be, and that's how he should have stayed. When Boba Fett saves the assassin girl Fennec, they work together to get his armor back from the Sarlacc. And when he kills it, he's shocked to find it's not there. Dude, you crawled out of it with your armor on? Why would you think it was still in there? You know the Jawas have it. What the hell are you doing? Fennec is not only a muscle, but the brains of the team as well. Boba Fett, now that you're in charge, you shouldn't let people walk all over you.
Oh, come on, I want to be nice about this. Oh, never mind, it backfired. You're right, I shouldn't have questioned you.
Hey, Boba Fett, you should probably give some money to those mercenaries.
Why would I do that?
Because you can use money to hire mercenaries.
Whoa,
Wow, I had no idea. Yep, it's another one of those shows that was supposed to be about a female character, and the male character is only there for star power, so people would actually watch the show. Oh, by the way, the age gap between these two actors is only 2 years. Yeah, kids, don't do death sticks. Anyways, they take over Jabba's palace, they get 2 pig goblins to work for them, a few powerful people pay them tribute, and then a bunch of assassins try to kill Boba Fett. Hey everyone, as I was recording this big video, some of my editors have informed me that I talk either way too loudly or my microphone is turned up way too high. So I'm not going to be talking as loudly for the rest of this video. If the way I'm talking right now is a little too quiet for you, then I guess turn me up. You guys are smart, you'll figure it out. Anyways, let's get back to reviewing the Book of Boba Fett. So unlike the Mandalorian, who gets new weapons, armor, and other cool gadgets, Boba Fett gets people, monsters, and vehicles to add to his arsenal. When you think about everything Mando had at the end of season 2, it seems like all of this stuff is what he would have gotten next. But instead of a criminal empire, I think he would have been rebuilding the Mandalorian clan. Now, one thing I did kind of find to be funny was when Bubba dropped one of the assassins who tried to kill him into the Rancor pit. And of course, the guy started freaking out, but there was no Rancor because Luke already killed it. The assassin tells them he was hired by the mayor. Boba Fett, of course, goes to see him, and we meet, hands down, the best character in the show, the mayor's sassy assistant. Boba Fett tells the mayor, "I'm here to kill you." "Please don't." "Okay." 2 Hutts show up and they say, "Tatooine belongs to us. Jabba said so in his will." "But I want to keep it." "We have a Wookiee." "So?" "A black one." "Oh shit." Yes, everyone, it's the Black Wookiee from the comics. And yes, I know he has a name, but let's be honest here, we all just call him the Black Wookiee. Boba Fett is asked to take out some cyborg bikers who have been stealing water. And wow, those guys don't look like they fit in this show at all. They look like dollar store cyberpunk edge runner characters. Why are they so poor that they need to steal water but somehow can afford nice clothes, motorcycles, and mechanical enhancements? Sure, you can say they stole the motorcycles, but they still need to pay for gas, and those mechanical enhancements couldn't have been cheap. Oh my god, I just realized they're millennials. They can afford all of this nice stuff but can't afford to move out of their parents' basement. You guys want to join my team? Sure, I guess. Yay. The Black Wookiee tries to kill Boba Fett in the middle of his bath. Man, he's literally mopping the floor with him. Boba Fett may be washed up, but it's the Black Wookiee who ends up getting all wet. Yo, you want to join my team? Yay. Well, you defeated our one and only assassin we had to throw at you. Anyways, we're done here now. There's a pet Rancor that our apartment complex wouldn't let us keep. Yay. I'm gonna name him Fluffles and he will be mine, and he shall be my Fluffles. Fett goes with his posse to confront the mayor, and we get a really slow chase scene, where the cyborgs ride after the mayor's assistant. It's so poorly done, and the bikers really clash with everything in the background. They feel like they're from another show, and this chase doesn't really make them look competent at all. I think it would have been better if this whole scene was just cut out of the show. Turns out that the mayor is working with the Pikes, the same group that took out Fett's Sand People family, then blamed it on another group so Boba Fett would take out their competition. Aside from this, the Pikes will not be fleshed out at all. Yep, as important as the Pikes are to the plot, we really know basically nothing about them. They are just an evil alien group, and that's about it. Fett has a meeting with the other crime families and tells them, "Hey, can you guys join me in a fight against the Pikes?" That sounds like a you problem. But I have a pet Rancor. Okay, we won't join you, but we'll stay out of the war. Okay, I've gotten lucky up to this point with people just joining me out of nowhere, so I'm cool with you guys not joining my team. Then we see Fett take out a few... Wait a second. I think I accidentally put on the Mandalorian by mistake. Oh no, wait, this is still the Book of Boba Fett. It just has random episodes of the Mandalorian in it for some reason. Mando kills a few guys, then meets up with 2 Mandalorians from his tribe in a space station. Mando's like, "I have the dark saber." "No, I want it." "Too bad, you can't have it. By the way, I showed my face when I was saying goodbye to the baby. I hope that's not a problem." Oh, he turns the Beskar staff into Baby Yoda armor, but he needs a new ship because his old one got blown up. He sees the mechanic lady and she gives him a Naboo starfighter, also known as an N1, that has been modified with space nitro. He stops by the new Jedi temple to drop off his gift. Then he kinda just meets up with Boba Fett's crew. One thing I find funny is that by putting 2 episodes of The Mandalorian in the middle of this show, it proves just how much better of a character Mando is compared to Boba Fett. I care more about the things he has done in the 2 2 episodes they have shown us, compared to what the rest of the season has done for Boba Fett. Just him repairing a ship is more engaging than everything we've seen Boba do. Oh, also the guy who found Fett's armor gets killed by Cad Bane from the cartoon. Luke tells Baby Yoda to pick between the Mandalorian pill and the Jedi pill.
Grogu, if you pick the Jedi pill, the fans will get new original shows that will take the series in a completely different direction. Or you can take the Mandalorian pill that will make things more stagnant, and the fans will get more and more bored of the shows Disney makes with the Star Wars IP.
I'll take the Mandalorian pill!
God damn it.
The big climactic battle starts, and honestly, I feel nothing. I don't care about any of these characters. Did Michael Bay direct this or something? I love that Fennec is explaining the plan as Fett is literally doing nothing in the background. Apparently, there was a cut Clone Wars episode where Boba Fett and Cad Bane were going to have a standoff. I would have liked to see that much more than this. You see, in that show, Boba Fett and Cad Bane had history with one another, and they both were well fleshed out characters. If you haven't seen the cartoon, you're going to be asking yourself, who the fuck is this Blue Man crew member? This show is chocked full of flashbacks, and this dude didn't show up until episode 7. We're told that they have a history with one another, but we're not shown it. I wish the show was focused on both of them, so we could have had build up to this confrontation. Also, did you know that Cad Bane is the same race as those Trade Federation guys? I do like the idea of Boba being the one to take Bane down, because Cad Bane has killed hundreds of clones, but he ends up being taken out by the best clone of all. It's funny that General Grievous and Cad Bane were fleshed out so much in animation, but taken out super fast in live action. Fennec is the one who takes out the Pikes, robbing Boba Fett of his revenge. I will say, it's pretty cool to see the Super Droidekas in live action for the first time, and on top of that, seeing them face off against the Rancor, wow, that's so badass. The other crime families who promised to stay out of the fight changed their minds because the Pikes gave them spice or something. But the people from Freetown show up to help Boba in his fight. Boba Fett kills Cad Bane and yeah, that's kind of where it ends. Oh, I almost forgot. Apparently the Marshal survived getting shot by Bane and is going to be turned into a cyborg. Wow, that might have meant something if it was a character we actually cared about. So what do I think of this show after rewatching it for the second time? Well, I now know that the biggest problem with this show is the supporting cast. Even Solo in the Star Wars sequel trilogy did a better job at this. Boba Fett is bland and so is everyone else around him. I know almost nothing about anyone. I wish the characters would just talk about what was on their mind every now and then. They only ever talk about the plot or things we've already seen. I don't even know what the mayor's motivation is. Was he in it for the money? Was he scared of the Pikes? I don't know. Boba Fett was a ruthless bounty hunter, and then out of nowhere he decided to 100% change his personality. Why? Because he hung out with a few Tuskens, I guess. One thing that really killed the ending battle for me was how slow it was. In fact, come to think of it, the action was also slow in episode 1 and in episode 3 as well. I decided to look into this and it turns out they were all directed by Robert Rodriguez, the guy who made the Spy Kid movies and others. This guy is super hit or miss with the shows and movies he directs. Apparently he directed the Mandalorian episode that introduced Boba Fett. So would Disney have given the show to anyone who directed that episode? I even think that was one of the worst ones of season 2. Sure, there's some cool stuff in this show, but about twice as many problems. It's a bad show, but it's not that bad of a show. I give it a 3.8 out of 10. To me, it's not as bad as most people say it is, but it is a really, really bland show. But now we are moving on to the first really bad show, Obi-Wan Can Blow Me. Now, Obi-Wan might just be one of the top 5 most well-known Star Wars characters of all time. He isn't like Mando or Boba Fett. His character has been very well developed throughout several decades. Also, the most well-known Star Wars character of all time, Darth Vader, was also going to be in this show. If Disney screws this up, they will lose any goodwill they built up from Star Wars fans who came back because of Mandalorian.
Oh, I've ruined all the mainstream Star Wars characters, except for Obi and Darth. I think it's time to change that.
Because of this show, I and many others skipped Andor, which I heard was actually good. And on top of that, Mandalorian Season 3 didn't do so hot. This proves that a lot of people have lost any trust they had in Disney Star Wars, and it's suffering because of it. But I do know that this show does have its fans, just like Last Jedi does. Granted, there does seem to be less and less of them every day, but I still will go over what I like about this show when we come to them. Now, I originally wrote in my script that Kenobi was worse than Book of Boba Fett, but better than the Star Wars sequel trilogy for whatever that's worth. But then I remembered I didn't fully finish it yet, and after I finished the full show, I realized it was just as bad as Last Jedi. Now, one thing Disney Star Wars almost always gets right is getting the original actors to reprise their roles. Sure, the original Obi-Wan actor is long dead, but the one from the prequel movies is still up and kicking. Now that he's older, he's perfect for the part, and I think he's a decent actor, all things considered. So what's the story? Well, Obi-Wan goes on an adventure with Princess Leia. Wait, what? Yes, you heard me right. Not Luke. Leia. It didn't take me long to realize this show wasn't going to be to my liking. First of all, this kind of creates a continuity problem with the original trilogy, but I'll get to that later on. Not having Obi-Wan do stuff with Luke Skywalker when he was a kid was a big missed opportunity. We've seen Luke as a young adult and as an old man, but we never seen him as a kid before. There's also this Lady Darth Vader, a Lady Vader if you will, who shows up pretty early on in the show. Yes, it's yet another Lucasfilm IP that is using a male character as star power to get people to watch it, but then it's all about the new female OC. Alright, let's go over this show episode by episode. At least there's only 6, so hopefully this will not be too painful. You can do it, Char. After this, you can watch Andor, and everybody says it's amazing. Episode 1 starts by showing us the ending battle of Episode 3, and it makes you realize just how much more you would rather be watching the prequels that you used to shit all over than this shit. We then see Jedi younglings training on the night of Order 66. 2 clone troopers burst through the doors, and the female instructor misses one of them with her lightsaber, but somehow it kills him. After she kills the 2 clones, she runs out with the kids, and we see a male Jedi in the background also fighting 2 clones. But he has a PP, so he's of course killed by the same number of clones that she just took out. Now, I know this may seem like a nitpick, but it sets a precedent for the rest of this show. Granted, she was a Master Jedi, and he presumably wasn't. But she does go on to take out even bigger groups of clone troopers. Now it's time to go over something I actually like about this show. The clones and the Jedis fighting in the background is cool, and something that this show does right. I really want a game fully set in the Jedi Massacre. We cut to 10 years later, and we see the planet that is covered in stuff that is coarse and rough and it gets everywhere. That's right, it's the same planet that the last 3 shows started on. 3 Inquisitors come out of a ship to hunt down a Jedi. I know that sounds like a setup for a joke, but it isn't. I think 3 is a little overkill for just 1 Jedi. But I will say that the showrunners did a good job translating them into live action for the most part. Now, one of them is not from the cartoon. Can you guess which one it is? Wait, that one? The Grand Inquisitor? Wow, you're a dumbass. It's actually this black lady. At first I thought she might have been the second sister from the video game Jedi Fallen Order, but she's not. Oh man, did I just pull a racism? I would tell you to pay attention to her character as she does become important later, but you knew that already because she's a female Star Wars OC. Or maybe you didn't know that already because she's black. Disney tends to have their non-white characters not do a whole lot in their shows and movies as of late. At least when they're not the main character. Anyways, they asked this guy about the whereabouts of a Jedi. He makes a fist. No, I do not know why he thinks even for a second he can take on 3 Dark Jedi at once. And then the Black Inquisitor lady throws a knife at his face. This gets the Jedi they are looking for to reveal himself. Yep, a Jedi mind trick ain't gonna get him out of this one. Now this Jedi has lasted for this long, so you might think he's smart, but he's not. He knows he is being hunted, so once he helps someone because of his midichlorian compulsion, he should know that he needs to move on because once word spreads of his whereabouts, the Empire will come looking for him. So how was this guy not found until now? The Jedi, of course, tries to escape. The Inquisitors do not try to use the Force to stop him for some reason. They need him for questioning, but the Black Sith lady is like, no, I want to kill him. She swings her lightsaber, but the other Inquisitor uses the Force to stop it. For some reason, he used the Force to do that, but not stop the guy from running away. This, of course, allows the Jedi to escape. Okay, maybe sending 3 Inquisitors to get 1 Jedi was a bit underkill because of how incompetent they all are. So why couldn't they use the Force to grab him this time? Well, they don't feel like it. Why don't they keep running after him? Well, 2 pieces of cloth that they could easily walk around or slice through land in front of them. I am not joking, that really happened. So one of the biggest problems with this show is the editing. Like, I know what the actors think is supposed to be going on in this scene, but the effects clearly show they can walk around this stuff. And this is not even the only time something like this happens in this show. So the Grand Inquisitor is like, bitch, what's wrong with you? You let him get away. Do your job properly next time. And she's like,
I want Kenobi. He's all I can think about. Work like this is beneath me.
Now we've seen plenty of times how an Imperial officer deals with their underlings mouthing off to them. So does he cut her down? Does he torture her? No, he just tells her he will relieve her of her duties. Wow, now I see why the Inquisitors are not worthy of being called true Sith. We cut to Obi-Wan Kenobi, who's cutting meat. Well, I've always wondered what his job was when he was in hiding, and now I know. He went from cutting up people and droids with a lightsaber to cutting up meat with a knife. The boss underpays this guy, then pushes him. Wow, what a dick. Isn't it sad that this hobo-looking dude is more Sith-like than the actual Inquisitors? Kenobi could do something, but he's trying to keep hidden. He rides on his EOB, yes, that is what that thing is called, and goes home to have some CGI food. Some little shit Jawa sells Kenobi stuff he stole from his own home. I thought I was done with Skyrim jokes, but it looks like I was wrong. The next day, Kenobi spies on Luke from far away because he doesn't want to violate the court order. He even leaves a toy at his doorstep under the cover of night. But the Jedi from earlier spots him and tells Kenobi that he will tell the cops about him violating his restraining order. In all seriousness, Ben tells the young Jedi who was looking to be trained by him to bury his lightsaber in the sand and get a real job. As you can clearly see, Obi-Wan is yet another Lucas character who is a battered and broken old man. But here's the problem. He hasn't given up. He's still watching over Luke. That's why he is here in the first place. You can't have him be a guy who's given up when he clearly hasn't. He should have told this other guy how Luke is their last hope to make things right, trained him and used his help to watch over the boy. But no, he has to be a battered and broken old man so a girl can bring new light into his life. You know, the same plot that Kathleen Kennedy has done with tons of characters from Star Wars, Indiana Jones, and Willow? See this video for more info. We cut to Alderaan, which looks amazing, by the way. I really hope it doesn't blow up or something. We see 3 servants dressing what we're led to believe is Princess Leia, but nope, it's one of her body doubles. Isn't it amazing that her servants are more loyal to her than her own mother, the queen, the one who pays them? We see Leia running around a forest, climbing trees, and doing other things we don't normally think of princesses doing. Unless, of course, you have seen any movie that has come out in the last 50 years. This is nothing new, and I'm sick of it being treated as such. I would have much rather seen her being trained in sword combat or gun combat. Also, the queen literally says when she finds Leia in a tree, "It's like we are raising a boy." Wow, Disney, keep fighting those female stereotypes in the same way you have done for decades. Leia's mother punishes her by taking away her droid, and Leia steals it right back in front of her, and her mother is okay with this for some reason. If I pulled a stunt like that with my motherboard, you can bet your hard drive my human toys would be taken away for 3 times longer. I hate not being able to roleplay as Am with my human toys. Anyways, Luke's Uncle Owen tells Ben to keep away from his nephew or he's gonna call the cops on him. Then the Inquisitors show up and start questioning people about the whereabouts of the Jedi. Now they could use a Force mind trick to get the information, but I guess they don't feel like it. The alien guy is being the good cop and the black girl is being the bad cop. I love that Disney will fight against the stereotype of girls not being able to climb trees like boys, but they will enforce the angry black woman stereotype in the exact same episode. She even does something very disarming to this poor old woman. She accuses Uncle Owen of being a Jedi simp, and he says, "No, I'm not." Shockingly, this doesn't work, and she gets ready to kill him. So out of the hundreds of people in this town, she just so happened to threaten a family member of Luke. Is this another super convenient thing that happened for the plot to move forward? No, it isn't, because A, it's super inconvenient, and B, it doesn't move the plot forward at all. Wow, somehow that's even worse. The alien dude tells the black lady that she's going too far. Pay attention to this because it will be important later. Princess Leia's parents talk about how they want to shut down forced labor. I like that Disney is trying to act like they agree with that when they really don't. Leia uses some big words to get this bully who is older than her to cry or something. Now I've heard some people say that the actress looks 7 when she's supposed to be 10, but I looked it up and when this show came out she was 10. But when this show was being made she was most likely 9 or possibly even 8. She can't act very well like most child actors. Why couldn't they get someone who was older who looked young over picking someone who is too young for the role? Later on, Leia runs up to this creepy guy and asks him who he is. She's royalty. Shouldn't she know she's at a high risk of being kidnapped? Hell, most kids around her age are taught about stranger danger, and they aren't even royalty. 2 other creepy guys appear behind her, so there's nowhere for her to run except for anywhere apparently, because she starts booking it, and for some reason they don't catch her in 3 seconds. I can tell that the actors for the kidnappers aren't running as fast as they can, but they keep getting closer and closer to her. But then it cuts to them being further away again, and then it repeats over and over. It's like the stuff with the claws stopping the Inquisitors all over again. The actors are clearly hoping things will be fixed in post, and they're not. I also kind of feel bad for the editors because they are more than likely trying their best to make this look good. But the director didn't give them anything good to work with. She's small, just have her run through trees and bushes or something. There are very few people with enough suspension of disbelief to not burst out laughing at this scene. I get that she's a female in modern Star Wars, so she has to be amazing at everything. But this is really pushing it. Rey being super good at using every single force power with no training wasn't even as cringe as this. Also, this full chase scene is pointless because she gets caught anyways. I could go on and on about what's wrong with this scene, but I think this review is already long enough as it is. Leia's parents ask Obi-Wan if he can find their daughter, because if there's one person who knows how to grab kids, it's him. Oh, also the young Jedi guy gets killed. Wow, that would have meant something if it was a character we actually cared about. Leia's dad comes to see Obi-Wan, and he says the line that sums up this entire show.
About the boy and you know it.
Princess Leia is tied up, but the guards don't know about the droid she has on her because they are stupid. It cuts her free with some saw blades. Why does a child's toy have that? Oh, I know, it's for plot convenience. But as soon as she's free, a guard comes in, takes her toy away and smashes it. So that plot convenience was entirely pointless. Kenobi digs up his old lightsaber. No, I do not know how he found it when there's no landmarks, and no, he didn't find it because the Force guided him or something, because it's made clear later on that he's cut off from the Force. It's revealed that Leia was captured by the third sister to get Kenobi out of hiding. Okay, let's go through a list of all the problems with this plan and how it doesn't add up at all. 1. How did she know Leia's father knew Kenobi? 2. Why did she think he would try to save her? We know why, it's because she's the daughter of Anakin, but she doesn't know that. 3. If anyone finds out that she kidnapped a princess, the Empire will have interplanetary problems with the people of Alderaan. 4. She's a princess, and her father could have sent an army to get her back. Yes, he went to Kenobi, but she didn't know for sure that he would do that. And 5th, and most importantly, even if this plan does somehow work and everything goes perfectly, it would still make tons of problems for the Empire down the line for kidnapping a princess just to kill one guy. Like, I know the writers think they are smart, but this plan only works if everything goes perfectly and everybody acts like a colossal idiot. But at least we are finally done with episode 1. Let's hope that this show gets better from here, but knowing Disney's track record, I have a bad feeling about this. Okay, so I just realized I've almost scripted 6 pages just for my review of episode 1 of this show. So I'm gonna try to review the rest of the episodes a little bit faster. Episode 2 is focused on Obi-Wan finding this fake Jedi who tricks people into thinking he's force sensitive by using magnets. This is something out of a Star Wars parody! Didn't Robot Chicken do something like this?
I guess I'm the only person who knows how to change a coffee filter.
Kenobi puts his faith in this scammer specifically because he's a bottom feeder, and then he sneaks into a place where people are making death sticks. You know, I made a lot of Breaking Bad jokes in my review of The Mandalorian because the main villain was played by the same actor who played Gus, but this episode takes the Breaking Bad references to a whole nother level.
Darth Vader had responsibilities. He was responsible for the Death Star.
True that. Two of them bitches.
Kenobi even dresses up like Heisenberg. He sets off an explosion to sneak into another room, and then he fights two guys and, okay, this doesn't feel like Star Wars anymore. You can put everything that has happened so far in any TV show, and it would work just as well. Come on, I just want to see him use the Force, or his lightsaber, or at least something Star Wars-y.
Looking me, I'm a civilization person.
Anyways, Kenobi gets tricked and they capture him. Why did he think Leia was here again? He uses a smoke bomb to escape. Wow! It's almost like that scene was entirely pointless or something. Something tells me the writers just watched Breaking Bad and wanted to see if they could do something similar. He manages to find Leia, maybe the Force guided him or something, but it's not really made clear.
This is what you fuck.
Hey Leia, I'm here to save you because I'm a pro at snatching up kids. Upon hearing this, Leia of course starts freaking out. The third sister shows up looking for Kenobi along with the other Inquisitors. The Grand Inquisitor isn't really happy with her kidnapping a princess like a dragon. She just straight up mouths off to her superior officer, and she can do that because she's a woman, I guess. A bounty notification of Kenobi's face is sent to every hunter on the planet. I could make a YouTube joke, but you've already made it. Kenobi looks for a disguise and Leia gets distracted. I think I should point out that Leia acts nothing like how she did in episode 1. In fact, I would go as far as to say she acts like a normal kid. She screams when she sees a creepy guy. She runs off and gets scared when she bumps into a big alien. She even makes jokes about Kenobi's age. I can tell that this show went through a few rewrites, but it's clear to me that this episode is one they didn't change all that much. This episode is boring, sure, but at least it's not pissing me off even close to as much as the first one did. Granted, Leia not trusting him even though he just saved her, and her not shutting up does make this episode drag. I don't know why they gave so many lines to this girl who clearly can't act. That all being said, I really hope that this actress's life isn't made into a living hell like it was for the child actor of Anakin Skywalker. A bounty hunter charges at Ben in an alleyway, and Kenobi just punches him in the face. Okay, at this point I'm convinced. This script was made as the parody version of this show, but the two scripts got mixed up somehow. Leia finds out about the wanted poster, and just like a person on Twitter who talks more about the thumbnail of a video than the contents, she starts freaking out and runs away from Ben. He's having a hard time catching her. Now at least this time it's shown that because she's little, she can move around crowded areas a lot faster than, well, he can. She gets grabbed by a bounty hunter and Kenobi kills him right in front of her. That girl is gonna grow up with PTSD for sure. She still doesn't trust him even though he just saved her a second time, and runs past him even though he could easily grab her. Like, look at this, she is an arm's length of him. We see a bunch of stormtroopers showing up who will do literally nothing in this entire episode. I'm not joking, I think the script just forgot about them. The fake Jedi guy also shows up on the rooftops. I don't know how he knew Kenobi would be here. Maybe the fake Force told him or something. There's not even a point to him being here. He sees the fight go down, but he doesn't help. He's just standing there, menacingly. So yes, this is another super convenient thing that happened, but it doesn't move the plot forward at all, which makes it worse in my opinion. The third sister is doing some parkour for some reason. Kenobi manages to take out one of the bounty hunters who was shooting at him. Keep in mind, only one of the bounty hunters. Then Leia decides she doesn't want to be in the show anymore, and she jumps off a building. In Minecraft, calm down, YouTube.
You jumped off a roof! I don't know what to think.
Luckily for her, Kenobi manages to save her with the Force. Now I know what you're thinking. Wait, but what about that other bounty hunter who was shooting at Kenobi as he was saving her? Well, the thing is, that bounty hunter doesn't exist anymore. Yep, the writers forgot he was up here shooting at Kenobi. I think maybe the fake Jedi guy was originally meant to take him out, but the editor of this episode cut that scene out, or Disney didn't want to see a man do something competent. Either way, it doesn't add up. But now Leia finally trusts him because she knows he's a real Jedi and not because he saved her 3 times in a row. Now, is it just me, or could you have cut everything out from the point where he first saved Leia from the guys who captured her to the moment where he saved her with the Force and nothing in the story would change?
Yes! Yes!
I heard this show was going to be a movie at one point, and it was stretched out into a 6-episode long show. But it's clear which scenes were added in to make the story longer. And this is for sure one of them. Oh, there's the second bounty hunter. Oh, he just got taken out by the fake Jedi. Why did this happen here and not on the roof? Anyways, the fake Jedi tells Kenobi how to get off the planet. Apparently, there's an automatic space dock that can't be shut down. So let me get this straight. The Empire won't shut down an automatic space dock to catch the second most wanted man after Yoda. Seems legit. The fake Jedi tells Ben he will buy him time, and then he gets his ass kicked by the second sister in 3 seconds. Dude, you're a normal human, she's an Inquisitor. What did you think was gonna happen? Then she reads his mind, finding Kenobi's location, which will no doubt make it easier for her to find him than if this guy didn't try to stop her. Seems to me like he bought Kenobi negative time. Also, it's a little strange that she read someone's mind this time, but not in episode 1 when she was looking for a Jedi. She lets the fake Jedi go so he can run off. She doesn't try to kill him or get him arrested, she just lets him run off. But I guess what he did wasn't a big deal. He only colluded with the man she spent years looking for. They are heading to the ship to get off the planet when Leia suddenly blames Ben for everything bad that has happened to her. She blames him for the bounty hunters chasing her and for almost falling to her death. You little shit. All of those things were your fault. If you didn't run off, none of those things would have happened to you. And he was the guy who saved you from all of that. What's wrong with you? Apparently, she says all of this to Ben to convince him to accept help from people who offer it. Didn't you not accept help from Kenobi earlier? You know, the guy you just told this lecture to? But the third sister catches up to them and they hide. She gets really close to finding them, and then the Grand Inquisitor shows up and calls her a poopy head. She stabs him in the stomach. Okay, she just killed or at least attempted to kill a superior officer. She's going to be executed for sure. Oh wait, I forgot. She's a woman in a modern Disney show. She can do whatever she wants. To me, this episode isn't as bad as the first one. It wasn't that bad at all at first, but man, did it get worse and worse as it went on. And believe it or not, this is actually the best episode out of all of them. It just gets worse from this point onwards. Episode 3 starts off shockingly cool. Vader is putting his armor on after getting out of his healing tank. We see his robot limbs, his iconic helmet, and other things. It's all just so cool. It also turns out his home is on the same planet where he got burnt by Kenobi. Wow, seems like a bad place to live. I mean, would you like to live on a planet where the most tragic moment of your life happened? Oh wait, we all do. My analogy is still better than most of the writing in this show. He has a chat with the third sister on Discord, even though she's the lowest ranked Inquisitor out of all 3 of them. She blames the Grand Inquisitor getting stabbed on Kenobi.
Hello.
And Vader offers her a position for the new spot that has just opened up if she completes a mission.
I say, hold up. Wait a minute.
He's offering the job of Grand Inquisitor if she just completes a mission? What about all the other Inquisitors, some of which are a higher rank than her? Kenobi and Leia land on a desert planet, but not the same desert planet that you're thinking of, or any of the other desert planets you have seen up to this point. I hate that every new Star Wars planet that Disney introduces is just so coarse, rough, and they're everywhere. We cut to the Inquisitors who send out droids to find them. And yeah, that's about it. We cut back to our dynamic duo. Ben Kenobi arrives at the location where he was going to meet someone who was going to help him and Leia arrive at their destination. And in the span of about 5 seconds, he starts freaking out because the other person isn't there to meet them. Leia takes charge because she doesn't have a Y chromosome, and they hitchhike on this mole rat's truck. The cover story they came up with is that she's his daughter, and they are farmers. The driver lets them ride with him, and we see that he's pro-Empire, and probably says things like based and red lightsaber pilled. Now this is one of the scenes that I actually really like in this show. We see someone who's a normal working Joe, and they love the Empire. We get the chance to hear their perspective. He talks about how he loves the stability they bring, along with other reasons as to why he likes the Empire. We really only have been following the story from our hero's point of view for all the movies. This is just like how in Avatar we are sometimes shown the lives of normal Fire Nation citizens. You can find a few videos on YouTube about how the Empire was right all along. But that all being said, a few people who like this show flipped out at this scene, saying things like, "It's like the equivalent of a guy who had a Trump sticker on his car." They also said it humanized the types of people they disagree with. Yes it does. That's the point. I love that when I at long last see something I actually like in this show. The people who have enjoyed this show up to this point hate it. Some stormtroopers also come on board for the ride, and they say, "We're looking for a Jedi. A picture of him was taken and sent to all the bounty hunters, but for some reason, we didn't get it. But we do know he looks like an old man. He's traveling with a little girl." They start asking basic questions like, "How are you doing? Where are you headed?" And Obi-Wan is struggling to answer them. But luckily for him, he has a perfect 10-year-old Mary Sue who's smarter than him and does a better job with the questions than he ever could. You know, if you can't agree with my point about every woman being perfect in Disney Star Wars, while every established male character is now a washed-up shell of their former self, then please tell me what needs to happen to convince you at this point. Ben Kenobi, because he's a man, lets Leia's name slip. The stormtroopers don't immediately jump on him, even though he fits the description perfectly. Hell, at this point they don't even need a picture of him, which they don't have apparently, even though it was sent to every bounty hunter in the last episode. But they now also know he's with a girl by the name of Leia, and they were given a different name for her earlier, so their story doesn't add up. He comes up with a story about it being her mother's name. On the one hand, it's a little creepy for any man to mix up his child and his lover. I didn't realize Star Wars had an Alabama.
In spice.
But it's clear the subtext is referring to Padme Amidala, someone Kenobi knew well and lost. He's telling the viewer he misses her very much, and Leia reminds him of her. This is a well-written line. It's too bad it's surrounded by stupid lines that ruin it. Wouldn't it have been cool if they were like, "Oh shit, you're the Jedi," and then he pulled out his lightsaber and cut them down? I mean, come on, it's episode 3 and he still hasn't used it. They come to an Empire checkpoint and the guards think Obi-Wan looks sus. Seems like Leia's plan ended up backfiring. Too bad the script doesn't acknowledge it. Kenobi reaches for his gun that all the troopers can clearly see him do. Anytime I have put my hand near my hip while talking to an officer, it hasn't gone well for me. It's almost like Hollywood writers live where cops don't normally patrol or something. Because if the police did patrol their area, they would find a few too many younglings being trafficked. A droid comes over to scan him. Obi-Wan shoots the droid, and as you can clearly see, at least 2 of the troopers have their guns pointed right at him. So do they shoot him right through the chest? No, they just stand still as he grabs one of their guns. I'm going to be honest here. Out of any fight scene in all of the Disney Star Wars TV shows I have seen up to this point, this one is hands down the worst one. Whoever choreographed this needs to be sent into the Sarlacc pit. Kenobi even uses the mole rat alien guy as a shield, which makes him look like a villain, and the stormtroopers look like the good guys. Why do they give a shit about this random delivery guy? When have they ever cared about bystanders before? Kenobi defeats them and shuts down the laser gate, even though he can clearly walk around it. He walks through, and in 4 seconds, a battalion of stormtroopers drive right up to him. By the way, when I say battalion, I mean there's only 3 stormtroopers. Now, Kenobi literally just took out 5, so 3 should be no problem for him, right? He walks up to them and surrenders for some reason. Buddy, you just killed 5 of their friends, so I don't think they're taking any prisoners. A female stormtrooper tells him to put his head down, but not drop his weapon, which, by the way, he's pointing right at them. Now you might think he's going to shoot them, but nope. The female stormtrooper officer shoots all 3 of them in the back. It turns out she was the one who was coming to meet them, so if Kenobi stayed in the meeting place and didn't listen to a 10-year-old girl, those troopers would still be alive. In other words, Leia is indirectly responsible for the deaths of all those men. Also, isn't it amazing that the writers had to force a scene where a woman saves a man even though it doesn't make sense? We were literally shown Kenobi taking out 5 troopers, but then he just has to give up to 3 of them so she can be the one to save him. Now I want to make this clear, I'm cool with women saving men, but this just seems forced. They get to a town and they're stormtroopers looking for Obi-Wan. The officer leaves Obi-Wan and Leia to check out the safe house. Leia panics a little bit and Obi-Wan tells her it will all be okay. Then she literally says, "I didn't mean to run away." Wait, what? You did mean to run away. Everyone who runs away does it on purpose. But sure, she's a kid. Kids act like that. Okay, is she meant to be a kid or someone who is wise beyond her years? Because the writers can't seem to decide. Her personality just flip-flops so much. It's almost like at one point this was meant to be a movie before it was stretched out, and new writers came on board to change her character from what it was before. Then Obi-Wan literally tells her it wasn't her fault. Bro, if you enforce this behavior, she's going to do it again. Anyways, they hide in a droid factory that leads them to the Underground Railroad. It's an underground tunnel that many Jedis have been smuggled through. A little later on, troopers come into the droid factory to do a search for a Jedi that they have no clue as to what he looks like. The officer panics and says, "Someone must have seen us." I mean, maybe they have seen you, but they don't know who they are looking for. My god, this show is stupid. Somehow it's suddenly nighttime, and Obi-Wan thinks he can sense Vader. He goes to check outside through a window, and he sees tons and tons of stormtroopers. Bro, you had hours already, just go down the tunnel! Then Vader shows up and starts killing random people because he can sense a Jedi is near. Obi-Wan decides to sacrifice himself, even though he already had hours to run down the tunnel. You know, there's a thin line between bravery and stupidity, but this is nowhere near that line. It's just stupidity. But Obi-Wan decides to be even more stupid by standing near the door where the secret tunnel is, and watches Darth Vader kill a bunch of people because, well, I guess he thought it was funny or something. At long last, he goes off running. The Inquisitors are ordered not to chase after him, but to go look for other Jedi. Oh, wow! I wonder if the third sister is going to be the one to find them first. I mean, on the one hand, she is a woman and they can do anything in Disney Star Wars, but on the other hand, she's a POC and they can't do anything in Disney Star Wars. So despite Obi-Wan running at full speed, Vader somehow teleports in front of him. Also, no, it's not one of his powers. The writers just don't know what they are doing. Obi-Wan gets ready to fight, but then he decides to run away around the pile of sand to the other side, and Vader just turns around. I'm not making this up. This is what really happened. Then he does it again. What's going on? I know the actors think this will be fixed in post, but it's clearly not. This just looks terrible. It's obvious that it's the same pile of sand. Anyways, the third sister luckily picks the right building to search. Vader somehow sneaks up next to Obi-Wan. Have you ever heard his breathing? That shit's loud as fuck. So how did he sneak up on a Jedi, let alone anyone? Because Obi-Wan had tons of free time on his hands and had the important task of looking after the last hope for the universe. He's of course out of practice with a lightsaber and gets his ass kicked by Vader. The third sister is checking out some stuff in the droid shop. Oh wow, look at this wall! It's the most amazing wall I have ever seen in my life. Or maybe I'm just entertained by it because I watched the Kenobi show. Leia tells the officer that she should go help Obi-Wan, and the officer, mind you, takes orders from a 10-year-old girl. The third sister finds the hidden tunnel. The lightsaber fight between Obi-Wan and Darth Vader is just really bad. I love the part where Vader just taps Obi-Wan's lightsaber and he falls over. I'm not gonna lie, this actually might be the worst lightsaber fight I've ever seen. So Vader, who at this point must be super bored with fighting Obi-Wan, lifts him up in the air using the Force, then starts a fire and puts his face in it. But we already know from the original trilogy that Obi-Wan is not covered in burns, so there's only one logical explanation. Kenobi is fireproof! Sure, he's yelling a little, but he's right in the fire, and later on he's fine. Trust me, if you were covered in fire for that long and lived, some of your limbs would have to be amputated. Now, we were already shown that Vader can use the Force on Obi-Wan from this distance, and now we are shown that he can use the Force to put out the fire. Now, why am I bringing all of this up? Well, it's because the writers literally forget Vader can do all of this in the next 10 seconds. The officer lady shows up somehow. She didn't run into the third sister through the tunnel on her way back, but I guess tunnels are very spacious. People miss one another going through those things all the time. The officer shoots a stormtrooper and they start looking all over instead of the direction the blaster came from for some reason. Then she shoots the oil, reigniting the fire, and Vader does not use the Force to grab Obi-Wan, and he does not use the Force to put out the fire. He just lets his worst enemy get away. He's just standing there, menacingly, but he's still just standing there. Now, maybe because Vader knows there's troopers all over this town, they are still going to catch Obi-Wan, right? Nope, they lose him. Somehow, the third sister is at the end of the tunnel. Even though Leia has outrun full-grown men many times, this woman somehow ran past the officer, then Leia, then waited at the end of the tunnel for her. Okay, I think this show might be worse than Rise of Skywalker. Sure, more super convenient things happened in the plot of that movie that I had to use quantum mechanics to explain it, but this show just doesn't make any sense at all. It's like that scene in Last Jedi where Rose and Finn somehow made it back to the base without getting shot, despite being right in front of the First Order army. But episode 3 of Kenobi is like that scene if it was stretched out into a full-length episode. I want you guys to know I stopped watching this show before the fight with Vader and Obi-Wan. I now know I picked a very good spot to stop watching because this is just really, really bad. The good news is we are halfway done with this show. The bad news is, from what I've heard, it just gets worse from here. Episode 4 starts off with Kenobi in a healing tank. Now it turns out he does have some fire damage, but only on one of his arms. Now I know the writers can't have his face or hands be burnt because that would conflict with the original trilogy, but they could have had everywhere else be burnt. He's covered in a robe the entire time. If the writers wanted Vader to take his revenge against Obi-Wan, but also only have a small part of him be burnt, he could have used the Force to, I don't know, throw flaming rocks at him or something. Obi-Wan could have been dodging them, slicing a few of them up with his lightsaber, but then one of them hits him on the arm, burning him severely. It just seems odd for Vader's revenge to involve only burning a very small part of him. Hell, they even show comparisons between Vader's burnt arm and Kenobi's burnt arm. Yes, Kenobi's arm is messed up pretty badly, but at least it's still there. Obi-Wan gets out of the Vacta tank and says, "Where's that little girl Leia at?" We cut to Leia, who has handcuffs that are obviously too big for her and she can easily slip out of them. Also, her personality flips back to her being a strong, independent woman, and she makes demands towards the stormtroopers who have guns. Reva tells Leia that Obi-Wan is dead, and Leia says, "Lol, no, you're lying." Anyways, this guy tells Obi-Wan Kenobi that there are too many people looking for him, and he needs to get on the next transport out of here. Bro, you're part of the Underground Railroad for Jedis and people who are Force sensitive. There's too many people looking for everyone you help. But Obi-Wan tells him that they have to rescue Leia because she knows their location? What? Who gives away their secret location to a 10-year-old child? At this point, I'm surprised that the Empire hasn't found this Underground Railroad for Jedis yet. And surprisingly, despite this guy now knowing that Leia knows their location, he just says that he doesn't care about Leia. Well, you should care because she has information that will shut down your whole operation. And then surprisingly, the writing actually gets even worse. I didn't even think that was possible. Obi-Wan tells him, "You have no idea how important Leia is to me." And the guy tells him, "I do know how important Leia is to you, because I lost my wife, so I'll help you." Okay, so the guy didn't want to help, then he remembered his dead wife, and now he wants to help? What? Is this a scene that was meant to be rewritten, but they only got halfway through rewriting it or something? So they go over the plan to rescue Leia. She's being held in an Empire base on the water moon of Nur. Oh, thank God, it's not another desert planet for once. Wait a second, isn't that the same base from Jedi Fallen Order? Now you're probably thinking thinking, why was this base built in water instead of, on land or in space? Well, you see, it's because the base is impenetrable. But why is it so impenetrable? Does it have a really strong shield protecting it? Is it covered in cannons? Or maybe something in orbit is protecting it? Well, it actually has none of those things. Obi-Wan even says, I don't see any shields around it. And the other guy tells him the reason why it's impenetrable. It's because, no one would be stupid enough to attack it. Yep, that's right, it's impenetrable because, well, it's impenetrable. Well, I guess American military bases could get rid of all their defenses because no one would be stupid enough to attack them. Apparently, only an idiot would attack a base with no defenses. This is like something out of Baki. The greatest defense is not having defense at all, but that show is meant to be stupid. Kenobi tells the others that they need to find a way inside. They tell him they're not soldiers, and he tells them that she's 10 years old. I think we're missing about half the lines because this conversation doesn't make any sense at all. Obi-Wan and the officer lady start flying towards the base, and Kenobi is trying his best to use the Force, but he can barely move this small little object. Wow, to get his Force powers back up to where it needs to be, he needs like a year of training. I sure hope he doesn't get all of his powers back just because of one emotional moment, because that would be really lame. Reva is still interrogating Leia about the location of the Underground Railroad for Jedi so she can find Obi-Wan Kenobi. And I just realized something. How does she know Leia knows the location? Yeah, we know why Kenobi knows Leia knows, but how does Reva know that Leia knows? I certainly know something. The writers don't know how to write. Now in episode 2, we saw Reva use the Force to read the fake Jedi guy's mind, so I don't know why she's interrogating this little girl instead of, trying to read her mind. Kenobi and the officer lady land on the base. We see a bunch of TIE fighters hanging from the ceiling, and a bunch of other ships on the runway. Wow, it seems like if their cover is blown and they try to run away, all these ships would catch them for sure. Unless, of course, the writers forget about them or something. As they're walking into the base, this male officer asks the female officer for her clearance code. It flashes red, of course, because, well, she's not supposed to be in this area. In fact, she's supposed to be on a completely different planet. She starts visibly panicking, and the guy tells her that he can't let her through. This is not her area. What is she doing here? Wow, it seems like this plan already failed. I don't know why she's panicking. This is obviously what the expected outcome was going to be. If her having the wrong clearance isn't what's going to get them caught, her panicking is what's going to get them caught for sure. But despite how obviously suspicious she is, she just tells the guy, I have top secret information, let me through, or I'm going to call your mom. And this works somehow. Now, despite never being in this base before, she finds the control room pretty easily. She opens a hatch at the bottom of the base. Obi-Wan swims through it, but then there's this door with a stormtrooper in front of it. Obi-Wan knocks on it, the stormtrooper opens it, and Obi-Wan takes him out. Knock, knock. Who's there? Pizza. Oh boy, pizza. I said it once and I'll say it again. This was originally meant to be the parody version of this show. Reva finally tries to read Leia's mind, but even though it worked on a grown man, it doesn't work on this 10-year-old girl, because she was born with the greatest power in all of the Star Wars galaxy. 2 X chromosomes. Yep, apparently because Leia was born with the Force, even though she has no training, she's able to subconsciously resist one of the highest ranked Inquisitors. Now you can make the argument that anyone who's Force sensitive, even if they're a baby with no training, can resist even a Master Jedi or Sith trying to peer into their mind. Well then that makes Kylo Ren look stupid for trying to read Rey's mind. Leia's little droid tries to free her, but just like last time it fails. Even if it got the handcuffs off of her, I don't see how Leia could have escaped. The officer lady, not so discreetly, is talking into a microphone giving Kenobi instructions. One of the officers in the room with her notices what she's doing, but he's just sitting there, menacingly, but he's still not doing anything. What is wrong with people in this show? Yeah, him noticing what she's doing doesn't lead into anything at all. Kenobi sees a probe droid and tells her about it. She just says, yo man, they're everywhere, you're kind of fucked. Wow, she was helpful. An officer comes up behind her and says, what are you doing here? This isn't your station. I need to see some ID. And she's like, oh sure, I'll show you some ID. And he's like, don't show me it here. Show me it over there where you can easily knock me out. And she's like, oh okay. And then she leaves her microphone speaker on the desk. That other officer is going to hear what Obi-Wan is saying. He's not going to do anything about it, but he's Gonna hear it. Now, despite the probe droid having cameras all over its body, allowing it to see in 360 degrees, Kenobi just sneaks around it. He even closes a door in front of it, and it's like, huh, what's this door doing here? Who closed it? It's probably unimportant. I'm gonna go over here. He enters into a hallway, sees two stormtroopers looking right at him, but then he decides to hide in a hole in the wall, and they decide to be polite and pretend to not notice him. It's a hallway, they saw him for sure. The officer lady strangles the other officer. Plenty of stormtroopers clearly heard this, but they're going to be polite and pretend they didn't hear anything. She goes back to her desk, grabs the microphone, and whispers into it, Ben. And despite everything that her and Kenobi have gotten away with up to this point, somehow the two stormtroopers hear this. This is like that one scene from SpongeBob when SpongeBob snuck into Patrick's room, made a whole bunch of noise, and then woke him up when he whispered. But that was meant to be funny. This is meant to be taken seriously. Reva decides that they're going to torture Leia for the information. We're going to pull your fingernails off.
Oh, that doesn't sound so bad.
And then we're going to show you the Kenobi show. No! Please now! Obi-Wan comes across a whole bunch of frozen Jedi. Oh god, that's horrifying. Too bad it adds nothing to the plot. Leia's strapped down to a chair, but it seems like Reva can't go through with torturing a child, even though she's done things like cut off an old woman's hand and a whole bunch of other terrible things. Yep, the writers have decided that they're going to try to give this character a redemption arc. Yay! I forgot she's a woman, so she can't be evil. Obi-Wan sees a frozen Jedi youngling. Oh my god, I can't believe they did this to a child. I sure hope the Empire doesn't do this to another child. Wait, what was I here to do again? Kenobi hears Leia screaming. He tells the officer lady to create a distraction. So the officer lady orders the Inquisitor to stop doing what she's doing and come meet her. Do people just take orders from those who are of a lower rank than them in the Empire or something? But somehow Reva can tell that the officer lady is lying even though she has no reason to. But all of those other male officers had reason to believe that she was lying, but they believed her for some reason. Obi-Wan turns off the lights and then uses his lightsaber to take out the stormtroopers. On the one hand, I'm happy that Obi-Wan is finally using his lightsaber, but on the other hand, isn't a lightsaber like one of the worst stealth weapons? Okay, you turned off the lights, but your lightsaber, you know, gives off light, and it also makes a lot of noise.
Obi-Wan, thank you for rescuing me. By the way, I didn't tell them anything.
I know you didn't, because you're a strong, independent woman. Reva somehow knows that the spy is part of the Path, the group that helps Force sensitives escape the grasp of the Empire. Now, if you're wondering how the third sister figured that out, good for you, but she has no idea what the spy is doing. Apparently Reva is smart enough to know that this person is from the Path, but doesn't know why this person distracted her while she was about to interrogate someone. Also, they say that it doesn't make sense that Obi-Wan managed to get past a Imperial checkpoint, directly telling us that if she wasn't there to help Obi-Wan, he would have been captured. He took down 5 of them, she only took down 3. 8 stormtroopers versus 1 Jedi? My money's gonna be on the Jedi. Now, how does the spy girl get out of this predicament? I cannot say that word. Well, she tells Reva that she's actually a double agent. She's only pretending to be a spy for the rebellion. Hey Reva, I got a really good idea on how you can tell if she's lying to you or not. You could, I don't know, read her mind. As Obi-Wan and Leia are running away, one of the probe droids spots them and starts beeping. Wait a second, I thought probe droids had weapons on them. This thing just beeps? You might as well have used a basic security camera instead of something like this. Reva decides to go check out the alarm. She does not slice off the head of the obvious spy in front of her, but she does at least leave her with 2 stormtroopers. So how does the officer spy woman get out of this predicament? Yes, I said it right! Well, she bitch slaps one of them through the helmet. Apparently the helmet doesn't protect them at all, and then tickles the other one underneath his chin. This takes them both out somehow. So Obi-Wan, even though we were just told it was impossible for him to take on 8 stormtroopers, is taking on a whole bunch of stormtroopers, and he's actually being cool. The probe droid is finally using its weapons. Obi-Wan is blocking blaster bolts fired at him from both sides. He takes them all out, and then 2 more stormtroopers show up. He takes both of them out as well, but the glass gets cracked. Oh my god, he just deflected a blaster bolt fired at him from behind. Oh, that's so cool. Uh-oh, there's a whole squad of them. Oh man, he just deflected a blaster bolt into the control panel, closing the door on them. Oh, that's so cool. Oh no, the glass is gonna break. Oh, he's holding it back with the Force. Okay, so finally the show is turning into what I wanted it to be, but there's one issue. It was established that he sucks with a lightsaber, and that he sucks at using the Force. So how can he suddenly do all of this? Yeah, sure, he was one of the greatest Master Jedis of all time, but it was established in the show that he lost all of his skill, and most of his Force powers. Like, one training episode would have been nice, but then again, the writing of Disney Star Wars has never been known for being consistent. The officer lady shows up and takes Leia with her. Obi-Wan is holding back the ocean, and okay, one blaster bolt did this much damage? This impenetrable base was really penetrated by one blaster bolt? What if one of the guns accidentally malfunctioned and hit the glass? Put some shields around it. The stormtroopers decide to open the door even though they can tell that that room is about to get flooded, and Obi-Wan goes into the Avatar state and bends all the water towards them. Okay, so now we're getting to the most infamous scene in this entire show. Now don't get me wrong, it is bad, but it's not the absolute worst scene I've seen in any TV show I've reviewed. If you've seen my review of Witcher Blood Origin, which by the way, please go check it out, I put a lot of work into it and I have even come close to breaking even on it. At the end of episode 3, this dwarf disguises herself in elven armor, and despite being half the size of the elves, she somehow manages to sneak into the elven city. Despite how absolutely bad this scene is in Obi-Wan, it's not as bad as that. Anyways, let's go over it. Obi-Wan disguises himself as an Imperial officer, and then walks out with Leia hiding her under his coat. Once again, I think this was originally meant to be the parody version of the show. So many people have compared this to a scene from Austin Powers, and I don't blame them. Obviously, that was meant to be funny, and this is meant to be taken seriously. But to make this scene even worse, this base is on high alert. For the first time ever, this impenetrable base has been penetrated. Even in Austin Powers, the base was at least not on high alert. This would never work. Everyone can tell that guy has too many legs, and it's clear that he has a child hiding under his coat. And this could easily be fixed. Just put Leia in a suitcase or something. But even then, they're looking for the officer lady and Obi-Wan. So even if Leia wasn't in the picture, it's completely improbable for them to just walk out of here. They just walk right past the checkpoint, several officers. There's even 2 Inquisitors on this base. You know, Force users who can sense when other Force users are nearby. Something that was clearly established in the last episode. And no, Obi-Wan is not cut off from the Force anymore. He's clearly using it. Okay, you know what? At this point, I'm done being polite. If you are someone who unironically likes this show, you need to know that it's objectively a bad show. Your opinions are bad, and you should feel bad for liking it. At one point, Leia even lifts up the coat and looks through it. Okay, remember what I said about the scene from Witcher Blood Origin? I changed my mind. This is actually worse. They're about to walk out of this impenetrable base that is, for some reason, not on lockdown, and then Reva shows up with a whole bunch of troopers behind her. Reva literally tells the officer lady that she betrayed the Empire. The officer lady tells her that she was never on her side, and over 90% of the people who watched this show up to this point all unanimously said, no shit. So how will our heroes get out of this predicament? Did I say it right that time? I don't even know. Well, 2 small snow speeders that are on a water planet for some reason show up to penetrate this impenetrable base. Now, remember all those Imperial ships we saw at the start of this episode? Well, they're all gone now. The writers forgot they existed. Obi-Wan starts using a blaster. I guess he forgot he had a lightsaber again. They hop on one of the snow speeders, which I think can only hold 2 people. I guess Leia can sit in Obi-Wan's lap, but how is the lady gonna get in? Well, the other one is distracting Reva, and yes, a lot of people have pointed out the size comparison between her and this ship. She either grew super big, that ship is really small along with the pilot, or the effects team is not doing a very good job. She manages to destroy it while Obi-Wan and the others get away. The other Inquisitor tells Reva everything is her fault, which it is. And then Darth Vader shows up and he's like, why the fuck did no one send a ship after them? He starts force choking Reva and she yells out, put a checker on the ship. And Darth Vader tells her, it seems like I've underestimated you. So yep, everything stupid in this episode was all a part of Reva's plan. Okay, so our heroes were actually stupid enough to think this plan would work. And now that Leia has had the experience of being captured by the Empire and having a tracker put on her ship ship as she escapes, then how did this happen to her a second time when she was an adult? Yo, Han, Luke, Chewie, let's pull a Falcon over and carefully search it for any trackers. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. This happened to me when I was a kid. Also, it's clearly been established that Reva really wants to get revenge on Obi-Wan. She doesn't care about any other Jedi. So why does she want to suddenly find the path? Turns out the tracker is in the droid. Apparently, Reva knew Obi-Wan was going to save Leia. Like, I know she knew he was coming, but did she also think he would actually escape? It feels like they written this in at the last moment because they realized, oh shit, none of this makes any sense at all. Okay, let's write a scene at the very end that explains that the officers, the troopers, and the Inquisitors all pretended to not notice them. I've brought up multiple times that this was originally supposed to be a movie before it was stretched out into a TV show. I've pointed out which scenes I thought were added in, but there's no scene like that in this entire episode because the whole episode was clearly added in to stretch out the runtime. I think it's the worst episode so far because it's wholly original. They didn't use the original script as a blueprint for it, but at least we're 2/3 of the way done with this show. Just 2 more episodes to go. Now I'm told by people who actually like this show that episode 5 is their favorite one. Now maybe it will be the best episode of this show, or maybe they just saw episode 4 first and their expectations were so low that they actually thought this was a good episode. It starts off with a flashback of Obi-Wan and Anakin Skywalker. They brought in the original actors and used CGI to de-age them. Wow, it actually looks pretty good on Ian McGregor, and on Hayden Christensen it looks, oh dear God! Like from his eyes up it looks fine, but what's up with his jaw? And he looks so old. McGregor looks younger than him. They're about to spar, but then we cut to Darth Vader, who's talking with Reva. And because she actually did something competent for once, Vader gives her a gold star sticker. We cut to our heroes who are landing in a rebel base. Everybody's really sad that Wade died. I guess I would also be sad if I got to know him at all. Oh, and the fake Jedi guy from episode 2 is here for some reason. The rebel group is getting ready to leave, but Vader is heading towards their location because the droid has a tracker in it, and you can tell it has a tracker in it because it's now a Sith. Yeah, it's glowing red and everything. Oh yeah, and apparently Jedis who were helped by the path left their lightsabers behind. I thought those weapons were meant to be their life, and they're easy to conceal. Being defenseless doesn't make you better at hiding. The little droid toy starts destroying wires. You see, this is why you shouldn't put weapons on a child's toy. Yeah, remember when I said that droid was made into a Sith? I think you can now clearly tell it didn't just have a tracker put inside of it. This causes the hatch to seal up, and now they all know that Vader is on his way. We cut back to the duel between Anakin and Obi-Wan, and then it ends. Okay, I guess that was nice. Obi-Wan gives an inspiring speech to the rebels. He tells them that if they fight against the Empire, they will all die.
If we try and fight them, we will not survive.
But then he tells them that they just have to run away. So they just need to hold the Empire off until they can get that hatch opened. The Star Destroyer releases a few ships to destroy the rebel base. Yep, there's all the ships it sent out. All 2 of them. The rebels get their defenses ready by putting a metal 2x4 on a door. The Imperial troops all line up and they start shooting a big laser gun at the door. Oh god, will the metal bar hold? The rebels are trying to open up the roof, but it's not working. And then Leia steps up and says, I can fix it. Yep, apparently a 10-year-old girl knows about engineering. But it's Disney Star Wars, so what did you expect? Yeah, she goes through this little hatch into this room full of wires. Honestly, I think the average person would need a college degree to understand what's going on in this room. Like if she was the daughter of a mechanic or an engineer or something, I would be totally fine with this scene. And before someone says, oh, but she's really smart for her age. No matter how smart you are, if you're not researching what you're working on, you're not going to know what you're doing. The Imperial officer woman decides to tell Kenobi her sad, tragic backstory. You see, she was ordered by the Inquisitors to round up 14 people for not paying their taxes. She didn't know what the Inquisitors were gonna do, but then they slaughtered them all. Oh my god, she's almost as evil as the average IRS agent. And that's why she decided to be a spy for the rebellion. Now this is not a terrible backstory and it does make her sympathetic, but I do have one issue with it. She joined the military military, she should have been well aware that she was gonna kill a few people. And sure, maybe she didn't think they would have been killed for not paying their taxes, but the only other thing that would have happened to them is that they would have been arrested. Not as bad, but still pretty bad. Also, I still don't care about this character. The stormtroopers are still shooting out the door, but then one of them somehow receives a message from inside the base and tells Reva to go up to the door and talk to Obi-Wan Kenobi. They start communicating telepathically, and Reva tells Obi-Wan that stalling won't work. I don't know, bitch, if he is trying to stall you, it seems to be working. So far this episode hasn't really been all that bad. In fact, I would say it's just as good as episode 2. But now we get to the part where it really goes downhill. It's revealed that Reva knows that Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader are one and the same. How does she know this? Well, she was one of the younglings he didn't manage to kill. Wait, what? How does that work? Yeah, I guess she was aware that Anakin turned to the dark side, but that doesn't mean she would figure out that he's Darth Vader. Like, don't get me wrong, it is an educated guess, but out of the tens of thousands of Jedis, she knew it had to be Anakin who turned into Darth Vader. She never thought he was a random Sith who was hiding in the shadows and suddenly appeared. But how did she survive Order 66? Well, Anakin stabbed her with a lightsaber and she played dead. Yes, everyone, this is the start of when lightsabers stopped being such deadly weapons in Star Wars. Sure, Darth Maul survived being cut in half, but he's not human. Plus, that lightsaber was inside of him for less than a second. We've seen lightsabers melt metal multiple times. Look at what it did to the door in episode 1. Yeah, I don't think I need to tell you that being impaled by a lightsaber isn't really good for your health. In fact, I think it would turn your blood into steam. It's not just a regular sword, it's a stick of plasma. So yes, Qui-Gon, despite being a Master Jedi, died from being impaled by a lightsaber. But she survived because she has 2 X chromosomes. So you know how we just got the backstory for the officer lady? Well, just like her, Reva's also pretending to just work for the Empire. Her goal in life is to kill Darth Vader. What? Wow, I didn't see that coming. Oh no, wait, I did, because in modern movies and TV shows, women can never be evil. She was never given orders to slice off that old woman's hand. She just did it because, well, she's actually trying to kill Darth Vader. This bitch was so crazy evil, the other Inquisitors were telling her to chill. Yo, dire gentlemen, by the off chance you're watching this, I think my female villains video is aging like a fine wine. Yeah, it's clear she was originally intended to be evil until the script writers realized, oh shit, we need to change this. But they forgot about that part where she sliced off the old woman's hand for no reason. Oh, and the reason given as to why she was so desperate to hunt down Obi-Wan is because she blames him for how Anakin turned out. Yep, that's seriously the reason given. I'm not joking. Oh, you thought she was hunting him down to ask him for help? No, of course not. She's a woman, he's a man. And that goes against modern Hollywood's rules. She tells Obi-Wan Kenobi that she's a strong, independent woman. Then she slashes through the door with her lightsaber. And not only that, she also slices the metal bar they put on it. I don't know what's more stupid, the fact that she didn't do this immediately instead of using that stupid big gun, or the fact that we were just told she survived being stabbed by a lightsaber, and now they're showing us just how devastating one is. The battle is on. Obi-Wan is standing in front of the rebels, blocking blaster bolts with his lightsaber, while Reva stands in the middle of the stormtroopers, not blocking anything. The stormtroopers also get close to Obi-Wan so he can slash them with his lightsaber. Okay. You know, there have been a lot of memes about stormtroopers being bad at aiming, but this is on a whole new level. There's so many of them, and the rebels are so close. How do they only manage to hit barely any of them? The rebels are being overwhelmed, so they start retreating. Reva starts heading towards the front while pushing stormtroopers along her way. Wow, what a bitch. An old woman gets shot and Obi-Wan is like, no! Someone with 2 X chromosomes got hit! The officer lady, despite having a gun, decides to push a stormtrooper to the ground. The robot guy is shooting stormtroopers. Some of them walk past him and then another one just grabs his gun. And of course, the robot, who is a lot stronger, just tosses him away. But then finally, the stormtroopers start hitting people. They shoot the officer lady, the robot, but they are still dumb enough to walk up to Obi-Wan so he can hit them with a lightsaber. The officer lady takes out a grenade and blows herself up, taking a whole bunch of stormtroopers with her. Wow, that's a really big explosion. I wonder why she didn't use it when they were all at the door. You know you can throw grenades, right? You know what? I take back what I said in my review of the 3rd episode, because this is now the worst choreographed fight scene I've seen in all of Star Wars so far. We cut back to the flashback of Obi-Wan and Anakin sparring. Obi-Wan gives his lightsaber to the fake Jedi. Wow, I'm so glad this character is here. And then he walks outside and surrenders. Look at this image. He's on his knees, handcuffed. She's standing up. The gun in the background looks like it's pointing right at his head. Are the filmmakers trying to tell us something? I just can't figure out what it is. The stormtroopers take Obi-Wan and walk him back into the enemy base? What are these guys doing? Oh look, Obi-Wan just got away. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to bring him into the enemy's base. Leia's toy droid that has been turned evil tries to attack her. It doesn't use any of its weapons. It just flies at her. She grabs it, pulls it apart, and takes out the tracker. At this point, I should be like, oh my god, that's so stupid, blah blah blah, but I kind of gone numb to it at this point. There's just so many stupid things happening one after another that I just don't feel anything anymore. Leia fixes the doors so now they can open. The fake Jedi guy, because he's an incompetent male, drops the communication device that Obi-Wan gave him. The ship takes off and oh my god, Darth Vader just stopped it with the Force! Wow, this is the strongest we have ever seen the Force in any of the live action stuff. He's on the same level as the Jedis from the Samurai Jack cartoon. Okay, I guess that's 1 minus Mary Sue point for Rey.
Hello everybody, Editing Jar here. As I was looking through this video, I realized something. Luke Skywalker defeated Darth Vader. Kylo beat Luke.
That was your plan, Ben? To bring down the roof on our heads? Now we're both trapped in here, moron.
And Rey is about even to Kylo. So no, this is actually a +1 Mary Sue point for Rey.
Let's just hope we don't have a repeat of episode 3 where the ship tries to take off again and Darth Vader doesn't stop it for whatever reason. Vader starts ripping the ship apart with the Force, but then there was a second ship behind it and it takes off and Darth Vader doesn't try to stop it. Oh my god, I was just making a joke! He seriously again just forgot he had a Force power he just used? We cut back again to the duel between Anakin and Obi-Wan calls Anakin a scrub or something. I actually had to take a break and walk away from recording this. I am just blown away by the incompetency of modern day writers. Tommy Wiseau could write better than this. Derek Savage could write better than this. Hollywood writers, do you want to know why AI is taking your jobs? This is why. Anyways, let's get back to the review. Reva, after like a decade of planning, after killing several people and doing a whole bunch of other horrible things, all in an attempt to get close to Darth Vader so she can kill him, she decides to walk right up to him while he's surrounded by stormtroopers and attempts to stab him in the back. She doesn't try to poison him or stab him while he's in his healing tank, which we have seen in an earlier episode. She doesn't try to attack him while he's in the middle of combat, nor does she even work with another Jedi like, oh, I don't know, Obi-Wan Kenobi to try and kill him. She just walks right up to him and of course gets her ass kicked. He's not even using a lightsaber, he's just blocking her strike with the Force, and now he's just dancing around her, dodging her strikes. Reva may be a woman in modern day Star Wars, but that doesn't make her a Mary Sue because, well, she's a POC. She even takes out her second lightsaber blade and starts spinning it at him. By the way, I know a lot of people don't like how the Inquisitor's lightsabers work, but I think it's a really smart design. It's a double-bladed lightsaber that spins. Yeah, when they fly with it, it's pretty goofy. But it's the most advanced we've ever seen a lightsaber, and it seems like a practical design to me. It's absolutely perfect for lightsaber throw. It would be like the Kienzan from Dragon Ball Z, or the Wind-style Rasen Shuriken from Naruto. Vader takes the lightsaber from her, splits it into two, we get a really bad choreographed lightsaber fight. Vader throws his lightsaber at her, she deflects it, goes for the killing blow, and this time, for once, Darth Vader didn't forget about a Force ability he already used. Like, on the one hand, I want to say she's stupid for trying an attack that she already knows won't work, but on the other hand, she saw him forget about his Force abilities twice already, so I guess she thought he would forget again. Vader stabs her through the stomach, which he did to her already when she was a kid, so of course she'll survive again. He also reveals that he knew who she was all along, and this was all part of his Grandmaster plan. Bro, what if she actually teamed up with Obi-Wan Kenobi? You would have gotten your shit rocked. Oh, and the Grand Inquisitor is still alive, because of course he is. He was only stabbed by a lightsaber. Yeah, apparently Darth Vader used her to track down Obi-Wan Kenobi, even though the other Inquisitor Inquisitors told her to stop looking for him so much. She only found him because she crazily kidnapped a princess, and so many other super convenient things happened for this plan to even begin to work. You know that channel, Terrible Writing Advice? The guy who sarcastically gives you bad writing advice and pretends it's good writing advice? I won't lie, it's a pretty good joke. Well, I think the writer saw his episode on villains saying all according to plan and actually took it literally. She tried to kill the Grand Inquisitor and almost did. What if she sliced off his head instead? Or what if lightsabers were still the killing weapons they used to be? This plan is stupid, it makes no sense, and it's obviously a last-minute change. He also seems disgustingly chill with her trying to kill him. They don't even kill her even though now she's completely useless to them. They just walk away. They're like Saturday morning cartoon villains from the 80s and 90s. Reva finds the communication device that the fake Jedi dropped, and here's the message about Tatooine and Luke. Is this also part of Darth Vader's master plan? Did he know that if he stabbed her and didn't fully kill her, that she would stumble around and find this device, giving him the information later? Well, knowing these writers, probably. So now that I finished episode 5, all I gotta say is, it's not my favorite episode. Now, it's not as bad as episode 4, but it's a close second. At least we only have one more episode. Episode 6, the finale. Okay, so far, Obi-Wan Kenobi has been an absolutely terrible show. Maybe the finale will be the worst episode yet, or maybe it will suddenly fix all the problems I've had with it so far. Let's find out. It starts with Reva on Tatooine. She smacks the water out of Kenobi's boss's hand. Why did she do this? Well, it's because there was a queue for the water line, and he cut to the front of it. Well, this scene establishes nothing, it will lead to nothing, and it was only in this show to, I don't know, pad out the runtime. We cut to the rebels running away from a Star Destroyer, and the Star Destroyer's aim is, well, just as bad as the Stormtroopers. I guess they are the ones manning the cannons, so it makes sense. And I want to make it clear, this is a transport vehicle, it's not firing back at them. Darth Vader tells his men to increase firepower. By that, I hope he means they should increase the rate they're firing at and not how strong the shots are, because they haven't hit anything yet. Stronger bullets aren't more accurate. Also, doesn't that Star Destroyer have a few fighters on board? Shouldn't they send those out after the transport vehicle as well? Also, why aren't they in hyperspace? They're just flying slowly. This is not how the Star Wars universe works. Oh wait, this guy just came in saying they're trying to get the hyperdrive up and running, but he also says that they will probably run out of time before they fully fix it. Seems like a pretty bad idea to run away in the ship that has the broken hyperdrive. Maybe you should have used this one as the decoy and took the other one. Obi-Wan realizes that he's the one that Darth Vader wants. Also, the writers remembered that Force users can sense other Force users. Yeah, remember when that power was forgotten about 2 episodes ago? So Obi-Wan is going to get into an escape pod so he can be used as a decoy. Now, there are a few problems with this plan. Number 1, the Star Destroyer could shoot his escape pod down, and number 2, they could send a fighter after him. But for some reason, the Empire decides not to use either of those, so I guess he's safe. He tells Leia that she's annoying, so he's gonna leave her. And then he tells the fake Jedi criminal guy that because he barely knows him, he's gonna trust him with Leia's safety. I'm not joking, he literally tells the guy that he can trust him because he's a criminal. Back on Tatooine, Uncle Owen hears that an Inquisitor is coming for him and his family. He runs home and tells his wife, "A dark Jedi is coming for us, we need to GTFO." Now Owen is being smart. He knows that they can't fight something that powerful, and it's a big planet. They just need to take a lot of water and some food, and they can survive a few days. But then Beru, yes, that is the name of Luke's aunt, says that they have nowhere to hide and they need to stand and fight. Okay, 1, you have basically everywhere to hide. 2, you stand no chance against an Inquisitor. And 3, oh my god, even Aunt Beru is made into a strong, independent woman. Owen tries to meet her halfway, saying if we're going to stay and fight, well, we're going to need help, and she just says, "I don't want to put anyone else in danger." By staying here, you're putting basically everyone else in danger. Luke is the last hope for the galaxy. What are you doing? She uncovers a hole in the wall and pulls out 2 rifles from it. Owen seems surprised that she has these, and I don't understand why. They live on a planet with Tusken Raiders. They're going to need rifles to defend themselves. Obi-Wan gives Leia a blaster holster. Oh my god, we finally know the origin of where it came from. Wow, Wow, did anybody care about that? It's like Solo all over again. Hey, do you want to know the origin of how Solo got his gun? No, not really. Haha, some random guy gave it to him. Okay, Obi-Wan is about to leave. He certainly has taken his precious time. I mean, it's not like there's a big ship shooting at them or anything. Oh wait, there is. The captain tells him that he doesn't have to do this. Wait, bro, you were the one who told him you guys don't have enough time to fix the hyperdrive. And now he's telling Obi-Wan that they have enough time to fix the drive. Why do these writers not know what they're doing? Vader sees Obi-Wan leaving and decides that they're going to chase after him instead, even though he let Kenobi get away twice already. The Star Destroyer is shooting at Obi-Wan's ship. It can't hit it at all, even though I'm pretty sure one blaster shot would take it out. Kenobi lands on the nearest planet. The Star Destroyer does not try to blow it up from orbit, and Darth Vader, despite having the Grand Inquisitor with him and a whole bunch of troopers, decides that he's going to face Kenobi alone. Once again, this plot only works because every single character is a colossal idiot. Darth Vader flies down in a transport ship. Wow, it's amazing that that was in the hangar, but no fighters. He lands on the dark and gray planet. He walks right up to Obi-Wan and says, "Have you come to destroy me?" Darth? You came to him, not the other way around. They start fighting, but they're using their lightsabers more like swords. Now, I know that might sound a little confusing, but let me explain. Obviously, the harder you swing a sword, the more damage it will do. However, if you miss one of these strong attacks, you'll be running the risk of leaving yourself open to a counterattack. But a lightsaber is not just a sword, it's a stick of plasma. So big, super strong, powerful swings won't increase the damage of your attack. Like, the fight is not terrible, but it's not really that good either. Reva enters the Skywalker's home. They do not set any traps for her, but they do have their guns ready. Uncle Owen lines up his shot and misses. Of course he would miss, he's a man. Then Beru starts shooting and she is also missing. Okay, never mind, they both just suck. It looks like Owen was right, they should have hid, because they clearly don't know how to fight. Owen starts throwing potted plants and boxes at her. Yeah, that will definitely work. We cut back to the fight between Obi-Wan and Darth Vader, and I won't lie, the way they use the Force in this fight is pretty badass. Vader splits the ground apart with the Force, and then starts piling rocks on top of Obi-Wan, who's stuck in the hole. We cut back to Owen, who's fighting against Reva with a metal bar. Wow, he's actually doing a really good job against her. He hits her lightsaber wound and she starts screaming in agony. Oh, that's why they stand a chance against her. It's because she's severely weakened. So if she wasn't, Beru would have gotten both of them killed. Reva bitch slaps Owen, sending him to the ground. Then she uses the Force to push him off the bridge. I don't know why she didn't do that earlier, but okay. Owen shouts at his wife that she's coming, completely giving away her position. And then Luke starts to book it while Reva chases after him. He clearly sees her lightsaber, but when Obi-Wan Kenobi shows him his old father's lightsaber, he'll act like he's never seen one before. Obi-Wan is using the Force to hold back the pile of rubble, but he's starting to give in to the pressure. But then he thinks about Leia and Luke for a brief second. This causes Kenobi to go Super Saiyan. He bursts through the rubble and continues his fight with Darth Vader, and wow, the action's actually a lot better this time. Vader blocks the lightsaber strike with the Force, but then Obi-Wan Kenobi pushes him back and starts lifting a whole bunch of boulders behind him. And then he starts firing them all at Darth Vader. Holy shit, this is awesome! Darth Vader uses the Force to create a bubble shield around him, blocking some of the boulders, and then he flies forward and continues to attack Obi-Wan with his lightsaber. I won't lie, this is awesome! Obi-Wan is kicking Darth Vader's ass! Oh, he just sliced off a part of his helmet! Then we hear the voice of both Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader at the same time. Oh, this is so cool. Like, I won't lie, the dialogue in this scene is absolutely cheesy, but Star Wars has always kind of been cheesy. I can't believe I'm saying this, but this show is starting to rub off on me. So how does the fight between both of them end? Well, Obi-Wan just walks away and leaves him alive. I'm not joking. Yep, the show is back to being trash. Obi-Wan Kenobi has the chance to kill one of the biggest threats in the galaxy. By choosing to let this guy live, so many people will be killed, including Kenobi himself. He will be partially responsible for all the bloodshed that's going to happen. But at least this scene fills up the plot hole when Kenobi told Luke that his father was killed by Darth Vader because Darth Vader said it himself. So once again, in Disney's attempt to fill up a plot hole, they created an even bigger plot hole. You know what? Just for this scene alone, in my opinion, this is the absolute worst episode of this show. Up until now, no scene in this entire show has destroyed Obi-Wan as a character. Until now. As a ghost, knows he's gonna have to tell Luke Skywalker, "Luke, I'm sorry about your hand. I actually had the chance to kill Darth Vader myself, but I chose to let him live." Ben, why? Well, to be perfectly honest, the writers just didn't know what they were doing. Anyways, we cut back to Reva, who's searching for Luke. She can't find him in the dark until he knocks over a rock. I guess the writers forgot once again that Force users can sense other Force users. Oh, never mind! Obi-Wan can suddenly sense that Luke is in danger. I'm not joking, the writers forgot Force users can sense other Force users, and then remembered it 5 seconds later. So Reva can't sense Luke when he's right next to her, but Obi-Wan can from like across the galaxy? Reva knocks out Luke with the Force. She pulls out her lightsaber, ready to kill him. After spending her whole life trying to get revenge on Darth Vader, she's about to take away his only son that he doesn't know the existence of, but at this point it's the only way for her to take revenge on him. He took away people precious to her, and now she'll do the same to him. She just hopes he eventually learns about his existence. But then she sees herself in Luke. Oh my god, Luke is a black woman. It's what Disney always wanted. And decides that she can't go through with it. Oh, she had a change of heart. Which doesn't make up for her slicing that old woman's hand off, all the people she killed, almost going through with torturing a child, and a whole bunch of other terrible things that we didn't see on screen. She's probably killed several children already, but once she has the chance to kill a child that will actually hurt the guy she's trying to get revenge on, she doesn't go through with it. Fuck me, this show is terrible. The writers know they can't kill off Darth Vader or Luke Skywalker, but they still write themselves into a corner. Obi-Wan arrives on Tatooine. Reva comes back with Luke in her arms, and because she did one good thing, actually it's not even one good thing, she just decided not to do something evil, she's fully redeemed because in modern movies and shows, women can never be evil. Reva takes out her lightsaber and throws it on the ground. Obi-Wan says that now she's free. Bro, the Empire might try to hunt her down. She just gave up the one thing she had to defend herself aside from the Force. And once again, that's like the best lightsaber ever. Actually, Kenobi, give Luke this one instead of his father's old lightsaber. It's way better. If Reva really wanted to redeem herself, she should have stayed with Obi-Wan Kenobi and watched over Luke with him. We cut to Darth Vader, who's having a chat with Emperor Palpatine, and Emperor Palpatine implies that because Darth Vader had feelings for his old master, that he was weakened? Oh great, it's the Kylo Ren versus Rey argument again. He had conflicting emotions, so he was weakened. I think Darth Vader was pretty pissed off at Obi-Wan for cutting him in half and burning him. He buried the guy under rubble. He clearly wanted to kill him. Is this really the explanation for Darth Vader constantly forgetting the Force powers he just used? Because I don't buy it. Leia, who's back home with her parents, dresses like she will when she's an adult. Because of course she does. Disney just can't stop milking that nostalgia. And Leia, despite being kidnapped after she disobeyed her parents, goes up to her father and says, if I'm going to be royalty, there's going to be a few changes around here. And her dad tells her we'll change stuff together. Leia's parents are more spineless than Caillou's parents. And that's saying something. Your 10-year-old disobeyed you multiple times, and because you didn't discipline her, she got kidnapped. And now that she's finally home, she thinks she can make demands and you're giving in to them? What is wrong with you people? Obi-Wan lands on the planet, gives Leia back her toy, and her dad tells him, we can't repay you. Bitch, you're a king, give him some money! Kenobi then tells Leia just how amazing and perfect she is, because of course he does. The writers attempt to cover up the gaping plot hole that this entire series has made by making Obi-Wan tell Leia, if you ever need help from a tired old man, you know where to find me, but please pretend like you don't know me, because if you do, it will be a violation of my court order. How is a 10-year-old girl going to remember this? And also, when she sent that message to you, she was about to be captured by the Empire. You both were already in big trouble. Kenobi returns to Tatooine and tells Owen, hey, your son just needs to be a kid. The future will work itself out. Bye. Then Owen says, wait, Kenobi, before you leave, would you like to meet the boy? Luke runs up to Obi-Wan. They meet for the first time, and then Obi-Wan says, hello there. This show is so bad. At least it's finally over. Obi-Wan is riding off into the sunset and... wait, it's still going? Oh my god, it's not over. What's next? Qui-Gon's ghost shows up. The hello there scene wasn't enough to milk our nostalgia. You have to do it even more? You were a ghost this whole time? You could have warned the Jedis about Palpatine? Okay, now the show finally ends. My god, this was painful. It amazes me how well the live-action TV show started off. Mandalorian was mostly good, but it was slow at times and it had a few slip-ups. Like, don't get me wrong, it was no Better Call Saul, the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones, or the first season of Heroes, but compared to the trash fire that was the Star Wars sequel trilogy, the worst heist movie ever Solo, and the snore fest known as Rogue One, it was an absolutely amazing show. After season 2 ended, they played it safe by making another show about a more well-known, but not super popular character, Boba Fett. But it's clear that they just took unused scripts from The Mandalorian without much thought on how they would fit into the story. Boba Fett is inconsistent from how he used to be, and the story is just so bland. The story definitely had a handful of problems, even more than Mandalorian season 1 and 2 combined. But I kept watching because I thought that the shows would keep getting better from here on. I mean, after all, Disney should have learned their lesson after making all of those horrible movies. At least that's what I thought. But Kenobi was worse than I ever imagined it could be. It was worse than She-Hulk and Witcher Blood Origin. In other words, it was the worst show I ever viewed yet, but not by much. Every time I think I have reviewed the worst show ever, somehow another one outdoes it. And I've heard that Mandalorian Season 3 and Ahsoka are even worse, so I'm just gonna take a break from all the bad stuff and review Andor.
Hello there.
Okay. For now, I will compare Andor to other Disney Star Wars shows I've reviewed by using food as my analogy. So I would describe watching the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian to be like having a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Nothing amazing, but it tastes good and you would rather have it than not, even if it doesn't have the bread you like. Book of Boba Fett is like tofu with too much salt. It's bland and it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. It's something that you would more than likely not eat unless you were super hungry and there was nothing else to eat. Kenobi is like all Doritos. You think you'll like it, but it stabs into your gums. It's hard to swallow, and you regret having it. Also, it ruins the taste of not only normal Doritos, but other chips as well for a few months. But Andor, on the other hand, is like a roll of good sushi. You didn't think you would like it, but once you try it, you're hooked on the combination of flavors, and you want more. You don't think it's the best thing ever, but you're happy you had it. Andor has very little Star Wars in it. No lightsabers, no Force, or anything mystical. It's just about a character named Andor. The guy from the Star Wars movie you forgot you saw, Rogue One. The stakes of the story are small and self-contained. So just like with the rice and sushi, the main ingredient is bland. But the story and characters make up the meat. Sure, I didn't think I would like them just like with raw fish, but I did. The plot was the cucumber. By itself, it's nothing special. But when you mix it all in with everything else, it makes something amazing. I could go on and on with this analogy, but I think you understand that it's a show I like even though I thought I wouldn't. It has 12 episodes in full, which is twice that of Kenobi, but the effects look so much better. At least I can tell they're not on a set. I mean, the effects and sets should look good because this show has a budget of $15 to $20 million an episode. To put that into perspective, Repo the Genetic Opera had a budget of $8.5 million, and that was a movie that came out in 2008. Even if we adjust for inflation, that's only about $11.87 million in today's money. Now, there is one problem that I do have with this show. It doesn't feel like Star Wars. Sure, there's the Empire and a few Star Wars aliens that are mostly in the background, but with no Force or lightsabers or even a Dune dragon, it's not a space fantasy. It's a sci-fi. Also, maybe it's just me getting old, but I miss it when sci-fis looked different from one another. Terminator looked different from Star Trek, which looked different from Blade Runner. Speaking of Blade Runner, look at this scene from Andor and tell me it doesn't look like it's out of Blade Runner. So yes, Andor is a good show, just not a good Star Wars show. It could have been set in the Star Trek universe and not much would change. It amazes me that the best Disney Star Wars movie was Rogue One, and now Andor is the best Disney plus Star Wars show. It's almost as if Disney doesn't know what they are doing with Star Wars or something. I swear the less Star Wars Disney uses, the better. No one, and I mean no one, was asking for an Andor show, but we got it, and I'm glad we did. The show was filmed on site in the UK, and the British accents just fit so well in the show. Okay, I take it back. There's a few things in this show that do feel like Star Wars. Anyways, without further ado, let's review the first episode of Andor. Episode 1 starts with Andor on this very rainy planet. At first I thought it was Corellia, but nope, it's Morlania. He's looking for his sister in a brothel. This is a kid's show, right? Also no, her working in a brothel doesn't add anything to the story. Oh, never mind, this show is rated TV 14. Okay, Jar Jr. can watch this show once he's out of juvie. Unfortunately for Andor, he doesn't find her, so he leaves. But 2 security guards start following him because they think he looks sus. Now, isn't it amazing that these security guards are more competent than the entire Empire was in Kenobi? Unlike that show, everyone isn't a dumbass in Andor. Keep in mind, Andor isn't a master Jedi who has his face plastered all over the place, but he does look sus and the guards ask him for his ID. Andor knocks one of them down, grabs the other guard's gun, and after struggling for a bit, he manages to take it. In Kenobi, they would have just handed the gun to him, or missed every shot as they got closer to him so he could cut them down with his lightsaber. Okay, I already did a full review of Kenobi in my last video, so I'm gonna stop making comparisons to it, because if I did that, we would be here all day. Now Andor does have the gun, but the other guard is dead from falling down. Wow, that's all it took to kill him? Well, I guess grown men do die from falling sometimes, so it's not a plot problem. Andor points the gun at the other guard who begs for his life. He does a really shit job at it. He tells Andor to give him the gun back. He'll still arrest him, but he'll put in a good word and tell the court that the other guard only died from slipping. Unsurprisingly, this doesn't work on the guy who's holding him at gunpoint. If I was in this guard's shoes, I would have asked Andor to walk away with the gun, and that I would also say in my report that it was too dark for me to see who jumped me. Now, yes, the guard is being stupid, but he's killed for his stupidity, which is something that would never happen in Kenobi because if it did, all the characters would be dead. Andor leaves the planet and, to be honest, can you really blame him? He lands on Ferrix. We see a droid that vaguely looks like R2, but unlike R2, it can talk. A dog alien tries to pee on it, and the droid shocks the dog. Wow, Marvel humor that is actually funny.
In return for your service, please accept these gifts. As is tradition, the protectors of our world are bestowed with great feasts. Giant goats! Oh, look at
The droid comes across Andor, who's dreaming about himself and his sister when they were kids, living on a grass planet, until one day a ship crashed near their village. We get a funny scene where Andor tells the droid to act like it's never seen him before, but it needs more power in order to lie.
Listen to me, it's important. I know it takes a lot of energy, but can you make a lie for me? I can't lie. I have adequate power reserves. Don't tell anybody you saw me. Don't tell anybody you know where I am. That's 2 lies. It's a both. Then we'll have to recharge at home. Take your time on the way back.
And this keeps making more and more lies, meaning the droid needs more and more power. Not gonna lie, it did make me laugh a little. Andor comes across his co-worker friend, and he tells his friend that he needs him to be his alibi. We cut to a security station where an officer tells his boss about the 2 men who were killed. He seems really upset about his co-workers being killed, but his boss couldn't give less of a bantha fodder. They talk about Andor and describe him as a human with, slightly dark features. Okay, there's aliens in this world. This is not the series to interject talking points about law enforcement racism. Yes, this show is mostly good, but you can tell which parts Kathleen Kennedy added in. But I won't lie, the boss saying we shouldn't report the crime so the crime rate stays low is good commentary. Andor tries to sell scrap metal to a hot girl mechanic so he can get off this planet. She has a boyfriend, but Andor also seems to be into her. Remember that my wife's boyfriend meme? Yeah, that was a funny meme. Andor tells him he doesn't need to worry because she's stronger than both of them, and he says back, "I'm tired of hearing that." You and most people watching modern TV shows and movies, my friend. The security guy learns about a ship with no ID, and he thinks it might belong to the same guy who killed those 2 men. Okay, wow. Just wow. I promise this is the last time I'll bring up Kenobi. Okay, we both know I'm not gonna keep that promise. But if any officer in that show was half as competent as this guy, Kenobi would have been caught like 15 different times. Andor is ambushed by this guy he scammed who brought up, I think that's a Cortarian, but I'm not sure, as muscle, so Andor doesn't run away. Andor gets out of this situation by telling the alien guy that he can't believe that he's working for a guy who paid him? Okay, trust me, this is a good show, for the most part, but there are some stupid scenes. You could cut this out and nothing would change. I guess that scene was written by one of the writers for Kenobi. The hot mechanic lady leaves to meet with some rebels. She tells her boyfriend she's just going out to get some smokes, but he thinks she's being sus, and he follows her. As he's following her, he gets knocked over by some guys carrying crate boxes and loses her. Okay, that was weird and a little pointless. Even in Andor, super convenient things happen for the plot to move forward. Andor asks this old guy with some alien dogs if he can borrow his ship again, and the guy tells Andor to fuck off. The episode ends off on a flashback of Andor when he was a kid, going to check out the crashed ship as his sister stays behind. Now, I know it sounds like I didn't say a lot about a roughly 40-minute long episode, and that's because the pacing is super slow. After I finished watching episode 1, I realized I did have a few problems with it. I was lost on what was happening, and I wasn't entertained at all. I thought the show would go downhill from here, so I stopped watching, but everyone told me it gets better. So I forced myself to keep watching, and I'm glad I did. After all, Breaking Bad episode 1 didn't hook me either. I would like to take a break before I review the rest of the show to tell you why I was convinced to give this show a second chance. Mandalorian, at least the first 2 seasons, was better than Book of Boba Fett and Kenobi. But why? Well, there's a lot of reasons, but I think why The Mandalorian was so good in the first place is because he's not a legacy character like Ben or Boba Fett. He was someone who the fans weren't really coming to see, so the writers had to put effort in to keep people watching. Book of Boba Fett and Kenobi didn't have to be good because people would come to see them no matter what. Andor is a nobody that the fans wouldn't be running to see, so the writers had to put in effort so they would give the show a chance. Okay, now let's get into reviewing episodes 2 and 3 because the first 3 episodes kind of all line up into one big long episode. Not gonna lie, I kind of wish they cut down the first 3 episodes and made it into one episode. But if you want to check out the show for yourself, I would recommend clicking off this video before continuing this review or skipping ahead to my review of Mandalorian Season 3 or Ahsoka. The first thing I noticed was that the opening music was slightly different from episode 1, clearly showing that the tone would be different from the last episode. The pace is quicker because Andor will have to move faster now that the Empire is looking for him. We start with a flashback of Andor trying to keep up with the bigger kids. They are saying something, but I can't understand them and there's no subtitles. I feel like a weeaboo who went to Japan for the first time. They come across this big mining hole, and Andor stares at it with this look on his face that just tells me, oh yeah, this is going to be important to the plot later. We see a guy from Doom with some hammers ringing this, bell thing. I won't lie, this bell absolutely looks badass. It's something we haven't seen before in Star Wars, but the fact that this is how the people on this planet tell time is a little silly. Like, that thing looks like it's made out of Beskar, which is extremely expensive. It would be cheaper to have a Big Ben-like clock. Anyways, everyone goes to work, and they also get messages about a Kenari human male that they need to keep an eye out for. Wow, even in the Star Wars universe, you can't escape Amber Alert. Now, Kenari humans are basically the Mexicans of the Star Wars universe. They are just a little darker than white humans. I already complained about the racism between humans in a universe full of non-humans already, but as a white American, I sometimes mistake Mestizo people as being Caucasian. They look basically the same to me, and I don't live in a world full of Hutts, Gungans, Mon Calamaris, Jawas, and hundreds of other different alien races. If I did, I would think all human races looked exactly the same. I would probably mix up my black and Asian friends. In the Star Wars extended universe, the Empire is shown to be alien-phobic, which makes sense because humans are the majority, and they just had a war with the Separatists, who were almost entirely made up of non-human species. Well, other than their leader, Count Dooku. Yes, the non-human races are so evil, but only a human could lead them properly. This is why Rogue One should have at least had one alien character on the team. Andor runs home. The droid B-2 reads out the Amber Alert, and Andor snaps at his mom for telling 2 people that he's from Kenari. Now, I have been calling him Andor this whole time, but that's his last name. His first name is Cassian. but I'm just gonna call him Andor because I keep accidentally saying Caspian instead of Cassian. Andor meets up with the mechanic lady, whose name is Bix, by the way. Her husband, Tim, yes, that's actually his name, sees them talking and calls the cops. Andor really should have gotten him that Nintendo Switch. Back on Morelia, a female officer reads out Andor's past charges to see if he's the man they are looking for. The officer, who was torn up over the 2 security guards getting killed, whose name is Cyril Karin, by the way, he meets with Sergeant Linus Mosk, and I'm not gonna lie, he's kind of like a white Kim Jong-un. And I'm not saying that just because he's fat. He also sounds like he smokes a pack of Marlboro cigarettes a day. Also, yes, Kim Jong-un sounds a lot deeper and rougher than you would expect. You might recognize this actor as Commissioner Pete Savage from Batman. Basically, he just tells Cyril to not let an opportunity pass him by and to give this hunt his all. Andor goes to a hidden compartment on his ship and grabs an NS-9 Starpath unit that he stole from the Empire. Basically, it's something really important, and if he's caught with it, he'll be forced by the Empire to watch Kenobi. And I guess he'll also be executed. We go into another flashback where Andor and the bigger kids find the crashed ship, and it has some yellow smoke coming out of it. Oh man, they must have ripped that bong so good. Now a girl is the leader of the group, and I'm okay with this because she's not a Mary Sue, and her being the leader is done in a way that feels natural. Yep, it's a modern-day female Star Wars character that I don't have a problem with. Hell, probably looks a lot like Hoth right now. The kids get closer, and all the crew seem to be dead, but not from the crash. They all have gas masks on, and yellow skin. They also have the Separatist logos on their uniforms. One of them gets up and shoots the leader girl in the back. The other kids take him out with blow darts, and they rush her back to camp. But Andor stays behind to see if there's any death sticks on the ship. Back in the present, Andor meets with Zan Wan, and he dumps a bunch of exposition about Kenari. Zan says that Kenari was an abandoned Empire mining planet. A disaster happened, causing toxic gas to spread, killing everyone on the planet. But wait, those guys who crash landed on the planet were part of the Separatists before the rise of the Empire. So what could this all mean? Cyril, along with the officers from Morelia, traveled to Ferrix to capture Andor. Isn't it amazing that they care so much about 2 men who were killed? It's definitely a different side of the Empire we haven't seen before. It's nice to see that they aren't all assholes.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow?
Yo!
I knew it, I'm surrounded by assholes.
Now, granted, they are more like private police officers, and they're not trained soldiers, but they still work under the Empire. Cyril gives the most Asperger motivational speech of all time. By the way, Twitter, I have Asperger's, so I can say that. We also get a nice scene with some old guy on a commercial flight, talking about what it was like before the Empire came to power. We also see other old people talking about what it was like before the Empire came to power throughout the show. But this is the first time one is focused on. It's good world building in my opinion. We end off the episode with Andor getting ready to protect himself with a K-16 blaster. Well, now it's time to move on to episode 3, and it's where the show finally gets really good. Don't get me wrong, Andor wasn't bad so far, but man has it been slow. The intro music changes once again, and it sounds much more tribal for lack of a better word. We open on a flashback with Andor's adopted mother, B2, and this black guy carrying him away from his home world. Now, we've seen that all the humans on this planet are kids. It's like Lord of the Flies, but in space. I think I just thought of a good idea for a movie. We also can tell that the clothes that the kids wear don't really fit them all too well. It's as if they salvaged them from the adults who died during the mining accident. Child Andor, as he's looking through the ship, sees his reflection in a mirror for the first time in years. Apparently, he never looked at his reflection in the water right next to his village. He recalls what his life was like before he was orphaned. Also, we get a cool transition shot where as a kid, Andor hits the mirror, and in the present day, this big Venator-class Star Destroyer that is being scrapped has a big piece fall off, and it looks like Kid Andor was the one who made it fall.
This is Andor's day job as an adult. He takes apart old ships that the Republic used to use. They are of course going to be built into new Empire ships. I'm not gonna lie, this is pretty good world building. The old guy from before Luthen lands on the planet and heads to meet up with Andor. By the way, I love this extra jumping in the background. The security team comes out of hyperspace, and in less than a second their ship detaches smaller ships to go down to the planet. Wow, these guys are efficient. We get another awesome transition shot with B2 turning into a newer version of himself, showing us that this is a flashback. It turns out that Andor's soon-to-be adopted mother and her friend sabotaged the ship that crashed on the planet. They plan to scrap it for parts, but they find young Andor breaking everything inside, and this is why I don't have kids. Andor yells at her in Kenari, and she says something that everyone in the audience is thinking. I can't understand him. But believe it or not, Kenari is actually a real language with functional grammar and everything. Like, it's no Elvish or Dothraki, but the fact that they went this far with something that was only in a brief scene is pretty impressive. She decides to take Andor with him because, the kids took out a Republic officer? I'm pretty sure that guy's a separatist. Back in the present, the officers raid Andor's home, and they, oh god, threaten to rip out the droid's power supply! That's kind of an odd threat. I mean, it's not like they're ripping out its motherboard or anything. I'm a robot, so I know this stuff. Ripping out my power supply won't kill me, it will just shut me down. If my power supply is put back in or I get a new one, I'll turn right back on. It's kind of like taking a really long nap. Andor uses a comm and, accidentally gives away his location. He meets up with Luthen and tries to sell him the Starpath unit. But Luthen doesn't seem very interested in the Starpath unit. He seems more interested in the man who stole it, Andor. Luthen tries to convince Andor to join the rebels, and he also says, yo dumbass, don't carry a cell phone on you, the government can track that shit. We also get a pretty good action scene. I really like how Luthen uses the environment to his advantage. I also really like how the townspeople are fighting back against the officers. They take down the street signs so the officers don't know how to navigate. It's a simple yet very effective tactic. Even the Ukrainians have implemented this strategy against the Russians. And doing something like this does not break how the rules work in the Star Wars universe. This is the smartest Star Wars has ever been, at least in terms of live action. It truly is Star Wars, but for adults. Tim gets shot by a cop. Oh no, I cared so much about his character. And the officer who shot him tries to fly away in his attack pod, but his ship seems to have been a bit tangled up, which causes him to crash. Yeah, the people are fighting back in ways that the officers can't pin on them. It's actually really intelligently done. Oh, and one of the officers says the word shit.
Oh my god, I feel like such an adult. There was a swear word in Star Wars.
The officers are defeated and humiliated as Cassian and Luthen escape from the planet. And yeah, that's how episode 3 ends, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm hooked on the show now. Don't get me wrong, it was a little slow at first, but now it actually got really good. I'm excited to see where it goes from here, so let's check out episode 4. It starts off with Luthen trying to convince Andor to fight against the Empire. Andor of course laughs at this because a fight against the Empire sounds impossible. He also mentions that after spending some time in prison, he was sent to the planet Mimban to fight, which by the way was the same planet Han was fighting on in the movie Solo: A Star Wars Story. Yeah, when you really get down to it, he's kind of like Han. He's a man who really only cares about money until he becomes a revolutionary fighting alongside the rebels. Speaking of money, Luthen offers to pay Andor 200,000 credits. We transition to the planet Coruscant, and we see the Imperial Security Bureau. If you're a big fan of the Star Wars Extended Universe, then you probably have heard about this organization lots of times. In any other Disney Star Wars TV show, I would be nervous about seeing this organization that I've read about for decades, but with this show, I'm cautiously optimistic. Basically, the job of the ISB is to seek out more government control for the Empire. And because of the failure of the private security company on Ferrix, the ISB relieves them of their authority. Oh my god, the ISB is Disney! Luthen gives Andor a down payment of some jewelry. Okay, it's actually a kyber crystal that was apparently made in celebration for a victory against the Rakatans. Awakens. Is this just an Easter egg, or are those guys canon now? God, Knights of the Old Republic was such a fucking good game. Luthen speaks to the leader of the heist, Vel. She's not really happy with Andor joining the team so late, but after a little convincing from Luthen, she accepts him on the team. Andor meets up with his team, and yeah, we know a lot of these guys are not going to survive. As Luthen returns home and we see what his day job is like, he runs a store full of Star Wars Easter eggs. Also, Mon Mothma comes into the shop. If you don't remember who she is, she's the only other woman other than Princess Leia from the original Star Wars trilogy. She's pretending to pick up a gift for her husband, but she's really here to get information from Luthen. Just like in TF2, there's spies everywhere. Even her driver could be one. She goes home to her 2 million credit apartment. Her husband tells her about the dinner party he is planning. He has invited Seymour, the bald lady who's always next to Palpatine. By the way, did you know she's actually Force sensitive and knows the true identity of the Emperor? So does this mean shit's about to go down? No, it's just an Easter egg. Cyril, who's now out of a job because of his fuck-up, has to move back in with his mother. Just like me if my YouTube channel starts going downhill. My Patreon is in the description, boys and girls, in case you want to support me. We end off with Andor and his team going over the heist plan to steal a bunch of money from the Empire base. Okay, I know I didn't say that much about this episode, but that's because it's more so set up for the next one. And that episode is also more so set up for the next one after that. So let's move on to episode 5, but I want you to check out the show for yourselves, so I will be speeding up my review from here on out. Also, I really suck at talking about things I like. I'm a lot better at making jokes about terrible shows because, well, the script writes itself. Anyways, episode 5 is by far the most nothing episode yet. There's character development, and lots of it, but that doesn't make for a good review. But don't get me wrong, I'm happy it gave us time to connect to the characters and all. But this will be my shortest episode review yet. We start off with Cyril eating some cereal. His mom tells him to get a job already, and that his uncle might be able to help him get one. And yep, that's basically all he does this episode. Okay, let's go over all the characters on Andor's team. There's Nemik, a wide-eyed, young, trusting young man who truly believes in the cause. Yeah, he's for sure gonna die. He's also writing a manifesto. Now, I've only ever read one manifesto, and that was the one by Elliot Rodger, so I bet his manifesto is truly based and red-pilled. There's also Tattoo Guy. He has a lot of tattoos. His name is Skeen, and he's an ex-mercenary who did jail time just like Andor. He's kind of the Raphael of the group. He's not very trusting of Andor, but I bet he's going to be one of the members who survives. There's Cameron, who kind of looks like a Black Omni-Man. He trains the group, but aside from that, he doesn't do a whole lot. Vel is the no-nonsense leader of the group, who we were introduced to in the last episode. Her girlfriend, Cinta, who I'm sure is the 15th first Disney gay character ever, but she is fiercely loyal to the cause. She cares about it even more so than her relationship. And finally, we're introduced to the most important member of the team, Lieutenant Gorn. He's their man on the inside, a low-ranking Empire officer. He was loyal to the Empire, but one day, they executed a local woman that he fell in love with. And after her passing, he fell in love with the planet she grew up on. So yeah, each person on the team has their own motivations for fighting against the Empire, but they all are understandable and they all make sense. We see Gorn do things like chastise his men for using a holy site as target practice. He ponders over the desecration of this planet, and how the people of this planet, the Eldani, used to gather in large numbers to watch this beautiful meteor shower. Once again, this show is just so good at showing, well, how evil the Empire is and why people would want to fight against them. Some of them are fighting for the people of this planet, others are fighting for revenge, some are even fighting for philosophical reasons, but they all have their reasons for fighting against the Empire. Now, in the first Star Wars movie, New Hope, Luke tells Ben that he hates the Empire. Sure, we as the audience know why the Empire is evil, but why would a normal working Joe hate them? Well, here's our answer. While the team is training to carry out the heist, a TIE fighter flies above them. And despite how many times we've seen these TIE fighters get destroyed, this one is absolutely terrifying. It would be like one singular firebender attacking a group of non-benders. Sure, we've seen these guys get their ass kicked by the main characters lots of times. We forget just how scary one of them is to the average person. If that thing decides to attack them, well, there's nothing they can do. Their blasters won't be able to penetrate its armor. Their plan is to disguise themselves as Imperial troops to infiltrate the base, grab all the credits, and leave on a slow-moving Imperial freighter. But they will use the beautiful meteor shower as cover. What I like about this is, well, the rebels are using the environment of the planet to their advantage, something the much more technologically advanced Empire never took the time to learn about. Oh yeah, there's also a scene with Mon Mothma and her family. They do not like her. Her husband and daughter completely gain up on her. It's always awkward when the rest of your family politically disagrees with you. Now, in most Star Wars shows, this would be a completely pointless scene, but trust me, this actually leads to something. It's also interesting seeing the upper-class life she has on Coruscant in contrast to the lower-class life Cyril lives on Coruscant. Alright, now we're moving on to Episode 6. Episode 4 and 5 gave us the build-up, so let's see the payoff. One interesting thing about this episode is that we follow the perspectives of many different people. Like this one Empire officer who kind of looks like Robert E. Lee. He tells his family just how dirty and uncivilized the people of this planet are, but he's too fat to put on his own uniform. It really shows just how much the Empire has and how little the people they are oppressing have. The heist begins as the pieces slowly fall into place. Gorn assigns Andor and the other disguised rebels to guard the fat Imperial guy and his family. Our heist crew, of course, takes this opportunity to lock up the base and use the officer and his family as hostages. At the same time, the lesbian power couple cut off outgoing communications from the base so they can't call for help. Since most of the troopers are outside watching the meteor shower, there are very few men actually guarding the vault, and Andor and the rest of the heist crew force them at gunpoint to start loading credits onto the transport. Wow, this plan actually sounds like it was well thought out, and they even waited for the perfect opportunity to execute it. There was no need for something super convenient to happen for the plot to move forward. It's nice, I miss good writing. But while this is all going on, one of the low-ranking officers thinks that something sussy is going on, so he takes a small platoon of men to go check it out. They show up and ask,
"What is going on here?"
Gorn tries to use his superior rank to get the officer to stand down, but then the fat guy has a heart attack. This causes the guards to start shooting, and we finally get an action scene. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of getting a little bored, but because I was given time to connect with the characters, I actually give a shit when they die. Oh no, Gorn is killed! Oh, and Tamarin as well! Not the cinnamon-skinned lesbian woman!
No! Cinnamon-skinned target lady, no!
Hello, Editing Jar here. This was a mistake on my end. She did get shot, but she didn't die.
But luckily, they get on the freighter and they start their escape. Okay, it looks like everybody here is going to survive and oh no! The young trusting guy Nemec just got crushed by a whole bunch of money! TIE fighters start chasing after them, but luckily the meteor shower works as cover, and it even takes out a few of the TIE fighters. They make it to their location, and maybe there's a chance to save Nemec. He's still breathing and a doctor has a look at him and he's dead. And to add insult to injury, Tattoo Guy reveals that his whole revenge story was made up. He was only ever in it for the money. He tells Andor that they should run away together and split the money 50-50. But much like Han Solo, Andor shoots first. At first I was confused as to why Andor shot him, but after thinking it over, it does make sense. If he refused to go along with Skeen, Skeen would have shot him. And if he accepted to go with him, well, there was a very good chance that Skeen would have backstabbed him. Also, his name sounds like Scheme. It's kind of funny that the guy who constantly chastised him for only being in it for the money was actually the greedy one all along. The episode ends with Andor taking the Supreme Gentleman's Manifesto with him, as it was his dying wish. We are halfway through the show, unless of course they make a season 2. If they do, well, then we're halfway through just season 1. And I won't lie, I'm enjoying the show so far, but I feel like episodes 4, 5, and 6 could have been cut down into one really long episode. So far, Andor could easily be just 2 really long episodes. But episode 7 is the first standalone episode, so it doesn't share any of the complaints I had about episodes 1 through 6. And I'm not gonna lie, I think it might be my favorite episode of the show. The episode starts with the ISB responding to the heist that just happened. Now, Andor thought that the Empire wouldn't care at all about this little heist, but it turns out they do care. They care a lot, up to the point that the Emperor himself turns over all executive power to the ISB. To put this in perspective for you, imagine if the police had so much more power that they could search your home without a warrant. Oh wait, the SWAT team can already do that. Imagine if the government could look through your mail. Oh wait, they already do that with our emails. Okay, basically imagine if the police force for the rest of the USA were kind of like the police force in New York City. Okay, there's an example that actually works. But in all seriousness, the ISB gains complete control over the police and the government. They're using the heist that just happened as an excuse to gain complete control. This is how almost every single authoritarian dictatorship gains power. They use small uprisings or crimes being committed as an excuse to gain control. But please understand, it's only for your safety. I would like to take a break from this review to deconstruct this misconception that a lot of people have of me. I am 100% okay with media having political messages in them. Breaking Bad, for example, has a sneaky little message about how the war on drugs hurts everyone. But it's subtle, the writers are not beating you over the head with it. Andor also has a political message, but it's done in a very subtle way that doesn't ruin your experience. You're able to come to your own conclusion. The main character is not just stopping the story to say, the Germans during World War II were bad, okay? Instead of just telling you, they're showing you why the Empire is bad. Okay, I just wanted to get that off my chest real quick. Let's get back to the review. I will say that I like how the Empire didn't just immediately come to power. They just slowly took it bit by bit over the course of several years. Keep in mind, the Senate was still active until the start of New Hope, but despite all of this government overreach, the officer Lady Desra recognizes the heist for what it actually is, the start of the rebellion. Vel receives a message from Luthen to take out Andor because he's a loose end. Yeah, despite this guy being on the side of the rebellion, he's not exactly the most moral person. He's kind of a do whatever it takes to win kind of guy. And I'm not gonna lie, I like the rebellion being shown as morally gray. Cyril is working in an office job where he's just, well, another cog in the machine. At one point in his life he felt like the main character, and now he's just a background character. Mon Mothma, someone who has been funding the rebels, is a little nervous that the Empire might look into her baking records. Andor returns to Ferrix, his home. He tells his mom that she should leave the planet with him. As she's thinking it over, Andor goes to visit his other friends that he owes money to.
Oh, you know what, just give me till next Friday, I'll have it for you. Oh, that's funny. I could have sworn I said have it today. Yeah, I don't have it, sorry. Oh, well, all right then. That's good, OJ.
And thanks to that heist, he finally has the money to pay them back. One of which is the girl mechanic, Bix. Yeah, that was her name. I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot about her. Unfortunately for Andor, he didn't receive the welcome home party he was expecting. In fact, most people on Ferrix hate him now, and they want nothing to do with him. They blame him for the authority the Empire now holds over their planet. Yep, if it wasn't for those two men Andor killed in Episode 1 on the planet Morlania, none of this would have happened. And unfortunately for Andor, his mother decides to stay on the planet Ferrix. We also learned that this road that Andor constantly walks through on Ferrix is the same road where his adopted father was hung. Oh, and the acting between Andor and his mother is just so perfectly done. You really feel like these two care for one another. Andor says goodbye to his adopted mother and leaves. Then he goes to the luxurious planet of Niamos. Oh my god, it looks like the country of Qatar and the state of California had a baby. It looks like he's living it up until one day he's arrested by the officer for being a part of it? Yeah, apparently this officer believes he's part of a group of men who did something. We are not even told what the crime is, but they believe Andor is a part of it, so they arrest him. Andor is sentenced to 6 months in prison for a crime he didn't commit. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. All thanks to the heist he committed, government control is, well, more authoritarian than ever before. And now he's going to be paying the price for his actions. And that's the end of episode 7. Yep, it's a standalone episode. It wasn't a group of 3 episodes, it was just one. I knew they could do it. Now while episode 7 may be my favorite standalone episode, the next group of 3 episodes has my favorite story arc, the prison arc. Andor is sent to an island prison. Okay, it's not really an island, it's more like a base on the water. On the planet Narkino 5. Also, I'm not gonna lie, the prison arc almost feels like a completely different show. Don't get me wrong, it's still a good show, but it's so different from what came before. Now, if you've seen the movie Face Off, then you probably remember just how impractically expensive the prison was in that movie. Like, do you have any idea how crazy expensive it is to have every single prisoner wear electromagnetic boots? Well, in this prison, the guards all wear rubber boots, and the entire floor is electrified. Yep, the guards have the power to shock an entire prison floor, whether it's to incapacitate or execute. And I just gotta point out that this is not cost effective at all. I'm sorry to go off topic yet again, but I just gotta say, I really hate the prison system. Now, don't get me wrong, there are some people who are so powerful and dangerous that they have to be locked up, like a Colombian drug lord or something. But there are still way too many people in prison that we don't need to lock up. Now, don't quote me on this, but last I checked, the average prisoner costs the taxpayers 35 grand a year. And last time I checked, American prisons don't have electrified floors. So you gotta imagine just how much tax money is wasted on this stupid prison. The prisoners are set up into groups to work on machinery. The groups are all forced to compete against one another. Whoever does the best job gets food that has taste. And the ones who do the worst get a very cruel punishment. Each group is looked over by a shift manager, and the one looking over Andor's group is Andy Serkis. He's what's known as a model prisoner. All he wants to do is serve his time and then go free. The other prisoners ask Andor if he has any news about the outside world. He tells them about how bad Marvel movies have gotten, and they all walk away extremely disappointed. Episode 8 starts off with Cyril and Desra bonding over their mutual hatred for Andor. Mon Mothma tries to fight against government control, but the entire Senate tells her to fuck off. What I do find interesting is that the Senate isn't refusing to fight against the Empire out of fear, but more so out of, well, not really giving a shit. And unfortunately, that's, pretty realistic. There are countless horrific things happening all around the world right now that we could do something about, but we just don't care. Mon Mothma is clearly frustrated with the predicament she is in. It's as if she's the only one who notices just how powerful the Empire is becoming. Her family, along with the entire Senate, seems to be against her. She gets so desperate at one point that she contemplates marrying her daughter off to a rich banker's son. I know a lot of people don't like the politics in Star Wars, but man, I wish we just got some of this in the Star Wars sequel trilogy. Back on Ferrix, Bix tries to send a message to Luthen, but unfortunately for her, it's intercepted by the Empire, and she's captured. Well, she's a modern woman in Star Wars, so she'll easily break out of this, right? Right? Oh my god, she's being tortured! Meanwhile, Luthen meets up with Saw Gerrera, who's honestly way better in this show than he was in Rogue One. Instead of just some guy who gives very awkwardly delivered dialogue, in this he's more of a rebel who prefers to work alone. One could call him a rebel without a cause. He doesn't really trust anyone, but Luthen tries to convince him to give air support for an attack on an Empire power station. Pay attention to this because it will become important later. Back on the prison, two prisoners speak to one another from different levels through sign language. Apparently, something really bad happened on one of the lower levels, and we're not told what it is. Were they sharing a cell with a booty warrior? Were they all being turned into a giant human centipede? Is the prison also now holding non-human prisoners? I don't know! Whatever it was is left intentionally vague, and it builds up suspense. One day, one of Andor's old prison mates suffers a stroke. A medic who's also a prisoner treats him. He's one of the very few prisoners who's allowed to walk between different levels of the prison, so Andor, of course, tries to probe him for information. The medic euthanizes the old guy and says it's better for him this way, and then he reveals that there was a riot on level 2. Apparently, one of the prisoners who finally finished his full sentence was immediately reinstated into the prison, but on a different level. The floor on level 2 was of course electrified, executing all of the prisoners on the spot. Now you see, there's nothing that triggers a human more than the complete and utter loss of all hope. During the times of the transatlantic slave trade, slaves in America had a little bit of hope that they could escape through the Underground Railroad and find freedom. But the slaves on the island of Hades did not have anywhere to escape to. That's one of the main reasons why they had a successful revolt, because the people had lost all hope. Now that none of the men have any hope of ever being released from this prison, they only have one thing that they can do: escape. And that's why episode 10 is called One Way Out. Since Andor arrived at this prison, he's been slowly chipping away at this water pipe. And now that the rest of the prisoners want to break out of here, it's now the perfect time to let the water flow. The electric floor short circuits, and the guards start frantically shooting at the prisoners. Andor and Kino manage to fight their way to the central control. They force the guards to shut down the power, and Andor convinces Kino to give a speech over the intercoms that the prison is now under their control. Now, Kino has had no problems giving orders up to this point, but now he's visibly shaken. Maybe he's nervous that this prison break won't work, or he just can't believe he's finally going to be able to taste freedom. But he manages to give an inspiring speech, and they all fight their way to the exit. They jump in the water and swim away, but unfortunately for Kino, he has to stay behind, because in an ironic twist of fate, he can't swim. Andor, along with the rest of the audience, is left wondering whatever became of him. Episode 10 ends with Luthen meeting up with this guy. At first I thought he was some random character, but no, he's actually one of the board members of the ISB. Unlike literally every other Disney Star Wars TV show, this one rewards you for paying attention. The fact that Luthen has a man this powerful on the inside really shows how the rebellion was able to get a foothold. We only have one more story arc to go over, which is stretched across the last 2 episodes. Everything has been building to this moment, so let's hope the payoff was worth it. Episode 11 starts off with the death of Andor's adopted mother, Marva. Yep, she's just dead. Andor never had the chance to say goodbye to her. The ISB, who have been absolutely desperate to capture Andor, believe that he will not be able to keep himself away from attending her funeral. So they use her funeral as a trap to capture her adopted son? Wow, these guys are evil. Her funeral is made into a big event, and it will be attended by almost every single character we have met up to this point. Dedra is the one who gives the order to make the funeral into a very public one in order to capture Andor. Speaking of Andor, him along with one of his prison buddies aren't really home free quite yet. Sure, they're out of the prison, but the Empire is still looking for them. They constantly have to keep themselves hidden. Eventually, they're caught in the net of a Narkinian, I think that's what those things are called, and oh my god, finally, we get another alien in this show. The 2 aliens do not turn Andor and his friend over to the Empire. The prisons they set up poisoned the water supply and killed the fish, so the locals of this planet aren't too happy with them being here. The Narkinians have basically nothing in common with Andor and his friend, except for one thing, and that's hatred for the Empire. The aliens agree to take Andor back to Niamos, and we get to, one of my biggest problems with not only this episode, but the entire show. Despite how long Andor was in prison, all of his stuff is still in the hotel room. Okay, there's no way that the hotel staff cleaned out this room over and over and kept on missing this suitcase. This is yet another super convenient thing that happened so that the plot could move forward. Now, towards the end of this episode, Andor receives the sad news of his mother's passing. He finally did something that she could be proud of him for, and he'll never get the chance to tell her. The lesbian power couple Val and Senta, who are now stranded on Ferret, send out a message to Luthen about the funeral. Cyril also receives word about the funeral. We cut to Luthen, who has to make a very difficult decision, so bear with me here, this is gonna get a little confusing. So there's a character we never meet, but we do see a hologram of him. His name is Krieger. And yes, I do realize there's also a character in this show by the name of Cyril. Maybe it's just me, but those characters' names make me really want to watch the show Archer again. Oh, who knows, maybe this entire series is another one of Archer's coma dreams. At the end of episode 10, the ISB guy warned Luthen that the ISB knows about the attack that's going to happen on the power station, and they set up a trap. If Krieger is warned about the trap, then the ISB would know that there's an imposter among us. But if Krieger isn't warned about the trap, him along with his 30 men would all be killed. But it would make the ISB feel overconfident, making them more likely to make a mistake in the future. Luthen only warned Saw about the trap so he can use him in the future. And this scene explains why in Rogue One, Saw was just so paranoid of everyone. This is Luthen's biggest problem. He's not building a rebellion. He's just using people to go after the Empire. A community is based on trust. Without trust, there is no faith. And if there's no faith, there is no hope. And hope is the only thing that can defeat the Empire. We cut to Vel, who turns out is the cousin of Mon Mothma. And we get to probably my favorite part of this entire series. Rise. Mon Mothma makes the difficult decision of marrying off her daughter. Sure, her daughter is not against the idea, but Mon Mothma knows her daughter will not be happy in the long run. She also stages an argument with her husband in front of their driver. Keep in mind, he is a spy. She makes the driver believe that the reason why there's money missing from their bank account is because her husband has a gambling problem. This whole plan will drive a wedge between her and her husband, and also damage his reputation. She's sacrificing her family for the sake of the rebellion. No one will ever know what she gave up, but she did it for a cause that was much bigger than herself. She's not a Jedi, a warrior, or a tactical battle genius, but she has proven to me that she's the strongest the strongest character in all of Star Wars. Hell, definitely looks like Hoth right now, because Disney actually took a character from the original trilogy and made them better. Mon Mothma went from the only other woman in Star Wars other than Leia to an unsung hero. Good job, Mickey. You get a gold star sticker for this one. Alright, one more episode left. Episode 12, the finale. We start the episode off with all of Andor's friends and foes meeting up at the funeral. Andor reads the manifesto of that one character you forgot the name of. The funeral starts and man, it is shot so perfectly. I know this is a TV show, but for a second I thought I was watching a movie, because this is just so grand and big. The Empire tries to only allow 40 people of Ferrix to attend the funeral, but they say fuck that, and they all show up. Andor's adopted mom said in episode 3 that there would be a sound of reckoning soon, but this is not what I expected. Eventually, the marching band stops in front of the Empire blockade, and B2 makes a hologram of Marva. Her speech is just so beautifully written. She talks about how the people of Ferrix all had one another, and the Empire mostly left them alone. It was easy to ignore what the Empire was doing, but now it's time for them to wake up. After all, the only way for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. She tells the people of Ferrix that it's time to fight against the Empire. An Imperial captain covers up the hologram and knocks over B2. This is the last straw, and the people start fighting back. Marva's remains are used as a weapon. Oh my god, this is awesome. The bell ringer takes out a stormtrooper. Wow, I don't think I've ever cared about a background character so much before. Homemade bombs are being used, and the fighting escalates from just a riot to a full-blown battle. But the Empire has something the people don't, and that's a lot of guns. The people are being shot down left and right. There's chaos everywhere. Luthen witnesses the fighting for himself, but he's just standing there, menacingly. Dedra is furious that all of her careful planning was for nothing. She starts shooting the people of Ferrix, but then she's hit in the head by a rock and falls to the ground. She's about to be dragged off and killed by the locals, but luckily for her, Cyril comes in and saves her and— wait, what? Man saved a woman in modern Star Wars? Yes, that happened. You're not dreaming. Cinta even joins in on the battle, but she's not really here to help anyone. She's only trying to get revenge on a specific ISB agent. But there is someone who joins the chaos to save another person, and that man is Andor, and he saves Biggs, who's a woman? 2 women were saved by men in modern Star Wars back to back? What? Anyways, Andor brings Bix to a ship, the same ship he used in episode 1, but he's not leaving with them. He's done running away. He's done with only thinking about himself. And he's done with the Empire shit. He finds Luthen and gives him a choice. Either kill him or let him join the rebellion. And that's where episode 12 ends. Oh no, wait. There's also a post-credit scene where we see the machine the prisoners were working on Narkina 5. Okay, I still have no idea what it does, but at least we know it's gonna come into play later. But it seems like it's gonna be part of the Death Star and, yep, we see its construction. And that's where Andor Season 1 ends. Well, I gotta say, I'm curious as to where Season 2 will go. Maybe Cyril will become a part of the ISB. Maybe Andor will be building the team of Rogue One. I'm especially excited to see where the story arc of Mon Mothma will be going. It does amaze me that none of the characters really won. Every single character lost something, and you know what? that's war. I guess it's time for me to move on to my ending thoughts, and wow, I really love this show. Don't get me wrong, it had a handful of problems, and it was very difficult for me to remember what was going on. Personally, I would recommend watching this show twice to fully understand what's going on. Unlike every other Disney Star Wars TV show, it really rewards you if you pay attention. It doesn't set up rules that immediately breaks them like some other Disney Star Wars TV shows. I won't lie, I thought I wasn't going to enjoy Andor. I didn't really care about him in Rogue One, so I was confused as to why he was given his own show. But as I was watching, I realized something. This show is not about some Star Wars character we barely know. Instead, it's about how a normal guy dealt with the tyranny of the Empire until he eventually joined the rebellion. It just so happened that the character we followed was, well, Andor. I really wish the other Star Wars TV shows were handled at least half as well as this show. I would also like to see this type of storytelling in other series, like an Avatar show that takes place in the middle of the 100-Year War, and we follow the story of just some random non-bender. Mandalorian Seasons 1 and 2 may have been the Star Wars show I wish I had as a kid, but Andor is the Star Wars show that I'm happy to get as an adult. I highly recommend you guys go check out this show for yourself.
Well, Jar, have I rekindled your love for Star Wars?
No, you haven't, Mickey. Don't get me wrong, I think Andor is a good show, but it's not a good Star Wars show. And the only good Star Wars show you have made so far is The Mandalorian. And I'm about to review Season 3. I've heard just how awful it is. And now that I've just watched Andor, it will be even worse in comparison. Alright, let's review Mandalorian Season 3. Hey everybody, bad news, I'm a bit sick, and you can kind of hear it in my voice, but I need to get this video out in a timely manner, so as my review of The Mandalorian goes on, I will sound better and better. If you've seen my last Star Wars video, then you would know that I mostly enjoyed The Mandalorian up to this point. It did have a few problems and way too much filler, but it was the Star Wars show that I wish I had as a kid. I also thought that the best part of Book of Boba Fett was the bonus Mandalorian episode we got. Now I want you all to know that I haven't seen this season yet, but I will be reviewing it episode by episode as I see them. I have heard nothing but bad things about this season, so get ready to enjoy my suffering. I already knew that Mando got the baby back, and I also heard that this show became more and more about Bo-Katan. Anyways, let's review the one Star Wars show other than Andor that I enjoyed up to this point. Episode 1 starts off with a female Mandalorian blacksmith. Does she even have a name? Let me look this up real quick. Wait. Really? Her name is the Armory? That's the name of an Iron Man villain or teammate, not a Star Wars character.
Hello everybody, Editing Jar here. Apparently her name is the Armor, not the Armory, which is even more lame by the way. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to go back and re-record all the times I said her name wrong. But let's be honest here, does anyone actually really care about this character?
Anyways, the, Armory is making a helmet. Not gonna lie, I thought that helmet was for Baby Yoda for a second. But no, it's for this kid, and I also thought that was Mando when he was a kid, and that this was a flashback, but it isn't. Now there's a very good reason as to why I thought this was a flashback, and no, it's not just because this kid has the exact same haircut as Mando did when he was a kid. It's because of all of the Mandalorians. Now why is that a problem? Well, in the Book of Boba Fett, and yes, I know I say his name wrong, you don't have to keep telling me in the comments. It was stated by Mando that there was only 3 members of his tribe left, yet they had a kick-ass battle station somehow. Now was it stupid that there was only 3 of them left? Yes, but this is also stupid. You can't just say they are all dead with no reason given, then bring them all back with also no reason given. What was Mickey thinking?
No one watched the Book of Boba Fett, so we can retcon whatever we want.
Now is this a nitpick? Yes it is. But the fact that the rules that were literally just established were changed already in the first scene isn't a good sign. Anyways, the kid is made part of the clan and promises to never take his helmet off. That kid is still growing. The helmet is gonna force his head to stay small. Mando has taken his helmet off before, because the rule was that no one can see his face, not that he couldn't take off his helmet. Also, do you think they all, do it in the helmet. Or I guess they could also just turn off all the lights. But if it's the former, well, that makes it impossible to do oral. In all seriousness, that kid is gonna need a new one, and is that Beskar? I thought it was made clear that you had to earn it piece by piece. Now maybe the helmet is a freebie before you have to collect all the other parts. Oh my god, the Mandalorian clan gets you by giving you something for free, just like how pay-to-win games use microtransactions.
What, dude?
But why not just give the new members a normal helmet? They aren't going to be fighting, and that material can be given to adults to be used. That stuff is expensive as well, so those kids are going to have a target on their backs. Or I guess their heads. Lastly, why would any kid want to join this cult? At age 10 through 12, you have to wear a helmet all the time? Wow, cutting off your foreskin doesn't sound so bad by comparison. How long do you think any kid would wear a helmet? We could even get adults to wear a mask for 2 years. Do you think that kid is really gonna leave that helmet on his head for the rest of his life? I don't know what kind of kid would join a cult like this, or how long they would even be able to stay in with such a stupid rule. The kid says that he knows the way. Then a giant fucking crocodile, even bigger than Prusiosaurus, comes out of the water. Now I don't think all of those tiny humans will be enough to feed him, and I don't know why the Mandalorians thought this would be a good place to integrate new members into their group. The Mandalorians all start shooting at it, but their blasters can't penetrate its skin. Any other YouTuber would have made a sex joke, but not me. I have standards. I can't believe they let that get past the censors. For those of you who don't get the joke, the joystick is a metaphor for penis. They try explosives, but that doesn't even work. So do they use flamethrowers? Do they use missiles? Nope, they use the hookshot from Zelda to attach themselves to it. That thing is clearly stronger than all of them put together. For the best fighters in the galaxy after the Force users, they sure are stupid. It looks like they're all gonna die from their stupidity. But then Mando shows up in his upgraded N1 ship and takes out the monster. He asks the others, "Yo, now that I saved you all, can I rejoin the DK crew?" And they tell him that saving them all isn't good enough to make up for the sin of showing his face. In order for him to rejoin the DK crew, he will have to bathe in the waters beneath the mines of Mandalore, which were blown up. Okay, so let me get this straight. Mando removed his helmet to show his face to the baby. Then he told the others in his clan that he did that. And now he has to go on a near impossible mission to get back into a group that he just saved? Wow, this show is stupid. I thought he showed his face because he was done with all of that cult stuff, but now he wants to get back in, and the baby is back with him as well, so nothing has changed. All of the character development has been reversed. This is not a quest for redemption. He broke a stupid made-up rule for no reason, and now he has to go on a quest to get back into the same group he started in? How has this religion survived for as long as it did with rules this stupid and this strict? I can't even think of a real-world religion that is even close to this stupid. And that's saying something. Young, flat, hollow earthers are smarter than the Mandalorians, I swear. Mando flies away from the sand planet and goes to another sand planet. Also, not gonna lie, as much as I love Mando's new N1 ship, I do miss the old one because not only was it a ship, but it was also his home. What he has now is just a vehicle. It doesn't seem like it would be fun to sleep in. Also, to everyone who said Mando joined the final battle in Rise of Skywalker because we can see a ship in the background. Well, now that ship is gone along with your headcanon, but at least we got this ship you remember from an older movie. The small town from the last 2 seasons is now a big city. Jesus, did 20 years go by from seasons 2 and 3 or something? There's a statue of IG-11 and Mando says to Baby Yoda, "Remember your old friend?" And Baby Yoda says, "There's a group of space pirates that want to drink at a bar that was turned into a school." Yeah, they want to drink inside the school even though there's no alcohol in there. They are risking their lives pissing off a Mandalorian just so they can drink in their usual spot. Their leader, who was the one being stupid and making the issue in the first place, gets to live, but his men who were just following orders all get killed. Those kids just heard blaster shots, and they are going to come out to see a bunch of dead bodies. They are going to be almost as messed dressed up as modern-day American kids. Anyways, Mando really wants IG-11 repaired, because apparently he's a droid he can trust. Don't forget, he's racist against droids, and he sees him as one of the good ones. Now in Solo, Rogue One, and Kenobi, we saw droids getting shot to death, but IG-11, despite blowing up, has a chance to be brought back to life? Apparently, despite the bomb going off in the middle of his chest in lava, only his legs and one arm were destroyed. But wait, how does that work? Well, if there's anything Disney Star Wars has taught us, it's that explosions heal you. But even then, he was in lava! So even if the blast didn't take him out, the melted rock that is over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit should have. I don't see why Mando has to have this droid. There are other bounty hunting droids that exist. Oh yeah, now I remember, it's because nostalgia is 90% of modern Disney writing. Like, I know he said he needs one he can trust, but can't he just find one with trustworthy programming? So IG-11 is brought back online and he tries to kill Baby Yoda. So much for a droid he can trust. We later learn that he defaulted to his old programming. The programming he lost after he was shot in the head. Reprogrammed and had to relearn everything. My god, this show is stupid. Mando seems to be having a hard time shooting a slow-moving droid that's a few feet in front of him. Also, when the blaster shots do hit, they barely do any damage, despite one to the head killing him last time. Like, come on now, that's episode 1. An inbred version of C-3PO pushes over a statue, crushing the droid. They take him to Babu Frick's family to fix him up, but they will need to put a new memory chip in. Mando seems cool with this, even though he wanted the droid in the first place because he knew him. A new memory chip will make IG-11 a new droid. Yes, everyone, we're back to writers forgetting what they just wrote. Oh, and the best part is, they don't even make that kind of memory chip that this droid needs anymore. I mean, after all, it is an IG-11. General Grievous's bodyguards were IG-100s. That thing's way out of date. So does Mando give up on recruiting this droid? Of course not! He goes on another fetch quest to repair it. Mando goes to meet with Bo-Katan to see if she has the part. And he also tells her that he now really wants to join the DK crew. She tells him she lost all her men and ships? The fuck? Did I miss a season or something? So much has changed. The small town is now a city. Mando's old group went from 2 people to dozens of people, and Katan's army that she was building is suddenly gone. Literally, everything has been changed. She explains that her men fucked off because she didn't come back with a darksaber. Wait a second, I thought her group was less religious. Also, Mando has the darksaber, but his old group won't let him rejoin just because he showed his face? That would be like Jesus coming back and Christians telling him that he has to leave because he used his own name in vain. So far, this is worse than Kenobi already. At least the first episode of that show wasn't as bad as the first episode of Mandalorian Season 3. Anyways, we only have, oh god, 7 more episodes to go. Day 2 of recording while I'm sick. I hope I sound a lot better this time around, and I also put a blanket on my standing desk, so hopefully the echo won't be as bad in my room. Now, out of every episode of Mandalorian Season 3, I think this is going to be my shortest review yet, because I can't say that much about this episode because, well, not that much happens in it. The episode starts off with the mechanic lady talking to different alien species like Rhodians and Jawas. If you want to know why she's talking to them, well, it's so the writers can pad out this episode. I wasn't joking when I said not much happens in this episode.
Oh, hey Jar, how you doing? Do you got change for $5?
Yeah, let me see here. I got $4, 3 quarters, and only 2 dimes and 3 pennies, so you'll be 2 pennies short.
I just want to get something out of the vending machine, but it's an old model and it only takes ones, so that works for me.
Alright, bye Mickey. Wasn't that pointless? Mando flies down to meet her and inquires if she has the droid part for IG-11. She tells him that that sounds boring, and I agree, this entire episode's plot is pretty boring. She offers to sell him the droid with depression, R5. Yeah, he went from having a cameo in Season 1 to being on Mando's team because Disney just really loves to milk that nostalgia. Now remember how in the last episode Mando says he needs a droid he can trust? Well, the writers forgot about that. Instead, he says he can't use an astromech because he needs a droid to scan ahead to see if the atmosphere is breathable? Okay, first of all, the writers are forgetting why Mando wanted IG-11 in the first place, but aside from that, I think scanning ahead to see if the atmosphere is breathable is something that an astromorph would do and not a fucking assassin droid! And do you really need a droid for that? That just sounds like a common part you can buy in any store in the Star Wars universe. Hell, you don't even need to buy something, just pick up a small rat, throw it out, and see what happens. Have you ever heard the old saying, canary in the coal mine? Yeah, that's what the canary was used for. The mechanic lady tells Mando that it's built for adventure. That does not mean it can scan if the atmosphere is breathable or not. I guess she just wants to get him killed. And then Mando says that he has no room for it on the N1. Bro, compared to IG-11, that thing looks like it's way easier to store on a ship. In fact, when the N1 was first introduced, R2, which is an astromech droid, was on the ship with Anakin. And me having knowledge about this has nothing to do with me being a Star Wars nerd. I asked my roommate, Professor Dreadlock, about this. He hates Star Wars with a burning passion, and even he knew this. She offers to sell the droid for half price. If any salesman or woman does that, don't accept it. There's a reason why they're selling it for half price. And Mando, who went from I need a droid who I can trust to I need a droid that can scan the atmosphere to I'll just take any droid that I can get, buys R5 and oh my god, he's on the ship. Mando, you do have room for it. You see, Jar, it's not as bad writing as you thought it was. Mando was actually lying because he didn't want to buy the droid, not that he actually didn't have the room for it. The writers are smarter than you give them credit for. Actually, this makes the writing even worse because Mando just tried to lie to a ship mechanic who also works with droids and didn't think she wouldn't know this. Mando flies off and there are fireworks everywhere. No, I don't know why. Mando lands on the old Mandalore planet and oh my god, it's not a desert planet for once. Oh, I'm so happy. The droid leaves to scan ahead and then Mando loses contact with it. Well, luckily it was a cheap droid so he can just come back later, right? Nope, he decides to get out of the ship, risking his life. He doesn't know if the atmosphere is toxic or not. I think buying a gas mask would have been a smart investment, but apparently he didn't think so. Mando enters a dark cave that leads to an underground city, and then he comes across I don't know, Murlocs from the time machine. He fights against them and I won't lie, the action is pretty cool. But then he pulls out the dark saber and it's incredibly heavy for some reason. You would know the reason if you watched the cartoon, but if you just saw this, you would be asking yourself, man, that lightsaber is not so light now, is it? He saves R5, and even though we were told that an astromorph can't scan the atmosphere, well, it scanned the atmosphere! And it tells Mando that the air is breathable, which we already knew because we just saw those alien creatures. So yeah, R5 could have been completely written out and nothing would change. He's only here for nostalgia and nothing else. Yeah, Mando literally leaves him on the ship and he's forgotten about. Mando re-enters the cave with his blaster ready, but then he's attacked by the world's biggest crab droid ever. Like, I know crab droids are big, but holy shit, is that like a super crab droid or something? Imagine if someone threw this at Hungrybox. He would have gotten all his bones crushed. Like, very few people will actually get that joke. But it turns out it's not a crab droid, it's actually a droid piloting a droid. Baby Yoda tries to save Mando, but he tells Grogu, "Go get Bo-Katan, she's a woman, she can do anything in modern Star Wars." Baby Yoda starts retreating, and we get this epic chase music, but I think the effects team forgot to, put the crab droid behind him chasing him. Baby Yoda is about to exit the cave, but then a Murloc blocks his path, ready to give him a hug. Baby Yoda says, "No, bad touch," and uses the Force to push him away. Okay, I guess R5 did do one more thing. He flew the ship with Baby Yoda inside to meet with Bo-Katan. Don't know how the droid knew to do that, but whatever. Bo-Katan gets into the ship and they fly back to Mandalore and, okay. It was mentioned earlier that she was in the same system as this planet, but hours have passed by now. Mando is dead. Bo-Katan goes down the exact same path we just saw Mando go down. I made a lot of video game jokes, but this is like watching a Let's Play where the second player does exactly what the first player just did. Unlike Mando, Bo-Katan does not fall for the same traps that he did because she's better than him in every single way. We get an action scene and it's pretty cool, but I just gotta ask, why do the Murlocs keep setting up ambushes? How many human travelers even pass by this place? Bo-Katan says to Baby Yoda, "Did you think your dad was the only Mandalorian?" And Baby Yoda's like, no, really early on I was saved by like a whole group of them, and I've met you before. What the hell are you talking about? The evil droid hooks up Mandalore to this tube so he can drain his fluids, I guess. And then Bo-Katan comes in to save him, but she keeps getting zapped by electricity until she picks up the darksaber and can easily wield it. Why? Well, it's because she has a vagina. She even takes out the super crab droid because she is just that badass. Eventually, Mando wakes up, but he's clearly delirious because he asks her how she found him. Bro, you sent Baby Yoda to get her. That's how she found you. They continue deeper into the mines of Mandalore, and Bo-Katan exposition dumps her backstory. Wow, it's so naturally inserted into the story, because this is how real people talk. They come across the living waters, and Mando is ready to baptize himself, but it turns out the reason why it's called the living waters is because there's something living inside of it. Oh my god! Who could have seen that coming? Like, I'm not even joking, there's literally a plaque that tells them that there's something living inside the water. And what is living inside the water? I think it's Cthulhu. For some reason, he drags Mando down, Bo-Katan goes in the water to get him, and then he kind of just lets Bo-Katan leave with Mando. Okay. And, yeah, that's kind of where the episode ends. Even as far as Mandalorian filler goes, this is really pushing it. You could cut this whole episode down into like 2 scenes and it would work just as well. So don't blame me for this episode review being so short, blame the episode for having nothing in it. Anyways, let's move on to episode 3, and hopefully when I review it, I will finally no longer be sick. Every now and then, there's a mass amount of Star Wars fans that just say, bro, I can't take it anymore, I'm done with the franchise.
Skywalker.
You people make me envy the deaf and the blind!
For a few, it was the prequels. For some, it was Last Jedi. For a lot, it was Rise of Skywalker. Others left because of Book of Boba Fett or because of Kenobi. But Mandalorian Season 3, Episode 3 was another one of those moments when a bunch of Star Wars fans just left. And I'm reviewing this on the tail end of my sickness, so I'm like double suffering here, man. It's considered the worst episode of The Mandalorian so far, and it's also the longest.
Hit him with the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse dance?
Oh shit, here we go again.
Anyways, episode 3 starts off right where episode 2 ended. Mando wakes up, apparently being dragged underneath the water for less than a minute knocked him out somehow.
This is real cuck shit, man.
He also does not thank Bo-Katan for saving him, kind of a dick move, not gonna lie.
I think you should be down on your fucking knees.
Oh, and if you want to know why he was knocked out from being dragged underneath the water, well, it's so that she could have been the one to see the monster, and not him. Apparently, this draws parallels between her and the first Mandalorian, so yeah, she's the chosen one, because of course she is.
This diva needs her stage!
Mando collects some of the water and they leave the planet, but then they're attacked by a group of TIE interceptors. Well, those are short-range fighters that don't have hyperdrives on them, so there must be a Star Destroyer that's nearby. Right? Right? Well, the writers can barely remember their own rules that they set up for themselves only a few minutes ago, sometimes even a few seconds ago, so I'm not surprised at all that they forgot that TIE fighters, TIE bombers, and TIE interceptors are short-range ships that don't have hyperdrives on them. We get a ship battle, and for the most part, it's pretty serviceable, except for this one really badass moment where Mando jumps out of the ship and flies towards his own ship in his jetpack. He gets in and blasts off just in time. Oh, it's so cool. And it will be the last cool thing we see for quite a while. The TIE interceptors chase after Bo-Katan while Mando, destroys them from behind.
That's what she said!
They don't try to deal with him at any point, they're just focused on her more so than their own lives, apparently. This is not a strategic maneuver, it's only working because their enemies are just so stupid. A bunch of TIE bombers show up and they destroy Bo-Katan's castle. Even more enemies show up and Bo-Katan and Mando realize that there's too many of them. What are they going to do? Well, they decide to retreat and jump into hyperspace. You know, for the worst episode of The Mandalorian so far, it's not actually that bad. I was expecting way worse. Don't get me wrong, it's kind of dumb, but I kind of feel like episode 1 is still worse. Well, this is the moment when the episode takes a nosedive off of the Grand Canyon. So you know how the best part of Book of Boba Fett was that random Mandalorian episode we got? Well, season 3 of The Mandalorian has a random episode of this guy in it. You're probably asking yourself, who the fuck is this? Well, he showed up near the end of the first season of The Mandalorian. I didn't go over him because, well, I thought he would never show up again, but not only is he back, but this episode primarily focuses on him for some reason. He was the guy trying to collect cells from Baby Yoda so he could make a Snoke clone or something. I could say his name, but honestly, does anyone care? I'm just gonna call him Scientist Guy. Scientist Guy is giving a speech on, oh my god, it's Coruscant. Finally, we see that planet once again. His speech is about how he used to work for the Empire on cloning experiments, but then after he was apprehended by the New Republic, he still wants to continue his cloning research because he lost his mother, and if they cloned a heart for her, she could have survived. This is actually a pretty good speech. Unfortunately, it drags on for way too long, and then he has pointless small talk with a bunch of rich elites that also drag on for way too long. And if that wasn't enough padding for this episode, he then takes a cab where this droid constantly goes on and on about things he can do in Coruscant. Wow, I'm sure this is very integral to the story and wasn't just added in to pad out the episode. The Scientist Guy goes to his apartment complex, where he and a whole bunch of other ex-Empire people live. They are confined to this area of the city, which I guess makes sense, they are ex-Empire, and the Scientist Guy mentions that he came back from a re-education camp. Yeah, the New Republic, which are supposed to be the good guys, are taking undesirable people, putting them into camps, forcing them to do labor, and making them wear a specific outfit with a special symbol on it. And if any of these former Empire members break any of the rules, they are forced into these camps until they are re-educated enough. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention their real names are taken away and they're referred to by a number.
I have several questions.
Now, on the one hand, I do prefer from a storytelling perspective that the New Republic isn't 100% good. I like it when the quote-unquote good side and the quote-unquote evil side are a lot more morally gray than we were originally led to believe. But I don't think that's what the writers intended. In fact, I think they're just pandering to China. And making the quote-unquote good side this evil is a little bit much for me. Let's just hope the writers don't actually think this is what an example of good government is. Oh, who am I kidding? They absolutely do. We also meet another ex-Empire member who was from a previous episode, who we also don't really care about. I could say her name, but I'm just gonna refer to her as Lesbian Haircut. Scientist Guy says he misses the MREs he used to eat while he worked for the Empire, and Lesbian Haircut Lady gets him a whole bunch of MREs. And then Scientist Guy and Lesbian Haircut enjoy a stroll through the city while eating CGI ice cream? What the hell? Now, I've heard from some people that CGI is always cheaper than real actual props. I'm gonna tell you right now that's complete bullshit. They had CGI soup in Kenobi. Couldn't they just go to the store and pay $1 or $2 for a can of soup instead of having CGI soup? I can tell that they're not actually enjoying the ice cream because they're not licking something sweet. They're licking a green screen prop on a stick. Later on, the Scientist Guy has a discussion with his parole droid. He says he wants to continue his research on cloning, but the parole droid says that cloning research is banned because of some treaty. What? Cloning organs would be a great benefit to, well, everyone. Is the New Republic actually this stupid? Cloning is one of the greatest scientific advancements in their entire galaxy. Why ban something so useful? Also, one more thing. Nothing has happened this entire story arc. Was this originally an unused episode of Andor or something? Writers, maybe there was a reason why this episode idea wasn't used. I'm just gonna skip ahead until we actually get some plot. So Scientist Guy and Lesbian Haircut decide to leave their confined area so they can steal a bunch of equipment so the Scientist Guy can continue his cloning research.
But wait! There's more!
Now, how do they leave their confined area? Well, they sneak aboard a train. But how do they sneak aboard a train? Well, this door is about to close and Lesbian Haircut stops it with her foot, forcing it to open up, and then they walk through. Wow, the advanced technology of the Star Wars universe was pretty easily tricked. And keep in mind, this is Coruscant, basically the most advanced planet in the entire Star Wars galaxy. There was no cameras to catch this, no security droids, or anything. Keep in mind, in Season 1 of The Mandalorian, we're introduced to tracking fobs, which allow bounty hunters to track people down throughout the galaxy. Anyone anywhere can just be, well, tracked. So we're supposed to believe that a piece of technology that is commonly used by bounty hunters isn't implemented by the most advanced planet of the New Republic to track ex-Empire scientists.
It's a fictional product. It doesn't matter.
Lesbian haircut and scientist guy make some pointless small talk, and then 2 security droids finally show up and say, "Tickets, please." Well, it looks like our 2 main characters for this episode are fucked. I'm joking, of course. They jump off the train and conveniently land in a pile of pillows. Yes, everyone, it's another super convenient thing for the plot to move forward. I really should complain about this more, but at this point, I'm used to the terrible writing from Disney. And also, in literally the next scene, there's another super convenient thing that happens for the plot to move forward. They come across an Imperial Star Destroyer, which should have the equipment that the scientist guy needs. And of course, it's unguarded. Why? Well, it's because it's inoperable. Now, first of all, it's not. The lights are still on inside. But even if it can't fly or use any of its weapon systems, there's still a whole bunch of things it has on it that are extremely valuable. Just imagine if there was a captured battleship, and after its weapons and propellers were taken out, the government just left no security guarding it. People would be looting that thing left and right. And before you say, well, Jar, things just work differently in the Star Wars universe. Maybe scavengers just can't sell anything they salvage on that ship. Well, Rey was able to do it in The Force Awakens. That thing had to have been salvaged for decades, and she was still fighting good shit on it. The real reason as to why there's no one guarding this ship is because it's another super convenient thing that happened for the plot to move forward. So scientist guy and lesbian haircut take a whole bunch of expensive stuff. Apparently they were the first ones to ever do this. But then a bunch of New Republic guards show up and they arrest the scientist guy. It turns out that lesbian haircut set him up. Oh my god, a woman in a modern day TV show did something evil for once, but she did it to a bad person, so I guess it's okay. The scientist guy is brought to a facility that will use, I don't know, shock therapy on him or something. This device could erase his memories, but the voltage is going to be very low and he's gone through this procedure before, so he'll be fine. In fact, it will actually make him kind of happy. The technician turns on the device and lesbian haircut says, "Oh, he was my friend, so since you're all leaving, I want to be with him since he's my friend." And the technician is like, "Well, that doesn't sound suspicious at all. I'll just leave you here with him." She of course cranks the device up to 11. Apparently there was no safeguards in place to prevent this from happening. What if someone slipped and accidentally moved the knob up to maximum? The scientist guy is in a lot of pain and he's presumably lobotomized, and yeah, that's where this side story ends. After watching this stupid side plot, I wish I was the one who was lobotomized. Anyways, at long last, we finally cut back to Mando and Bo-Katan. They meet up with the other Mandalorians and Mando has been redeemed, but Bo-Katan has also been redeemed because, well, she bathed in the same waters as he did and she didn't remove her helmet since then. She tells them that she doesn't want to be part of their group and she doesn't know the way. Armory tells her that now that she has been in the water, she has Ebola, so she knows the way. And yeah, that's kind of where the episode ends. So would I say that episode 3 of Mandalorian season 3 is even worse than episode 3 of Kenobi? Yes! Not only was it bad, but it was also boring. It was like the worst parts of Andor combined with the worst parts of Kenobi. It only took me a day to review the first episode of season 3 of The Mandalorian. Same with episode 2, but this episode took me 4 days to fully review. I kept on walking away from it because it was just that bad. But at least I only have one more episode until I'm halfway done. And also, I'm no longer sick. Well, I'm sick of the show, I'm just not physically sick anymore. Episode 4 starts off with the Mandalorians doing some grueling training, which involves things like shooting at the water? Okay. Baby Yoda gets challenged by one of the Mandalorian children to a 3-round paintball match. Baby Yoda loses the first 2 rounds and then jumps above the Mandalorian child and above him again and again and again, and then shoots him 3 times, and this causes him to win somehow. Okay, let's break down why this scene makes no sense. First of all, it's 1 shot per round. Just because you shoot him 3 times in 1 round doesn't mean you won. You shoot him once, now it's time for the next round, and then you shoot him again. again. So Baby Yoda only won because he cheated. Second, the only advantage that Baby Yoda's force jumping would have given him is that it would have confused his opponent. He jumped over the Mandalorian kid, landing behind him, then jumped back to exactly where he was before, and then shot him. He didn't shoot the Mandalorian kid while he was jumping around him, he just jumped around, landed in the exact same spot he was, and then fired his little paintball gun. The Mandalorian kid is a little upset that he lost, but then a giant alien pterodactyl shows up and mistakes him for the Pursuer Knight from Dark Souls 2, and swoops him up. Mando gets ready to shoot it down, but then the kid's dad says, no, if you attack it, it will kill the child immediately. And how does he know this? Well, it's because it's not the first time it's happened. Yeah, so you know how they were attacked in episode 1 by that giant sea creature? Well, they also have to deal with creatures from the air. Maybe they should, I don't know, move or something. The Mandalorians went from some of the greatest warriors in the galaxy to a free meal for a wild animal. And before you say, well, Jar, they're near a bunch of alien monsters, so they can do some training to become great warriors. This thing just took a kid, and that was the same kid who was almost killed last time. We literally just saw them shooting at the ocean. They should have set up a perimeter or something. They used their jetpacks to chase after the monster, but they run out of fuel. I think this is the first time, ever a Mandalorian has run out of fuel. I think they have gone further than this in the cartoon, but the writers have never cared about canon before, so why would they care about it now? But more importantly, if they have run out of fuel every time they've chased after this thing, then why would they think this time would be any different? Have I ever told you the definition of insanity? It turns out that the Mandalorians did something stupid to make Bo-Katan look smart, because she actually chased after the thing in her ship. I want to make this clear, this does not make Bo-Katan look smart, it just makes the other Mandalorians look stupid. This has happened several times and none of the Mandalorians have thought to chase after this thing in the ship until Bo-Katan showed up? Are you kidding me? Bo-Katan does not shoot the pterodactyl thing out of the sky after it drops the Mandalorian child. Instead, she returns to base to tell the others where its location is. Now, to be fair, in season 1, Mando did make the same stupid mistake. I didn't point this out in my last video, but yes, Mando could have taken his ship and destroyed the AT-AT. By the way, the Mandalorians just walked back to their camp after their jetpacks took them as far as they could go. They also never take off their helmets, so I'm surprised it didn't collapse from heat stroke. Anyways, Bo-Katan goes over to rescue plan, which involves them not using their jetpacks because it will make too much noise, so they will have to scale the mountain. I think that kid is long dead, and if you guys take that much time, yeah, that kid is for sure gonna be dead. Then we get a random Baby Yoda flashback to the night of Order 66. But by the way, in my last video I said I wish there was a Star Wars game that was fully set in the Jedi Massacre, and a few of you told me, oh, but what about Star Wars Battlefront? Do you guys understand what fully set in means? I don't mean just a section of the game, I mean fully set in the Jedi Massacre. Like, that's the main focus of the game. I didn't think I had to make that clear, but apparently I did. Anyways, we see a whole bunch of clone troopers shooting down Jedis. Baby Yoda is the last survivor, and he gets into an elevator. The clone troopers are shooting at him like 3 feet in front of him, but somehow they don't hit him. I thought the meme was that stormtroopers were bad at aim, not clone troopers. Baby Yoda is saved by a Jedi who wields both a blue and green lightsaber. He takes out a few clone troopers, hops into a speeder, and drives off with Baby Yoda, and yeah, that's it. Kind of seems like a pointless scene that only exists to pad out this episode. Now I'm gonna point this out so you all don't start screaming about it in the comments. The Jedi is played by the same guy who voiced Jar Jar Binks in the prequels. Now the media will tell you that he dealt with massive backlash from the fan base. And while I'm sure he got a few hate letters, the media was the one that slandered him way more. Keep in mind, the internet was very primitive back then. In fact, the third Star Wars movie came out in 2005. You know what else came out in 2005? YouTube! Oh yeah, also in this flashback, the clone troopers are in this massive ship covered in guns. And instead of using this ship to blow up the Jedi's getaway vehicle, they decide to land and start shooting their rifles at the ship, which, of course, don't do any damage at all. Anyways, back in the present, the female Mandalorian blacksmith makes Baby Yoda a disc. For a second I thought it was going to be a Beskar shield, but no, that would be awesome. Instead it's just placed in the center of his chest over his Beskar chainmail. This thing needs protection other places. Give it some gauntlets or a helmet or something else that doesn't involve putting armor on top of armor. They make it to the base of the mountain where the alien pterodactyl thing lives, and then they decide to camp out for the night. Okay, if that kid wasn't dead before, he's sure gonna be eaten now. Bo-Katan asks, how do we eat if we can't take our helmets off? And the other man Mandalorians say, oh, we go to a safe place where we can take off our helmet and we eat in private, which is information we already knew, so this scene is pointless. In the morning, they climb up the mountain in very heavy armor to a giant nest where there's a whole bunch of Mandalorian remains. They come across a few of the alien pterodactyl babies and they alert their mother. She shows up and then... oh my god, she regurgitates the Mandalorian kid. He's been in her stomach for at least 24 hours. How has her stomach acids not completely turned him into goop by now? I guess you could say his armor protected him, but how did he not suffocate in there? Anyways, they defeat the alien pterodactyl thing by tying it up, causing it to fall into the water, and then it's devoured by an alien crocodile. Oh yeah, and the Mandalorians also decide to enslave its children so they can be used as weapons later. Our heroes, ladies and gentlemen. Blacksmith lady says, you have done the highest honor of the creed by saving a foundling. 3 episodes ago, Mando saved that kid, and all of you. I think that's a bit of a higher honor. And then Bo-Katan gets a new piece of armor or something, and that's where our episode ends. I will say that every episode of this season has gotten worse and worse, but so far, none of them are as bad as Kenobi episode 4. But at least I'm halfway done with this show, just 4 more episodes to go. Episode 5 of The Mandalorian Season 3 starts off by answering a very important question. What if Swamp Thing from DC Comics was a Muppet? I'm not joking, the episode starts with Apollo Creed getting a call from the pirate captain, and he looks like a Muppet version of Swamp Thing. Just listen to his voice.
Don't believe my eyes.
Yeah, that voice does not fit him at all. So do you remember how in the first episode of Season 3, Mando killed that group of pirates but left their leader alive so he could tell their boss what he did? Well, he did that, and now the pirate captain wants retribution for what happened to his men. Now, I know the writers think they're clever because they set up this plot a whole 4 episodes in advance, but they're not. First of all, this whole conflict with the pirates started because the pirates wanted to be served alcohol in a children's school? I'm willing to bet that any gang or criminal group has never started a conflict over their usual drinking spot being changed into something else. It is like the most contrived reason for a conflict to start. Like, did the writer for this scene just write down the first thing that popped into their head? Second, Mando only left one of the pirates alive so that this conflict could happen in the first place. In other words, this could have all easily been avoided. Apollo Creed says to Muppet Swamp Thing, "These planet is under the protection of the New Republic." And Muppet Swamp Thing says, "You're bluffing. Also never call you again unless it's to surrender." Okay, that was completely incomprehensible. Let me try that again.
You're clearly bluffing. Anyways, never call me again unless it's to surrender.
And Apollo Creed is like, you know you're the one that called me, right? Yes, everyone, it's another one of those scenes that was clearly rewritten, but only partially. The pirates start bombing the town, and Apollo Creed thinks to himself, oh no, I didn't think I would have to deal with consequences for my actions. Maybe I should have killed all the pirates or let them drink inside that school. God, I am so stupid. Apollo Creed sends a message to the X-Wing pilot that we have seen in previous episodes. And yes, I'm sure he has a name, but I'm just gonna call him, Dollar Store Mr. Miyagi. Now, Apollo Creed does probably the most entitled thing any Star Wars character has done up to this point. He makes a request to the New Republic to save his world from the pirates. Now, I know that doesn't really sound that entitled, but keep in mind, he refused to join the New Republic because he wanted his world to stay independent, but he still expects to get protection from them, and no, he will not join them if they send help. So he wants all the benefits of being a part of a big government without paying into it. And Dollar Store Mr. Miyagi decides to fly all the way to Coruscant to ask them to send aid. If I was in his shoes, I would have just told Apollo Creed, fuck you, man, I'm a taxpayer. Oh yeah, and the alien from the Rebels TV show is in the background. There's no reason why he's here, but he's there. Dollar Store Mr. Miyagi makes it to Coruscant, and he makes a request to a colonel to send troops to Arvala 7, and wait, what? Yep, this whole time I thought that desert planet was Tatooine, but there's like a cajillion different desert planets in Star Wars now, so it's kind of hard to tell. The colonel says that he's never heard of this planet before. You're a New Republic officer. Moff Gideon was on that planet with a lot of his forces. How have you not heard of it? Lesbian Haircut comes into the room and she says, yes, I have heard of that planet, but it has not properly signed the treaty with the New Republic Republic, so we shouldn't send troops to help them. Dollar Store Mr. Miyagi says, "This sounds like an Imperial way of thinking." Yeah, I know this scene is trying to paint lesbian haircut as evil, but everything she said is correct. The New Republic just can't get involved with every single planetary conflict. It would greatly weaken them, and their priority should be to protect their own planets first. Now, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Disney actually wrote a strong, independent female Star Wars character that I like. She's even a modern woman who's a villain, and not even a sympathetic one. So, Mickey, I'm gonna applaud you here. Good job. You wrote a female villain that I actually like. In fact, I think you wrote her so well that I completely agree with her. Thanks, Jar! So Dollar Store Mr. Miyagi, finds out where the Mandos are. How did he know where their secret hideout was? Well, it's because he was old friends with the droid R5, and R5 gave him their location. Wow, there have been a lot of super convenient things that happened for the plot to move forward in Disney Star Wars, but this is one of the biggest ones yet. So out of all the droids in the entire galaxy, Mando just so happened to buy one that Luke Skywalker himself refused to buy, and that droid just so happened to know someone that Mando knew. And can astromech droids really send out signals across the galaxy? In episode 2, Mando lost connection with this thing just because it went into a cave. And the worst part is, this is easily fixable. The X-Wing pilot could have been like, "Yo, Mando, I need some help. Where are you and your group at?" And Mando could have given him their location. By the way, the pilot is unarmed, holding his hands out, but the Mandalorians were like, oh my god, he's moved. Oh, what's happening? Oh, I'm so scared. Greatest warriors in the galaxy after the Force users, folks. He asked the Mandalorians to fight against the pirates. He's not going to fight against the pirates himself, but he did ask the Mandos to do it for him, but he did it in a really nice way. But according to Mando, they can't help because, they don't even have ships. Then how did you guys get there in the first place? Did you all hitchhike? And what about that kick-ass battle station you guys had in Book of Boba Fett? We cut to Apollo Creed, who's walking with the townspeople that fled the city before it was attacked, and wait, why are there so few of them? There's only like 4 dozen of them, and that was a small city. Disney, you have spent money on CGI food, just green screen in a few more people. The Mandalorians leave to fight the pirates in their ships. All 2 of them. Now, for how much time has passed, I'm pretty sure that city is a pile of rubble by now. The X-Wing pilot got the distress signal. He went to Coruscant. Then he went to meet the Mandalorians. Then the Mandalorians chatted about what they should do for a few minutes or several hours, and then they went to the planet. Yeah, this is like the episode of the alien pterodactyl thing all over again. Now, the battle between the Mandalorians and the pirates, for the most part, is pretty good. Although I will say the Mandalorians are struggling way more than they actually should. For saving the town, the Mandalorians now have a new place to stay. And then we get to, the absolute worst part of the episode. Blacksmith lady tells Bo-Katan to remove her helmet, and she does. And then she says, "This is the way." Yep, Bo-Katan is immune to the rules because she's the chosen one who's going to unite all the Mandalorian tribes. Don't get me wrong, the helmet rule is an absolutely stupid rule, but it was still a rule that the writers set up in their own story. And now they're going against the rules they've set up for themselves, just like all modern writers do for some reason. But I guess she is the chosen one. After all, she does have a uterus. The episode ends with the X-Wing pilot discovering that Moff Gideon escaped. Because of course he did. God, I can't believe every single episode has gotten worse and worse. And from what I've heard, the next episode, episode 6, is the worst one out of all of them. Let's find out if the rumors are true. Now, Mandalorian already set the bar pretty low, but this episode was so bad that those who have defended the show up to this point finally said, "Wow, this show is terrible!" This episode has not 1, not 2, but 3 celebrity cameos. The episode starts with Bo-Katan's old Mandalorian group in a, Imperial Star Destroyer. It looks like these guys did really good for themselves without her leadership. They're attempting to rescue a Mal Calamari prince, but it turns out that the prince wasn't captured. He just ran away with a ship captain, his lover. Yep, this scene is entirely pointless and it takes up a whole 4 minutes of the episode. I'm not joking. Anyways, we cut to our main character, Bo-Katan. Oh, and I guess Mando and Baby Yoda are also there. Yeah, this is the episode where it was made clear that she's the new main character. It's no longer the Mandalorian, it's the Woman-Dalorian. They fly to a dome city on an independent planet. Oh, and by the way, if you thought the Holdo maneuver completely broke the rules of the Star Wars universe, well, this episode has something even worse. The people of the city completely take take control of Bo-Katan's ship. She has completely lost control over it, and she can only sit back as it lands. And no, they're not using a tractor beam or anything like that. This city just hacked into her ship and now they have full control over it. Keep in mind, this is a vessel designed for war. Can they do this to other ships like Star Destroyers or maybe even the Death Star? Now the city is, the Outer Rim's only direct democracy. Now, I'm not here to argue if direct democracy is a good government system or a bad government system. I certainly don't think it's communism like a few people think it is for some reason, I don't know. But I will say I kind of find it funny that it's pushed so much by the media in Hollywood. It's almost as if that because they have the loudest voice that they can control what people vote for. But that's just a crazy conspiracy. But yeah, throughout this entire episode, the writers keep trying to push just how amazing direct democracy actually would be if we tried it. The planet also uses a lot of ex-Empire droids and a lot of ex-Trade Federation droids. Yeah, basically any government system would work if you had enough technology. Whether it's capitalism, communism, direct democracy, fascism, or whatever else you can think of, a good way to convince your audience that it's a good government system is to put a bunch of technology all over the place. Insert transhumanism meme here. After they land, Bo-Katan says, "I want to meet the other Mandalorians." And the leaders of the planet are like, well, before you do that, you have to do the side quest for us. And Bo-Katan is like, oh, come on now, do I have to? Mando snickers and says, welcome to my world. So they meet with the leaders of the planet, and remember when I told you about those celebrity cameos? Yep, they're played by Jack Black and Lizzo. They're married to one another. Well, I can see why they call him Jack Black now. I had a way more offensive joke, by the way, but my roommate told me not to say it. Baby Yoda jumps into Lizzo's arms, and I just gotta ask, why is Baby Yoda jumping around so much in season 3? Now, because the leader of the planet, Jack Black, is an ex-Empire officer, the planet is not allowed to have a military. So instead, they hire mercenaries and bounty hunters. And then Jack Black says that because they don't spend money on a military, they have more to spend on their citizens. Okay, let's break this down. First of all, spending money on mercenaries and bounty hunters is still spending money on a military. It's just not a permanent military. Second, this whole American perspective of, oh, if we cut back on the military, we could afford healthcare, free housing, and all this other stuff. Just so you know, despite America having the most expensive military in the world, the US government still spends more money on healthcare. Don't get me wrong, I think the US government should cut back on military spending, but doing that won't fix all our problems. So the side quest given to Bo-Katan and Mando is to investigate why some of the droids have been going rogue. They go and see our third celebrity cameo, Christopher Lloyd, aka Doc Brown from Back to the Future. Okay, now the Back to the Future movies were a very good trilogy. But aside from those movies, Christopher Lloyd has been in a lot of garbage movies and TV shows. One of the worst animated movies ever made, Food Fight, Baby Geniuses, and The Oogie Loves, just to name a few. And of course there's a Mandalorian Season 3 as well. Mr. Lloyd, I don't know who your agent is, but you should fire them. Luke, you gotta go back with me. Where? Back to the future. Wait a minute, Doc, what happens in the future? Do me and Leia become total assholes or something? Yes. Oh God, we gotta go now! Doc Brown is the one who's in charge of all the droids, and he has a big red button which can shut them all off. Wow, this would work in a Star Wars cartoon, but not a live-action show. Apparently, he's not allowed to shut the droids off because the people voted against it. But wait, the droids are attacking people. It seems like direct democracy isn't a perfect system or something. And why did the people vote against this? Well, it's because if the droids are shut off, the people will have to do all the work themselves, and they've relied on droids to do everything for them for too long. Yep, direct democracy is a perfect system as long as the people have a workforce of slaves, I mean robots, to do everything for them. Bo-Katan and Mando get a list of the droids that are malfunctioning from a Ugnaught. Yep, that's what an Ugnaught is. And now I understand why in the Yo Mama fight of Robot Chicken Star Wars, one of the insults was your mother's so ugly she put the Ugg in Ugnaught. Mando goes to a line of super battle droids carrying a bunch of stuff, and he starts kicking them one by one. Okay, wow, seems like he's back to being a robophobe. Eventually he kicks the right one, and it starts booking it! Man, I've never seen a super battle droid run that fast! Oh my god, look at the box it just threw! That droid is super strong! Okay, maybe that box was light, and oh my god, it just crushed that car! You see, this is a battle droid. This is a super battle droid. But this super battle droid has ascended to the next level, and went even further beyond! let's just call it a Super Battle Droid 3. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand that Super Battle Droids are pretty tough, but this is like the strongest on-screen appearance we've ever seen of one. It's gonna take something like the Darksaber to take this thing down in— oh, Bo-Katan just shot in the back. Okay, so Super Battle Droids are heavily resistant to blaster fire. That's why the Clone Troopers' rifles were so big. It was to deal with these things. So the writers made this Super Battle Droid faster than it should be, stronger than it should be, but also gave it less durability than it should have? Holy shit, they got everything wrong about it! Oh, and by the way, earlier when it ran away, Bo-Katan shot at it but missed, hit a different Super Battle Droid a few times, and it barely flinched. Yeah, it's like those scenes from Kenobi, where the writers establish something then immediately forget about it. Bo-Katan somehow reaches into the droid's pockets and pulls out this bark pad that has an address to a bar. They go to the, droid bar, and Mando starts threatening everyone in there. Holy shit, I was joking before, he really is back to being robophobic. All his character development from the season 1 finale has been reversed. They meet up with the bartender in the back who tells them that the drink that the droids have been drinking is a special lubricant that has nanobots in it that repair code. That's not how code works. And I think this is the first time anything like this has been mentioned in the Star Wars universe, and it purely exists so that the plot can happen. It turns out that all the droids that got corrupted all drank from the same batch of nanoparticle fuel. They take the Super Battle Droid and extract some fluid from it, and oh my god, a lesbian haircut really let herself go. Okay, I'm joking, that's not lesbian haircut, that's a different character. It turns out that the one behind the corrupting nanoparticles is— oh my god, it's Doc Brown. A droid in the room gets corrupted, starts shooting lasers all over the place, and Mando cuts it in half with a Darksaber. Okay, that was pretty cool. They confront Doc Brown and he threatens to press the button, which will revert all the droids to their original programming, and they'll start attacking everyone around them. Wait a second, I thought it was established that button would only turn them off. How can it— oh wait, of course. The writers just forgot their own rules again. But why is Doc Brown doing this? Well, he reveals that he's a separatist and that he's a follower of Count Dooku. Yep, direct democracy is a good system as long as none of those freedom-loving libertarians try to ruin it. People in the Empire can change, but not those greedy capitalist pigs. Bo-Katan shoots him with a stun dart. Good thing he fell backwards and not forwards, because he would have hit that button. Anyways, Doc Brown is exiled, Baby Yoda is knighted for some reason, and Bo-Katan and Mando are presented with a key to the city. In other words, they unlocked fast travel to this place. They finally meet up with the other Mandalorians, and Bo-Katan challenges the leader to a duel. She of course wins, and don't get me wrong, she's an incredibly skilled Mandalorian. But we all know if she was some low-ranking Mandalorian with no training, she would have still kicked his ass because she's a whammon. Some people did complain about her beating him in a fist fight, but the thing is, she's an incredibly strong woman. I know there are some people out there who say things along the lines of, oh, a woman could never beat a man in a fist fight. Now, while it is true that on average men are stronger than women, I'm a pretty strong guy. I hit the gym bare minimum 4 days a week. I've pretty much reached the max on all the machines, and I can leg press over 1,200 pounds. But I know at least 3 women who go to my gym who could absolutely kick my ass. I'm just bringing this up because of, well, a handful of the people who watch my videos believe stuff like that. Anyways, despite Bo-Katan winning, the Mandalorians tell her that they won't follow her because she doesn't have the Darksaber. Even though this guy doesn't have the Darksaber, but they still followed him, and he lost to a girl. But then Mando chimes in and says, I have the Darksaber and I'm giving it to her, so now you guys can follow her. Then Bo-Katan says, whoa, but Mando, that's the Darksaber. You can't simply gift it to someone. It must be won through combat. Mando replies, you know that big crab droid that kicked my ass only because it had to drop on me? Well, that thing defeated me, so it became the owner. And then you defeated it, making you the owner. Yeah, apparently you can become the owner of the Darksaber if you sneak attack the guy who has it. Yeah, this logic is stupid and makes no sense. But it does explain why in episode 2 it was so heavy for him, yet so light for her.
Hello, Editing Jar here again. It actually does not explain why it was so heavy for him because it was heavy before he got defeated by the crab droid. So the writer's excuse doesn't work, or maybe they just got the scenes mixed up, I don't know.
But hang on, remember that one droid that was spinning around with all the lasers? Bo-Katan was cowering in fear of that thing, and then Mando sliced it in half with the darksaber. So by that same logic, wouldn't that make him the rightful owner of the darksaber? Hey, I got a great idea to fix this. What if Bo-Katan asked the Mandalorians to follow her and they said, "We will only do it if you have the darksaber"? And then Mando says, "Well, I have the darksaber. Bo-Katan, do you want to challenge me in order to get this weapon?" Then we could have had a fight between her and Mando instead of this random Mandalorian. Anyway, she takes the darksaber, ignites it, and yeah, that's where our episode ends. She has now officially became the new main character. Wow. Just wow. When people were telling me that this was the worst episode of The Mandalorian, they were not joking. In fact, I would say this episode is almost as bad as Kenobi episode 4. It's a close second, don't get me wrong, but it's still not as bad as that episode was. Well, we got the worst one out of the way, folks, and there's just 2 more episodes to go. I think I can make it through this. So episode 7 of Mandalorian Season 3 is unlike any episode of this season we've seen yet, because it's not mostly filler. Oh, finally we have some plot. Don't get me wrong, the episode still completely sucks, but at least we have some plot. Now, some people will claim that this is an actual good episode of The Mandalorian. Now, they say that for 2 reasons. The smaller of the 2 is that this episode is action-packed. And the much greater reason is, well, they saw the episode before this one. Yeah, it's just like when people say Kenobi episode 5 was the best one. It's because they were comparing it to episode 4 and it also had a lot of action in it. The episode starts off in, Blade Runner. Apparently we didn't get enough of it in Andor. Lesbian haircut meets up with a probe droid and it makes a hologram of Moff Gideon. She tells him about the Mandalorians planning to retake Mandalore. Wow, the New Republic is pretty bad at keeping an eye on ex-Empire soldiers. Like, wouldn't their security system alert them to a probe droid being on their planet? Moff Gideon walks through the laser walls from Phantom Menace. No, I don't know why he has those in his ship. And, whoa, are those a new type of stormtroopers? You know what? Just for those guys, this is the best episode of Season 3 yet. Like, stormtroopers in Beskar armor is just so cool. Moff Gideon enters a meeting with a bunch of other Empire warlords. They name drop Admiral Hux and also Project Necromancer. I hate that this show has to lead into the sequel trilogy. Oh yeah, and for all you Thrawn fans, Captain Pellaeon is also there. Apparently the Mandalorians could pose a threat. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're really strong warriors, but there's less than 100 of them. We cut to the Mandalorians that love to wear their helmets, meeting up with the other Mandalorians that don't wear their helmets all the time. They are at odds with each other like the Crips and the Bloods, but they all know the way. Apollo Creed also shows up with the IG-88 droid that thinks he's an IG-11 droid. He has been repurposed to be used as a mech suit by Baby Yoda. Holy shit, this is stupid. It's a droid. It wasn't designed to be piloted like a Gundam. And Baby Yoda is, well, you know, a baby. How can he pilot this thing? And no, there's not a training montage off screen. Literally, right after getting it, he uses it to steal some food. So the 2 groups of Mandalorians unite into one, and they go to take back the planet Mandalore. On the planet, they come across land pirates? No, it's actually another group of Mandalorians who have been surviving on this dead world this entire time. No, I do not know how. Oh, they're here for plot convenience because, of course, they offer the Mandalorians a ride to the Great Forge, the thing they were looking for. Yep, it's another super convenient thing that happened for the plot to move forward. Bo-Katan says that Mandalore is too powerful for any enemy to defeat. I think you guys were pretty defeated when the Empire invaded. Mando tells Bo-Katan just how amazing and perfect she is, because of course he does. Later on, 2 Mandalorians get into a fight over a board game, and Bo-Katan shows off her skills as a leader by not doing anything. Yep, she's just standing there, menacingly. Well, luckily, Baby Yoda and his, mech droid manages to stop the 2. I mean, he could have used the Force, but I guess the writers thought this was way more stupid. During their journey, they come across this massive monster, and they sail into it. And they're going towards it, and they're going towards it, and finally they turn the ship. Oh, it was too late. That thing just destroyed their ship. Wow, these guys are stupid. They take shelter in a nearby cave and,
Guess what? Yep, that's right. The cave leads them to the exact thing they were looking for. It's another super convenient thing that happened for the plot to move forward. My god, it's like Rise of Skywalker all over again. But then a bunch of Mandalorian stormtroopers show up. Not only do they have Beskar, but they also have jetpacks as well, making the "they fly now" line from Rise of Skywalker even more stupid. I won't lie, all the action actually does make this the best episode out of Season 3 so far. Yeah, the durability of the Beskar armor tends to fluctuate a lot in this fight, and some of the moments of the fight are pretty stupid, but at least it's something happening. There's a part where a few of the Mandalorians walk into a trap, and they're all killed except for Mando. Bo-Katan is trapped on the other side of the door, unable to do anything. Apparently she forgot she had the dark saber. There's only tension in this scene because she's not using it to cut through the door. Mando gets captured, and Moff Gideon, in his armor that makes him look like Darth Vader trying to cosplay as a Mandalorian, walks up to him. He monologues and decides to leave Mando alive? Wait, why? This guy has defeated you twice. Moff Gideon feels bad for Bo-Katan's stupidity and reminds her that she has the fucking darksaber. The action is back on. The big Mandalorian tells the other Mandalorians to retreat because there's too many of them, and then he takes them all out by himself. I love the part where he knocks 2 jet troopers off a cliff. Apparently they forgot they had jetpacks. But then a few Red Royal Guards show up and they kill him. Oh, finally! At long last, we see those guys get a kill. I've been waiting forever to see them do that. Yes, the Red Guards get a lot more kills in the comics and video games, but I'm talking about on-screen kills. I think this might have been the first one they've ever got. And, yeah, that's where this episode ends. I'm sorry that my review of this episode has been my shortest one yet. It was just so action-packed that I didn't really have much to say, but I will say this, it's so far the best episode of Season 3 of The Mandalorian. It turns out that the fans were right, but it's still worse than any episode from Seasons 1 and 2. And now we only have one episode to go, Episode 8, the finale. Okay, so I just realized my review of just The Mandalorian Season 3 is already over an hour long. After I was no longer sick, this review was going by faster, but I still have another show to review after this one, and I want this video to be out in a timely manner, but I can already tell this is going to be my longest video yet. This episode of The Mandalorian Season 3 is the worst one yet. I had hoped that it would be better than Episode 7, but all the stupid episodes led up to this stupid finale, so I'm not shocked at all by it being the worst one. So far out of this entire season, what developments have happened? Well, Bo-Katan is now the leader of the shithole known as Mandalore, and, yeah, that's about it. Everything else has been reset. Mando is back to being a bounty hunter, he has Baby Yoda with him again, and Moff Gideon is also back. Wow, I can't wait for them to defeat him for the 3rd time in a row. The episode starts with 2 Beskar troopers escorting their captured prisoner Mando. He tries to fight back, but they exploit the Mandalorian's one weakness, the fact that they don't wear armor on their neck. But luckily for Mando, IG-88, I mean IG-11, I mean Grogu piloting IG-11 takes them both out. And then he heals Mando by spraying vape into his face. Baby Yoda, he still has the helmet on. Now in the last episode, we saw Baby Yoda retreating with the rest of the Mandos, so how did he show up here to save Mando? Well, it's a good question for another time.
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
We cut to Moff Gideon, who has a map that can track Baby Yoda and Mando. Oh my god, it even has a green dot for Baby Yoda. So apparently the Empire now has this tracking technology that can track enemies who are on their ship. Yep, Disney has introduced another piece of world-breaking technology. Apparently the Empire forgot they had this technology in The Force Awakens when Rey was trying to escape from Kylo, or when Chewie, Han, and Finn were sneaking onto their Super Death Star, and in The Last Jedi when Rose, Finn, and the Codebreaker snuck aboard their capital ship. And again in Rise of Skywalker when Rey, Finn, Chewie, and Poe all snuck aboard that one ship to get the dagger back. Mando gets into contact with R5 and R5 hacks into the entire Empire base, because of course he does. Yep, the master control for the entire base is on some random ledge. But to give the Empire credit, at least they added in a little security for their master control. A few mouse droids! Get away from our master control, you R2 looking motherfucker! The Mandalorian, by the
the name of Axwos, uses his jetpack to fly all the way to the Mandalorian ship. Even though it was established in episode 3 that their jetpacks don't have a lot of fuel, I guess the writers forgot their own rules once again. Their plan is to abandon ship and use it as a decoy, while they all go down to the surface to help Bo-Katan. The Empire fleet looks, pretty small. I think you guys should use the bigger ship to take them all out instead of, splitting up. Oh, and by the way, the Mandalorian smaller ships just fly right past the TIE fighters. They don't try to shoot them down or anything like that. Okay, to be fair, Axwos is piloting the ship all by himself, sacrificing himself to save everyone else. I don't know why this stolen Imperial vessel doesn't have any shields on it, and I also don't know how he can control all these guns by himself. I guess all those computers and buttons behind him are just for decoration. I'm pretty sure if this ship was fully manned and all the other little ships were helping it fight, they could have easily taken out the Empire forces. So yeah, I woe for Axwos because his sacrifice is clearly for nothing. So Mando shows up to the shield walls from Phantom Menace, and there's actually a reason why they're here. It turns out that he's gonna fight the Beskar troopers one set at a time. Even though he's unarmed and they could easily jump him all at once, they decide to handicap themselves to make the fight more fair for him. I've made a lot of jokes about The Mandalorian being like a video game, but this is on a whole new level. It's like in Pokemon when trainers challenge you one at a time. And also, despite them wearing Beskar armor and him being unarmed, he takes them all out. Now, despite how bad this episode has been up to this point, we get to the jump the Cartarian moment. They get to a room full of Moff Gideon clones. Okay, so first of all, that's not how cloning works in Star Wars. Clones start off as babies and you have to raise them. Sure, you can speed up their aging process, but still, you have to train them. Yes, I understand in the Star Wars Extended Universe, cloning can work like this, but in the movie and show canon, it doesn't. And believe it or not, this is not even the worst part. It turns out this whole time, the reason why the Empire wanted Baby Yoda was to use the midichlorians in his cells to create Force-sensitive clones. Okay, so this is yet another piece of technology that is completely world-breaking. If you can just make clones that can use the Force, then why not just make an entire army of cloned Force users?
But Jar, you need someone who's Force-sensitive in order to do it.
That's just stupid. Before the Clone Wars, there was over 10,000 Jedis. They could have taken a few midichlorians from all of them and made an entire army of Force-sensitive clone troopers. Hell, they could have taken all the midichlorians from the dead ones, like Qui-Gon Jinn and Darth Maul. Better yet, Palpatine could have done this after Order 66. There was a whole bunch of dead Jedis. The Force has officially been broken. How has no one thought to do this up until now? I know why Disney is doing this is so they can bring back all the characters they killed off. This is even worse than the Holdo maneuver, but that being said, it's still not as bad as that fleet of Star Destroyers that all had Death Star cannons on them. And before someone says, well, these clones may have the ability to use the Force, but they still have to train to learn it, right? Throughout Disney Star Wars, we've been shown that Jedis don't need to train as much as they once did. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, how are the Mandalorians going to take on this army of Force users that also have Beskar armor? Well, Mando just presses a few buttons and they all blow up. So yeah, the writers could have taken out all this world-breaking technology and nothing would change. So yeah, the writers just immediately written themselves into a corner and then wrote themselves out of it with some plot convenience. So yeah, this did not need to be added in for the plot, but it was still added in to, I don't know, break how the Star Wars universe works. You know what? I'm gonna say it. The season 3 finale of The Mandalorian is even worse than Kenobi episode 4. Yeah, by itself that episode is actually worse, but this episode completely breaks how the Star Wars universe works. Anyways, Mando runs into Moff Gideon. He screams about how those clones were essential to his plans. Well, maybe you should have had them guarded better. Maybe you shouldn't have added in those shield walls from the Phantom Menace and had your troops attack him one at a time. Maybe you shouldn't have had the master control for your base on some random balcony. Maybe you shouldn't have had a self-destruct button to destroy all your clones. Maybe you should have prepared yourself more with your little mini-map on your ship that shows you where all your enemies are. And maybe, just maybe, you should have killed Mando when you had the chance! Gus calls in his, 3 Praetorian Red Guards. Bro, you could have also used those guys to defend your clones! We cut to the Mandalorians who find a cave system that, of course, leads to a whole bunch of life. Despite this being a dead world, I guess, life found a way or something. They meet up with the other group of Mandalorians, and then they have a big, epic air battle against all the Empire Beskar jet troopers. Remember how it was established in episode 3 that their jetpacks had a very limited amount of fuel? Well, forget about that. They have fuel for days. Not only does that kind of ruin ruin this battle for me, but there's also just way too much CGI. And of course, the durability of Beskar is completely inconsistent in this fight. That being said, I always wanted a battle like this in Star Wars. I just, wish it wasn't so poorly done. Moff Gideon and Mando fight mano a mano, but this time Moff Gideon has Beskar armor, and he's like way stronger for some reason. So let me get this straight. Mandalorians don't use melee weapons all that often, and we've seen them train in hand-to-hand combat lots of times. Moff Gideon had the Darksaber, and he could have only gotten it if he defeated the previous owner in combat. So he presumably had a lot of training in sword combat, especially after he got the Darksaber. Yet he loses a sword duel to Mando, but beats him in hand-to-hand combat? Okay, but even though he's kicking Mando's ass, he decides to call in his Red Praetorian guards. Kind of seems like you should have done that when your clones were being destroyed. They start hitting Mando with their weapons, but they don't seem to be able to penetrate through his Beskar armor. Even though in the last episode they were able to penetrate another Mandalorian's Beskar armor, but the writers have never cared about their own rules that they set up for themselves before, so why would they care now? They finally have the chance to execute him, but then IG-11, Baby Yoda piloting IG-11 shows up and spams the no button. And despite these guys being in presumably Beskar armor and this thing having no guns on it, they decide to leave Mando and chase after this thing. Guys, it would only take 2 seconds to slice off his head. What are you doing? They chase Baby Yoda into a separate room, destroy his mech suit. But then, Baby Yoda starts jumping around all over the place, because of course he does. He's been doing that all season. Just so you guys know, Praetorian Red Guards are the best of the Empire, handpicked by the Emperor himself, and they can't even kill one little Force-sensitive toddler that's not even youngling level. We cut back to Mando, who completely gets his ass kicked by Moff Gideon. It seems like all hope is lost, but then our main character, Bo-Katan, comes in to save the day. Yep, it turns out that the reason why Moff Gideon is suddenly stronger than Mando is so that he could be saved by our main character, a Mandalorian. Mando's big bad that he has been fighting against for 3 seasons is now her villain to defeat. Bo-Katan takes out her Darksaber. Moff Gideon pulls out his own melee weapon. They start fighting and, oh my god, the Darksaber was just destroyed. Good going, Bo-Katan. Mando was able to defeat this guy without breaking this thing. Well, now that the most powerful lightsaber is broken, how are the Mandos going to choose a leader? Okay, maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh. After all, lightsabers have been repaired before. Let's just hope the writers remember that that's a thing. Baby Yoda is about to be killed by the Praetorian guards, but then his daddy Mando shows up and saves him. But he already lost to these guys before, so of course he starts getting his ass kicked. Oh man, this fight is so terribly choreographed. But luckily for Mando, his son uses the Force and saves him. Yep, he just got saved twice in the span of less than 5 minutes. A male being saved by a woman is one thing, but being saved by a toddler is so much more embarrassing. The Mandalorian's big ship takes too much damage, and it starts to go down, but Axe-Woz decides to pull a Holdo and crashes it into the Empire's base. It's a good thing that Rose wasn't there to knock him out of the way. Oh no, wait, he doesn't pull a Holdo. He manages to escape right before impact. Mando shows up to help Bo-Katan fight against Moff Gideon. Oh my god, a man just saved a woman. Finally, at long last it has happened, and oh no, wait. The ship explosion consumes Moff Gideon in fire and kills him. So just like in Breaking Bad, the actor for Gus died in the same way. He was consumed in the flames of an explosion. Also, it's pretty convenient that the explosion consumed him and stopped just short of them. But I don't see a body, so who knows? Maybe he's still alive, he is in Beskar armor, or maybe one of his clones survived or something. By the way, plenty of people have done the math, and that ship crashing into that base would have made a much greater explosion. But of course, the explosion had to be the perfect size for plot convenience. Oh no, wait, never mind, that explosion is getting bigger. Our heroes are gonna be— oh wait, Baby Yoda puts up a Force bubble shield and protects them from the flames. Triumphant music starts playing. The writers want you to know that this is a big and powerful scene. But all I can think is, holy shit, this is the most powerful use of the Force we have seen yet. And yes, that does include Kenobi Episode 5 when Darth Vader stopped that big ship from flying away. By the way, according to the logic of Episode 6, Axe-Woz would technically now be the leader of Mandalore. Because Bo-Katan had the Darksaber, she lost him off Gideon, and this guy, by complete accident, killed him. Anyways, the battle is now over, and we cut to that one Mandalorian kid being baptized. Wait a second, wasn't his dad killed in the last episode? Well, guess this kid's an orphan now. Imagine receiving the news that your father is dead, and then you have to get baptized. Also, at long last, Mando finally says that he's Baby Yoda's father, and Baby Yoda's name is changed to Din Grogu. Mando's name is Din Djarin, so shouldn't it be Grogu Djarin? I understand in some cultures the surname comes first, but the Mandalorian Fett family has the surname come last. Boba Fett, Jango Fett. So I guess the writers are just breaking established rules once again. The season finally ends with Mando meeting up with the pilot, Dollar Store Mr. Miyagi. Mando says that he wants to do bounty hunting for the New Republic on a case-by-case basis, but Dollar Store Mr. Miyagi tells him he can't authorize bounties, so Mando tells him to keep it off the books. Then, how is he gonna pay you, dumbass? I don't think a pilot's salary can cover what you do. And yes, I noticed Dave Filoni in the background, you don't have to tell me in the comments. Mando goes back to Navarro. Apollo Creed tells Mando that he has a home set up for him. IG-11 is rebuilt as the marshal for the town. And just before the credits start rolling, we see Baby Yoda torturing a frog. My god, I can't believe this was my longest episode review yet. This whole season was just, wow. I thought Kenobi was bad, but this is somehow even worse. Let's just hope that the next show I'm reviewing after this one, Ahsoka, is at least a little bit better. But so far, this is the absolute worst show I have reviewed yet. She-Hulk was worse than Twilight, The Witcher Blood Origin was worse than that, Kenobi was even worse somehow, but this show just comes in and says, hold my blue milk. What makes this even worse is that I enjoyed season 1 and 2 of The Mandalorian. Aside from Andor, it was the one thing Disney Star Wars did right, and this just comes along and destroys it. And now I have to review Ahsoka. I just want you guys to know that I liked Ahsoka as a character in Star Wars The Clone Wars. I really hope they don't ruin her like Mando. Anyways, that's enough on The Mandalorian. I'm gonna review the Ahsoka show now. Now, if you've seen my first really long Star Wars video, then you would know that I'm a fan of Ahsoka from Star Wars The Clone Wars. Now, don't get me wrong, I did find her annoying at first, but over time I did start to like her. Like I said before, watching her grow from an annoying kid to a kind and wise leader gave me this feeling I haven't felt since watching Gohan grow. Ironically, a lot of the dislikes I got underneath that video were from both Star Wars The Clone Wars haters and fans. The fans of the show heard me say I didn't like it at first, so they disliked, left their angry comments, and left. It's very funny when they say, oh come on, it gets better later on, you should have kept watching. I did. You should have taken your own advice and kept watching my video. And of course, people who hate the show heard me say I didn't like it at first, and they kept on watching until they heard me say I liked it later on. I guess the old saying is true. People who stand in the middle of the road tend to get run over. But the point I'm trying to make is, well, I like the character of Ahsoka, and when I saw the trailers for this show, I knew Disney was going to ruin her. Now don't get me wrong, I've heard that there's people who actually like this show. Kind of fishy that there seems to be fewer and fewer of them every single day, just like with Star Wars The Last Jedi and the Kenobi show. But I was willing to give this show a chance. That being said, I started not liking it pretty early on. How early on? When I saw the opening text! Disney, how could you not even have gotten that right? It's 2D text! It's going up! Opening Star Wars text has a 3D look to it, and it slowly moves into the background as it disappears. And why is it red? You guys couldn't even get the color right!
Oh, come on now, Jaw, you're being a big baby. This is such a nitpick.
The thing is, we haven't even started the episode yet! Sure, this small little detail didn't make me immediately think that the entire show was going to be trash, but to quote Han Solo, I have a bad feeling about this. If the showrunners aren't putting effort into something as small as the opening text, then I don't have much faith for the rest of the show. Anyways, the show starts with a New Republic vessel flying through space. The captain is a human who possesses a Y chromosome. Gee, I wonder if he's going to do something really stupid then get killed. They're currently transporting a prisoner by the name of Morgan Elsbeth. If you don't remember who she is, she's the woman from Mandalorian Season 2 with the Beskar staff that Ahsoka and Mando defeated. Yep, Disney Star Wars is still continuing the tradition of trying to make you care about characters that were in like one episode. Anyways, the Republic vessel is approached by clearly an Empire transport vehicle. Okay, so I've made a lot of jokes about how stupid the characters in Kenobi were, but the characters in Ahsoka outdo them all in just this scene. So the captain asks the approaching vessel for a security code, and then they receive an old Jedi clearance code. This one guy says, they're Jedi. Bro, that's super unlikely. They were almost all wiped out during Order 66. But the captain captain is a little bit smarter. He doesn't believe they're Jedi, but only a little smarter because he does something so incredibly stupid. The vessel approaching them requests to see the prisoner, and then the captain says, "I'm calling their bluff," and he lets them on board. That's not calling their bluff at all, it's the opposite. So the captain knows this is a trap, and he's on purposely falling for the trap. He could have shot them down or, you know, not let them come aboard. Keep in mind, they're escorting a highly dangerous prisoner. The New Republic and Ahsoka are even more stupid than the Empire was in Kenobi Episode 4, and that's saying something. I'm less than 2 minutes in, and I'm already starting to think that this is the worst Disney Star Wars episode yet. But maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh. He does bring security with him. All 6 of them. At least one of them is a non-human, so that's a plus, but I don't think that Mal Calamari can get his hands around that gun. His webbing is clearly going to make it impossible for him to pull the trigger. The captain along with his 6 security guys get into their positions, right in front of the ship. They don't spread out or anything. I guess they just want to make it easier for their enemies to defeat them or something. The ship opens up, and out come 2 people in dark robes. Well, the captain and the crew already know about the Jedi, so they know about the Sith, right? Right? Oh my god, you can even clearly see the lady's lightsaber. The captain then walks into lightsaber range and says, "Oh, I don't believe you guys are actually Jedi." Then maybe you shouldn't have let them on board, dumbass! And also, the 2 Dark Jedis, or Sith, or Inquisitors, or whatever you want to call them, are also really stupid for thinking this plan would actually work. Their plan only succeeded because the captain was a colossal idiot. In other words, it's yet another super convenient thing that happened for the plot to move forward. And before you say, "Oh, well, in Return of the Jedi, Luke, Han, and Leia also used an old Imperial code to get through a blockade." Yeah, the Empire fell for it and that was kind of dumb of them, but these guys knew it was a trap. And before you say, "Well, he doesn't know they're actual Force users with actual lightsabers," even if they were normal humans with guns, they could have shot him. He's the captain. They could have even held him hostage. The captain says, "You guys should have surrendered when you had the chance." The Sith lady pulls out a lightsaber and starts killing the 6 guards. The captain tries to shoot her with his gun, but then the male Sith traps him with the Force. By the way, the male Sith's name is Balin, and the Sith lady is his apprentice. Now, something I should point out is their lightsabers are orange or copper colored. No, I don't know why. Balin kills the captain, and then his apprentice goes up to the bridge to kill the co-captain. The co-captain starts shooting at her as the rest of her men do nothing. Yeah, they're just sitting there at their computer screens. Okay. Guys, there's someone in here trying to kill you. Tweeting is not a priority right now. Balin is walking down the corridor as the guards are shooting at him and oh my god! Look at how he's deflecting the blaster bolts! He's like an old video game character! Every other time we've seen Jedis deflect blaster bolts, they're swinging their lightsabers around all over the place, but he's just holding it still in random places, hoping that his enemies shoot it. I feel so bad for the effects team. I'm sure they're trying their best to make this scene look good, but they're not given anything good to work with. My god, it's like Kenobi all over again. He force chokes, then pushes one of the guards, and then he slices down the other 2, and oh my god, look at that one on the ground. He just has a lightsaber wound in his leg. How did that kill him? We've seen 2 people get stabbed through the torso with a lightsaber in Kenobi, and both of them lived, but this guy gets nicked in the leg and he dies? What? I hope in this same episode we don't later on see someone get stabbed through the guts with a lightsaber and live, because that would be stupid. Balin, of course, manages to get Morgan out of her cell. Huh, a man saved a woman in modern Star Wars. Gotta be honest, I didn't see that coming. She tells him that Ahsoka is looking for Thrawn, and then we get our title screen. I'm gonna be honest here, I like the font on Ahsoka's name. We cut to Ahsoka, who's walking, and she's walking, and she's walking. Then she stops at this very dirty symbol on the ground and tries to brush some dirt off of it. Lady, just use the Force and push all the dust off of it at once! She uses her 2 lightsabers to cut a hole through the ground, and I'm not gonna lie, the way she does this is pretty cool. Ahsoka lands in the deep, dark, ancient room and starts staring at stuff. and some more stuff, and some more stuff. Boy, there's a lot of padding in this episode, isn't there? Then she caresses a pillar. For those of you who don't get the joke, the pillar is a metaphor for penis. Okay, she's actually turning it to unlock this Zelda puzzle or something. Okay, I lied. It's not a Zelda puzzle. It's way more simple than that. Yeah, I'm sure many people have tried to solve this puzzle before, but Ahsoka was the first one, even though it's 100 times more simple than a Rubik's Cube. And the best part is, she turns even more pillars. My God, there's so much padding in this episode. Like, don't get me wrong, the temple looks absolutely amazing. The effects artist did a really good job on it. But I can't imagine anyone finding this entertaining, like, at all. Eventually, Ahsoka finds the golden ball, and it is yet another MacGuffin that the show will be all about. Wowee, what an original premise for Star Wars! As long as we ignore The Force Awakens, The Rise of Skywalker, and just a whole bunch of other stuff. Ahsoka jumps back through the hole and she's approached by a droid that kind of looks like one of those General Grievous bodyguards. I believe they're called IG-100s. And there's another one, and actually there's a whole bunch of them. Oh boy, you know, this show has sucked up to this point, but I bet we're gonna get a really cool action scene. And wait a second, why did she jump back down the hole? Oh my God, she's cutting holes underneath them. This is like something out of Looney Tunes. Like, on the one hand, I am happy she's using strategy, but this is really goofy. After making 3 of them fall into holes, she takes on the last 2, and the lightsaber fight is fine. It's not the worst lightsaber fight I've seen, but it's not the best either. After she defeats the 2 of them, the other 3 finally get out of the holes, and then they start their self-destruct sequence. Aw man, they started their self-destruct sequence too late. She's getting so far away, there's no way that blast is gonna— Oh my God! Did they have nukes inside of them or something? This is a big explosion! If they wanted to kill her, they should have self-destructed sooner. But here's the thing, these droids are here to take the map from her, so if that explosion hit her, wouldn't the map be destroyed? The better the technology gets in the Star Wars universe, the more stupid people become. Ahsoka, of course, escapes the explosion and she flies away with the droid lightsaber smith from the cartoon, a character who's even older than Yoda. Ahsoka meets with Hera Syndulla, the green girl from Star Wars Rebels, which I've never seen. By the way, she's played by Ian McGregor's wife, the actor for Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I thought that was pretty interesting. Anyways, she's a new Republic general, and she informs Ahsoka on what just transpired. God damn it, I just captured that woman and you already let her get away? Ahsoka shows her the golden ball, and apparently it can lead them to the location of, Grand Admiral Thrawn. Okay, I thought that temple was a lot more ancient than it really was. Apparently, if they can find Thrawn, they can also find Ezra. No, not Ezra Miller. This guy from the cartoon. Now, unfortunately for them, the ball is locked and Ahsoka can't figure out how to open it. It turns out you just have to turn the spinny things on it. Yeah, it's no more complicated than the puzzle she just solved. Honestly, a child could figure this out. We cut to some Robert E. Lee looking guy giving a speech. Sabine was supposed to show up, but she didn't, and yeah, that's this scene. It's only here to pad out this episode even more. We cut to Sabine, who's driving down a very empty road while she's listening to music, and honestly, she feels completely out of place in Star Wars. Kind of like those cyborgs in Book of Boba Fett, but unlike them, she's a major character. Now, in my first really long Star Wars video, I said that Admiral Holdo was the first human with unnaturally colored hair. A few people complained in the comments saying, no, Sabine is the first human in Star Wars with unnaturally colored hair. First of all, in that same video, I said I haven't seen Star Wars Rebels yet. But whether she was the first or Holdo was the first, I don't care. It's completely out of place in Star Wars. Like, she would fit better in something like Cyberpunk Edge Runners, but not in Star Wars. Also, it's kind of funny that both Holdo and Sabine decided to color their hair purple. Not blue, not red, not orange, not white, not pink, but purple. They both picked the same color. Anyways, 2 cops try to pull her over. She says no. Then they try to block the road, and she does this sick maneuver to get past them. And then the other cop is like, oh, that was pretty cool. I get that the writers are trying to show that Sabine is a really cool character, but this just feels so out of place in Star Wars. It's also kind of a really pointless scene, like, why did she skip the ceremony in the first place? She arrives at her home and, of course, she has an alien cat thing. And then she watches this hologram that she presumably has seen before. Kind of seems like a stupid reason to skip out on a ceremony. Also, the actor for Ezra is just so bad. There is like like no emotion in his voice at all. By the way, I really don't like Sabine. She feels like such an OC. She's both Mandalorian and Jedi, and she has a sick red motorcycle. We cut to our little trio of Sith who are at the location where Ahsoka got the golden ball. We learn that Morgan Elsbeth is a witch, one of the Night Sisters. If you have watched the cartoons, then you would know what that is, but if you've only seen the live action stuff, you're probably very confused. Hey guys, just gonna take a break from my review real quick to say that I got a bunch of acoustic foam for my walls. So hopefully from this point in my review onwards, you'll hear slightly less of an echo. Anyways, let's get back to the review. Ahsoka meets up with Sabine. Ahsoka shows her the golden ball, and then she tells Sabine, "I think I might know a way to find Ezra." Sabine then stares at the ball, and then they stand around a room doing nothing. I swear this episode would only be 20 minutes long without the padding. Eventually, Ahsoka tells her that she believes that Sabine is the only one who can read the map. Sabine just, turns a few of the circles and unlocks the map. Yeah, so much for the only person who can unlock the map. Honestly, it seems like a child could figure this out. Eventually, Sabine runs off with the map. She pretty much tells Ahsoka straight to her face that she's going to do that, and Ahsoka just leaves her to talk to the droid, who just dumps a bunch of exposition. We get to the scene from the trailer where Ahsoka says, "Anakin never finished my training, I walked away from him." No, you walked away from a whole Jedi Order because they tried to execute you. Now, I know that a few fans of the show are going to say, "Oh, come on, Jar, she didn't just turn the ball. She had to look at the hologram map of the temple," until she learned that there was a secret symbol hidden within it. There's only a handful of combinations this ball can have. She didn't need to do all of this, she just needed to turn it a few times. She unlocks the map and it shows her the way. But Sabine is jumped by two HK droids, who physically restrain her, even though they clearly have blasters on them. You know, you can set those things to stun, right? Sabine grabs the gun the droid wasn't using and shoots it in the foot to get away. But then the Sith apprentice shows up, and her and Sabine have a pretty goofy lightsaber duel. The duel ends with the Sith apprentice stabbing Sabine right through the gut. But much like the third sister from Kenobi, who survived being stabbed by a lightsaber, Sabine also survives because just like the third sister, she has 2 X chromosomes. And that's the end of episode 1. My god, this show is awful. I don't know why anyone likes it at all. But who knows, maybe the first episode was just the worst one and it gets better from here. But I doubt it. Episode 2 of Ahsoka starts with Sabine waking up in a hospital. Yeah, she survived being stabbed straight through with a lightsaber because of course she did. I brought this up in my review of Kenobi, but lightsabers are hot enough to melt metal. I'm not a biologist by any means, but I'm pretty sure that the melting point for metal is a lot higher than the boiling point for water, and humans are mostly made out of water. So being stabbed straight through with a lightsaber would definitely kill you. And for the people who are stupid enough to bring up, "Oh, what about Luke Skywalker? He got his hand sliced off, so why don't you have a problem with that?" 1, the lightsaber was in Sabine's body for way longer, and 2, it was in the middle of her body. Like, I already knew that Sabine was going to survive. I just didn't think that they would reveal that she survived literally at the start of the episode. That doesn't build up any tension at all. So yeah, just like how J.J. Abrams did a fake out death with Chewie, Dave Filoni did a fake out death with Sabine. Sabine yells out that the droids took the map. Ahsoka tells her to calm down, but then Sabine yells out, "You don't understand, I unlocked it." Good for you, you unlocked it, but I don't see how that matters because now it's in the hands of, you know, the person who gave the location of the temple to Ahsoka. Even if the map is somehow super difficult to unlock, that woman would definitely know how to unlock it herself. In other words, Sabine only unlocked the map because, well, it makes her character look smart. Now Ahsoka is taking what Sabine did disgustingly well. Like, don't get me wrong, she's a little angry with her, but, Sabine literally stole the map from Ahsoka. A map that leads to the location of Admiral Thrawn, who is the biggest threat to the New Republic. Sabine didn't just leave the toilet seat up. She did something that could lead to the deaths of billions, if not trillions of people. And before you say, "Oh, Ahsoka is just keeping her emotions under control," we'll get to that later. Anyways, we cut to our trio of Sith who go to, the Sith Stonehenge, I guess. And they put the ball on a pillar. Baylan looks up at, nothing, and then we cut to the title screen. Ahsoka goes to Sabine's house, but then she's ambushed by an HK droid that she easily takes down. I don't know why this highly damaged droid thought it could take down a Jedi, but it gets an A for effort. Oh no, wait, it could have self-destructed and taken her out easily. Yep, it's another example of modern writing adding in something cool and then completely forgetting about it. Also, to make this scene even worse, this droid will be useful to Ahsoka and Sabine because it can give them the location of the people who stole the ball. Wow, why did the villains bring this droid with them? Or, I don't know, make it blow itself up? In other words, this droid was only in Sabine's house for one reason. It's because it's another super convenient thing that happened for the plot to move forward. The droid's head is brought to Sabine, and she tries to hack into its memory banks to find the location of the Sith. Oh my god, this is just the Sith dagger from Rise of Skywalker all over again. Why are the Sith giving their assassins something that can lead to their location? I can't believe I just compared Dave Filoni to J.J. Abrams twice. But Sabine has to be careful as she hacks this thing because if she gets the power levels wrong, the head could explode. Now, do they go to a safe location to do this? Of course not, they do it here and now. Imagine if it did explode in Sabine, Ahsoka, and the ancient droid were all just killed. I guess bringing back Thrawn wasn't enough for Sabine, she also has to kill one of the last remaining Jedis. No wonder why the First Order came to power. The New Republic is full of idiots. Now, if you're an actual hacker or just have some basic understanding of how coding works, then you have cringe whenever you see Hollywood portray how hacking works. But this hacking scene in Ahsoka is definitely the cringiest one I've ever seen. She's just pressing buttons on a little remote, trying to make the row of lights all green. The Fallout series represents how hacking works better than this. She even says at one point, it's encrypted. Yeah, that's kind of why you're trying to hack it. Throughout this hacking process, the droid keeps saying, oh, it's getting closer and closer to exploding. And right before it explodes, he just unplugs it. Bro, why were you nervous? You just had to pull one plug. And of course, in cliche fashion, Sabine manages to guess the correct combination of buttons right at the last second. They learned that the droid was made on the planet of Corellia. So now instead of searching an entire galaxy, they just have to search an entire planet. I don't think that narrows it down by much. By the way, Corellia is a very important planet. I know in my solo review I called it a backwater planet, but I meant to say he was in a backwater city on the planet. That was my mistake. Sabine says, let's get going. Then Ahsoka says, no, you need to stay behind and recover. No, I'm fine. I was only stabbed by something that can melt metal. God, I miss it when lightsabers were deadly weapons. Harris tells Sabine she did good. No, she didn't. You guys are only in this predicament because of her. I love it when Sabine says, you heard her. She doesn't want my help. Yeah, of course she doesn't. You fucked up everything. We cut back to our trio of Sith. Morgan Elsbeth says that this ancient Stonehenge-looking place was not built by the Jedi, but by an ancient race from another galaxy. Oh my god, is she referring to the Jedi? I hate that they had to be introduced in a show this shitty. Morgan activates the map, and I have no idea why she had to do it in this location specifically. I mean, Sabine got the same projection in her own home. You don't need to go to Stonehenge to activate Google Maps. Bringing it to this location just makes the map bigger, and that's it. It's like using your big TV to display Google Maps. Morgan hears voices in her head and then says, Thrawn calls to me across time and space. Oh no, are they introducing time travel in the Star Wars mythos? No, she just meant he's talking to her from another galaxy. There's no time travel involved. She deactivates the map and says that the Eye of Sauron, the Eye of Sauron, is on its way here. We cut to Ahsoka, who lands on the planet Corellia. She meets with the regional supervisor, Min Weaver. Now, you might recognize this actor from the Netflix show Colony, and he's basically the exact same character he was in that show, because in that show he was also a regional supervisor, and he was collaborating with alien invaders, and in this show he's collaborating with the remnants of the Empire. Does this guy just get typecasted as regional supervisors who work with the enemy? But what is this guy supervising? Well, you know how in Andor they were repurposing old Republic vessels into new Empire vessels? Well, now they're doing the opposite. They're repurposing old Empire vessels into new Republic vessels. Okay, so I know that technology has advanced, but wouldn't it be easier just to use the old ships? I'm just picturing the workers on Corellia finally repurposing the last old Republic vessel into an Empire vessel. vessel, and then being told literally after they just finished that the Empire has fallen, and now they have to repurpose all the ships they just made into New Republic vessels. Oh yeah, and by the way, the former employees who worked under the Empire are now working on these new ships. Like, I understand they have the know-how, but you probably should keep an eye on these guys. Granted, that being said, they're not exactly former stormtroopers, they're just workers. Their loyalty is to the paycheck. When the regional supervisor is questioned on his loyalty, he says his loyalty is to his investors. But, who are your investors? He, pretty much just told you straight to your face that he's the villain. Elsbeth says to Ahsoka, "Looks like reconnecting with Sabine paid off." Why? Because she knew the droid came from this planet? There would have been no need to come to this planet in the first place if she didn't lose the map. And also, just because she found the planet that this droid came from, it doesn't mean you're going to find the guy who made it. She tries to convince Ahsoka to bring Sabine back on as an apprentice, but Ahsoka says she's not ready. Sadula asks how will you know when she's ready, and Ahsoka retorts when she doesn't steal my fucking map, dooming the entire galaxy. I'm joking, of course. Ahsoka says you just know. Yeah, it turns out the way you know when someone's ready to be a Jedi apprentice is through a woman's intuition. Or who knows, maybe the writers just don't know what they're doing, so they couldn't come up with an explanation, even though dooming the entire galaxy sounds like a pretty good explanation. We cut back to Sabine, who shows her lightsaber wound. I've had worse injuries from getting shot by a paintball gun. The lightsaber didn't just touch her skin, it went right through her. Her injury wouldn't look like this. This scene could be easily fixed, just give her the same robot guts that the woman from Book of Boba Fett had, and also have the lightsaber be in her for a shorter amount of time. The droid smith says that Sabine has less midichlorians than any Jedi youngling he has met throughout his 1,000 plus years of being alive. Okay, so let's break this down. So whether you go by midichlorian count or people being Force sensitive or whatever, it's clear that only a handful of people can use the Force. Even though I haven't seen Star Wars Rebels yet, I decided to do some research on it. It turns out that it was never hinted that Sabine was Force sensitive. Both Ezra and his master never sensed any Force potential in her. So just like the blind guy from Rogue One, she's a non-Force sensitive who's trying to learn how to use the Force. Now, technically, the Force is in all living things, so anyone should be able to use it. It would just be so weak that it's pretty much pointless to learn. Sure, it gave the blind guy purpose, now he can sense what's around him. But that's pretty much all he could do. She's gonna do a lot more than him. But if someone like Sabine, who pretty much lacks any form of discipline, can use the Force, then why wasn't the Force completely militarized? The average clone trooper has way more discipline than her. Imagine if they could all use it. This is more universe breaking than the Halda maneuver. This is more universe breaking than all the clones of Moff Gideon. To quote Syndrome from Incredibles, if everyone's Force sensitive, no one is. It's different with the blind guy because he's old and blind. He probably spent years and years researching the Force. And he still didn't use things like Force Push, but she will. I know I'm not done with Ahsoka yet, but so far, it's even worse than Kenobi. We cut back to Hera Syndulla and Ahsoka Tano. Hera notices a big engine, and then she says, "The New Republic isn't building anything that big." Wait a second, the New Republic is taking apart Empire ships to build smaller ships, not bigger ones? What the fuck? Yeah, I know this may make sense in real life, but in the Star Wars universe, bigger is better. General Hera starts thinking that Min Weaver looks a little bit sus. Then this one guy tries to sneak attack Ahsoka, but he gives his position away when he screams out, "For the Empire!" and Ahsoka cuts him down. Hera then shoots at a guy that she thinks looks sus, so after nearly getting shot, he decides to stand up and start shooting back at her. Then another woman tries to shoot Ahsoka, but she grabs her with the Force. The ship they were trying to stop starts to take off. Ahsoka jumps out the window and starts running towards it. She doesn't make it in time, but it does leave behind an HK droid and this Sith. Don't know why they didn't just stay on the ship. I mean, it's already taken off. They weren't exactly buying it time or anything. Syndulla gets in her ship and chases after it, as Ahsoka fights against the Inquisitor and the HK droid. This review is long enough and I'm not Shatterverse, so don't expect me to give commentary on the fight. But I will say the way Ahsoka uses the droid as a meat shield, or I guess in this case a metal shield, and then destroys it right afterwards is pretty cool. Now that the Inquisitor doesn't have his HK droid backing him up, he decides to pull out his second blade. blade. Bro, you should have probably done that sooner. Also, maybe it's just me, but he looks like a black Power Ranger. Syndulla catches up to the ship and puts a tracker on it, while the Inquisitor throws his lightsaber at Ahsoka and starts running towards his getaway vehicle. The ship is shooting on each side of him. He of course runs through it, and even though Ahsoka just saw him do it, she decides to not run through it. The Inquisitor gets away. We cut to Sabine, who's about to put on her armor, but then she realizes her hair is too long to fit into it, so she cuts it. Wow, riveting. Men Weaver gets arrested, but unlike the others, he wasn't loyal to the Empire. He was just greedy. Ahsoka meets up with Sabine and tells her, "Nice haircut!" And then we cut back to that ship that Hera Syndulla put a tracker on. It turns out it was carrying that engine to the Eye of Sauron. I mean the Eye of Sion. And that was episode 2. I gotta say it was less boring than the first one, but something tells me it's gonna be the best episode of this season. At least I'm a quarter of the way done with this show. Let's move on to episode 3. So this episode is mostly well known for having space whales in it. Apparently they were first introduced in Rebels, but once again, I haven't seen it yet.
Dave Filoni is this really awesome logo-made Clone Wars show, but then Disney bought Star Wars and canceled Clone Wars. So Mr. Filoni pitched a new show called Star Wars Rebels that would be set in the new continuity. They produced the show and it became a huge hit, only for Filoni to use season 2 and onwards as a platform to try new sense from Clone Wars, making Clone Wars an official part of continuity, which makes the question, why wouldn't they just let him finish Clone Wars in the first place?
The episode starts with Sabine doing some training. Ahsoka comes in and says, "Your skill with the weapon is because of your Mandalorian upbringing." 1, then why does she suck so much? And 2, shouldn't she already know that? So you know how I said in my review of the last episode that Sabine is trying to learn the Force even though she's non-Force sensitive. The 1,000-year-old droid who has been around millions of Jedi throughout his life straight up told her that she has less midichlorians than any of them. So yeah, it's made clear that teaching her the Force would be a colossal waste of time.
There is logic in what he says.
Ahsoka covers Sabine's face and she says, "How am I supposed to fight if I can't see?" Well, according to Silver from Cobra Kai, if a man can't see, he can't fight.
Man can't stand, you can't fight. A man can't breathe, you can't fight. A man can't see, you can't fight.
Extreme situations require extreme measures.
Now, obviously, Jedis don't need to see, they can sense what's around them, but, Sabine can't use the Force! Ahsoka walks next to the droid and asks Sabine, "Can you sense where I am?" Sabine guesses correctly that she's next to Hugh Yang. And, of course, Ahsoka uses Force teleport to appear behind Sabine. I don't care if it's bad editing, since Kenobi Force teleportation has been a thing. Ahsoka tries to train Sabine to fight without using her eyes and sense what's around her. Or maybe she's just fucking with Sabine, it's hard to tell. The training of course ends with Sabine falling on her face. We cut to General Hera, who meets up with the New Republic fleet. She enters a meeting with a bunch of senators who are all holograms, but they seem to be unaware that they're holograms. I think this was a last minute change. I know that's a little confusing, but you'll understand in a minute. And yes, I am aware that one of them is Mon Mothma. I really enjoyed what they did with her in Andor. You don't need to tell me in the comments. I think my favorite part of the meeting is when Hera raises concerns of former Imperials now working within the New Republic. And the senator lady just says, "We have former Imperials working in every level of the New Republic." Yeah, that's kind of the reason why the general would be concerned about them. Was this conversation backwards or something? Hey, I'm kind of worried about the loyalty that ex-German World War II soldiers might have. Don't worry, they're working in every level of government. But don't worry, they have taken an oath of loyalty. You know they're the bad guys, right? But aside from that, the general's just here to request the New Republic send a few ships to help find Ezra. I mean help stop Thrawn. The male senator, of course, refuses her request. Granted, he makes a pretty good argument about the New Republic resources being stretched very thin, and the general has only heard rumors about Thrawn's return. So yeah, if I was in this guy's shoes, I would also refuse to send aid. But don't worry, the general has a pretty good counter argument. She asked the senator if he's ever been in a war. That's not an argument against his point. If they have limited resources, they shouldn't waste them on a wild goose chase. I guess McCain should have been elected over Obama because he fought in Nam. The general says that Thrawn is not your typical Imperial officer. He has killed friends and people who are like family to her. That's terrible and all, but does it prove that he's going to return? Also, I'm pretty sure every Imperial officer has killed a lot of people. She should have made an argument about him being a master tactician, but in this show, well, he isn't, but we'll be getting to that later. So, you know how I said that the senators seem to have forgotten that they're holograms? Well, Mon Mothma tells the general that they need some privacy, so she has to leave the room. You can just turn off her room. You guys are not physically there in the room. Hera Syndulla's half-human kid runs up to her and says, I want to be a Jedi! Well, kid, you're in luck. Not just because your father was a Jedi, but haven't you heard? Anyone can become a Jedi. We cut back to Ahsoka and Sabine. Sabine says to Ahsoka, listen, Ahsoka, I think it's clear that I just don't have the Force. I don't feel it, I can't sense it. I think this is a giant waste of time. Ahsoka says back to her, but the Force is in all living things, even you. Well, if everyone has the Force within them, then why doesn't everybody use it? Talent is a factor. Yeah, like the talent of being born Force sensitive. Eventually, Ahsoka leaves Sabine and chats with the 1,000-year-old droid. What you said to her really ruined her self-esteem. Listen here, bitch, I only told her the truth. She wasn't born Force sensitive. Only according to the standards of the Jedi Order. Yeah, and I saw that these standards were proven right over the 1,000 years I've been alive. You mean the Jedi Order that failed? Okay, yes, the Jedi Order did fall apart, but that was because of outside forces. The training standards they had worked perfectly fine for thousands of years. And the Jedi Order before it fell apart had over 10,000 Jedi. You can't even train one. Hera Syndulla calls them and says, hey guys, sorry I couldn't send a New Republic fleet to help you guys out. But then they lose contact with her. All of their transmissions are being jammed because they entered a new region of space. But here's the thing, even if Hera Syndulla got the New Republic to send ships to help them out, I don't think they would have gotten there in time. They already arrived at their destination right when she called them to say, hey guys, sorry I couldn't get the New Republic to send ships to help you guys out. If she called them sooner and told them that the New Republic wasn't going to send any ships to help them out, and then they went into hyperspace, that would have made more sense. Sure, the New Republic ships can travel through hyperspace, but they can't teleport. They start dropping out of hyperspace. Sabine comes in and says, hang on a minute, why are we dropping out of hyperspace so far away from our destination? The droid starts to answer her question, and she just rolls her eyes at him. Yep, this is a non-Force sensitive who has enough discipline to master the Force. Suddenly, 6 Empire vessels appear behind them and start to attack. Now you're probably thinking that Ahsoka and the others don't really stand a chance. I mean, they're outnumbered 6-1, and 2 of the pilots who are after them are Force users. Okay, technically they're all Force users because the Force resides in all living things. But believe it or not, they do stand a chance. Why? Because their ship has the strongest shields in the galaxy! You know, there's plot armor, and then there's this.
Don't worry about me. This is nothing. I got blown up once and survived. I can survive this.
Or who knows, maybe the attacking ships just have really weak lasers.
The enemy shoots about 600 shots in this battle. And I think it's more, but it's impossible to count because the amount of green firing lasers is unbelievable.
Anyway, Sabine hops into the turret at the back of the ship. You know, I know these ships are behind them, but they caught up to them, so they're presumably faster. Shouldn't they, I don't know, fly ahead of their ship, turn around, and fire at them? They're in space as a 3D plane. They can attack from all angles. The Sith apprentice lady comes up with a brilliant strategy. She only sends in 2 ships. Why? It's not like they don't have enough space. This is space. It's pretty, you know, spacious. A literal child could come up with a better strategy than this. Everybody attack all at once! Oh, and apparently Sabine doesn't just suck at using the Force, because apparently she also sucks at shooting. So much for the Mandalorians being the greatest warriors in the galaxy. Ahsoka, I thought you brought her on because she had an aptitude for using weapons, but this scene is clearly showing the opposite. But Sabine has plenty of time to eventually shoot them down because their lasers aren't doing any damage to their ship. Sabine yells out, "Hey, hold the ship steady!" Well, she must be holding it pretty steady because the lasers are hitting you guys. You just suck at shooting. But Ahsoka gives great advice to the battle-hardened Mandalorian. You need to anticipate their movements. Oh, you mean shoot where they're going and not where they are? If Sabine was a new character with no battle experience, this scene would be fine, but she's clearly not. She's a battle-hardened Mandalorian. Luke, in his first space battle, managed to take down a TIE fighter. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Sabine is very underpowered for a female Star Wars character. By the way, way, I love that these smaller ships keep flying ahead of them, but then they keep flying back in range of the cannon. Maybe they just feel bad for her and want to give her another try. Eventually, Ahsoka starts flying towards the planet. Sabine sees 3 ships behind her and tells Ahsoka to dive. You're in space, there's no diving. Ahsoka turns the ship downwards, or what she thinks is downwards, because again, they're in space. The 3 ships dive down after them, and even though they're in the exact same position they were last time, Sabine decides to shoot them down this time. Do not see a single space battle from The Expanse before you see this episode. Oh, and by the way, Sabine still misses every single shot. Ahsoka did what you wanted her to do. You just suck. Ahsoka attempts to get them all killed by ramming her ship into 2 of the attacking vessels, but luckily for her, they fly out of the way in time. Somehow, doing this maneuver allows Sabine to finally start hitting things. No, I don't know why. The ships are right behind them, they're in perfect shooting range, but Ahsoka turns the ship left, and somehow this allows Sabine to take out 2 more of them. They spot the hyperspace ring, and Ahsoka starts flying towards it. The hyperspace ring, noticing an enemy coming towards it, of course activates its cannons and starts firing at Ahsoka. Hey, Ahsoka, I know the shield on your ship is really strong and all, but maybe attack the smaller ships and then fly towards the hyperspace ring. The hyperspace ring gets its hyper laser cannons ready, and the smaller ships stop chasing after Ahsoka. Wow, these lasers must be really deadly if those small ships had to get out of the way. Well, the hyper laser cannons proceed to miss every single shot. You know, I know Ahsoka is a Jedi pilot and all, but if you guys can't even take down 1 ship, then if the New Republic ever decided to send 1 fleet to your guys' location, you would have been fucked. After way longer than you would expect, they finally get hit. Of course, the droid, who's made out of metal, is the only one to get hurt. Now, even though the ship has a massive hole in it, Sabine apparently can run a diagnostic and fix the ship somehow. Your ship is not even moving, its shields are down as well. How is this fixable? And now we come to the most infamous scene in this entire episode. Their ship is a sitting duck. The Imperial fighters can just shoot at them from far away until they're completely destroyed, right? No, of course not. That would be common sense. Ahsoka puts on an oxygen mask and a spacesuit and heads outside the ship. She then, oh my god, uses her lightsabers to protect the ship. Okay, first of all, she's 1 person. She shouldn't be able to defend the entire ship. A lightsaber is a lot smaller than it. And second, lasers fired from a ship are a lot stronger than lasers fired from a gun. She's gonna block 1, then be sent flying. But believe it or not, that's not even the really stupid part. The ships are of course shooting at her, even though they just need to destroy the ship she's floating on and then she's as good as dead. But they also fly towards her so she can slice them with her lightsaber. You don't need to do flybys on a ship that isn't moving. And the first time this happens, they don't learn their lesson. They just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Somehow every episode of Ahsoka is worse than the last one, and the first one was worse than the worst episode of Kenobi. Sabine of course fixes the ship because she messed with a few wires. But the fighters do manage to shoot the ship a few times, and even though it has no shields, it's still not doing any damage. Apparently the ship is made out of Beskar or something. Like, don't get me wrong, this does look cool, but it makes absolutely no sense. Ahsoka gets back on the ship and they fly down to the planet. The fighters are still shooting at them even though they know their lasers won't do any damage to it. They come across some space whales and they use them as cover to hide away from their pursuers. By the way, I'm not making anything up, that actually happened. They land in a forest and the droid tells us what we already knew. It's a hyperspace ring. But it's a really big one, which is something we also already knew because, well, we saw it. The episode ends with Balin landing on the planet and telling his HK droids to go find them. Wow, I predicted that this would be a good episode. I was wrong. So wrong. Maybe episode 4 will be better, or maybe somehow it will be even worse. Let's find out. So remember how in the last episode they fixed their ship by messing with a couple of wires after it was shot by a hyper laser cannon? Well, after they gently landed it safely, now it's broken. You know how sometimes in media a samurai will slice a dude's head off but it won't fall off until like a few seconds later? Well, a few minutes later the ship was like, oh shit, I'm not supposed to be working. This could easily be fixed. Just have the ship crash land on the planet after it got hit by the hyper laser cannon. But Ahsoka comes up with a plan to fix the ship. They're going to raid an Imperial base to get the parts. I think this might be the first smart plan anyone has come up with in this show. It's really their only option to get off this planet. But how can Ahsoka and Sabine take on a whole bunch of Empire troops, 4 of which are Force users? I'm just gonna take a wild guess and assume that it's gonna be something super convenient so that the plot can move forward. I really like the part where Ahsoka says to Sabine, "Can I count on you?" No, Ahsoka, you can't. You wouldn't be in this predicament if it wasn't for her. God damn, I wish this show would stop trying to excuse her actions. Ahsoka and Sabine go to the Imperial base as the 1,000-year-old droid stays behind with the ship. But there's a droid watching them from the shadows. Baylan sends his apprentice and the Black Power Ranger to intercept Ahsoka. I guess the Dark Jedis are splitting up to make it easier for Ahsoka and Sabine. Oh yeah, by the way, throughout this episode, Ahsoka's trying to convince Sabine that maybe it would be best if they didn't save Ezra because it could lead to Thrawn's return. And I gotta be honest here, I completely agree with her. Trying to save your friend while risking the entire galaxy is one of the most selfish things you can do. You know how in Man of Steel, Superman's human dad said maybe it would have been better if he let all those kids in the bus drown? Or how in Last of Us, Joel saved Ellie even though her death could have led to a cure for the zombie virus? Yeah, I've been noticing more and more characters in modern media doing some of the most selfish things ever. Now don't get me wrong, it's natural for humans to care about those who are close to them over a whole group of random people they don't know. Star Wars fans cared way more when Obi-Wan was killed over the planet Alderaan being destroyed. It's because he's a character we got to know. And Alderaan was, well, basically a big rock in space. A lot of people, especially if they're a father, would put themselves in the shoes of Jonathan Kent. Any father would put the safety of his son above a school bus full of kids. But try putting yourselves in the shoes of a parent of one of those kids. And Clark Kent saved your kid, but then you heard his father tell him, "Hey son, maybe it would have been better if you let little Timmy die, along with the rest of those kids." Well, you probably wouldn't invite him to the next cookout, that's for sure. And what Joel did to save Ellie was even worse, because he wasn't putting a whole school bus full of kids at risk, but the entire planet. Millions of parents will lose their kids because of what he did. I understand that humanity sucks, maybe it's not worth saving. But what Sabine is doing to save her best friend could lose billions, if not trillions of people, their best friends. Professor Dreadlock is my best friend, but I would sacrifice him if it meant saving humanity, and I hope he would do the same to me. It would be hard, I wouldn't want to do it. But I can't be that selfish because that would put that same pain on billions of other people. I know it seems like I'm going on about this for way too long, but the thing is, this is a constant thing throughout this show. Sabine could be dooming the entire galaxy just to save her best friend, and she's never called out on it. Say what you will about Jar Jar Binks, Rose Tico, or Admiral Holdo, but to me, the Ahsoka show has made Sabine into the worst Star Wars character. I am so sick of modern media portraying these absolutely selfish actions as a good thing. Anyways, I'm sorry it went on for so long. Let's get back to reviewing this episode. The HK droid that was spying on them attacks the 1,000-year-old droid, and we get our, I think, first live-action droid fist fight. I could be wrong. If I am, please correct me in the comments, and I'll fix it in the pinned comment. Wasn't there a movie made around the late 2000s about robots boxing each other? I don't remember what it was called, I only saw the trailer for it, but I bet it's better than this shit. The ancient droid tries to scream for help, but the HK droid covers his mouth, okay? That's kind of weird. Like, shouldn't the droid be able to call the others on the comms or something? Luckily for him, the HK droid punches out the power, and that alerts Ahsoka and Sabine that something sus is going on. Yeah, it's another super convenient thing that happened for the plot to move forward, but it didn't even need to happen. The droid could have just called them on the comms, like he should be able to. Sabine comes down the stairs, and for no reason, she does a somersault before shooting the droid. But I won't lie, the action scene is pretty cool. Don't get me wrong, it's pretty hard to make a Jedi and a Mandalorian fighting alongside one another not cool, but I thought Disney was gonna pull it off. Luckily, they didn't. We cut to General Syndulla, who's disobeying orders. She leaves without authorization, which I'm pretty sure would either get her demoted or court-martialed. Also, as she's heading to a battlefield, she's of course bringing her child with her. Mother of the Year. Even Kenobi wasn't this stupid, and you have people who can look after this kid. It's like the writers are trying to make this show worse than Kenobi. Kenobi. Oh, and a few X-Wing pilots decided to join her, one of which is Dollar Store Mr. Miyagi. See, it's a cinematic universe like Marvel, except for the fact that you don't care about these characters. We cut to the Sith, and it turns out there was a reason for bringing the Golden Ball to the Sith Stonehenge. Apparently, it will help them with the warp calculations. So, turns out I was wrong. There was a purpose for bringing it here. But it's still stupid. Sabine and Ahsoka run into the two Sith, and they decide to split up. I guess they wanted to make things easier for their enemies. Sure, Ahsoka should be fine, but not Sabine. It was literally just proven to them that they fight better when they're together. Sabine could have shot at them from range while Ahsoka engaged them in close quarters combat. And the worst part is Sabine is fighting the woman who beat her in the first episode. You lost to her once, you're gonna lose to her again. But the Sith apprentice feels bad for Sabine, so she decides to run away. I guess she wanted to make things easier for her. I didn't think I would need to explain this to the writers, but if you have a melee weapon, you should charge at the person with a ranged weapon. And if you have a ranged weapon, you shouldn't chase after the person with a melee weapon. I thought that was common knowledge, something that you didn't even need to be taught, but Hollywood writers proved me wrong. Ahsoka and the Black Power Rangers start slowly walking around each other. Ahsoka, you better pick up the pace. Sabine is not gonna last much longer. Sabine eventually runs into lightsaber range of the apprentice. Yeah, the legendary Mandalorian warrior just fell for a trick that not even a child would fall for. Sabine gets knocked over, but she gets up and pulls out her lightsaber. We cut back to the Sith Stonehenge, and the witch lady decides that she's going to leave. I guess she just wanted to make things easier for Ahsoka and Sabine. Ahsoka one-shots the Black Power Ranger, apparently. Her lightsabers can kill people. Wait, did he just explode? What is going on? Oh wait, I know what this is. He was already dead. The witch lady just brought him back to life with her magic. I know this because I watched the Clone Wars cartoon. But if you only seen the live action stuff up to this point, you're probably like, wait, what the hell was that? Ahsoka goes to help Sabine, but she tells Ahsoka, no, don't help me, get the map. I totally got this. No, you don't. You already lost to her. And it will only take Ahsoka like 10 seconds to take her out. Ahsoka meets Balin for the first time, and they start to dump exposition. Apparently, this guy knew that Anakin became Darth Vader. I think my favorite part is when Balin says, I'm not going to start a war. I'm just bringing Thrawn back, and he will start the war. Ahsoka and Balin stare at each other for like forever, and then they start fighting, and then they start staring at each other again. Oh my god, the fight does not need to be this long. Also, it's made clear that he's way stronger than her. Anytime she defends, he just breaks her block. Ahsoka realizes that there's a chance that she won't win, so she tries to grab the golden ball. I'll say one nice thing about this show, Ahsoka isn't a Mary Sue. If only that witch lady didn't leave, they could have worked together and easily defeated her. Sabine's lightsaber is knocked out of her hands, and I won't lie, her blocking the lightsaber strike with her Beskar armor is pretty cool. Well, it looks like I was right. Sabine lost to the apprentice once before, and now she's gonna lose oh my god, did she just use the Force? Yep, despite not being born a Force sensitive and almost being killed lots of times, she can now all of a sudden use the Force. But why does she suddenly have the Force? Well, it's because it's another super convenient thing that happened for the plot to move forward. Ahsoka knocks Balin back, grabs the golden ball, and for some reason it's really hot and she burns her hand. That's one hot ball. The apprentice leaves to help her master, and then Ahsoka just immediately knocks her out with the Force. Sabine shows up and gets the golden ball. Ahsoka gets knocked off a cliff in a very goofy way. And Balin convinces Sabine to give him the ball back. Give me the ball.
No!
Please.
Okay.
General Sabine.
Editors know I'm pretty sure he meant General Syndulla, not Sabine. Okay, back to the video.
Finally shows up. She contacts the 1,000-year-old droid on the comms. Wait a second, I thought they were broken at the start of the episode. I guess the writers are forgetting their own rules they made for themselves. The map calculations are complete and Balin destroys the golden ball. Balin, along with his apprentice and Sabine, get on the ship, but a bunch of Republic fighters are blocking their path, so they can't engage their hyperdrive, except for they totally can for some reason. Yeah, apparently the Republic fighters, in an attempt to block their path, left a big gap for them to go through. Like the writer actually made a pretty good plan for the Republic to use, but then just says, no, their plan didn't work because, I say so. The episode ends with Ahsoka still being alive. Yeah, I don't think anyone expected her to die halfway through her own show. I mean, after all, she's not a man. Wait a second, what's going on? She's on an energy bridge in this very weird looking room. Oh my god, did she just use force teleportation or is she actually dead? Oh my gosh, she is dead! Anakin is right there! And his CGI looks absolutely terrible. So that's episode 4 of Ahsoka. I gotta be honest, it wasn't as bad as the last one, but it was
still pretty bad. And I'm halfway done with this show, just 4 episodes left. Let's hope the next episode is a little bit better than this one.
You know, Dave Filoni once described the Ahsoka show as a religious experience. And I think this was the episode he was talking about because much like Jonah, our main characters are going in the belly of a whale, but not just any whale, a space whale. Also, much like the season 2 finale of The Mandalorian, which was the most watched episode of that show because Luke Skywalker showed up, this is the most watched episode of Ahsoka because Anakin showed up. It's almost like Disney should give the OG Star Wars fans what they want or something. The episode starts with the worst mother ever, General Syndulla, landing on the planet. She even lets her kid come out of the ship, even though there might be Empire troops around. And before you say that she knows they all left already, then why does she have her gun out? She comes across the 1,000-year-old droid who's holding Sabine's severed head. He talks about how they never listened to him, but you didn't have to kill Sabine for doing that. Okay, you guys know from the last episode she left with a Sith already, and that's just her helmet. But man, wouldn't that have been a dark turn? We cut back to Ahsoka and Anakin in the world between worlds or something, and she says that he still looks the same. No, he doesn't. That CGI is terrible. Anakin pulls out his lightsaber as he says she will either live or die. Ahsoka says she will not fight him even though she knows this is not the real Anakin. They have a lightsaber fight and Hayden Christensen is doing fine, but the actor for Ahsoka, yeah, she could use some work. It's a constant problem throughout this show. The actress just hasn't been trained properly in sword combat. Everyone else is doing fine, but she's the main character. And it's especially apparent when she fights the witch lady, but we'll be getting to that later. The dollar store Mr. Miyagi pilot says, if we stay out here any longer, people are gonna start asking questions. I'm pretty sure they already started asking questions. Also, trackers are very common in this universe, so I'm pretty sure they can track where you took their ships. I'm joking, the New Republic is full of idiots, so they probably didn't notice. But the General's kid can sense that there's a lightsaber fight going on between Anakin and Ahsoka. He can sense it because his father was a Jedi. And then she starts sensing it as well because everyone's force sensitive. Like, even if you can sense them, which should be very hard to do considering they're in an alternate dimension, then you should still find it very weird that there's a lightsaber duel going on in the middle of the ocean. Like, even for the Star Wars universe, that's pretty weird. They're not ninjas from Naruto, they can't just walk on the water. We cut back to Ahsoka and Anakin fighting very slowly, but then Anakin slices the bridge and Ahsoka falls into a flashback. Oh my god, live action kid Ahsoka is so cute! And I'm not gonna lie, this flashback is the best part of the show so far. The set is decent, the acting is pretty good, and the dialogue is surprisingly well written. I know throughout this review I've been comparing Dave Filoni to J.J. Abrams, but when it comes to the Clone Wars era, he knows what he's doing. Later on, we cut to another flashback where Ahsoka's a little bit older, and wow, that actress is way better at sword combat than the adult actress for Ahsoka. Dave Filoni should have just made a live-action adaptation of the Clone Wars. It would have been one of the very few good Disney live-action adaptations. But even in the flashbacks, Anakin still wants to fight Ahsoka. So they start fighting a second time, and oh my god, the action is so much better this time. It's really sad when the child is better at sword combat than the adult. You know, for how thick the makeup is on the actresses for Ahsoka, why didn't they just use extras? The makeup is so thick that it would be almost impossible to tell the difference. Wow, this lightsaber fight is pretty cool, and boo! Anakin just kicked her back into her adult body. Now the action sucks again. The action scene ends with Ahsoka deciding that she wants to live. Was she thinking about jumping off a cliff in Minecraft or no longer fighting? Cause there was no build up to that, like, at all. Anakin just comes in to say, hey Ahsoka, when someone attacks you with a lightsaber, you should fight back. And Ahsoka's like, thanks for the advice, Anakin, but I've been doing that throughout this entire show. Despite this this episode being the least bad one so far. It's entirely pointless. Ahsoka wakes up under the water and I'm completely confused. Her species can't breathe underwater and those ships have been searching for her for a while now. So was this not in her head that she actually teleport to a different dimension? I've seen every episode of the Clone Wars and there was nothing like this in it. Maybe I would understand what's going on if I've seen Rebels, but again, I haven't seen that yet. And I'm pretty sure most people who are watching this show also haven't seen it. The New Republic takes Ahsoka onto their ship and oh my god, she looks so weird without her little hat thingy. After that vision quest, Ahsoka the Grey has now become Ahsoka the White. Yes, I know that white outfit is from Star Wars Rebels, you don't have to tell me in the comments. The New Republic fleet shows up and even though they saw the Eye of Sion, you know, that big warp ring, and several pilots saw that ship zoom into another galaxy, the New Republic does not believe them, because the New Republic is run by idiots. The New Republic said it also might permanently suspend her as a general. Now, I understand she did disobey orders, but she actually has proof that they went to another galaxy. Ahsoka feeds herself to a space whale, and they start flying towards the New Republic fleet. They're going to crash into them, so they make evasive maneuvers by flying into the space whales for some reason. Luckily, the space whales float around them, and the episode ends with the space whales taking Ahsoka to a different galaxy. Yeah, it turns out they didn't need the map, Sith Stonehenge, or even the hyperspace ring. The whales could have just taken them there. Everything the heroes and villains have done so far was entirely pointless. I will say this episode was bad, but it's been the least bad so far. I'm sorry this episode review was so short, but there was just so much action, I didn't really have much to say. But unfortunately for me, the show doesn't get any better. It's all downhill from here. Ahsoka Episode 6, the one that's mostly well known for having, well, barely any Ahsoka in it. Yeah, she shows up at the start of the episode, but then she's absent for the rest of it. Granted, she's just, you know, flying inside of a space whale. And I gotta be honest here, these things are just so silly, even for the Star Wars universe. Like something naturally evolved to go to different galaxies? From a biological standpoint, that's completely impossible. Now yes, according to our understanding of science, it is also impossible to go faster than the speed of light. But if something can naturally evolve to do this, then technology should have no problem doing the same. I hate to sound like a robot supremacist, but us robots are better than you humans in every way. You humans are only good at one thing, and it's certainly not math. It's, recognizing the pictures to prove you're not a robot to get onto certain websites. And that's why I let my cyborg roommate Professor Dreadlock live with me. But as far as cyborgs go, I think he's one of the good ones. See guys, I'm not cyborg phobic. I have cyborg friends.
You know what it feels like to be judged simply because of how you look?
Of course I do. I'm part robot.
Now maybe there's something from Star Wars Legends that I missed, but these things would be by far the fastest thing in the Star Wars universe. If that galaxy is as close as the Andromeda Galaxy is to us, then it would take light over 2.5 million years to reach it. I just don't like these space whales, they're completely goofy, and they do not fit in the Star Wars universe. I do not care that they were introduced in Star Wars Rebels, they didn't fit in that cartoon, and they certainly don't fit in live action. Ahsoka points out that Sabine didn't need to do what she did. Thrawn could come back, there could be a war. But the 1,000-year droid says, what about Ezra? He's one life versus an entire densely populated galaxy. And Thrawn also probably executed him by now. God, I'm so sick of this show trying to excuse Sabine's actions. Ahsoka even says that she was fated to do those actions. Well, she still did them. Technically, everybody's fated to do any action, but they still do them. Kathleen Kennedy was fated to ruin Star Wars. She still ruined it. Ahsoka says there wasn't enough time to make Sabine make the right decision. You know what, Ahsoka? You bring up a good point. Sure, Sabine might be dooming the entire galaxy, but you were her master, so you're partially to blame for this. We cut to Sabine in solitary confinement wearing handcuffs that she could easily fit her hands through. Balin says to Sabine, I was hoping you would have taken this opportunity to reflect on your actions, like the one that you made that could doom the entire galaxy. Yeah, that was pretty stupid of you. She says back to him, I tried to avoid thinking about the terrible actions I have committed. I can understand why. I mean, you doomed an entire galaxy, you dumb bitch. He walks away and she yells out, we had a deal! Well, Sabine, it looks like Ahsoka didn't teach you that Sith aren't really well known for keeping their promises. The witch lady tells Balin that he needs to keep her promise to Savine. You dumb witch, what's wrong with you? You guys are villains. Also, the fact that Balin is leaving her alive means that he will fulfill his promise to her. Also, I just realized this, but even if Savine does find Ezra, Balin could just leave her stranded there with him. So yeah, she's risking the entire galaxy just to be stranded with her friend. They arrive at their destination and the witch lady reveals that, the planet is the homeworld of her people, the Dathomirians. By the way, in my first Star Wars video, I said that Ventress and Darth Maul are the same race, and people told me that's not true, but when I Google it, yeah, it says that they're both Dathomirians. I've also never seen a male of Ventress's race, or a female of Darth Maul's race, so maybe it was different in Legends, but as far as the Disney canon goes, I'm pretty sure they're the same race. But if Dathomirians managed to tame space whales so they could use intergalactic travel, then how did they not take over the entire Star Wars galaxy, if not multiple galaxies? Why not cut one of those things open and re-engineer that tech? And also, if this lady knew this, then why bring the golden ball to the Sith Stonehenge, or build this giant hyperspace ring? She already knew the whales could be used for intergalactic travel, so why not use them? Well, it's because our characters need to be colossal idiots so the plot can happen, of course. Also, you see those rings around the planet? Well, turns out they're made out of space whale bones. Yeah, it turns out they migrate to and fro to the place that they die. Huh, that's kind of weird. As they're landing the ship, they take Savine to the bridge, and all the characters stare at each other for way too long. The ship lands at another Sith Stonehenge, and the head witch lady, who's played by Claudia Black by the way, walks up to them. The apprentice says, "Oh my god, you guys are witches!" Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. You traveled with a witch to her people's home planet, they're in robes around floating orbs, and they could communicate to people in their dreams from another galaxy. I've just been calling this character the apprentice throughout this entire review, but now I'm gonna call them Captain Obvious. The witches say that they came like Thrawn promised. Isn't it funny that Thrawn, the supposed smartest Star Wars character, didn't use the space whales himself? He's on a planet of people who tamed them thousands of years ago. They could have told him, "Yo, Thrawn, you know you can get off this planet by using the space whale to get back, right?" So just like the Holdo maneuver, the clones of Moff Gideon, and the fact that everybody in the Star Wars universe can learn the Force now, the space whales are yet another thing that completely breaks how the Star Wars universe works. A story that has one or two things that completely breaks how its universe works is a bad thing, but Disney already has made 4 in Star Wars. And this show has 2 of them! The witches say that Sabine reeks of Jedi, so apparently they can tell that she has an aptitude for using the Force right when they meet her, but Ezra never could despite being with her for years. The witches say that Sabine is dangerous. I mean, she is, but only to her allies. They put a, I don't know, magical laser rope around her or something, and then they put her in a prison cell on top of that. Sabine tries to use the Force to get out of her cell. Sabine, they put you in there because they thought you were a Jedi. I don't think the Force is going to get you out of this one. A Star Destroyer shows up and wow, its roof is super damaged. And inside the ship is a whole bunch of stormtroopers with damaged armor. Like, don't get me wrong, it looks cool and all, but they've been here for years. Shouldn't they have repaired their armor or their ship by now? Or at least washed their armor? It's so dirty. There's a stormtrooper with a golden mask. Wow, I can't wait for him to do nothing. And finally, we get introduced to Thrawn, the main villain of this show, who hasn't shown up for 6 episodes. Now, Thrawn is a blue humanoid with red eyes. He was first introduced in the comics, and he quickly became a fan favorite character despite not being a Jedi, Sith, or Mandalorian. He's just a highly intelligent Imperial officer. But the writers of this show are idiots, and only smart people can write smart characters. If the comic book Thrawn is playing chess, then the Star Wars Rebel Thrawn is playing checkers. And this Thrawn is playing tic-tac-toe. And yes, ever since the trailer dropped, everybody pointed out that this guy looks exactly like Elon Musk. Well, Elon Musk after he sucked out all the blue from Twitter. I don't care if the writers say this was unintentional, because it was. Just like when Game of Thrones put George Bush's head on a spike. We ran out of heads, then have one less head there. Or when the TV show Bible made the devil look exactly like Obama. It's just so petty and immature when they do this. Did Thrawn look like that in the comics? Nope. Did he look like that in Rebels? Nope. But he looks like this now because, well, Elon Musk is the richest man in the world.
However, all of that being said, the actor's voice is exactly how I pictured Thrawn sounding. Thrawn meets with Sabine and he straight up tells her that she's the one he needs to thank for his escape from exile. You know, for a blue guy, he's pretty based and red-pilled. Thrawn tells Sabine to follow the crabs because they will lead her to Ezra. But he's most likely dead. Wait, what? Thrawn, you know the general location of one of your worst enemies and you didn't send troops to kill him? Thrawn, one of the smartest characters in all of Star Wars, is already acting like an idiot. Thrawn says to Sabine,
You gambled the fate of your entire galaxy just for a chance to save your friend.
And Sabine says back to him,
You wouldn't understand.
No one would understand that level of stupidity, except for the people who wrote this show. Or maybe the writers are just trying to tell the people who don't like this show, you wouldn't understand the complexity of this story. Sabine gets on a horse, lizard, wolf, gold-faced stormtrooper gives her a weapon, and she rides off to find Ezra. Thrawn, why are you giving her all of this stuff? Why are you fulfilling a promise that someone else made to her? Yes, she helped to get unexiled, but she didn't do that out of the kindness of her heart. She did that out of pure stupidity. What if she was actually here to kill you? She was just given a gun right in front of you. She could have used that weapon to blow off your head. Thrawn, why are you so stupid? Sabine, who is a Mandalorian that can use the Force, gets ambushed by a guy in, not gonna lie, absolutely badass armor. Luckily for her, all those bullets hit her armor, the armor that Thrawn could have taken from her and used it for his own troops. The action for the most part in this scene is fine, except for this one part where this guy swings his staff not even close to where Sabine is. It's still not as bad as the action scene from Rise of Skywalker when Ben Solo fought the Knights of Ren. Remember when he held his lightsaber behind his back and the Knight of Ren just hit it? Thrawn sends people out to kill Sabine, then why didn't you kill her before? Why did you let her go? I guess Thrawn finally realized just how stupid he was being. Sabine of course wins and she comes across the crab people from South Park. Balin along with his apprentice come across the bandits Sabine killed. Even more bandits show up and Balin thinks he can make friends with them. Buddy, you're surrounded by their dead friends. They're gonna think you're the one who killed them. The crab people lead Sabine to Ezra and we finally get to see the live action version of him. I hope it was worth risking the entire Star Wars galaxy. They don't really talk to one another like they haven't seen one another in years. Honestly, it's a pretty casual conversation. Thrawn learns that Ahsoka is on her way. Balin did tell Thrawn he killed her, but let's be honest here, if lightsabers don't kill people anymore, then drowning won't either. And that's the end of episode 6. Gotta be honest, not the worst episode yet, but it was still pretty bad. I'm 75% done with this show, only 2 episodes left. I think I can make it. Episode 7 of Ahsoka starts with General Syndulla being interrogated by the New Republic Council for disobeying a direct order. And despite having multiple eyewitness testimonies of the hyperspace ring and the space whales, she apparently has no proof? Did the council just not believe all those soldiers who saw them? Was there no cameras on any of those ships and not a single person took a picture? At one point, the council member who really doesn't like her says that she disobeyed a direct order. And she says, no, I just disobeyed you. No, it wasn't just him. There were 5 council members, including Mon Mothma, who said, there's no evidence that Thrawn will return. This is a wild goose chase. You disobeyed orders, you went on this wild goose chase, but you just so happened to be right, but for some reason you have no proof even though you do. 3CPO comes in for nostalgia bait and says that Leia has pardoned General Syndulla. Wow, it's really nice that Leia did that, but the thing is she didn't need to because General Syndulla had proof. She just didn't show it for no reason. Mon Mothma takes General Syndulla aside and says, I know Leia didn't actually authorize that mission, but how real is the threat of Thrawn? And Syndulla says, let's prepare for the worst and hope for the best. So in other words, she has no idea. We cut back to Ahsoka in the belly of the space whale, and she's training with a hologram of Anakin Skywalker. I don't care what the fans of this show say. The de-aging effects on Hayden Christensen are awful. The 1,000-year-old droid comes in and tells Ahsoka that he believes that the space whales are about to reach their destination. Someone had to write that. They both go up to the bridge of the ship, and Ahsoka says once they land, they need to find Sabine.
The droid correctly points out that their star charts will be useless in another galaxy. Ahsoka says, well, if we find the enemy, we'll find her. And the droid says back to her, God, you're such a dumb bitch. You don't even know if these whales took us to the right galaxy, let alone the right planet. Finding the enemy has the exact same problems as finding Sabine. Ahsoka retorts,
well, I think the odds are actually pretty good because, you know, super convenient things keep happening for the plot to move forward.
You know, I'm gonna be honest here. Out of every super convenient thing that has happened for the plot to move forward in Disney Star Wars, this is by far the biggest one. The chances that the space whales took them not only to the right galaxy, but the right planet as well, is so astronomically convenient that it outdoes every super convenient thing that has happened in Rise of Skywalker combined. And believe it or not, the droid agrees with me that the chances that the whale took them to the correct planet are astronomically small. The writers are self-aware that they're making crap, but they just don't care. I can't wait for AI to take away all of their jobs. And before you say, oh come on Jar, this is the space whale's migration route. Yeah, I know it is, but she doesn't know that. The space whales exit super hyperspace, but something is wrong because fire is appearing from the whale's teeth, and they hear explosions going off. They exit the whale's mouth to see what's going on, and it turns out they have entered a minefield. Wow, despite the whales evolving to fly to different galaxies, they didn't evolve enough intelligence to not fly into the thing that's hurting them. Whales are one of the most intelligent creatures on Earth, and I'm assuming that space whales would be even more intelligent. But even some of the most stupid animals on Earth know that if something is hurting you, you back away from it. Or who knows, maybe the space whales became self-aware that they're in the Ahsoka show, and they just want to end it. But it's gonna be a slow and painful death because, well, those mines barely do any damage to them. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with the remnants of the Empire, but their weapons suck. Remember how in a previous episode their blasters did like no damage to Ahsoka's ship? Now I'll give this episode credit for one thing. The droid says, oh, at least the whales are providing us cover, and that actually genuinely made me laugh. Forget save the whales, use the whales as a meat shield. Sad thing is, I don't think that line was meant to be intentionally funny, but it did make me laugh, so that should count for something. Eventually, the whales decide that this death is way too slow and painful, and they leave. Ahsoka turns to the droid and says, ah, you just had to jinx it, didn't you? Okay, never mind, that line was actually meant to be funny. Our heroes, ladies and gentlemen, using wildlife as a meat shield. Ahsoka decides to fly through the minefield, even though it's only at the arrival zone. They could have, you know, flown around it. They get through the minefield that completely failed to kill them or any of the whales. They come across the Eye of Sauron, the Eye of Sion, and despite it having hyper laser cannons, it decides not to use them. Instead, it sends out a bunch of fighters. You know, the same fighters with lasers that can't do any damage to Ahsoka's ship. Ahsoka, with the full knowledge that these fighters can't do any damage to her ship, decides to fly into the whalebone field. You know, those things that can actually do damage to her ship. The bone field has like a fog in it or something, and the fighters decide to chase after Ahsoka, and a lot of them die. Wow, these guys are stupid. We cut to Thrawn, who says the cliched villain line, all according to plan. Yeah, he's gonna let her try to save Sabine, but he's always going to be one step ahead of her. The problem with writing smart characters is, well, you have to be smart, and the writers just aren't. We cut back to Ahsoka and the droid, who are hiding in a hauled out bone of a space whale. I guess they'll hang out here for a little bit. We cut back to Sabine and Ezra catching up on old times.
Ahsoka took me on as her apprentice.
Well, that sounds like a colossal waste of time considering you're not Force sensitive.
Actually, everyone's Force sensitive now.
What?
Also, I joined the guy that killed her and doomed the entire galaxy.
Wait, what?
Just kidding.
She wasn't kidding. We cut back to Thrawn, who uses the three witches to locate Ahsoka's location. A location that she's currently in for no reason. She didn't need to fly into the whale bones, and she didn't need to stay there. She should have just flown down to the planet. Also, isn't it funny that these witches can find Ahsoka's location in space, but they can't find Ezra when he's on the same planet that they're on? Did Thrawn just never bother to ask them to find the guy who stranded him here? Who's also a powerful Jedi that could completely ruin his plans? Oh, I know what's going on. The writers didn't fully think through how their magic system works. The droid says to Ahsoka that his scanners can't find Sabine, and then Ahsoka says, oh, I can detect her with the Force. Wait, you could do that the whole time? Then what was the point of me scanning waiting for her. Sabine hears Ahsoka's Force message, even though she just started using the Force like a day ago. But Sabine is still a dumbass, so even though she hears Ahsoka's voice, she doesn't know if it's actually Ahsoka. The Eye of Sion starts shooting at Ahsoka's location. Luckily, the bones provide cover, and then Ahsoka flies out of her cover for some reason. She starts flying down towards the planet the Eye of Sion missed every single shot. Goldface asks Thrawn, "Should we prepare our defenses?" "No, she will be looking for Sabine, who we wisely sent far from here." You know what would have been more wise than sending her far from your location? Killing her. Thrawn, the greatest general in all of Star Wars, is about to make 3 Jedis team up with each other against him? Sabine has no weapons. She was in his custody. He could have used her Mandalorian armor, but instead he thought it would be smarter to get Sabine to find Ezra and then have Ahsoka team up with them. Balin, along with his apprentice and the bandits, come across Ezra and Sabine. Balin sends the bandits to attack them as he and his apprentice stay behind. Yeah, his apprentice points out that they should go with them, and he tries to say some wise words about impatience for victory will always lead to defeat. But here's the thing, you're both Force users. You're stronger than your apprentice, and your apprentice is stronger than Sabine. If you guys attacked all at once, you could easily defeat them. But they don't do that because, well, everyone in this show is an idiot. Thrawn sends 2 gunships. Thrawn sends 2 gunships to help them in their fight. But hey, Thrawn, here's a good idea. Why don't you use the Eye of Sion to kill them from orbit? Thrawn says that if Balin proves capable, they may yet win the day. So basically, if, Balin and his apprentice went with the bandits to attack them, you guys could have won. Sabine starts shooting at the bandits, but despite her being a Force-sensitive Mandalorian, she doesn't even come close to hitting them. I've complained about the women in Disney Star Wars being Mary Sue's, but I think they went too far in the opposite direction. Okay, maybe the crab people from South Park are better shots. Well, apparently they are, because they managed to hit a bandit. Unfortunately, the weapon they use is a slingshot.
But Jar, it's a reference to Star Wars Rebels. That's the weapon Ezra started off with.
Okay, cool, it's still useless. But I do find it hilarious that thing managed to hit something and Sabine didn't. Ezra tries to explain to Sabine that they're peaceful people, and that's why they don't have any real weapons. Then shouldn't the bandits have taken them out like a really long time ago? The bandits, despite having blasters, decide not to shoot at Sabine even though she's their only threat. Instead, they use their spears to stab into the cars in an attempt to shut down their engines. They don't start off with the car that Ezra and Sabine are in, they're attacking the other cars that are behind them. I would complain about how stupid their battle tactics are, but at this point, I'm kind of used to it. But one of the bandits gets close to the car that Ezra and Sabine are in, and oh my god, Sabine can't even hit him at that distance. One of the bandits manages to take out one of the cars. Not the one Ezra and Sabine are in, mind you. But Ezra's not going to leave a man behind. So do you think he's going to turn his car around and grab him? No, him and the rest of the crab people are going to make a defensive circle around it. Oh my god, it's a caravan. It looks like Ezra, Sabine, and the crab people are all going to die because they cornered themselves. But luckily, Ahsoka shows up, being chased by 2 fighters that can't do any damage to her ship. If Balin and his apprentice decided to help the bandits, they would have all been dead by now. Ezra and Sabine decide to get out of cover, because of course they do. Ahsoka jumps out of the ship and lands in front of Balin. Oh, that's why he was waiting. It's because he knew Ahsoka was coming, so he needed to save his strength for his duel against her. Well, he still could have joined the bandits, taken everyone out, and then fought Ahsoka with the bandits and his apprentice's help. God, it's like every character is trying to intentionally make the dumbest decision. Ezra decides to start fighting back, but he refuses to take the lightsaber that Sabine offered to him. Why? Well, it's because he doesn't need a weapon. The Force is his ally. Every Jedi also had the Force. They still use lightsabers. And no, Sabine is not using the lightsaber herself. She's still using her blasters. And no, he's not so good with the Force that he doesn't need a lightsaber at all, because there are plenty of times during this fight that it could have come in handy. Especially when the apprentice finally decides to join the fight. Sabine finally starts using the lightsaber, and the apprentice Force pushes Ezra into one of the cars. Wow, Ezra, it's almost like you should have used that lightsaber or something. The droid does a bombing run. Yeah, he does have a lot of fighters chasing him, but again, their lasers don't do any damage to his vehicle. A few stormtroopers show up. Oh my god, there's so many of them. They're easily gonna take out Ezra and Sabine. Wait, why are they walking towards them? Why aren't they shooting? Okay, they have them surrounded. Are they gonna start shooting? Oh, they were waiting for the apprentice's order to start shooting. Kind of seems stupid to get this close, but whatever. But then Ezra yells out, "No, wait, don't shoot me. Take me as a prisoner." But the apprentice is not taking any prisoners today. She orders her men to fire. Ezra uses the Force to knock a few of them over. They're still not shooting. They could have used their blasters from a distance, but decided to get close, so the apprentice could give them the order. The apprentice gives them the order. Ezra says, "Don't shoot me." They still don't shoot. The apprentice tells them to shoot again. Ezra starts attacking them, and they're still not shooting. Ahsoka shows up to help Ezra and Sabine, and after Ahsoka finally finishes her entrance, they at long last start shooting. They still, of course, miss every shot despite having their enemies completely surrounded. Ezra takes one of the troops' guns and starts using it.
Wow, weapons are actually surprisingly effective. I really should have taken that lightsaber earlier.
Sabine uses her wrist rocket. Wow, that would have come in handy like several other times. We cut back to Thrawn, who decides to recall the gunships and the fighters. I guess he really just wants to lose. He says that everything is going according to plan because, well, he bought them time, and they have finished loading up the ship so they can leave. Thrawn, buddy, you had years to kill Ezra, and you didn't do it. You had the chance to kill Sabine, and you didn't do it. You had the chance to kill Ahsoka, but you called your troops back. Even the Witch Lady points out that he reunited all of their enemies. I'm gonna be real here. You know how I said this version of Thrawn was playing tic-tac-toe? Well, he is, but he loses every time he plays. It's like he on purposely makes bad strategies. All the stormtroopers and the apprentice retreat. Sabine has the chance to shoot the apprentice, but Ahsoka stops her for no reason. The droid lands the ship, and now all of our heroes are reunited. And that's where episode 7 ends. My God, this was painful. This is one of, if not the worst episode of Ahsoka yet. It has easily the most nonsensical Star Wars fight I have seen ever. At least I only have one more episode left, and then I will have reviewed every Disney Star Wars TV show. Now, the season 3 finale of The Mandalorian was the worst episode of that entire season. And it makes sense because a bunch of terrible episodes can only lead up to, well, a terrible season finale. This show has also had nothing but terrible episodes, so it can only lead to one thing. A very terrible finale. The episode starts with the Witch Lady telling Thrawn that all the cargo is on the ship. Well, it looks like they won. All they have to do is take off, right? Nope, because Thrawn wants to bring the Eye of Sion out of orbit. Bro, you have a ship, just bring it to the Eye of Sion. But if you want to save time, have the Eye of Sion come towards you guys as you head towards it. Yep, once again, Thrawn, the greatest general in all of Star Wars, is making the worst decision he can. Now I'm starting to see why the showrunners made him look like Elon Musk. Gold-faced the stormtrooper tells Thrawn that they know the location of the Jedi, and Thrawn decides to send a whole 2 TIE fighters to intercept them. I mean, he could use his massive Star Destroyer to just completely bombard them, but again, that would be smart. I'm joking, it's not smart, it's common sense. The Witch Lady Morgan gets a bunch of face tattoos. I'm just bringing that up so you're not confused later on. And then the 3 witches, summon a sword. Okay, so there are some sources that say that the Force and magic are the same magic system in Star Wars, and others say that they're different. If they're different, then this is fine. If they're the same, then it's not. Because since when could the Force make objects out of thin air? Or are they using Force teleportation? They didn't need to do this. They could have just said, oh, here's the Beskar sword. But at least Morgan is gonna fight for once in this entire season, and you'll see that if she helped out her men at any point in the series, they would have easily won. And by the way, this actress, despite being 57 or 56 when this was being made, puts everyone's sword skills to shame. We cut to Ahsoka and her team in their ship flying very low and very slowly. Yeah, the crab people from South Park are with them, but they're not going to do anything. Ezra is building himself a new lightsaber because he realized, wow, weapons are actually useful! The 1,000-year-old droid mentions that Ahsoka believed if Sabine unlocked her true potential, she would become dangerous?
Shut your mouth!
How? She has less force potential than any Jedi who has trained at the temple. What potential does she even— oh wait, I forgot. She has 2 X chromosomes. Ahsoka reveals to Sabine that she knows she betrayed the entire galaxy just to see Ezra, but she's not mad about it. Wait, what? Yeah, she says throughout the years she's been alive, she had to make her fair share of difficult choices. Now personally, I don't think saving one life over not risking trillions of lives is a pretty easy choice, but whatever. Then she says,
Often no one understood my choices, except for one person, my master, Anakin, aka the guy who became Darth Vader and slaughtered a whole bunch of children.
The 2 TIE fighters show up, and unlike those ships that did no damage to their ship, these ones actually do a little bit of damage. Yeah, this ship is more durable than insert dirty joke here. It even rams into the 2 TIE fighters and crashes into the ground, and it still doesn't blow up. But now their ship can no longer fly. Maybe they shouldn't have flown it so low and slowly so the crab people could, I don't know, drive alongside them. Throughout this entire show, the heroes and villains only ever achieve victory because their opponents did something extremely stupid for no reason. Like, I know this show has its fans, but is it like a so bad it's good kind of thing? Thrawn says the loss of the 2 TIE fighters was a acceptable outcome. Bro, you could have sent a whole bunch to take them out and lost no TIE fighters. Or used your big Star Destroyer to blast them into smithereens or leave the planet. There were generals throughout history who were extremely inbred, who commanded armies better than Thrawn. Ahsoka, Sabine, and Ezra ride on those horse, lizard, dog things towards Thrawn's ship. Yeah, the crab people from South Park have cars, but they don't drive them there. The Eye of Sion finally comes down to attach itself to the Star Destroyer, and it looks like our heroes made it just in time. They would have made it sooner if they'd flown their ship towards this thing instead of, you know, riding alongside the crab people from South Park. And they also wouldn't have made it in time if Thrawn, you know, made the ship go up into space. If either side wasn't being stupid, they could have won. They ask Ezra if he's done any reconnaissance on the Empire base, and he says no because it's not safe to come here alone. Well, if it's dangerous to come here alone, 2 extra people won't make much of a difference.
You are made of stupid.
Thrawn at long last finally decides to use the lasers on his Star Destroyer. Unfortunately, they don't hit any of them. They're running in a straight line and look how many lasers there are. I know there's a lot of memes about stormtroopers being bad shots, but this is on another level. Like, this thing is a spaceship and normally fights things from much further distances away. How can it not hit anything? Even Thrawn looks disappointed in them. Ahsoka and the others manage to get inside the base. Okay, Thrawn, all you gotta do is take off. I'm pretty sure they can't reach you in time. Huh? No, he decides to throw some stormtroopers at them. And wow, he actually sent a lot for once. And wow, they're actually shooting as soon as they see them. The 2 Jedis and the Mandalorian with the lightsabers start deflecting the blaster bolts and hang on. How is Sabine blocking them? Jedis can use the Force to sense the blaster bolts coming. Sure, she has a little training in the Force, but she hasn't been trained to do something like this. We only saw her being trained in Form 1 Chi-Cho. She was never trained in Form 3 Sarisu. Also, she's in Beskar armor, so she doesn't even really need to block them. The stormtroopers start moving towards them. I don't know why they're getting out of cover. And Ahsoka actually does something smart. She tells Sabine,
"Yo, bitch, what are you doing? This is a ranged fight. Pull all your blasters. We'll protect you."
They defeat the stormtroopers, but the 3 witches bring them all back to life as zombies. And again, if you've seen Star Wars The Clone Wars or Rebels, this would not be a surprise to you. But if you've only seen the live action stuff, you would probably be very confused. Ahsoka and the others start heading up the stairs and even more zombies appear. I guess the witches also brought other stormtroopers back to life that Ahsoka and her friends didn't kill. Wow, that would have been useful like several other times. One of them grabs Ezra, and Sabine, despite being a Mandalorian who has been trained with blasters all of her life, decides to put away her gun and stab it with a lightsaber, which is a weapon she has barely used. And I swear, the only reason why she didn't stab Ezra is because he got out of the way in time. They managed to seal the blast doors to keep the zombies away from them. Thrawn probably could have closed those doors himself to keep the Jedis out, but once again, he's an idiot. Morgan tells Thrawn that they're ready to depart, but he says that the Jedis are rapidly approaching. I guess they are, but that's why you should leave. Morgan decides to stay behind. She says it's for Dathomir. Morgan, you don't need to buy them time, you just have to get on the ship. Also, Morgan, you lost to Ahsoka last time you 2 fought. Remember Mandalorian Season 2?
Now tell me,
Who is your daddy?
This time Ahsoka has a Jedi and a Force-sensitive Mandalorian with her. So this fight is going to be over in 10 seconds. Oh, never mind. Ahsoka decides that she's going to fight Morgan alone, even though they could have all three attacked her at once, ending the fight in a few seconds, but whatever. Ahsoka and Morgan start their epic final battle. This woman is a decade and a half older than the actress for Ahsoka, but she's fighting like she's a decade and a half younger. The difference in their skill level is just so apparent. While this is going on, Sabine and Ezra are fighting two Dark Troopers in Beskar armor. You know, The Mandalorian Season 2 made it clear just how extremely valuable this stuff is. Thrawn even had the chance to take away Sabine's Beskar armor, but he didn't. But the point I'm trying to make is, if the remnants of the Empire can afford some of this stuff, then the actual Empire should have decked some of their troops out in this stuff. I mean, it can even block lightsaber strikes. This stuff is extremely useful. Oh, and not only are these guys in Beskar armor, but they're also undead. But unlike the other undead troopers, they're actually competent. Once again, Thrawn could have sent these two guys with Balin and they could have easily taken out Ahsoka and her friends. Eventually, Sabine uses Force Pull to pull her lightsaber to her, and she stabs the undead Dark Trooper in the head. Ezra decapitates the other undead Dark Trooper, but it looks like they're too late because the ship has finally taken off. A bunch of stormtroopers show up to help Morgan, and Morgan decides to stand still. What are you doing, you dumb witch? You have the complete advantage now! The stormtroopers on the Star Destroyer have the chance to shoot at Ezra and Sabine. Also, I can't believe I just realized this now. Sabine is a Mandalorian, and she does have a jetpack. But throughout this entire show, she never uses it because, well, I guess she didn't bring it with her.
I'm a Mandalorian. Weapons are part of my religion.
You inbred trash!
One of the most cool and iconic pieces of equipment that the Mandalorians have is never used by Sabine once in this show. It would have been useful a whole bunch of times, but I guess Dave Filoni just forgot about its existence. And because she doesn't have her jetpack, it looks like that ship is going to get away. But Ezra comes up with a plan. He will jump towards the Star Destroyer, and she will use Force Push to get him the rest of the way. Shouldn't Sabine be the one who jumps? I mean, he has more experience in the Force, and she's lighter. I assume that the lighter something is, the further Force Push can push it. But they have to do it this way so it can be a triumphant moment for Sabine. I'm not gonna lie, this is like the goofiest use of the Force I have ever seen. And the whole time they're doing this, the stormtroopers don't shoot at them at all. And yes, the stormtroopers are pointing their guns at them. Ezra makes it onto the ship, he takes out one of the stormtroopers, and Sabine shoots the other one. Wow, she sucked at shooting throughout this entire show, but finally she hit something. Yeah, she couldn't hit stuff that was 5 feet in front of her, but now she shoots someone from like 60 feet away. But Sabine has to make a difficult decision. Should she help Ahsoka, who's only fighting a few troops, or Ezra, who's a much weaker Jedi than Ahsoka, and is about to take on a whole Star Destroyer's worth of stormtroopers? Luckily, she makes the smart decision and goes to help Ezra. Morgan finally decides to start attacking Ahsoka again, and this time her stormtroopers stand around doing nothing. Help me, you guys, I've lost to her before! You didn't help us, so we're not gonna help you. What? Did you guys just hold a grudge? Yes. One of Ahsoka's lightsabers gets sliced in half. This turns the tides of battle in Morgan's favor. It looks like Morgan is about to kill Ahsoka. But then Sabine shows up and wait, what are you doing here? The show tricked me into thinking that Sabine made a smart decision. Sabine, you betrayed the entire galaxy to find Ezra. If he dies, it would have all been for nothing. At this point, the writers have to be making stupid decisions on purpose. My roommate Professor Dreadlock came up with this theory that Hollywood writers are writing things on purposely bad, hoping that will mess up AI writing. That way they can keep their jobs. It's the only theory I've heard that explains why modern writing is just so god-awful. Ahsoka and Sabine work together, and they defeat Morgan and the stormtroopers. Thrawn orders the Star Destroyer to open fire on his old base. Oh my god, he's killing his own men, he's so evil. But Ahsoka and Sabine finally realize how bad this show is, and they decide to end it by jumping off the building. I'm joking, of course, they land on their ship. Apparently the droid was able to fix it after it rammed into the ground. Hey Thrawn, I got a smart idea. Maybe you should have your Star Destroyer stop shooting at your base and shoot at that ship. Thrawn exits the atmosphere and flies into space. He says that this all went according to plan, and that this was a victory. You made every stupid tactical decision you could. You only won because of numbers and firepower. And right now you're retreating. Yeah, sure, they'll be stranded on this planet until, you know, a space whale comes along. But you had the chance chance to kill all of them over a dozen times. Thrawn is the worst general in not just Star Wars, but in anything I have seen. We cut to the apprentice, who I think is either about to attack the bandits or join them, it's hard to tell. And Balin walks off to, I don't know, Jedi Mount Rushmore. Thrawn arrives at New Dathomir, and the New Republic fleet is approached by an Imperial transport vehicle. Just like in Episode 1, they do not shoot it down, instead they let it come aboard. A stormtrooper comes out of it, the general points her gun at him, he takes off his helmet, and oh my god, it's Ezra! Okay, I know Ezra needed the armor to steal the ship in the first place, but he could have taken it off along the way. He risked getting shot for no reason. Ahsoka tells Sabine she did well, but no she didn't. She risked the entire fate of the galaxy just to save Ezra, and then she left him behind. And on top of that, she got you, the 1,000-year-old droid, and herself stranded here. So the galaxy has one less Jedi to defend it. Sabine is single-handedly responsible for the rise of the First Order. And we end off the season with Anakin's ghost watching them from a distance. Finally, I have reviewed every single live-action Disney Star Wars movie and show. More stuff will be coming out in the future, but for now, I'm done. Ahsoka is without a doubt the worst Star Wars show. It made no sense at all, and it introduced two things that completely break how the Star Wars universe works. It ruined the characters of both Thrawn and Ahsoka, and maybe Sabine, but again, I haven't seen Star Wars Rebels yet. Anyways, I think it's now time I give my ending thoughts on all the Disney Star Wars TV shows. Wow, just wow. Watching Star Wars go from a beloved franchise that I grew up with as a kid to this is just unbelievable. Don't get me wrong, it was never perfect, it did have a lot of problems with it, but Disney has made it into one of the worst franchises of all time. Kenobi was the worst show I ever had to review, and then Mandalorian Season 3 was even worse, and then Ahsoka comes along and was even worse than that. And again, I've reviewed Witcher Blood Origins, all of Twilight, and She-Hulk. I haven't seen all of Velma yet, so who knows, maybe that will be the worst show I ever review. By the way, in my Velma video, I said if you guys got the video to 7K likes, I would do a full review of it, so you're almost there. I guess you just want me to suffer some more. But as it stands so far, Ahsoka is by far the worst show I ever had to review. But at least for now, I think I have reviewed all the live-action Disney Star Wars stuff, all the movies and TV shows. And because I grew up with Luke Skywalker, my personal hero, I wanted Disney to do a good job with this series, and they just didn't.
They fly now!
Hell, it almost feels like they went out of their way to make it as bad as they possibly could. And I'm so sick of this discourse about how, oh, people who don't like modern Star Wars are just racist and sexist. I don't really get the whole racism angle. If anything, I think they wasted Finn's character. But even if Rey, Rose, Holdo, Ahsoka, and Sabine were all men, I still think Star Wars would be just as ruined. Even if you compare what Disney did to Star Wars compared to what they did to Marvel, it's not even close. Keep in mind, Disney bought Marvel at the very end of 2009. The first Iron Man movie that started the entire MCU came out in 2008. So a lot of great MCU movies, like the first Avengers movie, Thor Ragnarok, Avengers Infinity War, the entire Captain America trilogy, and the entire Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy, all were made under Disney. But with Star Wars, what has Disney really done right? The first 5 minutes of The Force Awakens was pretty good. Rogue One was a decent movie and Andor was a decent show, even though they didn't feel like Star Wars all that much. And the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian were as good as an anime filler season. The only thing I can really say that Disney has done to improve Star Wars is how the Sith Kyber crystals are made. Instead of being artificially made, they take a Kyber crystal from a Jedi that they defeated and they pour their hatred into it. I'm gonna be honest here, yeah, that's way cooler. But aside from that, Disney has released terrible Star Wars movie after terrible Star Wars movie, and then started releasing terrible Star Wars TV show after terrible Star Wars TV show. Growing up with the original Star Wars trilogy, to playing the Star Wars arcade game at Chuck E. Cheese, to playing multiple Star Wars games on both my GameCube and computer, sleeping over at my friend's place to play Star Wars Battlefront, playing the Knights of the Old Republic games over and over again, enjoying both Star Wars Clone Wars and Star Wars The Clone Wars. I can't believe a franchise I grew up with my whole life is now the franchise that I hate the most. If I had to compare Star Wars to a person, it would be like a childhood friend that I grew up with. Sure, they weren't perfect, but I could look past their flaws. I thought I would be with them my whole life, but something happened. They changed. They just got worse and worse. But every now and then they showed me that they were trying to get better, only to go back to their old habits. So unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to cut them off. But there will always be a part of me that loves them, and I hope they make something of themselves one day. Wow, I think this might be the first video, like, ever that goes over every single live-action Disney Star Wars movie and show. Now granted, I didn't go over the animated stuff, but that's going to be saved for another video in the future. Anyways, in S tier we have... Nothing Disney has made with Star Wars is good enough to be an S tier. But in A tier, we have Andor, followed by Rogue One. It seems like the less Star Wars Disney uses, the better. In B tier, we have Mandalorian Season 1, followed by Mandalorian Season 2. It's a show that I really wish I had as a kid, but it was a little too episodic, and a lot of the episodes felt like filler. In C tier, we have The Force Awakens, followed by The Book of Boba Fett. Very bland, but they weren't that insultingly bad. Now I understand there's a lot of people who really hate the Book of Boba Fett, but I never really thought it was as bad as they do. I've also haven't seen a video that delves that deep into all the problems with it. Don't get me wrong, it's bad, just not as bad as, well, everything else on this list. In D tier, we have Solo: A Star Wars Story. It's a bad movie that damages the Star Wars canon. To me, it's worse than Book of Boba Fett, but it's not as bad as the other movies and shows I have for F tier. Lastly, for F tier, we have The Last Jedi. Some people love it. Most seem to hate it. It destroys Luke as a character. It also added in some of the worst Star Wars characters like Rose and Holdo. And it destroyed the rules of the Star Wars universe by introducing the Holdo maneuver. Let's not forget that Rian Johnson wrote anyone who did the next movie into a corner. Next, we have The Rise of Skywalker. It's true that The Last Jedi wrote this movie into a corner, but no one thought it would be this bad. Tons and tons of super convenient things kept on happening in this movie so that the plot could move forward. More than all of the other Star Wars movies and shows I have mentioned previously combined. It added in planet-busting Star Destroyers. Yeah, that's way too much power creep. And they were also taken out in a stupid way. Then we have Kenobi. Good God, was the Empire stupid in this show, and Darth Vader kept on forgetting the Force powers he just used over and over again. This show should have been about Ben and Luke, but they wanted to make it about Luke's sister, even if it goes against established canon. Then we have Mandalorian Season 3. No, I do not see it as part of the rest of the Mandalorian show. Disney just had to take the one show I liked, other than Andor, and destroy it. It changed everything that was established at the end of Season 2. It made the Mandalorian religion even more stupid, and it broke the rules of the Star Wars universe so many times by adding things in like Jedi clones and trackers on ships that can show you your enemy's location. Lastly, at the bottom we have the Ahsoka show.
What in the bloody hell is this?
I can't believe how stupid the heroes and villains were. Sabine's character risking the safety of the entire galaxy just to see her friend.
This is disgusting.
And she's never called out on it. Thrawn went from the smartest guy in Star Wars to the most stupid. None of his plans make any sense. So now that I'm done with Disney Star Wars, at least for now, my next big Star Wars video won't be out for months, but I will be going over all of the animated stuff. One day, I will have reviewed every Star Wars movie and show, but at least I got all of the live-action Disney stuff out of the way.